Chapter 1. A Change of Fiancé. In the realm of Duqi, northern domain, upon the ancient peaks of Guming, Long Tongue, surrender the fire-poisoned pearl quickly, and I shall grant you a swift demise, declared an elder with flowing white hair, his voice laced with a chilling malevolence. By Yan Hong, you shall not seize the fire-poisoned pearl from me, retorted a strikingly handsome youth clad in white, his resolve unwavering despite the wounds that marred his body, blood staining his garments. By Yan Hong coldly responded, Long Tongue, not only are you grievously injured, but you are also surrounded by my disciples. There is no chance for your escape today. If you wish to avoid torment, I suggest you hand over the fire-poisoned pearl without delay. Never. Long Tongue firmly declined. As the most formidable alchemist in the Duqi realm, he understood all too well that the fire-poisoned pearl was a treasure of immense potency, capable of concocting the deadliest of poisons. That as the leader of a malevolent cult, Bai Yan Hong was no stranger to bloodshed. Should he acquire the fire-poisoned pearl, he would wield its power to extinguish even more innocent lives. Thus, surrendering the pearl was out of the question. Upon hearing Long Tongue's refusal, Bai Yan Hong threatened, Since you are unwilling to relinquish the fire-poisoned pearl, I shall have my disciples escort you to your demise today. All disciples of the cult, heed my command. Quickly reduce Long Tongue to a pulp. I shall personally retrieve the fire-poisoned pearl from him. Charge, Bai Yan Hong. I am an orphan with no ties in this world. I shall take you all along with me to the afterlife, Long Tongue proclaimed, his voice brimming with a fierce determination, as he swiftly produced the fire-poisoned pearl. The pearl, no larger than an apple, radiated a vivid crimson hue, with tendrils of scarlet poison swirling around it. Without hesitation, Long Tongue infused all his Duqi into the pearl. Witnessing this, Bai Yan Hong's brow furrowed in alarm. He bellowed to his disciples, This is bad. Long Tongue intends to detonate the fire-poisoned pearl. Everyone, retreat immediately. None of you shall escape today. With Long Tongue's declaration, the fire-poisoned pearl erupted in a sudden explosion. Boom! The deafening sound obliterated all present, reducing them to ashes. At that moment, within a bedroom, Long Tongue jolted upright from his slumber, drenched in sweat. It had merely been a nightmare? Or was it? The events that transpired within the dream were, in fact, a reality he had experienced. Where am I? Long Tongue scrutinized the surroundings of the bedroom, and soon, fresh memories surged into his mind. He quickly comprehended the truth. His soul had traversed realms. Coincidentally, the owner of this body also bore the name Long Tongue. This was the Duqi realm, southern domain. Long Tongue pondered, perplexed by how his soul could traverse such vast distances from the northern domain, which lay a staggering 100,000 miles away. However, he found solace in the knowledge that the cultivation methods here were akin to those he had practiced before his transcendence, for they both belonged to the realm of Duqi. However, Longting, prior to his transmigration, devoted himself entirely to the study of alchemy, leaving him with little time for cultivation. This time around, he is determined to earnestly cultivate his abilities. He currently finds himself in the Starry Empire, specifically in the tranquil village of Jingshui. The reason he has taken over this body is due to the unfortunate fate of its original owner, who awakened a wasteful battle spirit today. The eldest elder's grandson, Long Quang, deemed him a disgrace to the Long family and brutally ended his life. Having resolved to merge his soul with this body, he seeks vengeance upon the detestable Long Quang. He cannot tolerate the notion of this bogus owner dying in vain. What transpired next left him utterly astonished, as he felt an intense warmth in the palm of his right hand, soon realizing the source of the sensation. Could it be the fire-poisoned pearl? Did I not detonate it? How has it found its way into my palm? Longting felt a peculiar curiosity, and, with a mere thought, flames erupted from his left palm. He was elated the fire-poisoned pearl had traversed with him. What fortuitous circumstance! Given that this body was slain due to the awakening of a wasteful battle spirit, he was eager to discover what battle spirit he himself would awaken. Thus, he quickly extended his left hand, and with another mental command, a small violet-blue vine emerged from his palm. It turned out that the original owner of this body had awakened the violet-blue vine. The subsequent occurrence left Longting in a state of sheer astonishment, as he distinctly felt something stirring within his right palm. Could it be a dual battle spirit? He swiftly extended his right hand, and with a mental command, a sword rapidly manifested from his palm. The sword was a resplendent gold, exquisitely crafted, slender, with a razor-sharp blade, adorned with gemstones on its hilt. Moreover, the blade shimmered with flickers of lightning, emanating an aura of mystique and dominance. Longting recognized this sword as the mightiest battle spirit in the Duqi continent, known as the Shintian sword. Heavens! I possess a dual battle spirit. coupled with my unparalleled alchemical prowess. My rise in the Do-Chi continent is imminent. Longting exclaimed, captivated by the astonishing sight of both the violet blue vine and the Xiantian sword, seemingly acknowledging his declaration with a nod. In light of this revelation, Longting was filled with exhilaration. He realized that not only had he awakened a dual battle spirit, but he also possessed innate full battle strength, equating his power to that of a level 10 fighter. He understood well that in the Do-Chi continent, the levels of battle strength are distinctly categorized. Levels 1 to 10 are known as fighters, levels 11 to 20 as battle masters, and levels 21 to 30 as great battle masters. All he needed to do was hunt a suitable magical beast in the beast forest and successfully absorb its battle ring, thus allowing him to continue his cultivation. Furthermore, he could rapidly enhance his strength, especially given that he had awakened with innate full battle strength. The mere thought of this filled him with unparalleled excitement. Brother, trouble is brewing. The head of the Bao family has proposed to exchange his mute daughter, Bao Feier, for you as a bride, a young girl's voice suddenly exclaimed with urgency. Upon hearing this, Long Tong's mind stirred, and he allowed the Zilong vine and Xiantian sword to slip into his palm. Moments later, an exceedingly adorable girl swiftly pushed open the bedroom door and rushed to Long Tong's side. Sister, is what you said true? Long Tong, taken aback, questioned with astonishment. He was acutely aware that the original fiancée of this body was Bao Kaishan's eldest daughter, Bao Anqing. Now, Bao Kaitian wished to replace Bao Anqing with Bao Feier as his fiancée, which was clearly an attempt to humiliate him, given his awakening of a seemingly worthless battle. Spirit, brother, you absolutely must not agree to make that mute Bao Feier your fiancée. Bao Kaitian is only trying to force his unwanted daughter upon you because of your awakened battle spirit, Long Miao said furiously. If she possessed greater strength, she would undoubtedly give Bao Kaitian a severe beating to avenge her brother. Sister, I will handle this matter, Long Tong declared resolutely, his anger surging as he felt Bao Kaishan's blatant bullying. Long Miao urged him urgently. Brother, I know you have a kind heart, and every time you visited the Bao family, you always brought delicious treats and fun toys for Bao Feier. You absolutely cannot agree to Bao Kaishan's proposal to exchange Bao Feier for Bao Anqing. Even if it means you must break off your engagement with Bao Anqing, we cannot allow Bao Feier to become your fiancé. Our Long family cannot afford such disgrace, especially since that scoundrel Bao Kaitian is clearly trying to humiliate us. However, there is a particularly tricky situation at hand. Many years ago, when Bao Kaitian was hunting magical beasts and faced peril, it was our father who saved him. Upon his return, he voluntarily betrothed his eldest daughter, Bao Anqing, to you. Moreover, he declared that no matter what became of you, he would marry his daughter to you without any regrets. If he were to renege on that promise, he would be struck down by divine retribution. If he were to annul the engagement with Bao Anqing, it would paint him as a man of no integrity. This is the direct reason he insists on replacing Bao Anqing with his mute daughter. Thus, this matter is exceedingly delicate and challenging to navigate. Sister, let us first meet Bao Kaitian and his entourage, then we shall act accordingly, Long Tong said with intense anger. Hastening his steps, before long, the siblings arrived at the grand hall of the Long family. The hall was teeming with people, including all the members of the Long clan, as well as Bao Kaitian, Bao Anqing, Bao Feier, and several elders and guard from the Bao family. Brother, let us go to mother, Long Miao said, pulling Long Tong toward a middle-aged woman. Long Tong recognized her as Mu Yunji, the mother of this body. Tengayer, leave this matter to your mother. You and your sister can simply observe, she assured him. All right. Long Ting nodded, as he recalled that Mu Yunji had treated the original owner of this body exceedingly well. It filled him with a sense of warmth and familiarity. He believed that his mother would never consent to Bao Kaishan exchanging Baofir for Bao Lanqing. That it is essential to understand that in the continent of Duki, a broken engagement is considered a grave dishonor. Offering a disabled woman as a bride is an affront far greater than that of a broken engagement. Therefore, any reasonable person, even if they agreed to an annulment, would never accept a disabled bride in exchange. When Long Tong first laid eyes on Baofir, he was utterly astounded, for her beauty was simply breathtaking. Baofir radiated like the spring sunshine, fresh and bright, reminiscent of a bubbling spring. She was 1,000 times more beautiful than her sister, Baolanking. More importantly, her purity was unparalleled, akin to a lily washed clean by celestial rain. Gazing at her, Long Tong felt an overwhelming excitement within, exclaiming silently. The original owner of this body was truly a fool. Baolanking is not only of average appearance, but also bears a fierce countenance. Why did he not choose the pure and beautiful Beofir as his fiancée? Baocation now wishes to bestow Beofir upon me as my fiancée. This must surely be a blessing from my past life, he thought. Moreover, with my extraordinary alchemical skills, I shall undoubtedly find a way to make the mute Beofir speak. Beofir caught Long Tongue's gaze. A deep blush adorned her cheeks. At that moment, Beolanking solemnly addressed Long Tongue. Long Tongue, my battle spirit is an advanced two-headed eagle, and your pathetic purple-blue vine is utterly unworthy of my superior battle spirit. You are only deserving of my mute sister as your fiancée. Would you accept? Chapter 2. I will accept Beofir as my fiancée. I refuse. Mu Yunji resolutely shook her head and then addressed Beolanking with gravity. Regardless of the battle spirit my son awakens, I shall never allow him to marry your family's mute daughter. The Long family cannot afford such a disgrace. That ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Mu Yunji's words, Beolanking could not help but laugh, her laughter laced with endless mockery. After a few chuckles, she finally retorted mockingly, Mu Yunji, your son has awakened a worthless battle spirit. Were it not for pity, I would never allow my sister to become his fiancée. If my sister were unwilling to be his fiancée now, he would never marry in his lifetime. How could you, as a mother, utter such words? Have you considered your son's feelings? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji angrily shot back at Beolanking. Beolanking, refrain from delivering such lofty rhetoric before me. Your family's actions stem entirely from the fact that my husband saved your father from the jaws of a magical beast. Moreover, your father publicly declared before everyone that regardless of whether my son is a cultivation genius or an ordinary person, he would betroth you to my son without the option of recantation. Most importantly, your father even swore to the heavens that should he dare to go back on his word, he would face the wrath of divine retribution. That I am aware that your entire family harbors a disfavor towards Bao Feier, given her origins as an adopted child. This, indeed, is the very reason you wish for my Tangayer to be betrothed to her. Your intentions are glaringly apparent. I shall state my position unequivocally. If you wish to annul the engagement, then so be it. I will absolutely not permit Bao Feier to become my son's fiancée. Upon hearing this, Bao Kaitian solemnly addressed Mu Yunji, saying, Mu Yunji, I must remind you that I will categorically refuse to allow my talented daughter to marry your useless son.it is only out of consideration for your husband, who has been missing for 3 years, and the difficulties you face raising your children alone, that I have decided to allow my Feier to marry Long Tongue, that do not be ungrateful. Moreover, with your son's lackluster combat spirit, no young lady would be inclined to marry him. In light of Long Tongue's unfortunate circumstances, I have resolved to present him with a soul absorption pill as compensation. You should be aware that when a combatant's power reaches multiples of 10, such as levels 10, 20, or 30, they hit a bottleneck and cannot progress further without hunting magical beasts. By obtaining a combat ring from these beasts, they can continue to break through this limitation. The process of absorbing a combat ring after slaying a magical beast is fraught with peril. Should a level 10 combatant consume the soul absorption pill I offer, they can safely absorb their first combat ring during their training. With that, Bao Kaitian produced a small black box. Upon opening it, a white glowing pill was revealed within. It truly is a soul absorption pill. Although this pill is of the first grade, it is sufficient to allow a combatant to safely absorb their very first combat ring. Master Bao is exceedingly generous. Hearing the discussions among some members of the Long family, Bao Kaitian felt an immense sense of joy, convinced that Mu Yunji would surely agree to exchange Bao Feier for Bao Anqing. Thus, he beamed at Mu Yunji and inquired, Dear-in-law, do you now consent to allow Bao Feier to become your son's fiancée? Absolutely not. Our Long family cannot afford such a person. If necessary, I will have my son annul his engagement with Bao Anqing right now. Mu Yunji replied, her tone brimming with indignation. Mother, I am willing to have Bao Feier as my fiancée. Long Tongue responded with unwavering determination. Feeling a surge of excitement, this was a golden opportunity bestowed upon him by fate that he could not afford to miss. Once his mother agreed, he would find a way to cure Bao Feier's muteness, for in his previous life, he was the most formidable alchemist. What? Mu Yunji exclaimed in utter shock, anxiously admonishing Long Tongue. Tinger, you cannot allow a mute girl to become your fiancée. Our Long family cannot bear such a burden. In response, Long Tongue earnestly asserted, Mother, I have a deep affection for Feier, and I am confident that I can find a way to restore her voice. Ha 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 ha. His declaration sent waves of laughter rippling through the crowd, the loudest from the members of the Long family, for they found it utterly implausible that anyone could cure a mute They all regarded Long Tongue as a great fool. Long Tongue, however, remained unfazed, for he had developed a profound affection for the pure and kind-hearted beauty, Bao Fei'er. Whenever he envisioned moments spent with Bao Fei'er, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. He had resolutely determined that, regardless of the opposition from his family, he would make Bao Fei'er his fiancée today. Long Tongue, I have lived for decades, and I have never encountered an alchemist capable of curing a mute. Do not indulge in such daydreams. Long Tongue, although your awakened battle spirit is deemed useless, you are still a member of the Long family. If you wish to make this mute your fiancé, I shall be the first to oppose. I too dissent against your choice of a mute as your fiancé. Upon hearing the murmurs of disapproval, the elder Long Tan admonished Long Tongue fiercely. Long Tongue, you cannot allow Bao Fei'er to become your fiancé. Our Long family cannot afford such a disgrace. Long An, it is none of your concern whom I choose to be my fiancé. Long Ting resolutely replied that he had made up his mind. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend today, he would still ensure that Bao Fei'er became his fiancée. He simply could not allow the opportunity to slip away to secure such an extraordinarily pure and unparalleled beauty. Longton confronted Longting with a firm tone. Although your father is the clan leader, he has been missing for over 3 years. At present, the affairs of the Long family should be governed by me, the eldest elder. I command you to prevent Bao Fei'er from becoming your betrothed. Longtan, I have a particular fondness for Bao Fei'er, and I intend for her to be my fiancée. Long Tongue resolutely replied, having made up his mind. He would go to any lengths to ensure that Bao Fei'er became his fiancée. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er understood all too well that her father was unwilling to honor the engagement between her sister, Bao Anqing, and Long Tongue. Furthermore, her father did not wish to be perceived as a man lacking integrity, which is why he had sent her to take her sister's place. She recognized the injustice this posed to both Long Tongue and the Long family. In truth, she harbored a deep affection for Long Tongue, for he had always treated her with great kindness. Every time he visited her home, he would bring her delightful treats and entertaining gifts, treating her as if she were his own sister. However, at that moment, she yearned to escape swiftly, as the onlookers mocked both her and Long Tongue. Unable to vocalize her thoughts, she quickly summoned a piece of paper and a brush from her spatial ring using her inner energy, and she pinned her heartfelt sentiments to Long Ting. In no time, she completed her writing, as she frequently communicated in this manner. Subsequently, she used her energy to cast the written paper towards Long Tongue. Observing this, the elder swiftly intercepted Bao Fei'er's heartfelt message. He then read it aloud for all to hear. Brother Long Tongue, I truly cherish you, but I am mute and do not deserve you. If you insist on making me your fiancé, you will be ridiculed by all. My only wish is for you to live each day joyfully. I do not want you to suffer in this world because of me, although I cannot alter my father's and sister's decisions. I hope you will annul your engagement with my sister. Upon finishing the reading, a joyful smile adorned Longtang's face. He then turned to Longting and exclaimed, Longting, listen closely. You are even less sensible than a mute, since Bao Caitian has no desire to wed his eldest daughter to you, a worthless being. You should promptly annul your engagement with Bao Anqing. At that moment, Long Quang exchanged fervent glances with his grandfather, Long An, for he had long harbored a particular fondness for Bao Anqing. Observing this exchange, Long An nodded, reflecting momentarily before turning to Bao Caitian with a beaming smile, saying, Patriarch Ba. Although Longting has awakened a feeble combat spirit, my grandson Long Quang possesses the formidable mighty black gorilla spirit, a spirit of exceptional quality. If your beloved daughter Bao Anqing could unite in marriage with my grandson, I would gladly consent to the engagement between Bao Fei'er and Longting. Moreover, should our two families ally, no other clan in Kayong City would dare to provoke us. Ha. Hearing Longtang's words, Bao Caitian could not help but laugh, filled with delight. For he had already known that Long Quang had awakened the mighty black gorilla spirit. Thus, he smiled at Long An and declared, since the esteemed elder has spoken so forthrightly, I shall now annul my eldest daughter Ba Anqing's engagement with Longting and instead arrange for Long Quang and Ba Anqing to be betrothed. Upon hearing this, Muyunji expressed her profound anger towards both Bao Caitian and Long An, saying, You two cannot humiliate my son in such a manner. Mother, do not concern yourself with them. My heart belongs to Bao Fei'er, and I wish for her to be my fiancée. Long Tongue urgently spoke to Muyunji, fearing that his mother would once again thwart his engagement to Bao Fei'er. Upon hearing this, Muyunji shook her head with a sense of helplessness. Her gaze was filled with complexity, as she felt her son had completely transformed into a different person. Thus, she earnestly addressed her son, Tinger. If you allow Bao Feier to become your fiancé, our family will forever be unable to hold our heads high. Are you truly certain about making Bao Feier your betrothed? Chapter 3. I shall abolish your position as young clan leader. Absolutely. Long Tongue replied resolutely. Sighing deeply, Mu Yunji said helplessly to Long Tongue, Tinger, since you have such a deep affection for Feier, as your mother, I shall support you. Thank you, mother. Long was filled with immense excitement as he eagerly responded, yearning to rush over and plant a few kisses on Bao Feier's face. Brother, have you lost your mind? Long Miao, in a state of perplexity, questioned why her brother would harbor affection for the mute Bao Feier. A puzzle she could not unravel even if she racked her brains. Ha. Bao Kaidian could not help but burst into laughter. Today, not only had he cast aside his mute daughter, but Bao Anqing had also formed an alliance with the extraordinarily gifted young man, Long Quang, who had awakened the strength of a mighty gorilla. Truly, it was an extraordinary cause for celebration. It is no exaggeration to say that he would awaken from dreams with a smile upon his face. Shortly thereafter, he tossed the absorbing ring pill towards Long Ting. Bao Kaidian, the reason I am willing to accept Bao Feier as my betrothed is not due to your absorbing ring pill. My affection for her is genuine. I urge you to reclaim your pill. Long Ting resolutely declined the offer. In his previous life, he was a master alchemist of unparalleled skill, and crafting a first-grade absorption pill would be a trivial endeavor for him. Observing Long Ting's refusal, Bao Kaidian felt an immense sense of joy, deeming Long Ting to be quite the fool. Furthermore, as this absorption pill had cost him a considerable sum, he swiftly placed it into his spatial ring. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly smiled at Bao Kaidian and said, Dear Bao, since you have consented to these two marriages, you should now annul the marriage contract between Long Ting and Bao Anqing, and instead draft a new contract for Bao Anqing and my grandson, Long Quang, as well as for Long Ting and Bao Feier. Excellent, Bao Kaidian exclaimed, nodding with excitement, then turning to Long Ting with a beaming smile. Let us proceed to finalize these two joyous unions. Long Tan, filled with excitement, addressed Bao Caitian. Dear Bao Kai, once the marriage certificates are completed, we shall celebrate for 3 days starting today. Excellent. Bao Caitian nodded vigorously, equally exhilarated. Soon, the steward of the Long family prepared 4 copies of the marriage certificates. At the moment Long Ting received them, an involuntary smile spread across his face as he felt it was heaven's assistance. The happiest person at that moment was Long Quang. For Bao Jia's talented young lady, Bao Anqing, had become his fiancée. Just then, Long Tan proclaimed loudly to everyone, I hereby announce the revocation of Long Ting's position as the young clan leader. After all, one who awakens a useless martial spirit is unworthy of being our clan's leader. From this day forth, the position shall be held by my grandson Long Quang. Upon hearing this, Long Ting furrowed his brow and solemnly replied to Long Tan, Long Tan, you are merely the elder, not the clan leader. You lack the authority to dismiss my position. Long Ting, your father has been missing for over 3 years, and I have presided over all matters of the Long family. Thus, I possess the right to revoke your title as the young clan leader. Long Ting solemnly addressed Long An. Long An, the position of the young clan leader should be held by the strongest among us. I am more formidable than your grandson, Long Quang. Ha ha ha. Long Ting couldn't help but laugh, his laughter laced with derision. After a few chuckles, he solemnly addressed Long Ting. Long Ting, it has become evident to me that your displeasure stems from witnessing my grandson Long Quang's union with Bao Anqing. You are deliberately seeking to trouble me. However, it matters not. You are indeed correct. The position of the young clan leader in the Long family should rightfully belong to the strongest youth. Once this celebration concludes in 3 days, I shall arrange for my grandson Long Quang to compete against you. The victor shall assume the role of clan leader. Do you dare accept this challenge? Upon hearing this, Long Miao urgently interjected, Long Tan, what you propose is exceedingly unfair. Your grandson Long Quang is not only 3 years older than my brother, but he has also reached the 13th rank of Do Master. My brother has only just awakened his Do Soul today. There is no way he can triumph over your elder grandson Long Quang. Mu Yunji gravely added, Long Tan, my daughter speaks the truth. It is highly inequitable to have your elder grandson compete against my Tinger. Why not have your younger grandson Long Hua face my son instead? After all, both have just awakened their Do Souls today. Hiki. Long chuckled coldly twice, then solemnly addressed Mu Yunji. Mu Yunji, what you must comprehend now is that I am seeking to select the most formidable individual among the younger generation to serve as the young clan leader. Should Long Ting hesitate to engage in battle, I shall promptly declare my grandson, Long Quang, as the young clan leader. Long Tan, in 3 days hence, I shall compete with Long Quang. The victor shall assume the role of young clan leader. Long Tongue replied resolutely, for he possessed innate, full fighting spirit, which signified that he had attained the rank of a 10th level fighter. Once he hunted a magical beast in the beast forest and successfully absorbed the fighting ring from it. He would swiftly enhance his strength. Given his innate talent for full fighting spirit, his cultivation speed far surpassed that of Long Quang. He vividly recalled that when Long Quang awakened his fighting soul, he was merely a 3rd level fighter. Excellent. Longan nodded excitedly, then smiled at Longting and said, Longting, although you have awakened a seemingly useless martial spirit, your courage to challenge my grandson is commendable. Long Quang, when you compete against your cousin Longting, be sure to show him mercy. Ha. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall not harm my cousin Longting. With a smile adorning Long Quang's face, he secretly resolved within his heart that, having spared the wretched soul of Long Ting, the awakened waste of a battle spirit, he would undoubtedly eliminate him in 3 days. After all, Long Ting was infinitely more handsome than he, and Long Quang feared that Long Ting might harbor nefarious intentions towards his betrothed, Bao Anqing. Long Ting was seething with anger, yet he managed to stifle the fury within him. He swiftly approached Baofir, gently grasping her hand as he spoke. Fair, rest assured. I shall ensure that you find your voice. Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in Baofir's eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. As Longting gently wiped away her tears, he comforted her, saying, Fair, from this moment onward, I will cherish you dearly. Baofir, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded vigorously. He then inscribed on paper, Tingu, your kindness towards me is beyond measure. I never imagined that someone would accept a mute like me as a fiancé. Should you ever regret this decision, you may dismiss me at any time, and I shall not hold it against you. Observing the heartfelt words penned by Baofir, Longting felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Nevertheless, he resolutely assured her, Fair, I shall never abandon you. Come, I have something to discuss. Baofia nodded with immense happiness and followed Longting out of the hall. Meanwhile, Bao Anqing regarded the departing figures of Longting and Baofia with disdain. Witnessing this, Mu Yunji and her daughter Long Miao also chose to leave, their dignity too compromised to remain. After exiting the hall, Mu Yunji solemnly addressed Longting. My dear Tinger, I must speak candidly. A mute cannot be cured. Even if you were to summon the most skilled alchemist in the world, it would be impossible to restore Baofeia's voice. Longting said to Mu Yunji, Mother, I have a way to cure Fair, so you need not worry about this matter. Sighing deeply, Mu Yunji then inquired of Longting, My dear Tinger, what are your plans for the time ahead? Longting said to Mu Yunji, Mother, I shall venture into the beast forest at dawn tomorrow to hunt a magical beast suitable for my battle spirit. And I will also gather herbs for Fea to concoct elixirs. My dear Tinger, could it be that you have awakened with innate full battle power? Mu Yunji inquired, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Longting nodded. Mu Yunji was profoundly astonished, for in the realm of Duki, those who awaken with innate full combat power are exceedingly rare. This implies that once Longting successfully hunts a magical beast and absorbs its do ring, he could swiftly enhance his strength. At that moment, Longting said to Mu Yunji, Mother, you and my sister must not disclose this matter to anyone, lest it brings unnecessary danger upon me. Mu Yunji solemnly reassured him. Rest assured, Tinger, my sister and I will never reveal this to anyone. Oh, and you must ensure that Baofia also keeps this secret, she added. Upon hearing this, Baofia resolutely shook her head, affirming that she would not divulge this information to anyone. Mu Yunji cautioned Longting earnestly, Tinger, you must not venture deep into the magical beast forest tomorrow, for the further one goes, the more formidable the beasts become. Do not worry, Mother. I would never gamble with my life or Fair's, he replied. After nightfall, Mu Yunji arranged a separate room for Baofia. Considering that she had yet to formally enter the family, Longting sat on his bed, lost in contemplation. He distinctly recalled that Baofia had previously informed him on paper that she was not congenitally mute but had lost her voice on her 12th birthday, suffering excruciating pain in her throat and expelling copious amounts of blood. Thus, Longting was certain that Baofia had likely been the victim of a malicious scheme. However, in his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of mastery in alchemy, which endowed him with the ability to restore Baofia's voice, and he was determined to uncover the identity of the heartless individual who had caused her suffering. Subsequently, Longting summoned his violet blue vine, as he wished to test its entangling capabilities. With a mere thought, the vine swiftly ensnared the window tightly. Witnessing this, Longting felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and began to pull on the vine to assess its resilience. Without employing any fighting force, he found it impossible to sever the vine. As time progressed, he exerted his fighting energy, and only upon reaching the 6th level of combatant did he manage to break the vine. This indicated that the violet-blue vine had ultimately withstood the pulling force equivalent to that of a 5th level combatant. Little 1. What you need to focus on for now is enhancing the vine's resilience and offensive capabilities, such as enabling it to launch fruit as projectiles against adversaries. A feminine voice suddenly resonated. Who is speaking to me? Longtongue was particularly astonished and inquired, for he was aware of enhancing the resilience of the purple-blue vine. Yet he never anticipated that it could launch fruits as a means to assault adversaries. More significantly, the purple-blue vine did not bear any fruit at all. This implies that in order to enable the purple-blue vine to hurl fruits at its foes, one would need to hunt plant monsters in the monster forest that utilized fruits for attack, subsequently absorbing their combat rings to make this possible. Longting sensed that the woman who had just spoken was far from ordinary. Thus, he commenced a meticulous search within the room, his sole desire being to swiftly locate the enigmatic speaker. Chapter 4. Who exactly are you? After surveying his surroundings, Longtongue found himself alone, with not a single soul in sight. What transpired next startled him profoundly, for from within his purple-blue vine emerged the apparition of a woman clad in white. To be precise, it was the ethereal spirit of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her countenance rivaled that of Bao Fei, yet she possessed an air of aloofness, while Bao Fei exuded warmth and kindness and abundance. Who are you? Why do you hide within my purple-blue vine? Longting inquired with great curiosity. The woman in white responded icily, do not concern yourself with my identity. What I wish to convey is that I can guide your cultivation and expedite your journey to strength. Upon hearing this, Longting solemnly replied, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I cannot believe you would assist me without reason. What is your true intention? The woman in white gravely stated, it is because my soul has sought refuge within your purple-blue vine to evade the pursuit of others. Longtongue was taken aback. This revelation was indeed remarkable. It was the first time he learned that a soul could conceal itself within another's battle spirit. Longtongue perceives that this woman in white is not an ordinary lady. Longtongue curiously inquired of the woman in white, what is your name? The woman replied with an air of aloofness, the time is not yet ripe for me to disclose that. However, you may refer to me as your master, for I possess the ability to expedite your journey to strength. Upon hearing this, Longting solemnly stated, should you truly possess remarkable skills, I would be honored to become your disciple. Yet, if your teachings prove to be mediocre, you would not be worthy of the title of my master. Excellent. The woman in white nodded, then added, I appreciate your spirited nature. Longting solemnly addressed the woman in white. The fact that you can conceal yourself within my soul of battle signifies your exceptional intelligence. Pray tell, who is it that seeks to take your life? In response, the woman in white coldly replied, at this moment, I have no desire to disclose that information to you. Longting solemnly addressed the maiden in white, as your soul resides within my battle spirit, I possess the right to know everything. Should you remain silent today, I will certainly devise means to expel you from my battle spirit. With a deep sigh, the maiden in white replied, I am called Zhu Yuanling. Like you, I am also a dual battle spirit, and I possess the ability to create and wield the most formidable mechanisms and hidden weapons in this world. It is precisely for this reason that I incurred the jealousy of my classmate, Sun Yiwei, who surreptitiously poisoned me with the most potent toxin, rendering me a mere vegetable. Upon discovering the truth, my sister demanded that the Academy hold Sun Yiwei accountable for my demise in accordance with the laws of the Starry Empire. However, we were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Sun Yiwei is the granddaughter of the esteemed elder Sun Chilio of the Battle Spirit Hall, and that her father, uncle, and aunt hold high-ranking positions within the hall. Upon hearing my sister's demand for retribution, they not only obliterated the evidence at the Academy, but also eliminated my sister, and, most infuriatingly, they shattered her soul. In the end, I forcibly employed a secret method to escape my body and concealed my soul within the battle spirit of yours. Even though you had not yet awakened your battle spirit at that time, I could distinctly sense that you two are a dual battle spirit. Though this transpired over a decade ago, the memory still pierces my heart like a dagger. My sister and I were wronged beyond measure. Furthermore, my parents have been ensnared by the higher-ups of the Battle Spirit Hall, who intend to leverage them to compel my soul to manifest. I shall impart all that I know to you, including the art of crafting mechanisms and hidden weapons. Should you ascend to become the mightiest in the continent of Battle Chi, I implore you to seek vengeance for our family. If you should falter in this endeavor, I shall confront the vile scoundrels of the Battle Spirit Hall with my own soul. Though they may obliterate my essence in an instant, I harbor no fear. Zhu Senior, when I attain the pinnacle of strength in this world, I vow to avenge you. Should the Battle Spirit Hall dare to obstruct me, I shall ensure that it is eradicated from existence. Long Tongue replied resolutely, yet his eyes had already begun to glisten with moisture. It was precisely due to Sun Inwei's jealousy that the esteemed Zhu family was torn apart. It is those scoundrels of the Fighting Soul Hall who have obliterated fairness and justice in this world. As a paragon of justice, Long Ting believed that neglecting this matter would render his notion of fairness and righteousness utterly meaningless. Upon hearing his words, tears cascaded down the cheeks of the woman clad in white. The following morning arrived. After having breakfast, Long Ting set off towards the beast forest with Baofir in tow. Long Tongue has resolutely made up his mind that once he enters the beast forest, he will certainly hunt down a creature that is suitable for his purple-blue vine. Long Ting understood that, at present, the beast in the monster forest could be categorized into two types, animal beasts and plant beasts. However, the number of plant beasts was considerably fewer than that of animal beasts. Soon, Long Ting led Baofir to the entrance of the monster forest. Long Ting solemnly instructed Bao Fair, "Fair, you must stay closely behind me. Since you cannot speak for the time being, should you perceive any danger, swiftly tap my shoulder." In response, Bao Fei quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, "Tengu, I will closely follow you. Given the ferocity of the beasts in the monster forest, you must exercise utmost caution." Observing the words penned by Bao Fei, Long Ting felt a surge of joy and gently patted her head. Subsequently, he took her hand and ventured into the monster forest. Upon entering, they encountered numerous small beasts. However, upon noticing Long Tongue and Bao Fei, the creatures hastily scurried away. Additionally, various snakes and birds adorned the branches above. As Long Ting and Baofir strolled for a while, they observed the leaves before them quivering rapidly. Sensing this phenomenon, Long Ting realized that a formidable magical beast was undoubtedly charging towards them. At this moment, Long Tongue was fully prepared for battle, for he feared that the magical beast might harm Bao Fei. In the blink of an eye, a tricolored leopard with fur of red, green, and blue dashed before him and Bao Fei. From my experience, this is an 80-year-old tricolored leopard. Although it possesses formidable attacking power and astonishing speed, it is not compatible with your fighting spirit. As long as you do not initiate an attack, it will swiftly retreat. The voice of Zhu Yuanling resonated in Long Ting's mind. Long Ting nodded and continued deeper into the forest with Bao Fei. As they ventured further, they encountered an increasing array of magical beasts. What transpired next startled both Long Tongue and Bao Fei, causing them to retreat in alarm. Before them loomed a massive flower, resplendent in hues of purple and green, which suddenly unfurled its gaping maw. More terrifyingly, this colossal blossom sported 3 horns arranged in a vertical line atop its head. It possessed 2 large, round eyes, brimming with a murderous ferocity and insatiable greed. Its mouth was lined with numerous long, sharp teeth, and its tongue was a vivid crimson. The cavernous opening of its mouth appeared capable of devouring both Long Tongue and Bao Fei in a single bite. Swiftly, it lunged toward them with alarming speed. In response, Long Ting grasped Bao Fei's hand, pulling her aside just in time. He felt a sense of relief knowing that this carnivorous flower could not move. Had it possessed the ability to chase them, their situation would have been dire. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed once more in Long Tongue's mind. Long Tongue, the plant monster before you, is known as the giant mouth carnivorous flower. It feeds not only on humans but also on other magical beasts. Although its attack power is formidable, it can consume only one being at a time. Moreover, it requires at least 5 breaths to finish its meal. As this particular giant mouth carnivorous flower is merely a century old, it is bound to its location while feeding and cannot move. Due to its youth, it is not yet suitable for your purple-blue vine as a combat ring. You must continue your search. Should you fail to find a suitable combat ring this time, you may return to hunt this century-old flower at a later date. Long Ting nodded and continued forward with Bao Fei. At that moment, he inquired of Zhu Yuanling in his heart, "Senior, I have come across ancient texts stating that many cultivators who awaken plant battle souls hunt animal beasts as their battle rings. While there are no records of cultivators awakening plant battle souls hunting plant beasts for the same purpose. Why is that?" Zhu Yuanling replied gravely, "Long Ting, your question is exceedingly astute. This phenomenon arises because many cultivators who awaken plant battle souls believe that it is only through hunting animal beasts that their plant battle souls can grow stronger. This belief directly explains why numerous cultivators in the Duki continent pursue animal beasts. However, through my years of observation, I have discovered that there exist many formidable plant beasts within the monster forest. If you trust my judgment, I advise you to hunt the powerful plant beasts this time. I believe your purple-blue vine needs to enhance not only its resilience but also its offensive capabilities. Longting nodded. His curiosity piqued regarding the transformation of his purple-blue vine's offensive capabilities after acquiring a formidable plant monster's combat ring. At that moment, a green, spherical fruit, roughly the size of a watermelon, hurtled towards him and Baofei at an alarming speed. Sensing the impending danger, Longting swiftly pulled Baofei aside. Upon colliding with a large tree, the green fruit erupted, severing the trunk in an instant. This tree, as thick as a bowl, underscored the extraordinary power of the green fruit. My heavens! This monstrous object not only possesses explosive capabilities, but also wields such tremendous force. Had Baofei and I been unprotected, we would surely have met our demise upon its detonation. Long Tongue was engulfed in profound shock and trepidation. Just as he sought to discern the nature of the verdant spherical fruit, another identical green orb hurtled towards them with alarming speed. Observing the perilous situation, Long Tang and Baofei swiftly evaded the impending threat. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling resonated in Long Ting's mind. Long Ting. Based on my extensive experience, I surmise that the plant beast attacking you is known as the bomb shooter tree. Notice how the area where the tree was blasted is turned black. This indicates that the liquid within these explosive fruits is highly toxic. The bomb shooter tree is not only remarkably resilient, but its fruits can explode and are also venomous. I believe its fighting capabilities are particularly well suited for your purple-blue vine. You must seize this rare and exceptional opportunity. Longting nodded, deftly evading the onslaught of the green, spherical projectiles while swiftly charging toward the source of the assault. Longting now desires nothing more than to swiftly eliminate the bomb shooter tree, so that he may extract the fighting rings from it. Longting is currently enamored with the bombardier tree. If his violet-blue vine were to obtain its combat ring, it would be capable of launching explosive fruits for attack. The mere thought of this fills him with immense excitement. Chapter 5. The offensive power of the bombardier tree is truly formidable. At this moment, the bombardier tree is launching a rapid assault on Longting and Baofei. Clearly, the bombardier tree intends to use its fruits to obliterate Longting and Baofei with incredible swiftness. As Long Tongue deftly evaded the attacks, he anxiously inquired within his mind, Senior Zhu Yuanling, I did not initiate any aggression towards the bomb shooter tree. Why has it suddenly unleashed a fierce assault on both me and Baofei with its fruits? Zhu Yuanling's voice resonated in Long Tongue's mind. Long Tongue, you are unaware that the bomb shooter tree is exceedingly sensitive. The moment you approach it, it will instinctively retaliate by launching its fruits at you. The reason behind its attack is quite simple. It fears that you may hunt it down and absorb its battle ring. However, from the nature of the fruits it hurled at you, I can ascertain that this bomb shooter tree has been growing for at least several hundred years. I must caution you that the closer you get to it, the more ferocious its attacks will become, for its sole intent is to compel you to retreat swiftly. Exercise utmost caution. Should you be struck by its fruits, even if they do not prove fatal, they will certainly leave you gravely wounded. Furthermore, if the lethal toxins within its fruits were to splatter upon you, the consequences would be dire. It is prudent for you to remain vigilant. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanling's words, Long Tongue's previously tense demeanor became even more heightened. Nonetheless, he felt no fear. He had resolutely decided that he must eliminate the bomb shooter tree today and absorb its battle ring. His singular focus was on rapidly gaining strength, especially since he was to duel that scoundrel Long Quang in just 2 days. Long Ting was acutely aware that should he be defeated by Long Quang, the latter would likely eliminate him, given that the original owner of this body had met a similar fate at Long Quang's hands. Thus, Long Tongue resolved with unwavering determination that today, regardless of the effort required, he would strive to eradicate the bombardier tree. With that in mind, he quickened his pace. Soon, he and Baofei found themselves merely a dozen meters away from the bombardier tree. When they beheld the true visage of the tree, they were rendered speechless in utter astonishment. The bombardier tree stood several meters tall, with a trunk as thick as a large bowl. Remarkably, it bore no branches. At its apex rested a large, round head. Not only did it possess a pair of round, oversized eyes, but it also sported a set of leaf-shaped green ears. Most strikingly, its mouth was shaped like a cylinder. Longting now comprehends that the green fruits, which were launched at him and Baofei, originated from that cylindrical device. However, what perplexes Longtung is the ability of the bomb shooter tree to rotate its head at will. Its head is as agile as that of an owl. More importantly, the trunk of the bomb shooter tree can bend freely, resembling a structure crafted from glutinous rice. Longting has now come to deeply appreciate the remarkable resilience of the bomb shooter tree. This extraordinary plant beast truly possesses an enchanting mystique. At that moment, a thought crossed Longting's mind, prompting him to swiftly summon the purple-blue vine and the Xiantian sword. His intention was to ensnare the bomb shooter tree tightly with the purple-blue vine and subsequently eliminate it with the Xiantian sword. Upon witnessing this scene, Baofei was left utterly astonished, as it was the first time she learned that Tengu possessed dual soul fighters. What thrilled her even more was the recognition of the Xiantian sword that Tengu had summoned. It is worth noting that in this world, dual soul fighters are exceedingly rare, and those with innate full combat power are even scarcer. A practitioner of the Xiantian sword requires millennia of cultivation to emerge. At that moment, Baofei realized the true terror of the handsome man who had expressed a desire for her to become his fiancée. She believed that this dashing figure was destined to become a formidable force in the near future. The fact that Tengu summoned the Xiantian sword in her presence signified that he regarded her as someone exceptionally close to him. What puzzled her greatly was why Tengu had agreed to her becoming his fiancée. Just then, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Longting's mind. Longting, do not rush. Although I estimate that the age of this bomb shooter tree does not exceed 1,000 years for safety's sake, you should use the age-testing talisman to ascertain its true age. After all, your purple-blue vine can only absorb the combat rings of beasts under 1,000 years old. If its age surpasses 1,000 years, you will be unable to absorb its combat rings. Understood? Longting nodded, recognizing that his elder's advice was solely for his safety. And thus he felt compelled to heed their words. Swiftly, he retrieved a talisman designed for testing botanical magical beasts. With a surge of energy, he hurled the talisman towards the bomb shooter tree. The moment the talisman made contact with the tree, it transformed into a radiant point of white light. Before long, this luminous orb in the air unveiled 5 prominent characters. 990 years. Longtung gazed upon the 5 bold characters, his heart brimming with joy. For this bomb shooter tree was of an age perfectly suited for crafting the purple-blue vine-S fighting ring. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling's voice resonated once more in Longtung's mind. Longtung, although this bomb shooter tree is exceptionally suitable for your purple-blue vine-S fighting ring, its offensive power is exceedingly formidable. I must earnestly caution you that both you and Baofei must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, you two may find yourselves in grave danger today. And allow me to impart a piece of common knowledge. Whenever a cultivator employs a talisman to ascertain the age of a magical beast, it ignites the fury residing within them, prompting a frenzied assault upon the individual conducting the age assessment. Longting nodded, his mind consumed by a singular thought. No matter how frantically the bomb shooter tree assailed him, he was resolute in his determination to eliminate it today. The subsequent scene left both Longting and Baofei utterly astonished. They beheld the bomb shooter tree, its brows furrowed in fury, with eyes ablaze with uncontainable wrath. More significantly, its trunk bent low, and the speed at which it launched its fruit projectiles had markedly intensified. Longting believes that if this bombardier tree could speak, it would undoubtedly curse him in a fit of rage. As Longting swiftly evaded attacks, enveloped in a protective aura, he urgently called out to Baofei, Fair, you must keep your distance from the bomb shooter tree for your own safety. You should also shield yourself with your aura, for the fruits launched by that tree are exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, Baofei nodded helplessly. If she could speak, she would undoubtedly shout at Tung to be cautious. Under Longting's guidance, the violet-blue vines surged rapidly from the ground, elongating swiftly until they ensnared the bomb shooter tree's neck tightly. Longting presently seeks to have the purple-blue vine drag the bomb shooter tree's head to the opposite side. Under Longting's command, the purple-blue vine exerts itself, attempting to grasp the bomb shooter tree by its neck. What transpired next left both Longting and Baofei utterly astonished. The purple-blue vine was abruptly severed by the bomb shooter tree's force. Faced with this predicament, Longting felt a sense of helplessness. For the resilience of his purple-blue vine was woefully inadequate to withstand the pull of the bomb shooter tree. In such dire circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Longting to pierce the tree trunk with the Xiantian sword he wielded. As the bomb shooter tree had been ensnared momentarily by the purple-blue vine, its fury was ignited, causing its trunk to bend even lower. It relentlessly pursued Lonting, launching its fruits with fervent intensity. In this frantic situation, Lonting yearned to cleave the incoming fruits with his Xiantian sword, yet he hesitated, acutely aware of the formidable explosive power they possessed. At that moment, Lonting was beset with anxiety. Firstly, his purple-blue vine was incapable of ensnaring the bomb shooter tree. Secondly, he needed to swiftly evade the fruit projectiles. Thirdly, the Xiantian sword could not sever the fruits. And fourthly, the bomb shooter tree intensified its onslaught against him. The sole source of solace for Lonting was the fact that the bomb shooter tree's roots remained firmly anchored to the ground. Just then, Zhu Yuanling urgently called out to Lonting. Lonting, you must swiftly eliminate the bomb shooter tree. If you allow this situation to drag on, you will attract even more formidable beasts. Should that occur, both you and Bao Fei'er will surely be devoured, as your current powers are far too weak. Chapter 6. This is the only tactic I can employ against it. Upon hearing this, Lonting realized the wisdom in his elder's words and swiftly began to devise a strategy to confront the bomb shooter tree, his urgency mounting. At that moment, Bao Fei'er unexpectedly hurled a piece of paper towards Lonting, infused with her fighting spirit. Lonting realized that Bao Fei'er must have something of great importance to convey to him at that moment. He swiftly caught the paper she threw. While dodging, he glanced at the contents she had written. The note read, Tengu, hiding behind you is not a viable solution. I plan to quietly approach the bomb shooter tree from the other side and attack its trunk while you distract it in front. Only by collaborating in this manner can we swiftly eliminate this bomb shooter tree. After reading this, Lonting urgently replied, Fei'er, though your plan is commendable, the bomb shooter tree possesses an extraordinarily keen sense. Its ability to launch fruit as an attack is remarkably swift. If we proceed as you suggest, it will soon detect your presence. At that point, its aggression will intensify. Listen to me, you must keep your distance from it for now, as I have devised a more effective method to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, she was also particularly curious about the strategy Lonting intended to employ to eradicate the formidable bomb shooter tree, which had thrived for 990 years. She understood that overcoming this tree would be an arduous task. Therefore, she clasped her hands together in prayer for his safety. What transpired next left her utterly astounded. Lonting adeptly evaded the bomb shooter tree's assaults while urging the purple-blue vine to grow rapidly on its opposite side. Suddenly, the vine ensnared the hilt of a sword. It was a golden sword. Bao Fei'er instantly recognized it as Lonting's Xiantian sword. She felt a surge of excitement, believing he intended for the purple-blue vine to thrust the Xiantian sword fiercely into the bomb shooter tree's trunk. Just as her anticipation peaked, she witnessed the vine swiftly thrusting the sword toward the tree's trunk. However, what occurred subsequently left her in sheer disbelief. For the Xiantian sword failed to even pierce the bark of the bomb shooter tree. Lonting was utterly astonished, for he never imagined that the bomb shooter Shu could possess such formidable prowess. Lonting initially believed that with his Zuanshan sword, he could effortlessly pierce several holes in the trunk of the bombardier tree, given its ability to bend freely. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Lonting's mind. Lonting, your ingenuity is evident in the method you have devised. However, your own strength is insufficient. This is the direct reason why your Xylan vine lacks the power to penetrate the bombardier tree's trunk. Hearing this, Lonting felt a sense of helplessness, as the solution he had painstakingly conceived was proving ineffective. In his heart, he urgently communicated with Zhu Yuanling. Senior, my current strength is indeed too feeble to eliminate this bombardier tree. If I cannot swiftly remove it, we will attract formidable magical beasts, and both Fei'er and I will be in grave danger. Can you assist me in eliminating this tree? Zhu Yuanling's voice resonated once more in Lonting's mind. Lonting, my spirit is currently too weak, and I require ample time to recuperate. I shall not intervene lightly unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if you can devise a method to remove this bombardier tree on your own today, your combat abilities will see substantial enhancement. There is another crucial reason. Both plant and animal magical beasts are drawn to strong and intelligent cultivators. If a powerful adversary were to assist you in eliminating the bombardier tree, it might detonate before perishing. Once it detonates, its combat ring would be obliterated. Therefore, I urge you to swiftly conceive a feasible plan to dispose of it. Lonting nodded, finding the elder's words to be profoundly accurate. Subsequently, he anxiously sought a solution. In the blink of an eye, he conceived a brilliant strategy. Under his command, the violet blue vine ensnared the beautiful eyes of the bomb shooter tree with great tenacity. Consequently, the bomb shooter tree was rendered incapable of accurately attacking Long Tongue with its fruits. Observing this predicament, Long Tongue dashed toward the bomb shooter tree with great urgency. Although the bomb shooter tree was intent on dislodging the violet blue vine that entangled its eyes, it lacked the necessary limbs to do so. Frustrated, it could only shake its head in exasperation. Witnessing the scene left Balfeyer utterly astonished. She never imagined that Tingu would devise such a formidable tactic. She felt that employing this maneuver against the bomb shooter tree was nothing short of brilliant. At that moment, Long Ting had already reached the side of the bomb shooter tree. He then raised his Xiantian sword and forcefully thrust it toward the trunk of the bomb shooter tree. Driven by his desire to swiftly eliminate the threat, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. In an instant, the sword struck the trunk with tremendous force. However, what left him utterly astounded was that his Xiantian sword failed to penetrate the trunk. Longting understands that it is not the inadequacy of his Xiantian sword, but rather his current fighting power that is exceedingly feeble. Moreover, this bomb shooter tree has thrived for 990 years, making it no simple task to eradicate. What should he do now? Longting was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to eliminate the bomb archer tree. Thus, he fervently thrust the Xiantian sword into the trunk of the bomb archer tree with great vigor. However, after fervently stabbing the trunk over 10 times, he found that he had not even managed to pierce a small hole into it. Longting understood that even if he were to pierce the trunk of the bomb shooter tree with the Xiantian sword 1,000 times, he would not be able to create a single hole. However, he soon conceived a clever solution. Swiftly extending his left hand, he concentrated his thoughts, and a fierce blaze ignited in the palm of his hand. A joyful smile graced his face, for he intended to employ the fiery poison of the fire poison pearl to burn through the tree's trunk. He believed that once the fire poison infiltrated the bomb shooter tree's trunk, he would be able to pierce it several times with the Xiantian sword. Before long, the fire poison pearl had incinerated the tree's bark. Without hesitation, Longting seized the Xiantian sword and plunged it forcefully into the scorched area. Chapter 7. Commencing the absorption of the battle ring. What transpired next left Longting utterly astounded. The Xiantian sword effortlessly penetrated the bomb shooter tree's trunk. The tree emitted a piercing cry of agony. Hearing its wail, Longting felt a twinge of compassion and contemplated sparing it. Yet, he could not afford to relent. This was a rare find, a magical beast suited to his purple-blue vine. Furthermore, all practitioners in this world had been engaged in the hunt for magical beasts for countless years. There had been practitioners who wished to cultivate without resorting to slaying beasts. But the absence of magical beasts meant that they could not progress in their training, ultimately leading them to abandon any thoughts of halting the hunt. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling resonated within Longting's mind. Longting, what flame burns in the palm of your left hand? Senior, the flame in my left palm is innate. I do not know what it is called. At this moment, Longting could only respond in this manner, fully aware that even if he revealed to Zhu Yuanling that his soul had traversed from the northern region of the Duqi continent to the southern region, the elder would undoubtedly dismiss his words as mere fabrications. Just then, Zhu Yuanling's voice resonated solemnly within Longting's mind. Longting, I can distinctly sense that the flame in your palm is not only exceptionally powerful but also imbued with a potent venom, far more formidable than that of the bomb shooter tree. It is precisely this lethal toxicity that allows your flames to effortlessly incinerate the bark of the bomb shooter tree. Longting nodded, fully aware of the formidable power of the fire poison pearl, for in his previous life, he had utilized it to concoct numerous toxic elixirs. However, his intent was not to inflict harm but to offer salvation, as many afflicted by poison required these very elixirs to cleanse their bodies. This reflects the age-old adage of fighting poison with poison. At that moment, the verdant sap oozing from the bomb shooter tree ignited vigorously upon contact with the flames of the fire poison pearl, leaving Balfeo utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom that such a potent flame could blaze from Long Tongue's palm. Balfeo fervently wished for Long Tongue to restore her voice soon, for she had countless inquiries yearning to be posed to him. Moreover, she longed to express her heartfelt gratitude to him for accepting her, a mute, as his fiancée. Most importantly, she had an abundance of sweet nothings to share with him, as he was the most cherished person she had encountered throughout her life. The mere recollection of Longting visiting her home, bringing delightful treats and playful gifts, filled her with immeasurable joy. With the assistance of the fire poison pearl, Longting swiftly severed the bombardier tree. Subsequently, the bombardier tree crashed heavily to the ground. As Lonting's thoughts stirred, the violet-blue vines entwined around the bomb shooter tree's eyes vanished. At that moment, Bao Fei'er swiftly inscribed on the paper, "Tengu, you must quickly absorb the fighting ring of this bomb shooter tree. I will stand guard beside you. Regardless of the ferocity of any magical beast we encounter, I shall fiercely protect you." Very well, Longting nodded, deeply moved by the kindness that Bao Fei'er had shown him. However, he was also filled with excitement, for it was his first time absorbing the combat ring of a magical beast. He was particularly curious about how his purple-blue vine would transform upon successfully absorbing the ring. Meanwhile, hidden within the purple-blue vine, Zhu Yuanling was equally exhilarated, as she had never anticipated that Longting would so swiftly eliminate this bomb-throwing tree. What intrigued her most was the nature of the potent flame resting in Longting's palm. She now perceived him as someone extraordinary. Longting approached the bomb shooter tree and settled down beside it. Then he positioned himself in a 5-pointed star formation. Although it was his first attempt at absorbing the spirit ring from a magical beast, he understood that the process involved extracting the spirit ring from within the beast using his own fighting energy. This would ultimately allow the spirit ring to merge with his body, forging a profound connection with his violet-blue vine. Only by achieving this could he be deemed successful in his endeavor to absorb the spirit ring. As Longting's thoughts stirred, a visible aura of fighting spirit emanated from his body, swiftly soaring towards the bombardier tree. Upon penetrating the tree's core, a radiant yellow fighting ring emerged, spiraling gracefully in the air. Its circular form and vibrant hue rendered it exquisite, embodying the coveted energy that every fighter yearns for. Bao Fei'er gazed at the enchanting fighting ring, her heart brimming with excitement, fervently wishing for Tengu to successfully harness its power. With the fighting ring, Tengu would be able to ascend to new heights of strength. Longting was acutely aware that the process of absorbing the Do ring was fraught with excruciating pain and peril should the individual attempting the absorption lose focus. There was a grave risk of succumbing to madness. Thus, Longting was fully alert and concentrated. As his thoughts stirred, the Do ring of the bomb shooter tree soared above his head, gradually descending. When the ring reached the vicinity of his abdomen, Longting began to channel greater Do power into the absorption of the Do ring. As he intensified his efforts, a wave of pain surged through his body. Soon, beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead, glistening like fine jewels. As time progressed, the Do ring began to diminish in size, and the perspiration on Longting's brow swelled to the size of peas. Longting gritted his teeth tightly, his brow furrowed, revealing the immense agony he was enduring. Oh! The moment the fighting ring entered his body, he let out a pained scream. Once the ring penetrated his being, he focused his mind, forging a swift and intimate connection between the fighting ring and his violet-blue vine. At last, I have acquired the first fighting ring of my life. As Longting wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, he spoke with immense excitement. Observing this scene, Bao Fei'er swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper, "Tengu, now that you have successfully absorbed the first spirit ring of your life, I am particularly eager to know what your first ring skill is." The first ring skill is quite straightforward. It refers to the attack abilities that Longting's purple-blue vine has acquired after absorbing the spirit ring from the bombardier tree. Fei'er, allow me to demonstrate the changes that have occurred in my purple-blue vine, followed by the unveiling of its first ring skill. Longting, filled with excitement, suddenly focused his thoughts, and a yellow ring emerged from beneath his feet, settling around his waist. Almost instantaneously, a purple-blue vine began to sprout from the palm of his left hand. The moment he and Bao Fei'er beheld the vine, they were left utterly astonished. The purple-blue vine, originally solely in hues of purple and blue, now bore a subtle hint of green, enhancing its enigmatic allure. What thrilled Longting and Bao Fei'er most was that the vine, once no thicker than a chopstick, had now grown to the width of a typical adult's index finger. This transformation indicated that as Longting's purple-blue vine absorbed the ring from the explosive archer tree, it underwent a significant change. Fei'er, I shall first test the resilience of the purple-blue vine before determining its capacity to attack using fruit. Longting addressed Bao Fei'er, his thoughts summoning the purple-blue vine to tightly entwine a grand tree before him. He then exerted his, eager to ascertain the extent of the vine's enhanced resilience. He distinctly recalled that prior to absorbing the first, the vine could withstand a maximum pulling force equivalent to that of a 5th level. Thus, Longting commenced his test with the strength of a 6th level. When the vine remained unyielding, he escalated his efforts to that of a 7th level. Yet still it would not break. He proceeded to increase his further 8th level, 9th level, and finally 10th level. When even his 10th level strength failed to sever the vine. An exhilarated smile graced his face. His curiosity compelled him to further amplify his, for he was eager to discover the true limits of the vine's endurance. As he had only just successfully absorbed his first and had yet to begin his cultivation, his maximum exertion was restricted to that of a 10th level. Upon retracting the vine, he and Bao Feier were left astounded, gazing at the deep mark left upon the tree, its hue a striking purplish black. This indicated that the purple-blue vine had indeed acquired the potent venom of the bomb-thrower tree after absorbing its first. At that moment, Long Tongue turned to Bao Feier and proclaimed, "Feier, I shall now let the purple-blue vine demonstrate its capacity for attack using its fruits. Watch closely." With that, he focused his thoughts, and the purple-blue vine began to sprout from the ground. In mere moments, it ascended to several meters in height. Long Tongue and Bao Feier watched in rapt attention, eager to discover whether the vine could indeed strike with its fruits. As they observed with anticipation, the tip of the vine suddenly sprouted ahead, resembling that of the bomb-thrower tree, albeit colored to match the vine itself. Chapter 8. The power of the first ring technique is astonishingly strong. In light of this development, both Long Tongue and Bao Feier were filled with immense excitement and exhilaration. They understood that the emergence of a head akin to that of the bomb-thrower tree signified the vine's ability to launch attacks against foes using its fruits. Now, Long Tongue instructed, launch the fruits at the great tree directly in front of us. As Long Tongue spoke, he simultaneously harnessed his mental prowess to command the violet-blue vine to launch its fruits as a means of assault. In an instant, the vine's head swiftly propelled a purple fruit towards the towering tree. Upon impact, the fruit detonated with a resounding explosion. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the tree was abruptly severed. Furthermore, the trunk was subjected to the corrosive effects of a potent toxin. Witnessing this spectacle, both Long Tongue and Bao Feier were filled with immense excitement. Long Tongue was acutely aware that upon acquiring the bombardier tree's fighting ring, the purple-blue vine not only significantly enhanced its resilience but also endowed it with a potent venom. More importantly, it gained the ability to unleash explosive attacks using its fruits. How splendid! Long Tongue has now come to realize that the elder concealed within his purple-blue vines possesses extraordinary prowess. He is acutely aware that without the elder's guidance, he would never have succeeded in hunting the bomb-shooter tree as the inaugural spirit ring for his purple-blue vines. He would have undoubtedly chosen to hunt a beast instead, as his first spirit ring. At this moment, Bao Feier suddenly inscribed on the paper, "Tingu, I am particularly curious to know, after you acquire the bomb-shooter tree's spirit ring, how many purple-blue vines can you summon from the ground at once to assault your enemies?" Upon reading Bao Feier's inquiry, Long Tongue found himself intrigued, prompting him to experiment with controlling the purple-blue vines. Under his manipulation, the first purple-blue vine emerged from the earth, then the second, followed by the third. Just then, the voice of Zhu Yuanling resonated within Long Tongue's mind. "Long Tongue, at your current level of combat power, you can simultaneously summon 3 purple-blue vines from the ground to engage in battle with your foes. You may also launch fruits from all 3 vines at once. However, be advised that utilizing all 3 vines in an assault will rapidly deplete your combat power. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, you must refrain from ordering simultaneous attacks from all 3 vines. As your combat power escalates, you will be able to command a greater number of purple-blue vines to strike your enemies concurrently." Long Tongue nodded, his heart swelling with excitement at the mere thought of the bombardier tree's combat ring, which bestowed upon him the formidable power of the purple-blue vine. Overwhelmed by his elation, he rushed over to embrace Bao Feier, planting a swift kiss upon her cheek. Instantly, her face flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a ripe apple. For it was the first time a man had kissed her. Witnessing this delightful scene, Long Tongue earnestly expressed, "Feier, in the time to come, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to enhance my strength at a swift pace. Only then will I be able to better protect you." Upon hearing Long Tongue's heartfelt words, tears welled up in Bao Feier's eyes. As Long Tongue gently wiped away Bao Feier's tears, he said to her, "Feier, I shall now venture forth to gather the herbs that are most suitable for you." Bao Feier nodded with immense happiness. Long Tongue had firmly resolved to find the herbs needed to cure Bao Feier of her muteness today. He yearned deeply for her to speak. At that moment, Bao Feier swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper, "Tingu, if you cannot find the herbs in the monster forest, will you feel disappointed? Would you forsake me? Regardless of your decision, I shall not blame you." Upon reading her words, Long Tongue gently patted her head and sincerely replied, "What are you pondering, my dear? I must earnestly assure you that I will find the suitable herbs for your condition today. If I fail to locate them, I shall not relent. I will ensure you speak again, for you are the woman I cherish most dearly." In response, Balfea quickly wrote, "Tungu, your kindness is beyond measure. I shall never know how to repay you." Observing her words, Long Tongue jested, "Fair, expressing gratitude is quite simple. After we wed, just bear me several chubby babies. No, you must bear me 100, for my greatest delight lies in children." At his words, Balfea's cheeks flushed even more. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy. For Tingu was her utmost favorite. She gently nuzzled her head against his shoulder. Noticing this, Longting leaned closer and said, "Fair, I just stole a kiss from you. If you do not reciprocate, it would be to my detriment, and I wish to avoid such a fate." Hearing this, Balfea felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She recognized Ting Ji's playful banter. Now that she was his fiancée, and considering his kindness, she swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Just then, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Long Tongue's mind. "Long Tongue, you scoundrel, always charming the ladies. You must understand this. You are in the monster forest. You need to find the herbs for Balfea quickly. If you linger too long, fearsome beasts may encounter you both and devour you without hesitation. This is no jest. One must be mindful of the time and place for romance." Long Tongue, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded in acknowledgement. He then took Balfea by the hand, and together they ventured into the forest in search of the precious herbs. Long Tongue has made a resolute decision. Once he procures the medicinal herbs for Balfea, he shall concoct the elixir for her. Following her consumption of the potion, he will immerse himself in rapid cultivation. This is imperative, for Long Quang has not only ascended to the formidable rank of a 13th level battle master, but his battle soul is that of a mighty black gorilla, compounded by his ruthless nature. Therefore, Long Ting cannot afford to be remiss in the slightest regard towards him. At this moment, within the elder's study, Long Quang addressed Long Tan, "Grandfather, Long Tongue, that scoundrel, has ventured into the monster forest to hunt beasts. This implies that he has undoubtedly awakened his innate full combat power." Upon hearing his grandson's words, Long Tan was initially taken aback, but his expression soon settled into calmness. He then smiled at Long Quan and said, "My dear grandson, although Long Ting has awakened his innate full combat power, his fighting spirit is the purple blue vine. Even with the swiftest of cultivation, he will not be your match in 3 days' time. With your formidable strength akin to that of a mighty black gorilla, you possess the capability to subdue him effortlessly. At that point, you can render him powerless, ensuring he will obediently heed your commands henceforth." In response, Long Quang solemnly remarked to Long Tan, "Grandfather, you are aware that Long Tongue has previously exhibited great cowardice. Remarkably, he had the audacity to challenge me to a duel 3 days from now. I suspect he intends to employ underhanded tactics to secure a victory. As he is desperate to retain his position as the young clan leader." Longton pondered for a moment before replying, "My grandson, your concerns are not without merit. Therefore, I suggest you dispatch a few individuals into the monster forest to deal with him. However, ensure that the matter is handled discreetly, leaving no trace for Mu Yunji to exploit." Chapter 9. The two of you shall not escape the monster forest today. Long Quang nodded, his eyes brimming with a fierce and unquenchable wrath. Subsequently, he spoke urgently to Long Tan, "Grandfather, that scoundrel Long Tongue has ventured into the beast forest accompanied by Balfea. Although she is mute, she is far from foolish. Should she witness my men eliminating Long Ting, she will undoubtedly relay this incident to her father and sister. If they uncover the truth, not only will her father compel Bao Anqing to annul her engagement with me, but the Bao family will also sever ties with our Long family. I hold a deep affection for Bao Anqing. I cannot afford to lose her. Grandfather, what shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Long Tin fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of his grandson's concerns. After a brief moment of reflection, he could not help but burst into laughter, his joy evident. "Ha ha." Hearing his grandfather's laughter, Long Quang inquired with curiosity, "Grandfather, what has prompted your sudden mirth?" Long Tan smiled at Long Quang and said, "My precious grandson, have you not noticed? In truth, none of the Bao family holds any affection for Balfea. They even harbor disdain towards her. Otherwise, Bao Kaitian would never have allowed her to be betrothed to Longting, especially considering that Longting awakened the worthless battle spirit, the purple blue vine. You must instruct the individuals you are sending to ensure that once they enter the beast forest, they must eliminate both Longting and Balfea. After all, the demise of those two useless individuals would be of no consequence." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Long Quang was filled with excitement, convinced of his grandfather's wisdom. He then declared, "Grandfather, I shall dispatch someone immediately to eliminate those two wretches, Longting and Baofei. Longan nodded solemnly and addressed Longquang with gravity. Longquang, I must earnestly remind you that you must ensure that those you send carry out their tasks with utmost cleanliness, leaving no trace for Mu Yunji to grasp upon. Rest assured, grandfather, once my emissaries eliminate Longting and Baofei, even if Mu Yunji suspects my involvement, I shall assert that Longting and Baofei were devoured by the beasts of the monster beast forest. With a smile gracing his face, Longquang replied, having made a resolute decision. In order to successfully eliminate Longtong, he now needed to enlist the aid of several formidable individuals to confront him. Off you go. Longtan replied softly, believing that once the individuals sent by his grandson Longquang located Longting and Baofei, they would effortlessly eliminate the two. Especially since Longting had awakened a seemingly useless battle soul, the purple blue vine. Although he was unaware of the nature of Baofei's battle soul, he felt that removing Longting would make dealing with the mute girl significantly simpler. Meanwhile, in the depths of the monster forest, Longting spoke to Baofei, saying, Fei, I have closely examined your throat, and it appears that you have been rendered mute by the venom of a bugwillow snake. Therefore, to restore your voice, we shall require the snake's gallbladder. By combining it with a frost blue leaf and a bone-free heart flower to concoct a potion, we can heal your throat. Upon hearing this, Baofei quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, Tengu, although I am entirely unfamiliar with the art of alchemy. I have previously heard some elders of the Bao family speak of the formidable nature of the bugwillow snake. I do not wish for you to take the risk of hunting it for my sake. Longting addressed Baofei, saying, Fei, although you have been poisoned by the lethal venom of the bagu snake, the perpetrator administered only a minuscule amount. They are aware that if too much poison were to be introduced, you would immediately detect it, as the venom of the bagu snake possesses a notably pungent and bitter taste. Fortunately, the severity of your poisoning is minimal. Thus, a few decades' worth of bagu snake gallbladder will suffice for your remedy. With my current capabilities, hunting down a bagu snake of such age would be a trivial endeavor. Baofei nodded in understanding. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Longtong's mind. Longtong, are you certain you can concoct the elixir? Absolutely. With resolute determination, Longting replied, before he inhabiting this body, he was the most formidable alchemist in the Duki continent, unmatched by any other. With his exceptional alchemical prowess, he was confident he could restore Baofei's voice. He then turned to her and said, Fei, we must quicken our pace. I am eager to locate the bugwillow serpent for you. Baofei nodded, hastening her steps. She felt deeply touched, were it not for her. Tengu would not be risking his safety in the perilous monster forest to seek out the bugwillow serpent. After a brief walk, Longting called out to Baofei, Fei, I can distinctly sense the fragrance of the ice blue leaf grass not far ahead of us. Upon hearing this, Baofei's face lit up with delight, and she bestowed upon Longting a sweet smile. As Longting continued to sniff the air, he soon discovered the ice blue leaf grass. Its leaves shimmered in blue, surrounded by a gentle chill, and a delicate layer of frost adorned its surface. How beautiful the ice blue leaf grass is! Your sense of smell is truly remarkable, exclaimed the voice of Zhu Yuanling excitedly within Longting's mind. A smile graced Longtong's face, for in his previous life he had refined countless elixirs, enabling him to discern the scent of any herb with merely a whiff. Just as Baofei was about to reach for the frost blue leaf herb, Longtong swiftly seized her hand and implored her with urgency. Fei, you must not touch the frost blue leaf herb. If you do, it will shatter instantaneously. Baofei nodded, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. Had it not been for Tung Ji's warning, she would have undoubtedly destroyed this precious herb. Longtang swiftly extracted the entire frost blue leaf herb from the soil with his formidable strength. Immediately afterward, he placed the herb into his spatial ring. Amidst the icy blue foliage of the blue-leafed grass, Longting chanced upon a unique specimen of the stemless heart flower. This exquisite blossom is characterized by its absence of stems and leaves, with petals that resemble delicate silk, radiant and white as jade, each vein and fiber revealing an enchanting gracefulness. As Longting and Baofei advanced a little further, they encountered a magnificent bugwillow snake. This serpent measured approximately 3 meters in length, exhibiting a graceful form with a streamlined body. Its scales were smooth and glistening, adorned in a striking hue of black and crimson. While its tail was elongated and sharply pointed, Longting utilized a testing talisman, revealing that the bugwillow snake had reached precisely 50 years of age. This indicated that the snake's gallbladder was perfectly suited for Fei's alchemical endeavors. Given the diminutive size of the Bagu Luo snake, Longting, with his current prowess, was confident he could swiftly eliminate it and extract the gallbladder. With a thought, he commanded the Xylan vine to ensnare the Bagu Luo snake tightly. He then brandished the Xiantian sword and, in a single stroke, severed the snake's head. Following this, he promptly retrieved the gallbladder and placed it into a vial, which he subsequently stored within his spatial ring. Grasping Bao Feier's hand, he urged, "Feier, let us hasten our departure from the beast forest." Feier nodded with excitement, and together they made their way toward the exit of the forest. After walking for a while, a voice suddenly resonated from their left front. "You two shall not escape the beast forest today." Long Tongue turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that the speaker was Long Quang's younger brother, Long Hua, who was accompanied by two imposing henchmen. Longting was particularly astonished. Although Long Hua had awakened with a 4-star fighting power today, the strength of the two subordinates he brought along was formidable. One subordinate, Long Ding, had attained the level of an 11th tier fighter, while the other, Long Ming, had reached the 12th tier. Long Tongue was acutely aware that Long Hua intended for his two lackeys to eliminate both him and Bao Feier. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for he had no avenue of retreat. His only recourse was to engage in battle. He had resolutely resolved to unleash the formidable power of the first ring technique of his purple-blue vine upon Long Hua and his companions today. Long Tongue furiously exclaimed at the three individuals from Long Hua, "You wretched fools! If you seek death, I shall grant your wish today." One of the trio retorted, "Long Tongue, you pathetic wretch with your awakened, yet useless fighting spirit, your arrogance is quite bold. Today, we shall send you and your two worthless companions on your final journey." Dragonoa's tone was laced with disdain, as he held both Longding and Bao Feier in utter contempt. He then commanded his two subordinates beside him, Long Ding, Long Ming. "You two must eliminate those two worthless beings, Longding and Bao Feier, at once." Chapter 10. Your purple-blue vine is indeed poisonous. Upon hearing this, the small-eyed Longding confidently proclaimed to Dragonoa, "Brother Hua, I alone am more than capable of disposing of those two worthless individuals, while you and Brother Ming may simply observe." Long Hua solemnly addressed Longding, saying, "Longding, the reason my brother entrusted me with the task of bringing you two along to eliminate Longting and Bao Feier is that Longting has awakened the innate full combat power. You must exercise caution." Longding solemnly addressed Long Hua, "Hua, although Longting has awakened with innate full fighting capacity, the soul he possesses is that of the worthless purple-blue vine. With the formidable power of my fighting spirit, the Nether Demon Wolf, and having cultivated to the 11th level of fighter, I can eliminate those two scoundrels, Long Ting and Bao Feier, in mere moments. Long Ding, spare me the chatter. Let us engage in battle." The atmosphere surrounding Longting was thick with an overwhelming aura of menace. In an instant, he summoned his battle ring, which ascended from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, his purple-blue vine emerged from the palm of his hand. Ha 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 ha. Witnessing Longding's purple-blue vine, Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming could not help but erupt into laughter. Their mirth was laced with disdain and mockery. At that moment, Long Hua turned to Long Ding with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Long Ding, the thought of Longting attempting to eliminate you with his worthless purple-blue vine is utterly laughable. Longting, prepare to witness the true power of my battle spirit." The voice of Long Ding was still laced with disdain and mockery. Following a fleeting thought, his spectral demon wolf materialized behind him. The creature stood tall, its body cloaked in pitch-black fur that shimmered with a chilling gleam. Its eyes were deep and fierce, exuding an aura of menace. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws sharp as blades, while its long, thick tail swayed, releasing a faint veil of black mist that added an air of mystery and terror. Observing this, Long Hua smiled at Long Ding and said, "Once your spectral demon wolf launches an attack on Long Tongue, it will swiftly sever the violet-blue vines. You must eliminate Long Tongue at once. However, you must not dispose of Bao Feier. Her beauty is simply too striking. I intend to indulge in her company for a while, and once I have had my fill, you two may take turns. After we have thoroughly exhausted our amusement with Bao Feier, we will dispose of her and swiftly return to report to my brother." "Excellent." Longding nodded excitedly, for he held a particular fondness for Bao Feier, whose innocence was simply enchanting. Beside him, Long Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, finding Long Hua's suggestion quite splendid. Although he harbored a desire to engage with Bao Feier first, he dared not act upon it, for Long Hua was the younger brother of Long Quang. It is worth noting that Long Quang had ascended to the formidable rank of a 13th level battle master, surpassing Long Ming by a significant margin. At that moment, Long Teng's simmering anger reached its peak. He deemed Long Hua exceedingly despicable and resolved to eliminate those three detestable scoundrels without fail. Long Teng, considering the fact that you awakened a worthless battle soul, I shall now allow your purple-blue vine to ensnare me, and you shall witness how effortlessly I shall sever your vine. Long Ding's tone was laced with mockery, utterly dismissing Long Teng. Upon hearing this, Long Ting felt an immense joy in his heart. Since Long Ding had such a demand, he would now gladly oblige. Long Ting understood very well that if Long Ding was ensnared tightly by the purple-blue vines without the protection of his combat power, he would surely meet his demise today. For the purple-blue vines harbored the lethal venom of the bomb-shooter tree. Long Ting believed that since Long Ding sought to show off before him, he would swiftly eliminate Long Ding today. Once Long Ding was dealt with, confronting Long Ming would become significantly easier. Thus, with a mere thought, his violet-blue vines ensnared Long Ding's body tightly. Excellent. Long Ding's tone was laced with sarcasm. However, he did not regard Long Teng with any measure of respect. He believed that, with his prowess as an 11th level Do master, he could effortlessly sever Long Teng's violet-blue vines using his Do energy. Thus, he initially channeled the energy of a 5th level Do fighter into his arms with haste. Yet, as he exerted his strength outward, he soon realized that the power of a 5th level Do fighter was utterly insufficient to break Long Teng's violet-blue vines. A sense of dread surged within him as he thought, "This is not good. It's all over." The smile that had once adorned his face transformed into a grave expression, for he now recognized that he had grossly underestimated Long Teng. Consequently, he hastily intensified the Do energy in his arms. Yet, even with the strength of a 6th level Do fighter, he could not sever the vines. The effort of a 7th level Do fighter proved equally futile. Despite reaching the formidable rank of 11th level fighter, Long Ding found himself unable to sever the violet-blue vine. Anxiety began to swell within him. He understood all too well that as long as he could not break the violet-blue vine of Long Teng, he would be unable to launch an attack against him. If this stalemate continued, it was highly likely that he would meet his demise at the hands of Long Teng today. Long Hua urged Long Ding, "Long Ding, cease your frivolity and swiftly sever Long Teng's purple-blue vine. We must eliminate him post-haste. I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage with Baofear." Long Ding implored urgently, "Brother Ming, please save me." Upon hearing Long Ding's plea, Long Ming's heart sank, realizing that his brother was ensnared by the entangling grasp of the violet-blue vines. Without hesitation, Long Ming rushed towards Long Ding. Observing this, Long Ting's thoughts shifted, and the violet-blue vines tightened their grip around Long Ding's neck, causing him to writhe in excruciating agony. Long Ming urgently addressed Long Ting, "Long Ting, if you possess any sense today, you will swiftly release Long Ding. Otherwise, I shall ensure that both you and Baofei are methodically tormented to death." In response, Long Ting solemnly declared to Long Ming, "There is no chance of me releasing Long Ding. The three of you have come to slay me and Baofei. Why would I spare him?" With that, Long Teng intensified the grip of the violet-blue vine around Long Ding's neck. Soon, Long Ding was deprived of breath as the vine constricted him. Subsequently, Long Ting withdrew the vine. At that moment, it became evident that Long Ding's garments had been utterly corroded by the violet-blue vine, leaving his skin similarly ravaged. Most alarmingly, the flesh around his neck had decayed, exposing the charred remnants of his windpipe. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, Long Hua and Long Ming were utterly astonished. They had never dreamt that Long Teng's violet-blue vine possessed such a lethal toxin. Long Hua urgently urged Long Ming, "Long Ming, you must employ every possible means to swiftly eliminate Long Ting. If you fail to do so this time, we shall surely meet our demise today." Long Ming nodded, and shortly thereafter, he swiftly summoned his fighting spirit. His fighting spirit took the form of a dog, specifically known as the Shadow Probing Hound. This particular fighting spirit is notorious throughout the Duki continent for its despicable and shameless nature, as the Shadow Probing Hound specializes in targeting the vulnerable areas of its foes. Prior to the rise of Dragon's Ascend, certain elders within the family had recounted tales of the Shadow Probing Hound, known for its gruesome habit of biting off enemies' most vulnerable parts. More significantly, this fighting spirit not only has the ability to detach from its master, but also exhibits a penchant for maneuvering behind its adversaries to launch its attacks. Upon witnessing the Dragon Soul Shadow Hound of Long Ming, Long Ting finds himself engulfed in a tempest of fury. Long Ting has made a resolute decision. Today, he commands the purple-blue vines to unleash explosive fruits in a fierce assault against Long Ming. He is determined to eliminate Long Ming today, for he cannot abide the thought of Long Ming subsequently using the Shadow Hound to inflict harm upon other innocent lives. Under Long Ting's command, 3 purple-blue vines simultaneously launch explosive fruits in a concerted attack on Long Ming. Long Tung understood that once he eliminated Long Ming, his shadowy hound would also vanish. Chapter 11. You wish for mercy? Not a chance. Observing the situation, Long Ming realized that since Long Ting's purple-blue vine was highly toxic, the fruits it launched would possess the same lethal properties. Consequently, he concentrated a significant amount of his energy into his legs, swiftly evading the assault of the purple-blue vine's fruits. When he witnessed one of the fruits strike a tree, it obliterated the trunk instantaneously, and the corrosive sap began to eat away at the tree, leaving him gasping in shock. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly useless purple-blue vine possessed such formidable offensive capabilities. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Long Ting, "What type of beast did you slay to acquire the first ring of your purple-blue vine?" Long Ting remained silent. Consumed by a singular thought, he must swiftly eliminate Long Ming. After all, they were within the perilous confines of the monster forest, where even a fleeting moment of hesitation could prove fatal. However, Long Tung was acutely aware that Long Ming had not only ascended to the rank of a level 12 battle master, but also wielded the formidable Shadow Hound as his battle spirit. Thus, the task of vanquishing him would not be a trivial endeavor. With this in mind, Long Ting steeled himself, fully aware that although the purple-blue vine had granted him tremendous power after acquiring the first battle ring, he too possessed the capability to swiftly avenge Long Ding today. Long Ming's tone was imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace, and he swiftly made his way towards Long Tung. Observing this situation, Bao Feier felt a surge of anxiety. Although Tung had acquired a superior fighting ring for his prized purple-blue vine, the pressing concern remained that he had only reached the 10th level of fighter. Long Ming has ascended to the 12th level of a battle master, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Ting to eliminate him. Bao Feier initially intended to rush to Tung's aid, yet she recognized that, given her current strength, her intervention would only hinder Tang's assault on Long Ming. The only recourse available to her now is to offer her prayers for Tung. Long Tung, with my prowess and swiftness, your violet-blue vines cannot ensnare me. The fruits of your violet-blue vines cannot reach me. Today, I shall assuredly bring about your downfall. As Long Ming spoke, he simultaneously directed the shadow-probing hound to swiftly dart behind Long Ting. Observing this development, Long Tung naturally realized that Long Ming intended to utilize the shadow-probing hound for an audacious act against him. Long Ming, this scoundrel, is truly ruthless. Consequently, Long Ting commanded the purple-blue vine to unleash a barrage of explosive fruit attacks against him. Long Ming was now fully alert, for he perceived that Long Tung was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he charged swiftly towards Long Tung. Utilizing a substantial amount of his fighting energy as protection, he found that when the explosive fruit projected by Long Ting's violet-blue vines reached him, it was effectively thwarted by his defensive power. Despite the tremendous might of the explosive fruit, it could not possibly reach Long Ming, as his strength surpassed Long Ting's by 2 minor tiers. Today, Long Ting, your demise is inevitable. Long Ming's tone was steeped in an overwhelming aura of menace. He believed that with his prowess, he could swiftly eradicate Long Ting today. Long Ting, allow me to demonstrate my first ring technique. As Long Ming's words echoed, a yellow battle ring rapidly ascended from beneath his feet. Once the ring vanished, he pointed, and the yellow ring darted towards his shadow hound. First ring technique, Starving Hound Pounces. With Long Ming's proclamation, the shadow hound extended its razor-sharp claws and opened its gaping maw. In an instant, it lunged towards Long Ting, intent on tearing him apart and devouring him alive. Observing this dire situation, Long Tung's mind raced, and he commanded his purple-blue vines to ensnare the shadow hound. Long Tung, you are woefully naive. Your purple-blue vines cannot possibly bind my shadow hound now, as I have bestowed upon it a substantial amount of battle power. With Long Ming's assertion, the shadow hound swiftly severed the approaching purple-blue vines, moving with astonishing speed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Ting's heart sank. Although his purple-blue vines possessed the ability to entwine and were laced with potent venom, capable of launching explosive fruit as a means of assault, Long Ming's formidable battle power provided a robust defense. Thus, eliminating Long Ming with his purple-blue vines would prove to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, Long Ming menacingly declared to Long Tung, with the might of my first ring technique, it is merely a matter of time before I eliminate you. Long Ming, Cease your idle chatter and swiftly dispose of him to avenge Long Ding. Then, we shall make sport of Bai Fei until her demise. Very well. Long Ming nodded. And then he commanded his shadow hound to swiftly pounce upon Long Tongue. He believed that with the formidable capabilities of his shadow hound's first-tier skill, it would be able to swiftly reduce Long Ting to a mere pulp. At this moment, Bao Fei was consumed by anxiety, however. She could not voice her distress and was left to fret silently. The only action she could take was to clasp her hands together in silent prayer for her comrade. As Long Ming's shadow hound charged towards him with alarming speed, Long Ting was compelled to evade rapidly. Witnessing this, a sinister smile crept across Long Ming's face. Convinced that Long Ting was destined to meet his demise at the jaws of his shadow hound, just as he let his guard down. He was taken aback as Long Ting swiftly appeared beside him. With a mere thought, Long Ting summoned the Xiantian sword into his right hand. Without hesitation, he swung the sword fiercely towards Long Ming's head. Witnessing this, Long Ming was rendered utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had intended to evade swiftly, but it was already too late. With a swift stroke of the dragon's sword, it severed Long Ming's head from his shoulders. Long Ting was utterly astonished. He never imagined that his ancient sword could possess such formidable power. Witnessing this scene, Long Hua was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He understood all too well that, with both Long Ding and Long Ming eliminated by Long Ting, his own strength as a level 5 fighter would render him vulnerable to a slow and agonizing demise if he did not flee swiftly. Thus, he hastily scrambled to his feet, and, in a frantic race, he rolled and crawled towards the exit of the beast forest. His heart raced wildly, pounding in his chest. How dare he attempt to flee without inquiring whether I would permit it? The air was thick with a palpable aura of menace as Long Ting charged swiftly towards Long Hua. Upon hearing the ominous words, Long Hua implored, "Brother Ting, I beseech you, show me mercy and spare my life. I shall relinquish all the elixirs and gold I possess." Long Tongue retorted with unwavering resolve. "There is no possibility of mercy. Furthermore, once I rid myself of you, your treasures will inevitably belong to me." In desperation, Long Hua exclaimed, "Brother Tongue, if you grant me clemency today, I shall return and persuade my grandfather to allow you to retain the position of the clan's young leader instead of competing with my brother." Long Ting replied, "Indeed, I had contemplated sparing your life. However, your earlier words towards Long Ding and Long Ming about your intentions to toy with my fiancée, Bao Fei, seal your fate. For this affront, even if the mightiest of beings were to intervene, I am resolute in my decision to eliminate you, wretched creature." The atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming aura of menace as Long Tongue swiftly raised the Xiantian sword, directing it with lethal intent toward Long Hua's head. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched Long Hua. At that very moment, the anxious voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed urgently in Long Tongue's mind. "Long Tongue, by slaying these three here, the sin of their blood will undoubtedly attract a horde of ferocious beasts. Therefore, you must hastily depart this place with Bao Fei." Long Ting nodded and swiftly removed the spatial rings from the three individuals of Long Hua. Long Tongue glanced and noticed that the space rings belonging to the three members of Long Hua contained a considerable amount of gold coins and elixirs. Long Ting swiftly collected the spatial rings of the three members of the Long Hua clan into his own. Immediately thereafter, he urged Bao Fei, "We must hastily depart from the monster beast forest. Once we exit, I shall take you to the alchemy pavilion to concoct elixirs." Chapter 12. There is no choice but to employ this tactic against her. Bao Fei nodded in agreement. Long Ting grasped Bao Fei's hand and dashed towards the exit of the beast forest. Soon, the two emerged from the forest. At that moment, Bao Fei swiftly took out a piece of paper and began to write her thoughts to Long Ting. "Ting Ge, I was so worried for your safety during your fight with Long Ming. Fortunately, it turned out to be without serious consequences." Upon reading her words, Long Ting replied, "Fei, I am sorry to have caused you concern. Rest assured, once I successfully concoct the elixir for you, I am certain that you will be able to speak once you consume it." "Thank you, Ting Ge," Bao Fei wrote on the paper. Before long, they arrived at Klai City, the very place where the Long family resided. At that moment, Bao Fei inscribed on the paper again, "Ting Ge, you must know that in the continent of Duki, the status of alchemists is exceedingly high. Therefore, we ordinary individuals cannot hope to enter the alchemy pavilion to refine elixirs. Perhaps we should return to concoct the elixirs ourselves." Hearing this, Long Ting explained to Bao Fei, "You may not realize that the elixir I intend to create for you is, in fact, a poison. I must employ toxic flames for the alchemy process. Thus, A standard alchemy furnace cannot withstand the potency of these flames. To clarify, if I were to use a conventional furnace for your elixir, it would undoubtedly explode in an instant. Therefore, I must borrow a furnace from the alchemy pavilion, as they possess superior equipment. Baofear nodded in understanding. Longting said to Baofear, due to the formidable influence of the Dan Pavilion on the Duki continent, once we arrive there, you must stay closely behind me. Regardless of what transpires, I will handle it. Baofear nodded happily, feeling that Tengu was exceedingly kind to her. She quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, Tengu, if the people of the Dan Pavilion refuse to lend you the alchemy furnace, then so be it. I do not wish for you to attract their ire on my account. Fair, rest assured. Today, I shall certainly procure the alchemy furnace from the Dan Pavilion for you to concoct the antidote. Longting replied resolutely, yet he felt that Fea was entirely correct. After all, the original owner of this body was not an alchemist. Thus, given his current identity, borrowing an alchemical furnace from the Dan Pavilion would be a Herculean task. Nevertheless, in order to hear his beloved speak, he was determined to devise a way to secure the furnace from the Dan Pavilion today. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling's anxious voice echoed in Longting's mind. Longting, I understand your deep desire for your fiancée to utter her words. But the Dan Pavilion is not a place where an ordinary individual can easily borrow an alchemical furnace. Although the Dan Pavilion in Qiliai City is merely a branch, they have employed many formidable guards to ensure the safety of this establishment. Senior, rest assured, I possess a method to borrow the alchemical furnace from the Dan Pavilion. Longting responded in his heart, and soon after, he quickened his pace. Before long, he and Baofeo arrived at the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. Although the Dan Pavilion in Klai City was merely one of the numerous branches of the headquarters on the Duki continent, its decorative style was by no means inferior to that of the main establishment. The Klai City Dan Pavilion was constructed with the finest materials and meticulous craftsmanship, exuding an aura of luxury interwoven with artistic elegance. From the exquisite carvings at the entrance to the opulent decorations within, every detail had been thoughtfully designed and refined, allowing one to experience the formidable presence of the Dan Pavilion. Longting led Baofea into the Dan Pavilion. Before long, the two arrived at the front desk. Welcome to the Dan Pavilion in Klai City, young sir. How may I assist you? A plump woman of average appearance inquired with a warm smile directed at Longting. Longting inquired of the receptionist, may I ask how many gold coins are required to rent your alchemical furnace for a day? In response, the receptionist replied, if you are an alchemist, I can permit you to rent it. However, if you're not, you cannot utilize the alchemical furnace. Do you possess an alchemist qualification certificate? In the vast realm of Duki continent, every alchemist possesses a qualification badge issued by the Dan Pavilion. Although Longting was the most formidable alchemist in this world prior to his transmigration, the body he now inhabits lacks such credentials. Thus, he smiled at the young lady at the front desk and said, Miss, I once held an alchemist qualification badge. However, in my haste to leave today, I unfortunately forgot to bring it along. The young lady replied, Sir, it would be best for you to retrieve it before renting an alchemical furnace. Longting responded, Miss, I kindly ask for your understanding. As Longting spoke, he swiftly produced 10 gold coins from his person and presented them before the young lady. Observing this, the receptionist merely smiled and replied, My dear sir, I am truly sorry, but without the alchemist qualification badge, I cannot permit you to rent the alchemical furnace. In response to her words, Longting remained silent and retrieved an additional 20 gold coins from his spatial ring, placing them before the receptionist. She continued to smile at him, saying, Sir, we are merely adhering to the regulations. Please do not put me in a difficult position. My dear lady, this is merely a tip. My home is quite far from here. I kindly ask for your understanding. As Longting spoke, he retrieved 30 gold coins from his spatial ring. Were it not for the fact that his home-s alchemy furnace was incapable of refining pills for Baofear, he would not resort to such a method. The receptionist swiftly accepted the 60 gold coins handed to her by Longting, smiling warmly as she remarked, Young master, considering the considerable distance from your residence to the Dan Pavilion, I shall extend this convenience to you this time. However, it may not be possible in the future. Thank you very much. Longting nodded. He initially intended to acquire an alchemical furnace, however, he was acutely aware that the ordinary furnaces available for purchase could not withstand the intensity of his fire poison pearl. A superior alchemical furnace is a rare find. Thus, he resolved to utilize the furnace at the Dan Pavilion to concoct an antidote for Baofear. The lady at the front desk greeted Longting with a warm smile and said, Young master, The rental fee for the alchemical furnace for 1 day is 100 gold coins, and the deposit is 1,000 gold coins. Therefore, you will need to pay a total of 1,100 gold coins. Very well. Longting nodded and then addressed the receptionist, Miss. I am prepared to offer you 1,200 gold coins, with an additional 100 as a gratuity. However, I must insist that you provide me with the finest alchemical furnace your esteemed pill pavilion possesses. After all, I am about to concoct a potion for the most significant person in my life. The receptionist accepted the 1,200 gold coins with immense joy. Although she had received tips before, she had never encountered an alchemist who bestowed upon her a gratuity of 160 gold coins in a single gesture. She surmised that this charming young gentleman must have taken a liking to her. Consequently, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and cast a flirtatious glance towards Longting. Witnessing this, Longting felt a shiver run down his spine. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist began to register his details. Once completed, she smiled warmly at Longting and said, "Young sir, please sign here, and I shall escort you to select your alchemical furnace." Excellent. Longting nodded and swiftly inscribed his name in the register. "Young master, please follow me," the receptionist said with a beaming smile. Longting nodded and swiftly followed. Soon, the receptionist led him to a room specifically designed for alchemical furnaces. Observing the various types of furnaces, Longting furrowed his brows. Having previously crafted countless elixirs, he could distinctly perceive through his spiritual awareness that none of these furnaces could withstand the intensity of his fire poison pearl. Should he attempt to refine any elixir in one of these furnaces, the fire poison pearl would inevitably cause an explosion. Thus, he earnestly addressed the receptionist, "Miss, these furnaces are rather mundane. Could you possibly lend me a superior alchemical furnace?" The receptionist replied, "Young Master Long, I have already shown you all the alchemical furnaces available for rent in our Dan Pavilion. If you still cannot find one that suits your needs, I am afraid there is little I can do. However, even if you are unable to rent a suitable furnace today, the tip will not be refunded." Longting addressed the front desk attendant, "I am not so petty. However, I can distinctly sense that there is a slightly superior alchemy furnace on the second floor. Please accompany me to have a look." The attendant, feeling anxious, replied, "Young Master Long, the second floor houses Master Huang's alchemy furnace. Although he is currently away, I cannot allow just anyone to use his furnace." Upon hearing this, Longting produced 100 gold coins from his possession and presented them to the attendant. "Miss, my ability to perceive the superior quality of the furnace above from downstairs is a testament to my alchemical prowess, which has reached an extraordinary level. With my techniques, I assure you, I will not damage Master Huang's furnace. Moreover, I intend to concoct merely one elixir, which I can complete within the time it takes to burn a single incense stick. Let us consider this a chance to forge a friendship, shall we?" Chapter 13. The Catastrophe of Master Huang's Alchemy Furnace. The attendant, initially accepting the gratuity from Longting, then said, "Longting, I can lend you Master Huang's furnace for a brief period. However, I must earnestly caution you, you absolutely must not damage it. I will be forthright. Should you inadvertently ruin Master Huang's furnace, you will be liable for a substantial amount of gold to settle the matter. Fear not, miss. I shall exercise utmost caution," Longting assured her. Yet, despite his words, a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. For the potency of his fire poison pearl was indeed formidable. Longting had already made up his mind, before concocting elixirs for Baofei, he would first utilize the flames of the fire poison pearl to heat the alchemical furnace for a while. In doing so, even if the furnace were to explode, he would not incur any loss of the precious herbs he had gathered for Baofei. After all, the 3 herbs he had collected for her were exceedingly rare. For the sake of safety, this precaution was imperative. Regaining his focus, Longting smiled at the receptionist and said, "Miss, could you kindly escort us to Master Huang's alchemical chamber?" "Certainly," the receptionist replied with a bright smile, believing that Master Huang's furnace was quite exceptional. As long as Longting did not invite formidable cultivators to destroy it, there was no way he could ruin Master Huang's furnace. Thus, she led Longting to the second floor. Before long, she brought Longting and Baofei to Master Huang's alchemical chamber. The room was spacious, at least twice the size of the one Longting had seen on the first floor where the furnace was kept. It was evident that Master Huang held a position of great esteem within the entire alchemy pavilion of Klai City. To Longting's delight, a grand alchemical furnace stood majestically in the center of the chamber. Longting surveyed the cauldron with his divine sense, clearly recognizing that this alchemical furnace was vastly superior to all those on the first floor. However, He could not ascertain whether the furnace would explode when subjected to the flames of the fire-poisoned pearl, given the formidable intensity of its fire. Nevertheless, he had resolved to test it shortly. At that moment, the receptionist smiled at Lonting and said, "Lonting, Master Huang frequently uses this alchemical furnace, so please be careful not to damage it." Lonting replied, "Rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution." With a smile, Long Tongue replied, fully aware that the receptionist was referring to Master Huang, Huang Yizhen. Huang Yizhen, a second-tier alchemist within this alchemy pavilion, frequently set examination questions for aspiring alchemists seeking their qualifications. Although he held only the rank of a second-tier alchemist, it is essential to recognize that in the small city of Clay City, his status was considerably elevated. Long Tongue, you must swiftly concoct the elixir. And once you have completed it, ensure that this place is spotless. I certainly do not wish for Master Huang to discover any negligence on our part. The receptionist earnestly cautioned Long Tongue, her spirits lifted by the generous tips she had received from him today, far exceeding her usual daily wage of 50 gold coins. With a cheerful tune, she descended the stairs, humming, "Wolf dog, pair dog, wolf." Observing this, Longting turned to Bao Fei and instructed, "Fei, please hasten to close the door. I am about to commence the alchemical process for you. However, I must emphasize that until I have successfully crafted the elixir, you must not allow anyone to enter." Bao Fei nodded resolutely and swiftly made her way to close the door. As Longting focused his thoughts, the flames of the fire-poison pearl ignited in the palm of his hand. He then directed the flames to the bottom of the alchemical furnace. He had resolutely decided to continue heating this furnace with the flames of the fire-poison pearl. Only if the furnace did not explode would he dare to begin crafting elixirs for Bao Fei. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed from the alchemical furnace. Upon hearing the sound, Lonting felt a pang of dread, certain that the flames from his fire-poison pearl had caused the furnace to ignite explosively. Fortunately, he had placed the lid aside. Otherwise, the explosion's aftermath would have been unimaginable. In light of this alarming situation, Bao Fei was equally astonished. "Oh no, this alchemical furnace is Master Huang's favorite. How many gold coins will we have to compensate?" She swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper, "Tingu, your flames are so formidable that even Master Huang's furnace cannot withstand them. We should inform the receptionist and inquire how much we owe, then devise a plan to repay." Observing Bao Fei's frantic writing, Lonting reassured her, "Do not fret, Fei, I will handle this matter." Since they had entered Master Huang's alchemical chamber, he believed there must be more than one furnace within. To swiftly concoct elixirs for her, he resolved to thoroughly search the room. Before long, he discovered a particularly exceptional alchemical furnace tucked in a corner. Though it appeared quite ancient, Lonting sensed that it was far from an ordinary furnace. With alacrity, he summoned its power, lifting it to the center of the chamber. Seeing this, Bao Fei hurriedly wrote, "Tingu, are you certain this furnace can withstand the heat of the fire-poison pearl?" Lonting smiled at her words, replying, "Fei, I am now confident that this furnace can not only endure the intensity of my fire-poison pearl, but also enable me to swiftly produce superior elixirs for you, as it is vastly superior to the previous furnace. Oh, by the way, I shall commence the alchemical process now. Please stand guard at the door. No one must enter until I have completed your elixir." Bao Fei nodded eagerly, her heart brimming with excitement. For Lonting's efforts were all aimed at helping her find her voice sooner. At that moment, Lonting focused his thoughts once more, reigniting the flames of the fire-poison pearl in his palm. Under his control, the flames soared into the furnace's base. After a brief period of burning, he confirmed that this furnace would not explode, and he proceeded to place the bone-free heart flower into the furnace. After a while of alchemy, Longting swiftly retrieved a small white vial from his person. Upon opening it, he poured a quantity of yellow powder into the alchemical furnace. After another period of crafting, he introduced the frost blue leaf herb into the furnace. Continuing his work, he then added the serpent's gall extracted from the body of the Baguluo serpent. Following this, he intensified the flame. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed through the alchemy chamber. Hearing the commotion, Long Tongue urgently cautioned Bao Fei, "This is a critical moment in my potion crafting. You must not open the door. Long Tongue, please open the door quickly. Master Huang has returned," came the anxious voice of the front desk attendant. From her tone, Long Tongue could discern her profound regret and fear. At that moment, an elderly man's voice erupted in furious reprimand. "Lulime, how dare you? You allowed that awakened waste, Long Tongue, to enter my alchemy room to concoct potions. More importantly, He hasn't even passed the alchemist qualification exam. You foolishly believed his empty promises for a mere pittance. Your naivety is truly pitiable. I will make my intentions clear. If he damages my furnace today, I shall not only discipline him severely but also punish you, ultimately expelling you from the alchemist pavilion. Chapter 14. Quickly summon Manager Lu. Upon hearing this, Longting's heart sank. He recognized that the irate elder was none other than Huang Yizhen, a second-rank alchemist. Nevertheless, Longting had resolved that until he successfully crafted the potion for Baofei, he would not allow her to open the door. He was determined to produce the potion for her, especially since the materials, the bone-free heart flower, the serpent's gall from the Baguluo serpent, and the frost blue leaf herb, were quite rare. Moreover, he had already reached the semi-finished stage. With just a little more time, he could achieve success. What was more critical was that he had finally found a furnace capable of withstanding the intensity of his fire-poison pearl. Should he abandon this endeavor now? Even if he later found the three materials, he would struggle to locate another furnace of such quality. Thus, even if Huang Yizhen were to forcefully breach the door to the alchemy chamber, Long Tongue was resolute in completing the potion. Long Tongue, please open the door. Lu Limei, the front desk attendant, cried out in desperation, filled with regret and self-reproach. It was worth noting that her position at the alchemist pavilion was a result of considerable effort and expenditure of gold coins to secure connections. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Had she known Master Huang would return so swiftly, even 1,000 gold coins and tips from Long Tongue would not have swayed her. All she could do was silently pray, hoping against hope that she would not be expelled from the alchemist pavilion by Master Huang Yizhen. Longting solemnly addressed Baofei, "Fair. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, you must not open the door. Wait until I have successfully concocted the elixir. I will personally come to open it." Baofei nodded, her anxiety palpable, yet she found herself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, though Longting was indeed anxious, a resolute voice within him urged him to remain calm. Only by maintaining his composure could he hope to produce the elixir for Baofei. Long Tongue, open the door quickly. If you do not, you shall meet your demise today. Huang Yi's voice brimmed with furious intensity as he forcefully kicked the door. Despite his desire to break it down swiftly, the door proved to be incredibly sturdy. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of breaching it. Master Huang, please be patient. Once I have perfected the elixir, I will naturally open the door for you. As Longting meticulously controlled the fiery energy of the fire poison pearl to concoct elixirs, he calmly responded to Huang Yizhen outside the door. Upon hearing this, Huang Yizhen, filled with fury, chastised Longting, exclaiming, "Longting, you have never studied alchemy. Yet you now claim you will only open the door once you have successfully refined the elixir. You must honestly tell me what you are truly doing in my room." Long Tongue said to Master Huang Yizhen, "Master Huang, I am indeed in the midst of concocting pills, and I shall complete the process shortly. Please bear with me a moment, and I will open the door for you." In response, Huang Yizhen, filled with rage, kicked the door vehemently while furiously rebuking Long Tongue. "You worthless fool, not only have you deceived me, but you also expect me to wait a moment longer. Clearly, you hold me in utter contempt. You are truly insufferable. Hurry and summon Manager Lu for me." "Understood." Huang Yizhen's male assistant answered promptly and swiftly went to fetch Manager Lu. At this moment, Huang Limei was exceedingly anxious. Fully aware that with Longting escalating the situation, she risked not only being expelled from the pill pavilion, but also facing dire consequences for her life. If Longting were before her now, she would surely strangle him with her own hands. She found Longting to be utterly despicable. Soon, Huang Yizhen's assistant returned, escorting a particularly slender middle-aged man, Manager Lu. On his way, he had inquired about the unfolding events, and upon learning the details, he felt immense guilt and fury, as he was responsible for Lu Limei's oversight. With a resounding slap, Manager Lu struck Lu Limei before addressing her with palpable anger. "Lu Limei, did the pill pavilion fail to pay you this month? Just because Long Tongue offered you 260 gold coins, you allowed him to enter Master Huang Yizhen's alchemy chamber and wreak havoc. You possess remarkable audacity. Let me be clear, once I deal with that scoundrel Long Tongue, I shall have the guards give you a thorough beating and expel you from the pill pavilion. Furthermore, you shall never work in any pill pavilion again." Though Lu Limei's face burned from the blow, she dared not retort, as her actions were indeed blameworthy. To speak back now would surely result in further violence from Manager Lu, a dangerous prospect indeed. Her greatest animosity was not directed at Manager Lu, but rather at Long Tongue. "Lu Shitian, how do you manage Lu Limei? I have previously cautioned you. Without my express permission, no one is to enter my alchemy chamber. Let me be clear. Should Long Tongue damage any of the equipment within my chamber, I will hold you accountable. In response, Lu Shitian spoke earnestly to Huang Yijin. Master Huang, should that scoundrel Long Tongue cause any damage to the items in your alchemy chamber, I will compensate you double. After all, it is my failure to manage Lu Limei that has led to this predicament. It is easy for you to make such promises, Lu Shitian. But can you truly afford to compensate me for the items within? Huang Yijin's tone was infused with an overwhelming fury, inciting within him a desire to deliver a severe beating to Lu Shitian. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress the tempest of anger brewing within. Subsequently, he commanded Lu Shitian, "Open the door swiftly, and then teach that scoundrel Long Tongue a lesson." "Understood." Lu Shitian responded, gesturing for the others to step aside, as he prepared to forcibly breach the door with his strength. Meanwhile, Long Tongue was in a state of acute anxiety. The elixir he was concocting for Bao Feier was nearing completion, and any interruption could jeopardize his efforts. Thus, he could not allow anyone to open the door to the alchemy room. He urgently instructed Bao Feier, they intend to break down the door. Quickly come to my side. I fear for your safety. Bao Feier nodded and hurriedly ran towards Long Tongue. What transpired next left her utterly astonished. 3 purple-blue vines erupted simultaneously from the floor, their fruit-launching heads aimed directly at the door of the alchemy room. Bao Feier realized that if Huang Yijin and his companions dared to intrude, Tung Gu would retaliate fiercely with the explosive fruit. Chapter 15. They were all blown away by the explosive fruit. At that moment, Lu Shitian channeled a portion of his power into his hands and struck the door with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the door was obliterated. As Lu Shitian and his group prepared to charge at Long Tongue and Bao Feier, Long Tongue's mind stirred, and the 3 purple-blue vines unleashed their explosive fruits upon Lu Shitian's party. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shitian's heart sank. He understood the dire consequences should he be struck by Long Tongue's explosive fruits. He hurriedly summoned his protective energy. However, just as he had managed to channel a fraction of his power, the explosive fruits collided with his defenses. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the 3 explosive fruits made contact with Lu Shitian's protective energy, a series of explosions ensued. Due to his insufficient preparation, Lu Shitian was hurled backward by the force of the blasts, along with everyone else behind him. More critically, the toxic residue from the explosive fruits splattered onto them. "Oh, my hand hurts terribly. Ah, my face is in agony. My neck is excruciating. Master Huang, this is dire. The explosive fruits launched by Long Tongue's purple-blue vines are highly toxic. You must devise a way to save us. Master Huang, you are our only hope." Upon hearing the anguished cries of the crowd, Huang Yijin was momentarily startled. Fortunately, he had not been facing the door at that moment. Otherwise, he too would have been splattered by the venomous aftermath of the exploded fruit. However, he had already resolved to first assist everyone in detoxification before addressing Long Tongue and the woman. He felt confident that, with his alchemical prowess, he could effortlessly neutralize such a potent poison. Regaining his composure, he solemnly assured the crowd, "Do not be afraid. I shall swiftly alleviate your suffering from this venom." With that, Huang Yijin meticulously examined the lethal toxin released by the explosive fruit. Meanwhile, those affected turned their gazes toward him. Their intentions unmistakably clear, they desperately hoped for his prompt intervention, as they were currently enduring an excruciating ordeal. It was in this moment that they truly grasped the meaning of being worse than dead. Long Tongue has now refrained from allowing the Zilon vine to continue its assault with explosive fruits, as his objectives have already been achieved. He now has more time to concoct elixirs for Bao Feier. However, he harbors doubts about Huang Yijin's capability to alleviate the severe poison afflicting Lu Shitian and his entourage. Yet, he is acutely aware that Lu Shitian and his companions are not in imminent danger of death. They are merely enduring a period of excruciating torment. At this moment, the one most anxious is none other than Bao Feier. She fears that once Huang Yijin neutralizes the poison for those afflicted, Lu Shitian will arrive with his guards to exact a severe punishment upon her and Tingu. Bao Feier understands all too well that the influence of the Dan Pavilion is profoundly formidable within the Duki continent, and Lu Shitian's group will undoubtedly take pleasure in torturing her and Tingu to their demise. She has resolved that she will no longer allow Tingu to brew elixirs for her. Her sole desire now is to hastily escape with Tingu, especially since Lu Shitian's group is currently incapacitated on the ground, writhing in agony from the poison of Ting Ji's explosive fruits. This moment presents a perfect opportunity for her and Tung Gu to flee. Should they miss this fleeting chance, they may never escape again. Regaining her focus, Bao Fei'er swiftly pinned a note to Long Tong. Tung Gu, cease your elixir preparation for me. We must escape quickly. If we do not flee now, we shall perish here today. My demise as a mute is inconsequential, but I cannot bear to see you suffer because of me. Moved by Bao Fei'er's words, Long Ting replied, Fei'er, your sentiments alone suffice, but I have come expressly to prepare elixirs for you. I shall not leave this alchemy chamber until I have successfully concocted your elixirs. Rest assured, once I complete them, I will address this matter. For now, do not concern yourself with it, as I will soon have your elixirs ready. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er was momentarily at a loss. Yet she had already resolved that once Tung Gu had prepared her elixirs, she would fiercely protect him as they charged out of the Dan Pavilion. Even if it meant sacrificing her life, she would ensure Tung Ji's escape. Master Huang, the toxicity of the explosive fruits launched by Long Tang's Zilong vine is unbearable. I cannot endure this any longer. Please, find a way to neutralize the poison. Lu Shirtian cried out in excruciating agony. As the pain from his affliction felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at him, the searing torment compelled him to roll about on the floor. At that moment, Huang Yizhen swiftly retrieved a white vial from his person. The vial bore the inscription, Yizhen Detoxification Pill. As he uncapped the vial, he proclaimed to all present, I have named this antidote the Yizhen Detoxification Pill, for it is my own creation, and its efficacy in neutralizing toxins is exceptional. It is more than sufficient to counteract the virulence of the explosive fruits. From this moment forth, I shall bestow upon each of you a true antidote pill. Upon consumption, it will swiftly alleviate the dire toxins of the explosive fruit. Upon hearing Huang Yizhen's words, all those afflicted by the poison were filled with immense excitement. Soon, Huang Yizhen distributed a true antidote pill to every individual present. Upon receiving the pill, everyone hastily ingested it, for their discomfort had become unbearable. Observing the crowd consuming the antidote he had provided, a joyful smile graced Huang Yizhen's face. Time passed rapidly, and before long, a short while had elapsed. Master Huang, we are still in excruciating pain. Your antidote is ineffective. Master Huang, I can barely endure this suffering. Master Huang, I implore you to devise a solution to save us. If this prolongs any further, we shall perish here. Hearing the anguished pleas of the crowd, Huang Yizhen was profoundly astonished. He vividly recalled that the true antidote pill he had concocted was highly effective. He had often administered it to those afflicted by poison. Due to its previous success, he had raised the price of each pill to 1,000 gold coins. What bewildered him now was why none of the individuals poisoned by the dragon turbulence explosive fruit experienced even the slightest relief after consuming his antidote. It was truly perplexing. Regaining his focus, Huang Yizhen examined the bottle in his hand with utmost scrutiny. Indeed, it contained the true antidote pill. To ensure its authenticity, he swiftly opened the bottle and brought it close to his nostrils for a careful sniff. This is indeed the same true antidote pill I had previously used to cure others. Why is it ineffective for you? He mused, utterly confounded. Though he was now in his advanced years, his mind raced to unravel the mystery of why these poisoned individuals had not benefited from the antidote. Chapter 16. Now, only I can save you. Master Huang, please save us. We can barely hold on. Master Huang, I am on the brink. I beg you, show mercy and rescue me. Ah, my face is in agony. Master Huang, please help me. Hearing the desperate cries of the suffering crowd, Huang Yizhen solemnly reassured them, do not fear. With me here, I shall ensure none of you perish in the pill pavilion. Though Huang Yizhen spoke with assurance, uncertainty lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that if any of these poisoned individuals were to perish within the Dan Pavilion, he would be the first to be sought after. Given that he was the alchemist of Clay City and currently surrounded by the afflicted. Moreover, should fatalities occur, the repercussions on the reputation of the Dan Pavilion would be dire. Thus, Huang Yizhen resolved that he must devise a method to alleviate the potent toxins afflicting these individuals, even if it meant exhausting his intellect. Yet, the dilemma remained. He had already administered the most formidable detoxifying elixirs he knew, to no avail. Anxiety washed over him. But he swiftly regained his composure, understanding that haste would only exacerbate the situation. As the sole alchemist present, he alone bore the responsibility of rescuing those in distress. Master Huang, please provide the antidote. I fear I am on the brink of death. Lu Shirtian exclaimed in excruciating pain, being at the forefront during the chaos. He had been struck by the explosive fruit launched by the dragon-treading purple-blue vine before he could fully establish a protective barrier around himself. Consequently, he suffered the most severe poisoning. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed a portion of his energy to shield him. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the blast. Given his leading position in the fray, at that moment, Huang Yizhen deduced that he had administered an insufficient quantity of the Yizhen detoxifying pill. He addressed the group with utmost seriousness. Do not fear. I must have underestimated the dosage. I shall provide each of you with 2 additional Yizhen detoxifying pills. With that, he swiftly uncorked the vial containing the precious antidote and diligently distributed 2 pills to each afflicted individual. Once they received the Yizhen detoxifying pills, they hastily consumed them, driven by a singular desire to rid themselves of the venom coursing through their veins. Death was not an option they wished to entertain. However, what transpired next left Huang Yizhen utterly astonished, as the poisoned individuals continued to writhe in agony even after taking the antidote. He realized with a heavy heart that his Yizhen detoxifying pills were ineffective against the potent toxins of the explosive fruit. Meanwhile, Longting remained composed, aware that the antidote he had prepared for Bao Fei was nearing completion. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly assist these individuals in overcoming their dire predicament. At this moment, he could not help but reflect on Huang Yizhen's alchemical prowess, which he deemed woefully inadequate. Bao Fei, filled with urgency, gazed at Teng Ge, fervently hoping for the swift completion of the antidote. Mission accomplished. As Longting spoke, he simultaneously extinguished the flames at the base of the alchemical furnace. Longting now felt an overwhelming joy as he used his formidable power to send the lid of the alchemical furnace soaring aside. Shortly thereafter, a pristine white pill emerged from the furnace, gracefully flying into his hand. At the moment Longting received the white elixir, a joyful smile graced his face. He lifted the white pill to his nose, inhaling its scent, and nodded with a beaming expression. How delightful! The detoxifying pill he had concocted for Bao Fei had yielded the results he had anticipated. He then addressed her, saying, "Fei, I am eager for you to consume this detoxifying pill. However, I must caution you that once ingested, it will render your body exceedingly frail. I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to take it under such perilous circumstances." Bao Fei nodded in understanding. As Longteng's thoughts stirred, he placed the detoxifying pills into his spatial ring. "Master Huang, your prowess is truly remarkable. After consuming the 3 pills you provided, the agony on my face has significantly diminished. The suffering in my hands has also greatly subsided. If I wait just a moment longer, the deadly poison within me will be eradicated by your miraculous detoxifying pills. Master Huang, you are indeed the esteemed alchemist of our city, Clay City." Upon hearing this, Huang Yizhen felt an immense joy swell within him, and his face blossomed with a radiant smile. Although it took 3 of his detoxifying pills to yield results today, this was the most gratifying experience in his journey of antidote creation. The challenge of detoxification imbued his work with profound significance. If those afflicted had experienced relief after consuming just 1 of his pills, it would have robbed him of the joy of success. He had frequently administered a single pill to victims and witnessed the swift alleviation of their poison. It had been a long time since he encountered such a challenging case. At this moment, Longting understood all too well that the improvement in the afflicted individuals was not solely due to Huang Yizhen's detoxifying pills. Huang Yizhen could not contain his laughter, a sound of unrestrained joy that echoed around him. This was the happiest he had felt in many years, even surpassing the joy of marrying and fathering a child. Despite harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Longting, he was certain that if word of this incident spread throughout Clay City, many more would seek him out to purchase his detoxifying pills. It is worth noting that he had named his pill One True Detoxifying Pill solely for the sake of his personal reputation and the prospect of acquiring more gold coins. "Master Huang, had you not been present today, we would have perished here. You are our savior. Once the deadly poison within us is completely eradicated by your One True Detoxifying Pill, we shall ensure that Longting and that woman meet a fitting end." At that moment, a portly guard exclaimed with fervor, "Master Huang, your One True Detoxifying Pill is nothing short of miraculous. Had I not taken it today, I would surely have met my demise. You are like a rebirth to me. I bow before you." No, that is unnecessary," Huang Yizhen replied with a smile. Though he did not deter the guard, for he was exceedingly pleased. It had been a long time since anyone had bowed before him. Witnessing this, all those he had saved followed suit, paying their respects to him. Longting could no longer contain his disdain and addressed Huang Yizhen. Master Huang. Your Asian detox pill possesses not a trace of efficacy. The improvement observed in these poisoned individuals is solely a result of the aroma emanating from the detox pills I have concocted. It is astonishing that you remain oblivious to this. You are a disgrace to the alchemical community. Only I can save them now. Upon hearing these words, Huang Yizhen's fury erupted. He glared at Long Ting and retorted with great indignation, Long Ting. These poisoned individuals clearly began to recover only after consuming 3 of my Asian detox pills. Yet here you are, attempting to impress us with your bravado. Claiming their improvement is merely due to the scent of your concoctions. I have encountered many individuals with thick skins in my lifetime, but none as audacious as you. Not only have you dared to concoct potions in my alchemy chamber, but you have also damaged one of my alchemical furnaces. Even more infuriating. You have the audacity to use my finest furnace for your own purposes. I shall ensure that you, the pretentious fool, meet your demise here today. Since you believe I am merely posturing, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. As Long Ting spoke, he swiftly covered the alchemical furnace with its lid using his. Chapter 17. A bite back at Long Ting. Ha 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 ha. Huang Yizhen could not restrain his laughter, which was filled with scorn and disdain. He had resolved to allow Long Ting, the so-called awakened waste of his soul, to display his arrogance before everyone today. This would serve to prove that the poisoned individuals had not improved merely due to Long Ting's elixirs. Huang Yizhen's singular thought was that once these poisoned souls recovered, he would have Lu Shitian lead the guards to torture Long Ting and Baofei to death. After all, the people he despised most in this life were those who had tampered with his alchemical furnace. At that moment, all the poisoned individuals gazed intently at Long Ting, their eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Once Master Huang Yizhen's detoxifying pill healed them, they would ensure that neither Long Ting nor the woman by his side would leave this place alive. The explosive fruit from Long Ting's violet blue vine had caused them immense suffering, and they yearned for vengeance that could only be satiated by seeing him and his companion perish by poison. Hearing the furious murmurs of the poisoned, Long Ting remained unfazed, fully aware that they would soon be racked with the same agony as before, for he had already sealed the furnace. Meanwhile, Baofei was the most anxious. Though unafraid of death, she dreaded the thought of these poisoned souls torturing her brother to death. Thus, she hastily scribbled on a piece of paper, Brother Ting, since Huang Yizhen has the ability to cure these poisoned souls, we should escape quickly, for I cannot bear to witness them inflicting torment upon you once they recover. Upon reading Baofei's words, Long Ting replied, Huang Yizhen is nothing but a grand deceiver. He lacks the true ability to detoxify these individuals. Therefore, we cannot leave just yet. Baofei was taken aback, uncertain of Long Ting's intentions. Yet, she recognized that he was neither foolish nor lacking in wisdom. This indicated that he must have ulterior motives, though she was unaware of them at the moment. Just then, the anxious voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Long Ting's mind. Long Ting, your fiancé, he speaks the truth. Given that most here have succumbed to the potent poison of your explosive fruit, you should swiftly escape with her. I understand your kind heart. But should you miss this opportune moment, both you and your fiancé, you will undoubtedly face a torturous demise today. In response, Long Ting communicated with Zhu Yuanling through his thoughts. Senior, you are aware that in the continent of Duqi, the influence of the Alchemist Guild is exceedingly formidable. If I do not address this matter properly now and simply walk away, once that scoundrel Huang Yizhen embellishes the story to the higher-ups of the Dan Pavilion, they will undoubtedly dispatch formidable warriors to hunt down both me and Baofei, and they will annihilate all members of the Long and Bao families. This is no trivial matter. Therefore, I must resolve this situation before I can depart from here. Zhu Yuanling's voice echoed once more in Long Ting's mind. Long Ting, I am well aware of the grave consequences should you choose to leave at this moment. My inquiry was merely to ascertain how you intend to navigate this predicament. To my astonishment, you have remained remarkably composed and astute in the face of adversity. You truly are someone I hold in high regard. However, resolving this issue will not be a simple task, as that scoundrel Huang Yizhen is no trifling opponent. In response, Long Ting assured Zhu Yuanling through his thoughts, rest assured. Senior, I possess the capability to manage this situation effectively. Just then, Huang Yizhen derided Long Ting with contempt. Long Ting, did you not just claim that these poisoned individuals began to improve only after inhaling the scent of your concocted elixir? Yet now, you have covered the cauldron, and they appear to be just fine. This alone is sufficient evidence that you are an exceedingly despicable fraud. In retort, Longting addressed Huang Yijin. Huang Yijin. As you can observe, the afflicted individuals still bear the dark purple marks of poisoning on their faces and hands, and their skin continues to deteriorate. They are merely experiencing a temporary relief from pain due to the aroma of the antidote I crafted, nothing more. I can confidently predict that after I count to several tens, they will once again be racked with agony. Huang Yijin, upon hearing Longting's words, could not suppress his laughter, which was steeped in scorn and derision. After a few chuckles, he challenged Longting with a fierce tone. Longting, since you are so confident, let us make a wager. If, after you count to several tens, these poisoned individuals begin to scream in anguish, I will call you father. Conversely, if they do not, you shall call me father. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Why would I hesitate? Longting nodded resolutely, then addressed Huang Yijin, saying, just remember, if you lose, do not renege. Huang Yijin replied firmly, I, Huang Yijin, am a man of my word. How could I possibly go back on my word? Longting addressed everyone. From this moment forth, I shall commence the counting. 1, 2, 3, 10. Oh, my face aches terribly. As Longting had just finished counting to 10, a poisoned individual suddenly let out a harrowing scream. In quick succession, others afflicted by the poison followed suit, wailing in agony. Master Huang, my hand hurts terribly. Master Huang, please devise a way to save me, or my face shall decay beyond recognition, leading to a most excruciating demise. Master Huang, I feel as though death is imminent. I beseech you, have mercy and find a solution swiftly. Upon hearing the anguished cries for help from the poisoned, Longting turned to Huang Yijin and said, Foolish son, if you call me father right now, I shall promptly rescue these afflicted souls. Longting, you shall not prevail. Huang Yijin flatly refused, his brow furrowed in concern. Just moments ago, the poisoned individuals had shown signs of improvement after consuming his antidote, so why had their suffering suddenly intensified? It was indeed perplexing. Surely, it must be the nefarious antics of that scoundrel Longting. Returning to the matter at hand, Huang Yijin solemnly addressed all the poisoned individuals. After you consumed my antidote, you clearly began to recover. It is undoubtedly the scent of the pills concocted by Longting that has exacerbated your conditions. Upon hearing Huang Yijin's words, every poisoned person present glared furiously at Longting, believing wholeheartedly in his assertion. Their eyes were ablaze with wrath and murderous intent. Had they not been in such agony, they would have surely throttled Longting to death on the spot. At that moment, both Longting and Bao Feier were consumed by intense fury. Longting never imagined that Huang Yijin would dare to bite back at him. Longting has made up his mind. Since Huang Yijin dared to bite back, he will ensure that Huang Yijin receives a thorough reprimand today. Otherwise, the fury within him will remain unresolved. Although Bao Feier is currently exceedingly anxious, she cannot think of an effective solution at the moment. Just then, Zhu Yuanling's voice echoed once more in Longting's mind. Longting, Huang Yijin is truly despicable. If you do not devise a plan to expel him from the Dan Pavilion today, he will continue to harm more innocent individuals in the future. Longting nodded, feeling that his senior's words were indeed very accurate. The actions undertaken by Longting in the ensuing moments left all those present utterly astounded and speechless. With a mere thought, Longting summoned the violet-blue vine that swiftly sprouted from his palm. Under his control, the vine coiled tightly around Huang Yijin's neck. In no time, he retracted the vine. Ah, the poison in my neck. It hurts so much. Huang Yijin cried out in agony, never having anticipated that Longting would suddenly ensnare him with the violet-blue vine. At that moment, the anxious voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Longting's mind. Longting, you are being exceedingly impulsive. Huang Yijin is a second-tier alchemist. Should you harm him, the Alchemy Guild will not spare you or Bao Feier. Chapter 18. I implore you, grant me an antidote. Upon hearing this, Longting replied mentally to Zhu Yuanling. Senior, the reason I ensnared that scoundrel Huang Yijin with the violet-blue vine is solely because he struck first. Since he dared to retaliate against me, I wished for him to experience the potency of the venom on my vine. Moreover, I made this decision with utmost composure. Only by escalating this matter can it be resolved effectively. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to reach a satisfactory conclusion with that shameless Huang Yijin. Longting, your reasoning is sound, yet you must exercise caution, for this is the territory of the Alchemy Guild. Zhu Yuanling's voice solemnly cautioned in Longting's mind. Longting nodded. At this moment, Huang Yijin swiftly retrieved a bottle of Yijin detoxification pills from his person. Upon uncapping the bottle, he poured 3 pills into the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed all 3 pills in one gulp. What transpired next left everyone present utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Long Tongue said to Huang Yizhen, "Huang Yizhen, since you claim that everyone has transformed into their current state due to the scent of the detoxifying elixir I concocted, then you should summon a more skilled alchemist than yourself to assess the situation." Long Tongue's assertion stemmed from his desire to avoid conversing with this unreasonable individual. Had Huang Yizhen summoned a rational person, Long Tongue could have effortlessly resolved the matter at hand, for he possessed the requisite capability. "Excellent!" Huang Yizhen exclaimed with immense excitement before hastily seeking assistance. He had made up his mind to call upon Master Zhou, a third-tier alchemist, recognizing his esteemed status. More importantly, Huang Yizhen intended to enlist formidable guards to confront Long Tongue and the woman accompanying him. In no time, Huang Yizhen reached the 3rd floor and found Master Zhou Yuehua. "Huang Yizhen, what has happened to your neck?" Master Zhou inquired with curiosity. In response, Huang Yizhen recounted the incident involving Long Ting with utmost sincerity. Master Zhou, concerned, declared, "I shall confront Long Tongue immediately. Master Zhou, you must stand by my side." Huang Yizhen implored urgently. "Understood." Master Zhou nodded and swiftly descended to the 2nd floor. Observing this, Huang Yizhen called out to the guards on the 3rd floor, "Hasten and join me in dealing with Long Tang and his woman." "Yes." More than a dozen guards echoed in unison, following Huang Yizhen as they charged down to the 2nd floor. Shortly thereafter, Master Zhou arrived on the 2nd floor. The presence of Master Zhou evoked tremendous excitement among the poisoned individuals, for they recognized him as a master alchemist. They were acutely aware that Master Zhou's expertise eclipsed that of Master Huang, as he was a 3rd-tier alchemist. They felt a glimmer of hope. "Master Zhou, I beseech you, please devise a method to save me. I am at the brink of collapse." "Master Zhou, my face is unbearable. Please, save me." The anguished pleas of the poisoned individuals prompted Master Zhou to examine them. Upon observing the severe toxins afflicting their skin, his brow furrowed in alarm. For this was the first time he had encountered such potent poison. He found himself at a loss for a solution. What transpired next left him utterly astounded, as he detected a faint yet formidable scent of a detoxification pill, a fragrance he had not encountered in many years. With fervent curiosity, he inquired of Long Tongue. "Long Tongue, is the residual scent of the detoxification pill present here a result of your recent alchemical endeavors?" In response, Huang Yizhen, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master Zhou, this faint aroma of detoxification pill is indeed what that scoundrel Long Tongue left behind, preventing my detoxification pill from alleviating the poisoned individual's suffering. Someone, seize Long Tongue and the woman beside him." "Huang Yizhen, silence yourself." At this moment, it was none other than Zhou Yuehua who spoke, his tone imbued with an overwhelming fury. Upon hearing this, Huang Yizhen was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Zhou Yuehua sought to prevent the guards from apprehending Long Tongue and the woman by his side. Zhou Yuehua was acutely aware that the elixir crafted by Long Tongue was extraordinarily potent. Long Tongue is no ordinary alchemist. His master must undoubtedly be exceptionally formidable. Moreover, Zhou Yuehua firmly believes that Long Tongue possesses the ability to cure those afflicted by poison. What transpired next left Huang Yizhen, all the poisoned individuals, and Bao Fei utterly astounded. Zhou Yuehua respectfully addressed Long Tongue, saying, "Young Master Long Tongue, may I inquire if you have a remedy for these poisoned souls?" Indeed, Long Tongue nodded firmly and confidently, fully aware that Zhou Yuehua must have sensed the aroma of the detoxifying elixir he had just prepared for Bao Fei, prompting such an inquiry. "At last, a connoisseur has arrived. Young Master Long Tongue, once you alleviate the deadly poison afflicting these victims, all that transpired today at the Dan Pavilion will be rendered null and void. What say you?" Zhou Yuehua respectfully inquired, anxious not to offend Long Tongue, for he had never dealt with such a potent toxin himself and, given his current capabilities, was incapable of providing an antidote for these poisoned individuals. "Very well." Long Tongue nodded, and with a surge of energy, he sent the lid of the alchemical furnace he had just closed flying aside. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of detoxification pills wafted from within the furnace. Upon inhaling the scent of the elixir, the agony of the poisoned individuals was momentarily alleviated. It turned out that the improvement they experienced stemmed from the aroma of the pills crafted by young Master Long Tongue, and they now realized they had been deceived by the notorious Huang Yizhen. The so-called true detoxification pill offered by Huang Yijin had utterly failed to counteract the lethal toxicity of the explosive fruit. They were immensely grateful to young Master Longteng. Hearing the expressions of gratitude, Longteng sincerely addressed the crowd. "Dear friends, I initially did not intend to use the explosive fruit to attack you. However, as I was at a critical juncture in refining my pills, I was fearful you might disrupt my work. This batch of pills is of utmost importance to me, and I was left with no choice but to retaliate. Rest assured, I possess the ability not only to restore your poisoned skin to its original state, but also to enhance its whiteness and softness beyond what it was before." Upon hearing Longteng's words, the poisoned individuals were overwhelmed with excitement. They began to realize that Longteng was not the villain they had imagined, and they understood his previous sentiments. "Young Master Longteng, is what you say true? Are you truly as remarkable as you claim?" they asked in eager disbelief. To their inquiries, Longteng replied earnestly, "I am a person of integrity. I would never deceive you." With that, Longteng swiftly produced a vial of detoxification pills from his possession. He quickly opened the cap and addressed all the poisoned individuals. "I will now distribute one detoxification pill to each of you. Once you consume it, the lethal toxins within you will be eradicated immediately." Upon hearing this, the poisoned individuals gazed at Longteng with unparalleled anticipation. Soon, he distributed a detoxification pill to each of them, yet he refrained from giving one to Huang Yijin, for he harbored a deep animosity towards him. As the poisoned individuals ingested the pills, their previously purplish-black skin began to visibly revert to normal. My goodness, the detoxification pill crafted by young Master Longteng is truly miraculous. This is the first time I have encountered such an extraordinary antidote. As the poisoned individuals murmured in astonishment, Longteng swiftly retrieved another vial from his spatial ring. He then addressed them. "This vial contains the skin regeneration pill. After consuming it, within an hour, the damaged skin will regenerate, becoming both fair and supple, an elixir beloved by all women." The poisoned individuals joyfully ingested the skin regeneration pill. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yijin, in utter despair, pleaded with Longteng, "Young Master Longteng, I can no longer endure this. I beseech you, please grant me a detoxification pill." Chapter 19. I can no longer endure this. Longteng solemnly addressed Huang Yijin. "Huang Yijin, did you not just proclaim that your one true detox pill is extraordinarily potent? Since you have consumed 3 without effect, why not ingest another 3 to alleviate the deadly poison coursing through your veins? Should that yield no results, then I suggest you swallow the remainder of your one true detox pills entirely. Surely that must produce some effect." Upon hearing this, Huang Yijin was nearly driven to the brink of fury, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He understood that Longteng was deliberately provoking him, intent on driving him to the brink of despair. Though he wished to rid himself of Longteng, he lacked the strength to do so. Moreover, he found himself in a position of needing Longteng's assistance, as the detox pills he had concocted proved utterly ineffective. Regaining his composure, he addressed Longteng with utmost deference. "Young Master Longteng, indeed, I was blind to your greatness. I should not have underestimated you. I implore you, have mercy and save me. I am at my wit's end." In response, Longteng remarked, "Huang Yijin, did you not assert that all who succumbed to poison did so after inhaling the aroma of my concocted pills? Are you not afraid that consuming my detox pill might lead to your untimely demise?" "Young Master Longteng, I acknowledge my error," Huang Yijin lamented, and then with heightened reverence pleaded, "My throat is in excruciating pain, and I fear I may not survive much longer. I beseech you, grant me a single detox pill. In return, I shall bestow upon you my ancestral alchemical furnace, a treasured heirloom of my family, truly exceptional." Hearing this, Zhou Yuehua interjected, "Young Master Longteng, considering Huang Yijin's pitiful state, please grant him a detox pill." "Very well." Longteng nodded, and then addressed Zhou Yuehua, "Master Zhou, while I can provide Huang Yijin with an antidote, you must expel him once I have alleviated the deadly poison within him. After all, the Dan Pavilion does not require a pill master who not only lacks skill but also harbors a penchant for betrayal." "Agreed," Zhou Yuehua replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He then spoke to Longteng with profound respect. "Young Master Long, even if today's incident had not transpired, I would still be compelled to expel Huang Yijin for his unscrupulous act of selling his antidote for personal gain. In the realm of dragon ascendants, Master Zhou, had it not been for my benevolent nature, I would never have bestowed upon Huang Yijin the antidote." Since Zhou Yuehua consented to expel Huang Yijin, Longteng procured an antidote for him. Huang Yizhen swiftly consumed the antidote upon receiving it. He had no desire for demise, particularly as he was an alchemist. He had resolved that, having fallen into Longting's hands today, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate Longting once the chance arose, for otherwise, the fury within him would remain unresolved. Although he had been dismissed from the Pill Pavilion as a second-tier alchemist, his current status afforded him the possibility to join a prominent family to continue his craft, for many esteemed families sought the services of an alchemist. After all, in the continent of Duqi, alchemists were exceedingly coveted. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling resonated within Longting's mind. Longting, you have handled this matter exceptionally well today. I am genuinely pleased for you. Longting nodded and then addressed Bao Feier, saying, Feier, let us depart. Bao Feier nodded in agreement. As Longting and his companion were about to leave, Zhou Yuehua urgently called out, Young Master Longting, please stay. Longting, perplexed, exclaimed, Master Zhou, I have just elucidated everything to you. Once I alleviate the potent toxins afflicting these victims, you shall not pursue this matter further. Do you truly wish to renege on our agreement? Zhou Yuehua sincerely replied, Rest assured, young Master Longting, I shall not waver. The reason I implored you to stay is that my esteemed leader has succumbed to a peculiar ailment, and I require your healing expertise. Longting Dao, what peculiar ailment afflicts your esteemed leader? Zhou Yuehua, our leader experiences an intense heat in her chest every night. We have concocted numerous elixirs specifically for her, yet none have yielded the slightest effect, and her condition is worsening. Given your profound mastery in alchemy, I am confident that you possess the means to cure her affliction. Upon hearing this, Longting pondered for a moment before inquiring, Where is your leader currently situated? The reason Longting inquired in such a manner was that he was prepared to rescue the master of the Dan Pavilion in cultivating. His motivation stemmed from the fact that ever since his father's mysterious disappearance, the entire Long family had been under the dominion of the elder Longtan. Longting understood that if he were to triumph over Long Quang in their upcoming contest, Longtan would not only deny him the position of young clan leader, but would also relentlessly target his family. Therefore, Longting was in dire need of a formidable ally to support his family. Furthermore, being the most skilled alchemist in this realm, he recognized that this was an opportune moment to win over the esteemed pavilion master. Upon hearing Longting's agreement, Zhou Yuehua was immensely delighted and excitedly informed him. Our pavilion master is on the 4th floor. Please rest here for a moment. I shall summon her to meet you right away. Excellent. Longting nodded, then took Bao Feier and seated her on a nearby chair. Observing this scene, Zhou Yuehua instructed Lu Limei, What are you standing there for? Hurry and brew a fine cup of tea for young Master Longting and his beloved. Yes, Lu Limei replied eagerly before swiftly preparing the tea. She felt an immense joy, for Longting had persuaded Zhou Yuehua to expel Huang Yizhen, which meant she could continue her position at the front desk of the Dan Pavilion. She had never imagined that Longting was an extraordinarily skilled alchemist. She believed that by taking the risk of being dismissed to assist Longting, he would surely remember her kindness. At that moment, all those who had been poisoned were particularly curious about Longting, for they could not comprehend how he, with the seemingly useless battle spirit of the purple-blue vine, was able to attack his opponents with explosive fruits. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before, and they were simultaneously captivated by Longting's remarkable medical skills. Moreover, his striking handsomeness only heightened their intrigue. Just then, Zhou Yuehua suddenly approached Longting, accompanied by an exceptionally alluring beauty. As this stunning woman walked, her ample curves swayed enticingly, as if they might burst forth at any moment. Her long, slender legs were so white and straight that they could make any man drool. All the men present were utterly transfixed by her. Zhou Yuehua quickly reached Longting's side and, with utmost respect, introduced, Young Master Longting. This enchanting lady is Miss Zhou Zhiro, the head of the Dan Pavilion in Clay City. Just as Longting was about to speak, Zhou Zhiro grasped his hand and smiled warmly. Hello, Longting, my name is Zhou Zhiro. It is a pleasure to meet you. Inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance, Longting was perplexed as to why she had taken his hand upon arrival, leaving him feeling quite bashful. Meanwhile, all the men present were filled with indignation. Although they all worked at the Dan Pavilion, the pavilion master Zhou Zhiro had never shaken their hands, and they now felt an overwhelming urge to confront Longting. Longting said to Zhou Zhiro, Miss Zhou, since your ailment lies in your chest, I must examine it to determine the nature of your affliction. Only then can I prescribe the appropriate remedy. Young Master Long, it is rather inconvenient to discuss such matters here. Let us retreat to my chamber for a more private consultation, Zhou Jiro replied with utmost tenderness. Chapter 20. Please, young Master Long. Very well. Long Ting nodded. Please. Long Ting's younger brother. Zhou Jiro spoke to Long Ting while simultaneously gesturing in an inviting manner. Long Ting addressed Zhou Jiro, stating, Miss Zhou, I have suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance that demands my immediate attention. Due to a recent unpleasant encounter with the individuals accompanying Huang Yizhen, I have not had the opportunity to administer the detoxifying elixir I prepared to Bao Feier. If too much time elapses, the efficacy of the potion will significantly diminish. Thus, I must administer it to her before I can attend to your ailment. Upon hearing Long Ting's words, the onlookers were engulfed in fervent discussion. The woman beside Long Tung was none other than Bao Feier. No wonder she had been silent. Bao Feier was the mute daughter of Bao Kaitian. Just yesterday, I overheard rumors that upon discovering Long Tung's awakened waste soul, the purple-blue vine, Bao Kaitian had decided to have his mute daughter, Bao Feier, take the place of Bao Anqing as Long Tung's fiancée, to which Long Tung had readily acquiesced. Could it be that the detoxifying elixir Long Tung concocted was intended to cure Bao Feier's muteness? It must be aimed at remedying her silence. What a preposterous notion. If Long Ting possessed the ability to restore Bao Feier's speech, then I could certainly teach my dog to talk. In my entire life, I have never heard of any alchemist curing muteness with elixirs. If Long Tung could indeed cure Bao Feier's affliction with his concoction, I would stand on my head and consume that. Unperturbed by the murmurs, Long Tung remained confident, knowing that with his abilities, once Bao Feier ingested the detoxifying elixir he had crafted, she would undoubtedly be able to speak. After all, he was the most formidable alchemist in this world, bar none. At that moment, Huang Yizhen cast a disdainful glance at Long Tung, convinced that the latter's claims were mere posturing to impress them. Although he had just consumed the detoxifying elixir Long Tung provided, which alleviated his severe poisoning, he did not attribute any significance to Long Tung's prowess. He was certain that Long Tung had merely consulted another alchemist to create a specific antidote for the purple-blue vine's venom. Even under duress, he would not believe that Long Tung had the capability to cure muteness. Just then, Zhou Yuehua interjected, Young Master Long Tung, is it true that this exceptionally beautiful young lady beside you is indeed Bao Kaiqian's daughter, Bao Feier? Indeed. Long Ting nodded firmly. Zhou Yuehua said to Bao Feier, It has only been a few years since we last met, and Miss Bao has truly grown more beautiful. I scarcely recognized you. Upon hearing this, Bao Feier swiftly pinned on a piece of paper, Master Zhou, I am immensely grateful for the antidote pills you prepared for me. Although they did not restore my speech, they spared me from the clutches of deadly poison. There is no need for Miss Bao to be so courteous, Zhou Yuehua replied sincerely. He then turned to Long Tung and said, Young Master Long, to be candid, when Bao Feier was poisoned, her father sought my assistance. Upon careful examination, I confirmed that she had indeed been afflicted by a potent toxin, resulting in her muteness. I crafted numerous antidotes for her. However, regrettably, I lacked the means to restore her voice. I even consulted my master, but he too was unable to remedy Miss Bao's condition. Long Tung, are you certain that the elixir you just concocted can restore Miss Bao's speech? Absolutely. Long Ting nodded resolutely. He swiftly retrieved the antidote pill he had just prepared for Bao Feier. As he handed the antidote to her, he urged, Feier, please take it quickly. Overwhelmed with happiness, Bao Feier nodded fervently and promptly swallowed the antidote that Tung Gu had given her. At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixated on her, eager to witness whether she could cure her muteness after consuming the antidote provided by Long Ting. As Bao Feier ingested the antidote, she distinctly felt it dissolve instantly, the cool essence of the pill coursing through her. Strangely, as the liquid flowed down her throat, it swiftly penetrated her flesh. In mere moments, a sharp pain began to throb in her throat, intensifying with each passing second, akin to being sliced by a knife. The agony caused her to break into a cold sweat, tears streaming down her face as she trembled uncontrollably. Observing her distress, Long Ting supported her, comforting, Feier, you must endure. Meanwhile, Huang Yizhen wore a disdainful expression, wholly unconvinced that Long Ting's antidote could truly remedy Bao Feier's condition. He suspected that Long Ting harbored ill intentions, wishing to torment Bao Feier to her demise. Resolute in his thoughts, he vowed that should Bao Feier succumb to Long Ting's actions, he would report to the higher-ups of the Dan Pavilion. He envisioned the repercussions for Long Ting, anticipating that the authorities would ensure he faced severe consequences. At that moment, many were skeptical of Longting's ability to alleviate the potent poison afflicting Baofei, believing no alchemist in the world could cure muteness, as they had never heard of such a feat before. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. Baofei suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark, viscous blood, which bore the unmistakable scent of medicinal herbs. Witnessing this, Longting's heart soared with joy, for he realized that Baofei had expelled the accumulated poison from her throat. This indicated that she would soon be able to speak once more. Longtung inquired of Baofei, "Fei, how do you feel at this moment?" "Tungu, I feel an extraordinary comfort in my throat," Baofei exclaimed, and immediately, astonishment washed over her as she realized she could finally speak. Upon hearing Baofei utter her words, Longtung was overwhelmed with joy and embraced her tightly. Longtung excitedly exclaimed to Baofei, "Fei, you can finally speak." Baofei replied gratefully, "Thank you, Tungu. Without you, I would not be able to speak today." She spoke with utmost sincerity, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. At that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of joy. As Longting gently wiped her tears, he smiled at her and said, "Fei, you are my fiancée. There is no need for you to be overly courteous." Upon hearing Longting's words, many present became exceedingly animated, engaging in fervent discussions. Initially, I had believed that Longting consented to allow Baofei to be his fiancée out of fear of Baocation's threats. However, I was utterly taken aback to discover that he possessed the ability to cure Baofei's muteness. This incident alone serves to illustrate that Longting's medical prowess far surpasses that of Huang Yizhen, who is merely an arrogant braggart, by 1,000-fold or more. Huang Yizhen does not even measure up to Longting's little toe. He is unworthy to carry Longting's shoes. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Huang Yizhen was filled with rage and confusion, unable to comprehend why everyone was speaking about him. At that moment, he wished to vanish into the ground. Just then, Zhoujiro gently addressed Longting, saying, "Brother Longting, since you have already cured Baofei's muteness, why not come to my room and take a look at me as well?" Longting nodded and then addressed Zhoujiro, "Miss Zhou, having just alleviated the deadly poison from my fiancée's throat. She is now exceedingly frail and in need of care." Upon hearing this, Zhoujiro instructed Lu Limei, who stood nearby, "You shall remain here and diligently attend to Miss Baofei. Should you fail in this regard, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, my lady, I shall ensure that Miss Baofei receives the utmost care," Lu Limei replied with great reverence, before moving to stand beside Baofei. She was acutely aware that if she were to neglect her responsibilities towards Baofei, it would not merely result in her dismissal. The master would likely arrange for her to receive a severe reprimand before casting her out from the Dan Pavilion, especially since the master now placed immense importance on Longtung. "Dear Longtung, do not worry. Lu Limei will take excellent care of Baofei. You may now proceed to attend to my ailment with peace of mind," Zhoujiro said to Longtung with infinite tenderness, fully confident in his ability to remedy her peculiar affliction. Longtung nodded and said to Baofei, "Fei, please wait for me here. After I finish treating Miss Zhou, I will take you back. Tungu, you needn't worry about me. Go ahead," Baofei replied weakly. Zhoujiro led the way, with Longtung following closely behind her. As she ascended the stairs in her ultra-short skirt, her fair and delicate long legs, along with her alluring figure, were on full display before Longtung. Longtung had never before encountered such an alluring and voluptuous figure. He marveled inwardly, "My heavens, Miss Zhoujiro's physique is simply breathtaking. Any man fortunate enough to take her as his wife would undoubtedly experience unending bliss. However, he would surely require potent elixirs daily to withstand such beauty. Otherwise, his body simply could not endure it. How can there exist such an enchanting and fiery form in this world? Truly, my eyes have been treated to a feast today." Just then, Zhoujiro suddenly spoke, "Brother Longtung, what do you think of my figure?" Upon hearing her words, Longtung was left utterly astonished, his mind racing. Could it be that she had discovered his admiration for her figure? Did Miss Zhou possess eyes on her back? That seemed improbable. Longtung understood that if he did not respond to Miss Zhoujiro at this moment, it would reflect poorly on his manners. Thus, he remarked to Zhoujiro, "Miss Zhou possesses a figure that is both alluring and striking." Longtung is a person of sincerity, and he now finds himself compelled to respond truthfully. The events that unfolded next rendered Longtung utterly flustered. "So, do you fancy my body, dear brother Longtung?" Zhoujiro inquired directly, her tone laced with allure. At that moment, Long Tongue's heart raced uncontrollably. He found himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Miss Jojiro would pose such a question. Though he harbored a profound admiration for her physique, he was at a loss for words. Thus, he replied to Miss Jo, "Indeed, your figure is undeniably captivating, and I am certain many men are drawn to it." Upon hearing Long Tongue's words, Jojiro furrowed her brow slightly, then said, "Brother Long Tongue, I am asking whether you personally appreciate my body. I seek nothing but your honest answer." I do not know," Long Tongue replied hesitantly, fearful that after admitting his fondness for Jojiro, the other party might turn against him, accusing him of harassment, especially since they were the only two ascending the staircase. For the sake of his own safety, Long Tongue felt compelled to respond in this manner. Long Tongue had made his decision. Upon entering Jojiro's chamber, he swiftly attended to her ailment before hastily departing. After all, this was the Dan Pavilion, and he was entirely unfamiliar with Jojiro's temperament and disposition. Should she harbor any ill intent towards him, the higher-ups of the Dan Pavilion would undoubtedly dispatch formidable experts to pursue him. He had numerous matters to attend to and had no desire to perish at the hands of the pavilion's elite. Jojiro spoke to Long Tongue with unparalleled gentleness. "Young Master Long Tongue, do not be shy. If you desire my body, I shall grant it to you." To which he replied, "Miss Jo, I am here to tend to your health. Let us refrain from such discussions for now." Long Tongue replied resolutely, for he dared not entertain any improper thoughts towards the woman before him. He sensed that she was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. It is noteworthy that throughout the entirety of the Duki continent, many alchemy guild leaders in various cities were elderly men in their 60s. Yet Jojiro, at merely in her 20s, had ascended to the position of guild leader. Her prowess was indeed extraordinary. Long Tongue understood that the more formidable a woman was, the less one should provoke her lightly. Long Tongue now deeply regrets agreeing to treat Jojiro. A profoundly unsettling thought crosses his mind. What if, upon entering Jojiro's room, she falsely accuses him of misconduct? Was currently as restless as an ant on a hot pan. At that moment, Jojiro smiled at him and said, "Little Long Tongue, from your words, I can tell you are quite anxious. There is no need to be nervous. As the head of the Dan Pavilion, I want to devour you. I might just take a few playful nibbles." This startled Long Tongue, leading him to wonder if Jojiro was not human, but rather a vampire. He broke into a cold sweat. Yet he resolved that if Jojiro were indeed a ghostly female, he would embrace her today. "Do not fear, little Long Tongue, I am not a ghost." Jojiro reassured him with utmost gentleness, her voice laced with seduction. Long Tongue found himself perplexed. Jojiro bore no resemblance to someone unwell. She seemed more a fiery tigress longing for a man. Unbeknownst to him, Jojiro had led him to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the corridor, she brought him to her bedroom door. As she opened the grand door, Long Tongue stood in astonishment. Her bedroom was vast, 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary one. The walls were adorned with an array of provocative skirts and revealing garments, each in vibrant hues of red, yellow, white, and pink. The room was filled with numerous high-heeled shoes, each boasting a variety of styles and colors. Most striking was the bright red comforter draped over her bed, leaving Long Tongue utterly dazzled. "Come in quickly." Jojiro gently tugged at Long Tongue's hand. At that moment, he hesitated to enter, gripped by a fear that she might consume him. After all, this was his first encounter with Jojiro, and he was utterly unaware of her intentions. "Miss Jo, I shall remain outside. Please remove your top and undergarment, covering your bosom with your palm, and then call me in to inspect." Long Tongue expressed his sentiments in such a manner to avoid any misunderstandings with Jojiro. What transpired next left him utterly astonished. "Long Tongue, my dear brother, assist me. Remove." As she spoke, Jojiro swiftly pulled Long Tongue into the bedroom, and before he could comprehend the situation, she firmly shut the door behind them. Chapter 22. You might as well yield to me. At that moment, Long Tongue was engulfed in panic. He intended to hastily exit, but Jojiro held onto his hand with unwavering grip. "Miss Jo, please release me." Long Tongue was filled with anxiety, fearing that Jojiro might accuse him of impropriety. "What are you afraid of, my dear brother? I am no monster, and I certainly won't devour you. At most, I will merely draw a few drops of your blood." Jojiro's voice dripped with temptation, her lips teasingly bitten as she spoke. Upon witnessing this, Long Tongue's heart raced with fervor, as though it might leap from his chest. However, he quickly regained his composure. He understood that if he lost his wits now, he would likely meet his demise at the hands of this extraordinarily enchanting woman. Thus, he addressed Zhou with utmost seriousness. Miss Zhou, there is a distinction between men and women. You should remove your garment and undergarment yourself. Once you have done so, use your own hands to cover your snowy peaks, and then call me to examine the peculiar ailment afflicting your chest. Zhou replied gravely, Long Tongue, if you do not assist me in removing my clothing, I will accuse you of impropriety on the spot. You must be aware that the Dan Pavilion is home to many formidable guards. Should I raise my voice and claim you have wronged me, they will undoubtedly rush in and reduce you to a mere pulp. At her words, Long Tongue's heart sank in alarm. He belatedly realized that Zhou was deliberately ensnaring him. A foreboding sense washed over him, and he felt that escaping Zhou's chamber unscathed would prove exceedingly difficult. He sensed that if he did not swiftly devise a viable solution, he would likely be toyed with to his demise by Zhou. After all, the guards of the Dan Pavilion were exceptionally powerful, and this was no jest. As he frantically sought a way out, Zhou spoke to him with unparalleled gentleness. Dear brother Long Tongue, rest assured, as long as you cooperate with me, everything will be manageable. Miss Zhou, what exactly do you intend to do with me? The reason Long Tongue posed such a question was that he felt Zhou did not appear to be ill at all. He was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what Zhou truly intended to do with him. Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhou gently replied, Dear Long Tongue, the reason I invited you to my chamber is, of course, to seek your assistance in my ailment. But then what followed? Long Tongue, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, eagerly inquired. Zhou leaned closer to Long Tongue's ear and spoke in a gentle tone, Dear Long Tongue, although my primary purpose today is to seek your assistance with my ailment, I must confess my admiration for your remarkable handsomeness and extraordinary talent in alchemy. The reason I requested you to remove your outer garments and belly wrap was to create an opportunity for us to connect more intimately. Long Tongue, aware of the situation, replied, Miss Zhou, as you are already aware, I am engaged to Baofei, and thus, I cannot indulge in such close proximity with you. Long Tongue replied with utmost seriousness, as he certainly did not wish to jeopardize his relationship with Baofei due to Zhou. In response, Zhou spoke to Long Tongue with a gentle demeanor. Brother Long Tongue, I must express my sentiments candidly. If you fail to comply with my wishes today, I shall loudly accuse you of impropriety. Miss Zhou, not only are you exceedingly beautiful, but you also possess an open disposition. Surely, you are not lacking in admirers. I implore you to spare me. Long Tongue sighed in resignation, wishing only to swiftly extricate himself from Zhou's presence. Yet, her grip on his hand was unyielding, rendering him unable to free himself from her hold. Suddenly, Zhou, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Long Tongue, your words clearly convey your disdain for me. Miss Zhou, I harbor no such feelings, he replied earnestly. You do look down upon me, she insisted. I assure you, I do not, he countered. Zhou, now thoroughly incensed, retorted. Long Tongue, you accuse me of being open and of lacking suitors, which unmistakably implies that you regard me as a frivolous woman. I can assert with utmost seriousness that I possess a forthright nature, and I ardently pursue that which I cherish. This is simply my character. I am not a woman of loose morals. If you doubt me, you may inquire with others in the Dan Pavilion or the nearby residence. As you are aware, in this world, secrets rarely remain concealed. Had I been as you suggest, inquiries would yield an abundance of testimonies. Although many men have previously professed their affections for me, I have unequivocally rejected them, and no one has so much as touched my hand. My reason for holding your hand so tightly today, and for requesting your assistance in removing my clothing, stems solely from my profound love for you. Upon hearing this, Long Tongue replied, Miss Zhou, I have already informed you that I am engaged. It is truly inappropriate for me to assist you in such matters. Zhou gazed at him with sincerity, then solemnly stated, Long Tongue, I wish to pose several questions to you, and I hope for your honest responses. Should I discover that your answers are deceitful, I shall accuse you of impropriety. Please proceed. I assure you I will respond truthfully. Long Tongue replied with a sense of helplessness. Zhou solemnly asked Long Tongue, Do you think I am beautiful? Indeed, you are beautiful. Long Tongue replied truthfully. Upon hearing his response, Zhou felt elated and continued to inquire. Do you find my figure alluring? Alluring. Long Tongue responded truthfully once again. Zhou continued to inquire of Long Tongue, Do you have feelings for me? Do you like me? Long Tongue nearly confessed his affection, though he harbored a fondness for the alluring and captivating Zhou. However, he had no intention of courting this stunning beauty. who was already a leader at such a tender age. Upon hearing his words, Zhojiro felt an immense anger towards Long Tongue and exclaimed, "Long Tongue, you undeniably have feelings for me, yet you suddenly retract your words. You must think I am a frivolous woman. I can see how men like you perceive me. Allow me to clarify. No man has ever laid a hand upon me, let alone touched my body. More importantly, I am still a maiden. You may now feel free to embrace me without hesitation. Long Ting, I have now laid bare my heart to you. Surely you can assist me in removing my garments?" "Miss Zhou, Long Ting found himself at a loss for words. He was aware that in this world, it was quite customary for a man to take multiple wives. However, he had already promised Baofei that he would cherish her deeply. Furthermore, he had just healed her of her muteness. If he were to engage in any indiscretions with Zhojiro today, how could he ever face Fei? More critically, if he were to betray Fei and she were to discover his transgressions, what would become of their relationship? In this tense moment, Zhojiro whispered softly into Long Tang's ear, "Dear Long Tang, should you refuse me today, I shall reveal to everyone that you not only forcefully stripped me of my garments, but also committed unspeakable acts against me. At that point, do you believe you could still escape from Dan Pavilion?" Chapter 23. Are you certain you wish for me to extract it? "Miss Zhou, I am truly terrified of you." Long Tongue replied with a sense of helplessness, acknowledging that since Miss Zhojiro had made her intentions so clear, any further refusal on his part would not only invite dire consequences for himself, but also jeopardize the safety of his fiancée, Baofei, in leaving the Dan Pavilion. Moreover, as a man, he reasoned that even if he were to assist Baofei in removing her outer garments and inner attire, he would not suffer any loss. Thus, he addressed Zhojiro, saying, "Miss Zhou, I am willing to assist you in removing your outer garments and inner attire. But I implore you not to cast false accusations against me. Dear Long Ting, I hold a special affection for you, which is why I present you with this opportunity. How could I ever accuse you unjustly?" Zhojiro whispered softly in Long Tang's ear, her tone laced with an alluring charm. "Then let us commence this endeavor now." Long Tongue replied with a hint of helplessness, yet his heart raced incessantly, for it was the first time in his life that he had unfastened a woman's upper garment and undergarment. "Come on, but please, do not hurt me," Zhojiro gently reminded Long Ting, nodded and proceeded, gently removing Zhojiro's top, as it lacked buttons. To his astonishment, he discovered that her undergarment was unlike any ordinary one. It revealed a considerable expanse above, showcasing her ample bosom. Unable to restrain himself, he swallowed hard at the sight of her fair and voluptuous curves. The strings of the undergarment were tied at the back, necessitating his movement behind Zhojiro to unfasten it. He stepped behind her and delicately untied the strings. "Thank you, Long Ting, for helping me with my top and undergarment," Zhojiro said softly. In response, Long Tongue gently reminded her, "Miss Zhou, I must now examine the cause of your ailment at your chest. It would be prudent for you to cover your bosom with your hands." "Understood," Zhojiro nodded in reply. When Long Tongue approached her, he noticed that Zhojiro had clasped her bosom tightly with both hands. However, due to its ample size, a significant portion remained exposed, captivating Long Tongue's attention. Yet, he soon encountered a rather awkward and embarrassing dilemma. He hesitantly addressed Zhojiro, "Miss Zhou, your bosom is quite substantial, and with your hands firmly grasping it, I am unable to view your chest. Since the cause of your peculiar ailment lies there, I require a clear view to prescribe the appropriate remedy. Could you perhaps shift your hands slightly apart?" "Very well," Zhojiro responded bashfully, her face flushing like a ripe apple. After all, she had never engaged in such an act with any man before. Had it not been for her special affection for Long Tongue, she would have never entertained such an idea. She then gently parted her hands, revealing a vivid crimson mark on her chest. After observing, Long Tongue turned to Zhojiro and said, "Miss Zhou, could you kindly extend your tongue for me to examine?" "Certainly." Zhojiro nodded and promptly complied. Upon inspecting her tongue, Long Tongue instructed, "Now, please extend your hands. I wish to examine your palms." "All right," Zhojiro responded, swiftly lowering her hands from the snow-capped peaks. However, as she realized the implications, she let out a startled scream, which inadvertently revealed her ample curves, nearly causing Long Tongue to lose composure. Yet, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation, quickly averting his gaze, his face flushing crimson, akin to a ripened apple, with his ears betraying his embarrassment as well. It was, after all, his first encounter with such alluring features. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. Thus, he addressed Zhou Jiro, Miss Zhou. I have turned my head away and am standing sideways. Please extend your hands before me once more for a thorough examination. Very well, Zhou Jiro replied, her shyness palpable. As she presented her hands to Long Ting again. Long Ting, you are the first to witness my allure. Should you dare not to marry me, I shall ensure everyone knows of your glimpse. She whispered tenderly into his ear, her voice laced with temptation. This declaration stirred within Long Ting an urge to embrace her closely. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure. He was here to tend to Zhou Jiro's ailment and must maintain his professionalism. He could not entertain any inappropriate thoughts regarding her. Thus, he stated, Miss Zhou, based on the condition of your chest and palms, it is evident that you have cultivated a fire attribute skill in the realm of Doqi. Such techniques serve not only to attack foes but also to concoct elixirs. Particularly, alchemists often practice one or more fire attribute techniques to aid in their craft. At that moment, Zhou Jiro interjected, Long Ting, many individuals cultivate fire attribute techniques in the Doqi realm, yet none suffer from the peculiar affliction I do, indicating that my condition is not a result of such training. Miss Zhou, I have yet to finish my explanation. While fire attribute techniques do not induce unusual ailments, your rapid advancement may have led you to consume excessive amounts of earth fire grass. The toxins present within it have lingered in your system. As for why these toxins have settled in your chest, it is quite simple. Once introduced into the body, they tend to accumulate in that area. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiro was particularly astonished. Long Ting truly possessed remarkable abilities, having swiftly identified the cause of her ailment. Subsequently, Zhou Jiro addressed Long Tong, saying, Dear brother Long Tong, why had I never heard anyone mention that the earth fire herb is toxic? More importantly, I have frequently utilized the earth fire herb in the alchemical process, and no one has experienced poisoning. Why, then, did I suffer from poisoning after consuming it? Long Ting solemnly addressed Zhou Jiro, Miss Zhou, your inquiry is indeed astute. This is due to the fact that each stalk of firegrass contains only a minuscule amount of poison. In other words, if consumed occasionally in small quantities, your body will expel this fire toxin. However, should you partake in excessive amounts frequently, a significant accumulation of fire toxin will remain in your chest, rendering your body incapable of expelling it. Oh, I see now, Zhou Jiro exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. She then turned to Long Tong and inquired, Young Master Long Tong, since you are an exceptionally skilled alchemist, might I ask if you are aware of the fire attribute combat technique I am practicing? Upon hearing this, Long Ting gravely replied, By examining the palms of your hands, it is evident that the combat technique you are cultivating is the blue flower flame. Brother Long Tong, you are truly remarkable, Zhou Jiro said, visibly astonished. She then urgently implored, Brother Long Ting, now that you are aware of the cause of my ailment, how do you intend to extract the fire toxin from my chest? Long Tong addressed Zhou Jiro, saying, Miss Zhou, now that I have identified the root of your ailment, I undoubtedly possess the means to cure you. How will you treat it? Zhou Jiro inquired, her excitement palpable. Long Tong addressed Zhou Jiro, in truth, it is not difficult to remedy the fire toxin that has accumulated in your chest. With my medical expertise, I can effortlessly extract it using my fire toxin orb. Brother Long Ting, please commence at once. Zhou Jiro implored, her only desire being for Long Ting to swiftly eliminate the fire toxin from her chest, for she had endured over a year without a single peaceful night's sleep. In response, Long Tong replied, Miss Zhou, although I can indeed utilize my fire toxin orb to extract the toxin from your chest, there is a caveat. Zhou Jiro, filled with anticipation, interjected. What is it? She had resolutely decided that, regardless of the pain, she would allow Long Tong to assist her in ridding herself of the fire toxin today. Long Ting shyly addressed Zhou Jiro, saying, as I must utilize my left hand to control the fire poison pearl to extract the venom from your chest. Your hands cannot rest upon your snowy peaks to obstruct me. Only in this manner can I effectively draw out the fire poison. Do you still wish for me to proceed with the extraction? Chapter 24, Absolutely. In response, Zhou Jiro replied to Long Tong, Brother Long Tong, since you have already glimpsed my snowy peaks, and I hold a special affection for you, feel free to look as you wish. Miss Zhou, rest assured, I promise I shall not gaze upon your snowy peaks. Long Ting resolutely replied that he had made up his mind. Once he extracted the fire poison from Zhou Jiro's chest, he would swiftly depart from this place. He wished to avoid excessive contact with Zhou Jiro, lest misunderstandings arise between them. His sole desire was to hasten back home, with Bao Feier to focus on his cultivation. Let us begin, Zhou Jiro gently responded. as she delicately withdrew her hands from his snowy peak. Longting did not gaze upon the two towering snow peaks of Zhou Zhiho, for his sole focus was on swiftly extracting the fire poison from her chest. With his left hand outstretched, he concentrated, igniting the flames of the fire poison pearl within his palm. As his hand approached the snowy peaks of Zhou Zhiho, the flames from the fire poison pearl began to absorb the fire poison emanating from her chest. In mere moments, wisps of fire poison emerged from Zhou Zhiho's bosom. Witnessing this, she was left utterly astonished, realizing just how formidable her younger brother Longting truly was. After a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Longting had nearly extracted all the fire poison from her chest using the flames of the fire poison pearl. Although Zhou Zhiho felt an overwhelming sense of relief, the intensity of the flames left her drenched in sweat. At that moment, Longting addressed her, saying, "Miss Zhou, I have nearly absorbed the fire poison from your chest. However, due to your prolonged consumption of the earth firegrass, there remains some fire poison within you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiho anxiously asked Longting, "What should we do?" Longting said to Zhou Zhiho, "Miss Zhou, there is no need for you to worry. As long as I draw out the poison from your body a few more times, I shall be able to extract all the fire toxins within you." Upon hearing Longting's words, Zhou Zhiho's anxious heart finally found solace. She then expressed her gratitude, saying, "Brother Longting, I am truly thankful to you today. I feel exceptionally comfortable now." To which Longting replied, "Indeed, you may feel at ease, but I, on the other hand, am feeling quite fatigued." Longting replied weakly, acknowledging that although he had used the flames of the fire poison pearl to extract the fire poison from Zhou Zhiho, he needed to exercise precise control. Otherwise, the flames could scorch her magnificent peaks. This was the primary reason for Longting's exhaustion. What transpired next left him utterly astonished, as Zhou Zhiho suddenly embraced him tightly. Being a novice in such situations, his heart raced uncontrollably. "Longting, dear brother, you must be so weary from extracting the fire poison from my chest. Please stay in my embrace and rest for a while," Zhou Zhiho whispered tenderly into his ear. Upon hearing this, Longting felt a profound sense of helplessness. Her peaks pressed against his chest brought him a strange comfort, yet an intense heat began to spread throughout his body. At that moment, Zhou Zhiho suddenly inquired, "Longting, why is your heart beating so rapidly? And it seems your lower region is swelling rapidly. Are you feeling unwell? Miss Zhou, please release me for a moment, and I assure you I will be fine after lying here for a little while." Longting replied helplessly, asserting that he was an ordinary man. And Zhou Zhiho held him tightly. It was only natural for him to react as he did. If he had not responded this way, he would not be a man at all. "Very well." Zhou Zhiho nodded, then spoke to Longting with utmost tenderness, "Dear Longting, today you shall stay here and rest well, for as long as you desire, no one will dare to say otherwise. I shall take a brief respite before departing." Longting weakly replied, having already made up his mind. As soon as his body regained a semblance of strength, he would swiftly depart with Balfair. He was acutely aware that, given Zhou Zhiho's particular fondness for him, lingering here could lead to unforeseen complications of an intimate nature. After a while, Longting felt that he had sufficiently recovered. Consequently, he hastily climbed out of bed. Just as he was poised to exit the bedroom, Zhou Zhiho suddenly grasped his hand tightly. Following that, she spoke to him with utmost tenderness, "Longting, dear brother, since you have already seen my upper body, do you intend to simply walk away?" "Miss Zhou, while I did catch a glimpse of your upper body, my intention was solely to treat your ailment, not to gaze upon you intentionally. Please, allow me to leave now." With a sense of resignation, Longting replied, apprehensive that lingering too long might lead Zhou Zhiho to engage in some unspeakable act. "If you wish to leave, you must kiss me first, otherwise I shall have to call for assistance." Zhou Zhiho whispered softly into Longting's ear, her voice laced with temptation. Upon hearing this, Longting felt a deep sense of helplessness, fully aware that succumbing to such a kiss would signify his acceptance of Zhou Zhiho's affections. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The real dilemma lay in the potential consequences should Balfeo discover his actions. What would become of him if she chose to depart from his life? Thus, he replied to Zhou Zhiho, "Miss Zhou, I cannot proceed with this at present." "Longting, do you truly not wish for my assistance?" Zhou Zhiho suddenly inquired with earnestness. Longting inquired of Zhou Zhiho, "How did you come to know that I require your assistance?" In response, Zhou Zhiho remarked, "Longting, when Zhou Huehua requested you to treat the fire poison in my chest, you readily agreed. Moreover, I am aware that Bao Kaitian exchanged Bao Fei for Bao Anqing, and Long Tan has arranged for his eldest grandson to compete with you in 3 days for the position of the young clan leader. Furthermore, your father has been missing for over 3 years, placing your family in a precarious situation within the Long family. Should you lose this upcoming contest against Long Quang, it is highly likely that Long Tan will expel you, your mother, and your sister from the Long family. At this juncture, I am your sole ally. Besides, with my alluring beauty, a kiss from you would not only be a trivial matter for you, but also a remarkable gain, and you ought to feel fortunate. With that, Zhou Jiho turned her face towards Long Tongue. Long Tongue felt that Zhou Jiro was absolutely right. If he did not kiss her today, she would undoubtedly refuse to assist him. In a moment of desperation, he gently pressed his lips against her cheek. Instantly, Zhou Jiro's face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. What transpired next left Long Tongue utterly flustered and at a loss. Chapter 25. I shall bestow upon you a magnificent reward next time. Suddenly, Zhou Jiro planted a kiss on Long Tongue's face. She then tenderly asked, "Little brother Long Tongue, are you happy?" "Indeed, I am." Long Ting replied truthfully, stating that Zhou Jiro was not only sensually beautiful but also wise and gracious, her character being entirely distinct from that of Bao Feier. Long Ting is a man of integrity, and he felt compelled to answer truthfully, as he had no desire to deceive Zhou Jiro. "Long Ting, my dear brother, the next time you draw out the fire poison for me, I shall bestow upon you a grand reward," Zhou Jiro said to him with unparalleled tenderness, her tone laced with temptation. Upon hearing this, Long Ting furrowed his brow, acutely aware that his very lifeblood was firmly grasped by this extraordinarily alluring woman. He found himself somewhat looking forward to the next opportunity to extract the fire poison for Zhou Jiro. However, his greatest concern lay in how to respond when Bao Feier inevitably learned of this matter and inquired about it, for he held a deep affection for Bao Feier's pure and kind nature. At that moment, Zhou Jiro swiftly donned her bodice and top, then turned to Long Ting and said, "Long Ting, my dear brother, although the Dan Pavilion has regulations prohibiting the pavilion master from engaging in the struggles of any family faction, now that you are my fiancé, I shall wholeheartedly support you." Long Ting pondered for a moment before replying to Zhou Jiro, "Miss Zhou, I prefer that you do not involve yourself directly. You may easily have your subordinates assist me instead." Before Long Tongue could finish his words, Zhou Jiro interrupted him. "Long Ting, you are now my fiancé, and you should no longer address me as Miss Zhou. Then how should I address you?" Long Tongue inquired with curiosity. Zhou Jiro replied to Long Tongue, in private, "You may call me dear darling, but in the presence of others, you may address me as Jiro or Ruer." Long Ting said to Zhou Jiro, "I cannot address you in that manner just yet, as our relationship has developed rather swiftly, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. It would be more appropriate for me to refer to you as Miss Zhou for the time being. Once I am adequately prepared, I shall call you dear or Jiro." Zhou Jiro nodded in agreement, then spoke to Long Tongue with utmost tenderness. "Although it was I who took the initiative to have you become my fiancé today, my feelings for you are undeniably sincere." With that, Zhou Jiro bestowed a gentle kiss upon Long Ting's cheek. At present, Long Ting's face is exceedingly flushed and warm. At this moment, Zhou Jiro addressed Long Tongue, saying, "Dear Long Tongue, you were absolutely right earlier. I will not directly involve myself in the affairs of your family. Shortly, I shall request Zhou Yuehua to assist you in overcoming this predicament. I am aware that once you triumph over this challenge, the members of the Long family will no longer possess the ability to intimidate your family." Long Tongue replied, "I am most grateful to Miss Zhou. I must now return home to cultivate." Long Tongue replied with great excitement, fully aware that as soon as Zhou Yuehua discreetly accompanied him with her guards, he could confidently engage in a duel with Long Quan. "Do not fret, my dear brother Long Tongue. Allow me to escort you," Zhou Jiro said, gently pulling open the door to the bedroom. Without delay, she took Long Teng's hand and led him downstairs. Long Tongue urgently implored, "Miss Zhou, could you possibly release my hand?" Zhou Jiro replied, "I understand, Long Tongue. You fear that Bao Feier might witness our closeness and be driven away from you. However, I believe it would be wise for her to be informed of our relationship sooner rather than later. If she truly loves you, even if she feels jealous, she would not abandon you, especially since you were the one who healed her silence. Thus, you might seize this opportunity to gauge her reaction." Sigh. Long Tongue let out a sigh, never having anticipated that Zhou Jiro would act in such a manner. He was particularly fearful that Bao Feier, upon witnessing the scene of Zhou Jiro holding his hand, would cease to acknowledge him entirely. Hearing Long Tongue's sigh, Zhou Jiro gently whispered in his ear, "Long Tongue, I have made my decision. Even if Bao Fei'er marries you, I shall still claim my place. For the sake of security, I am now entrusting my heart to you." With that, Zhou Zhiro pressed her lips firmly against his. At that moment, Long Tongue felt a surge of excitement, as this was his first encounter with such an intimate situation. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, Zhou Zhiro's lips suddenly withdrew from his. At that moment, Zhou Zhiro was filled with joy, for she could distinctly sense that Long Tongue had deeply fallen for her. Otherwise, he would not have indulged her in such lingering affection. She felt confident that she had captured Long Tongue's heart. Long Tongue now finds himself in a somewhat awkward situation, as he had earlier wished to engage in a deeper conversation with Zhou Zhiro. "Long Tongue, my dear brother, I shall accompany you downstairs now," Zhou Zhiro said to him. "However, rest assured that on the day after tomorrow, during your match with Long Quang, I will ensure that Zhou Yuehua brings guards to protect you discreetly." "All right." Long Tongue nodded and quickened his pace down the stairs. However, he felt exceedingly shy as Zhou Zhiro held his hand tightly. He was quite anxious, uncertain of how to explain the situation to Bao Fei'er. In his moment of confusion, Zhou Zhiro gently said to him, "Long Ting, as a man, you must face this with courage. Besides, I am quite curious to see how Bao Fei'er will react upon learning of this." Although Long Tongue agreed with Zhou Zhiro's sentiments, he was still worried that Bao Fei'er would leave him without a second glance once she found out. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Upon reaching the second floor, Long Ting and Zhou Zhiro found Bao Fei'er, Zhou Yuehua, and others staring intently at them. This made Long Ting feel quite embarrassed. He intended to free himself from Zhou Zhiro's grasp, but she held onto his hand firmly, rendering him unable to escape. Witnessing this, Bao Fei'er's anger ignited. She had never anticipated that Zhou Zhiro would cling to Long Tongue's hand so tightly. Bao Fei'er addressed Zhou Zhiro earnestly, saying, "Miss Zhou, while my brother Ting's medical skills are exceptional, he is not a man to be trifled with. Forcing him to hold your hand could lead to misunderstandings." This comment instantly provoked Zhou Zhiro's ire. She could clearly discern that Bao Fei'er implied she was a frivolous woman, which was a blatant insult. Since Bao Fei'er dared to speak such words in her presence, Zhou Zhiro felt compelled to retaliate fiercely. If she were to swallow her pride, she would not be Zhou Zhiro, nor would she be deserving of her position as the head of the Dan Pavilion in Clay City. Thus, she smiled at Bao Fei'er and replied, "Sister Fei'er, you are absolutely right. Long Ting is indeed not a frivolous individual. However, I am already his now. I hope you can get along well with me in the future, as I would prefer not to trouble Long Tongue with this matter." At these words, Bao Fei'er was nearly infuriated to the point of explosion. Grabbing Long Ting's hand, she declared, "Tung Gu, let us leave." Bao Fei'er had resolved that once she and Tung Gu departed from the Dan Pavilion, she would thoroughly question him about what had transpired between him and Zhou Zhiro. Chapter 26. Remember to come earlier next time for me to indulge. Seeing Bao Fei'er take Long Ting's hand, Zhou Zhiro voluntarily released her grip. Witnessing this exchange, all present displayed expressions of intrigue, eager to uncover what had transpired between Long Tongue and Miss Zhou, though none dared to inquire. As Bao Fei'er led Long Tongue away, Zhou Zhiro remarked, "Long Tongue, remember to come earlier next time for me to indulge in fire poison. Do not forget." "Understood," Long Tongue replied with resignation, aware that Zhou Zhiro's words would undoubtedly lead many listeners to misunderstand the situation. After all, Zhou Zhiro had not explicitly stated that he had used the fire poison pearl to absorb the fire poison for her. Soon, Long Tongue and Bao Fei'er exited the Dan Pavilion. Bao Fei'er urgently inquired, "Tung Gu, I simply wish to know what transpired between you and Zhou Zhiro." Long Tongue had no choice but to recount to Bao Fei'er the events that had just transpired between him and Zhou Zhiro. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Tung Gu, that vixen Zhou Zhiro is truly cunning. I cannot believe she would resort to such tactics against you." Long Tongue said to Bao Fei'er, "Fei'er, if you find it difficult to accept this matter, you may leave me. I will not hold it against you." Bao Fei'er sincerely replied, "Tung Good. It was you who cured my muteness. Without you, I would never have been able to speak in this lifetime. Therefore, no matter what happens to you, I will never abandon you." Upon hearing these words, Long Tongue was deeply moved. He never expected that Bao Fei'er would express such sentiments towards him. Long Tongue addressed Bao Fei'er, saying, "Fei'er, if you find it difficult to accept the events that transpired today between me and Zhou Zhiro, you may reconsider our engagement. After all, your beauty will surely attract many suitors should you choose to part ways with me. Take your time to contemplate this before you convey your decision to me." Upon hearing this, Bao Feier responded to Long Tongue with utmost tenderness. Tengu, I am aware that Zhou Zhiro deliberately held your hand in front of me. Her intention is to compel me to leave you. I am not foolish enough to take that step. I have resolutely decided that I shall marry no one but you for the entirety of my life. I simply wish to give that scheming Bao Feier a taste of her own medicine. Moreover, Tengu, you have treated me with unparalleled kindness. And should I depart from you, I would find it impossible to encounter another man who is as good to me as you are. Listening to Bao Feier, Long Tongue spoke sincerely. Feier, I am truly sorry for any distress you have endured. Tengu, I feel no distress at all, Bao Feier replied gently. Yet a voice within her persistently urged her not to leave Long Tongue, warning her against falling into Zhou Zhiro's trap. Tengu, since you will be competing against Long Quang after tomorrow, make sure to devote yourself to your training when you return home. Do not let anything else distract you, as I wish for your focus to remain undisturbed by this matter. As she spoke, Bao Feier grasped Long Tongue's hand and hurried toward the gates of the Long family. Long Ting felt a surge of joy, despite the tumultuous events with Zhou Zhiro. Bao Feier not only refrained from reproaching him, but also encouraged him to concentrate on his training. He believed that Bao Feier was an exceptionally rare and admirable woman. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Long family estate. Just as they were about to step through the gates, Long Quang, accompanied by 3 followers, intercepted them. Long Ting, where is my brother? Long Quang's tone was imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace, as he felt an acute sense of urgency due to the prolonged absence of his 3 brothers. Long Quang, how am I to know where your brothers have gone? Long Ting replied calmly, having made up his mind. Since Long Quang had sent Long Hua and his 2 companions to eliminate him and Bao Feier, he naturally would not inform Long Quang that he had already dealt with Long Hua and his companions. At that moment, Long Quang spoke to Long Tongue. Long Tongue, when I learned that you and Bao Feier ventured into the monster forest to hunt beasts, I was exceedingly worried that you might fall prey to the creatures there. Thus, I instructed my brother to accompany my 2 companions to the monster forest to safeguard you both. Why did you not encounter my brother and his companions? Long Ting said to Long Quang, Long Quang, I truly have not seen your 3 brothers. I am uncertain of their whereabouts. It is quite possible they have lost their way in the beast forest. It would be prudent for you to gather more people to search for them there. Upon hearing this, Long Quang furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Long Tongue's words. It was likely that his brothers had indeed become lost in the beast forest. Otherwise, they would have swiftly dealt with Long Tongue. After all, the Dragon Ding he sent was a level 11 fighter, and Long Ming had attained the rank of a level 12 fighter. This meant that either Dragon Ding or Long Ming could effortlessly eliminate both Long Tongue and Bao Feier. Long Tongue, should I discover that you dare to deceive me, I shall ensure that you and your mute fiancé suffer a slow and excruciating demise. The tone of Long Quang was laden with an overwhelming aura of menace, and soon after, he, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, hastened towards the beast forest. Observing the departing figures of Long Quang and his entourage, Bao Feier quietly inquired of Long Tongue, Tengu, although you have eliminated Long Hua and his companions, I am particularly fearful that Long Quang may return to seek vengeance upon you upon discovering their remains. Feier, do not concern yourself with this matter for now. Long Tongue reassured her. Consider this, the beast forest is teeming with ferocious creatures. Once they catch the scent of blood from Long Hua and his companions, they will swiftly devour them, leaving not even a trace behind. Thus, even if Long Quang were to scour the entire forest, it would be utterly futile in locating them. For now, let us focus on our cultivation and return home, for that is of paramount importance. Understood. Bao Feier nodded, eagerly taking Long Tongue's hand as they made their way towards his residence. Upon witnessing Long Ting and Bao Feier return unscathed, Long Miao and Mu Yunji were filled with immense joy. Mu Yunji anxiously asked Long Tongue, Tunger, did you sustain any injuries while in the beast forest? Long Tingdo, mother, not only have I emerged unscathed, but I have also slain a formidable magical beast and acquired its battle ring. As soon as I commence my cultivation, my strength will experience a rapid enhancement. Most importantly, I have restored Feier's voice. My gains this time are indeed bountiful. Tungo, it is a relief that both you and Feier have returned safely. I shall now prepare a meal for you and Feier. Mu Yunji exclaimed with immense excitement, her joy palpable. Long Miao excitedly grasped Long Tang's hand and exclaimed, Brother, quickly release your battle ring for me to admire. After the Long family finished their meal, the sky had already darkened. Long Tongue returned to his chamber and began practicing the foundational technique of the Long family, the breathing method. At that moment, the spirit of Zhu Yuanling appeared before him. She addressed Long Ting, saying, "The breathing method of your clan is merely an elementary technique. It is improbable that you can master it swiftly enough to defeat Long Quan." Upon hearing this, Long Tung implored, "Senior, please grant me a superior technique to cultivate." "Certainly." Zhu Yuanling nodded, and in her hand, a jade slip materialized. As she handed the slip to Long Tung, she continued, "This technique is particularly suited for your Xiantian sword. Once you master it, you will have command over all sword techniques, sword intent, and sword principles, provided you desire it." Long Ting was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Eagerly accepting the jade slip, burning with curiosity about the magnificent technique bestowed upon him. Chapter 27. The astonishing power of this technique. As Long Tung examined the jade slip, he noticed 4 prominent characters inscribed on the front: Heart of the sword, clear and bright. In light of this revelation, Long Tung fervently inquired of Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, what is the heart of the sword, clear and bright? I have never encountered this technique before. Is it truly formidable?" Zhu Yuanling replied earnestly, "Long Ting, the heart of the sword, clear and bright, is a specialized technique for sword cultivation. Once you achieve mastery, upon touching any sword, you will be able to comprehend any sword technique that has ever been wielded with it. Most importantly, any sword technique will be instantly grasped. Any sword intent will be intuitively understood, and any sword principle will become clear upon reflection. The reason I am passing this technique to you is that your right hand bears the soul of battle, which is the Xiantian sword. You are a prodigious talent for swordsmanship. Should you master the heart of the sword, clear and bright, you could ascend to become the most formidable sword deity in this world." Long Tung, filled with enthusiasm, asked Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, I am particularly curious. Have you ever cultivated the heart of the sword, clear and bright?" "Alas, no." Zhu Yuanling shook her head and explained, "This technique was a serendipitous discovery for me. Initially, I desired to cultivate it as well, but since my soul of battle is not a sword, I did not pursue this method." "Oh." Long Ting nodded and then inquired of Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, has anyone ever practiced the sword heart enlightenment before?" "Not at all." Zhu Yuanling replied, shaking his head. "However, I cannot definitively state whether anyone has previously cultivated this technique. As for others, I am entirely unaware." Upon hearing this, Long Ting pressed urgently, "Senior, since you are uncertain if anyone has ever practiced this technique, how can you expect me to undertake it? Are you not concerned that I might succumb to madness during my cultivation?" Zhu Yuanling solemnly addressed Long Ting. "Though I cannot ascertain whether anyone has previously cultivated the sword heart enlightenment, I have studied this technique in depth. The author of this method is undoubtedly a remarkable genius in cultivation. I firmly believe that the underlying theory is sound. While there are inherent risks in practicing this technique, should you master it, you would have the potential to become the most formidable sword god in existence. Do you not aspire to cultivate such an extraordinary art?" "I do." Long Ting nodded, then addressed Zhu Yuanling. "However, I am concerned about the potential for becoming possessed by my practice. Thus, I hesitate to pursue this technique lightly." In response, Zhu Yuanling solemnly stated, "Long Tung, I can now unequivocally assure you that the theory of the clear sword heart is entirely sound. I believe you may consider attempting its cultivation. However, I cannot guarantee that you will face no dangers during the process. Ultimately, the decision to cultivate rests with you." Upon hearing this, Long Tung pondered briefly before replying to Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, I have made my decision. I wish to cultivate the clear sword heart. Are you not afraid of becoming possessed by your practice?" Zhu Yuanling inquired with gravity. Long Tung solemnly addressed Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, since you assert that the sword heart is unequivocally sound in theory and considering that you have no motive to harm me, I am aware that many pursuits entail certain dangers. Some can choke on food, others on water. Therefore, I shall cultivate the sword heart." Zhu Yuanling sincerely replied to Long Tung, "Long Tung, I have no reason to harm you, and even if others wished you ill, I would strive with all my might to protect you. After all, I look forward to you growing strong enough to deal with those scoundrels at the Fighting Soul Hall. Given your desire to cultivate the sword heart, you must now memorize its incantation. Once you commit it to memory, you will be able to practice this technique. Should you attain mastery over it, you will be able to access your family's armory at dawn tomorrow. Upon entering the armory, you may select any sword, and you will swiftly grasp a multitude of sword techniques, sword intent, and the path of the sword. Senior, since the sword heart is indeed so formidable, I shall learn this technique even if it means sacrificing sleep." Long Tongue's voice brimmed with excitement, his entire being radiating fervor. He promptly began to memorize the profound incantation of the sword heart clarity. Sword heart clarity, the heart and sword resonate. With the sword held in the heart, all laws become evident. The heart like still water, the sword intent traverses freely. With calmness of spirit, the sword moves with intention. The unity of heart and sword renders the enemy formless. Observing Longting diligently committing the incantation to memory, Zhu Yuanling felt immense joy, hoping fervently that he would soon master this technique to perfection. Before long, Long Tongue turned to Zhu Yuanling and proclaimed, "Senior, I have firmly committed the incantation of sword heart clarity to memory." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling was profoundly astonished. After all, the incantation of sword heart clarity is extensive and exceedingly profound, making swift memorization a formidable challenge. Zhu Yuanling believed that the fact Long Tongue managed to memorize it in the brief span of a single incense stick's burning time was testament to his extraordinary genius. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling smiled at Long Tongue and said, "Since you have memorized the incantation of sword heart clarity, you may begin your cultivation. However, I must earnestly remind you that during your practice, you must maintain a mind free of distractions. Only in this way can you achieve mastery of this technique. Otherwise, you risk falling into a state of madness. Remember, you must not harbor even the slightest distraction while practicing this technique. Do you understand?" Longting nodded resolutely, for he was utterly enamored with the sword heart clarity technique. In an instant, he purged all distractions from his mind. He then assumed the 5 hearts toward heaven stance and commenced his cultivation. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling was particularly anxious, fearing that Longting might become consumed by his practice. Should he fall into madness, there would be no one left to avenge her family and uphold justice. Thus, she clasped her hands together, silently praying for Longting's safety. An hour later, Longting excitedly exclaimed to Zhu Yuanling, "Elder, I have perfected the sword heart clarity technique." This meant that as soon as he touched a sword, he would effortlessly master its techniques. "I wish to head to the armory now. Longting, I shall present you with a sword to test your abilities." Zhu Yuanling replied with a radiant smile, and a sword materialized in her hands. The blade was slender and straight, resembling a lightning bolt drawn from its sheath. Its surface shimmered with a profound silver hue, as if it had captured a millennium of moonlight. Intricate patterns adorned the blade, each resembling an ancient incantation, narrating tales of past glory and splendor. Zhu Yuanling addressed Longting. "The sword is known as the Gentle Breeze Sword. The wielder has also created a unique technique, the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique. Now, touch this sword, and let us see if you can swiftly master its art." Chapter 28. The Unfair Rules of the Competition. Longting nodded, and then swiftly grasped the Windblade sword. What transpired next left him utterly astonished, his mouth agape, as he distinctly sensed a sudden influx of knowledge regarding the Windblade sword technique within his mind. In that moment, he realized he had indeed mastered the art of the Windblade. Immediately after, he presented the Windblade sword to Zhu Yuanling, who then unsheathed his Xiantian sword. "Esteemed senior, I shall now demonstrate the Windblade sword technique I have just acquired." Long Tongue exclaimed with excitement, swiftly brandishing the Xiantian sword in his hand. "This is truly splendid." Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuanling could not contain his enthusiasm and applauded. He then solemnly addressed Long Tongue, saying, "Although you have now mastered the sword heart clarity and have also learned the gentle wind sword technique, I must caution you. When you face Long Quang in battle, you must refrain from using the Xiantian sword against him unless absolutely necessary. The reason I had you learn the sword heart clarity from the outset was to ensure you possess formidable trump cards in times of peril. You are aware that in the Duki continent, those who awaken dual martial souls are exceedingly rare. Consequently, many individuals and factions harbor jealousy towards practitioners with dual martial souls. Moreover, your Xiantian sword is the most formidable martial soul in this realm. Therefore, unless you find yourself in the gravest of dangers, you must not wield the Xiantian sword against your adversaries lightly." "Understood." Longting nodded, fully aware that the reason his mentor urged him to master the clarity of the sword's heart was due to the concern that during his duel with Long Quang, the latter might resort to lethal force against him. Longting now profoundly realizes the sincere intentions of his mentor. Such a remarkable figure is truly hard to come by. Long Tongue addressed Zhu Yuanling, saying, "Senior, as I have only recently attained the rank of a level 10 fighter. It would be exceedingly difficult for me to contend with Long Quang in a match. Do you possess any techniques that could facilitate a swift enhancement of my abilities? Zhu Yuanling replied, Long Tongue, you have indeed come to the right person. I happen to have methods that can significantly elevate your strength. That is truly wonderful. Long Tang's tone was imbued with excitement and enthusiasm. Only now did he realize the wealth of treasures possessed by this senior. Long Tongue had made up his mind. Whenever he found leisure, he would often seek out his elder to delve into treasures. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling unexpectedly produced a jade slip. Upon receiving the slip, Long Tongue noticed that inscribed on its front were 3 prominent characters. Qiankuan Gong. Elder, is Qiankuan Gong formidable? Long Tongue inquired with curiosity, for it was indeed his first encounter with such a technique. In response, Zhu Yuanling smiled warmly at Long Tongue and remarked, Long Tongue, once you embark on the cultivation of the Qiankuan Gong, your strength will swiftly ascend to new heights. In my desire to see you grow stronger expeditiously, I shall wholeheartedly impart what I deem to be the finest techniques for your training. After all, you are my sole disciple. Senior, please refrain from calling me your disciple just yet. I have not formally taken you as my master. With a smile, Long Tongue replied that he had long wished to address Zhu Yuanling as his master, for he found Zhu Yuanling to be even more formidable than he had initially imagined. He planned to seek an opportune moment to formally apprentice himself to Zhu Yuanling. Zhu Yuanling responded to Long Tongue, saying, Long Tongue, I have come to a realization. Apprenticeship is merely a formality. If you wish to take me as your master, then do so. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. Regardless, I am willing to impart all the knowledge I possess regarding cultivation to you. As for how much you can absorb and comprehend, that depends on your own fortune. However, I do hope that once you have acquired sufficient strength, you will assist me in eliminating those despicable scoundrels from the Soul Combat Hall. After all, whenever I recall that venomous woman Sun Yinwei and the harm her family inflicted upon mine, a surge of fury wells up within me. Upon hearing this, Long Ting solemnly assured Zhu Yuanling, Senior, rest assured, I will uphold my promise and will never waver. Zhu Yuanling, feeling reassured by Long Ting's words, nodded in satisfaction and continued, Long Tongue, to facilitate your rapid advancement in strength, you shall commence your training in the Qiankuan technique from this moment onward. Very well. Long Ting replied with immense joy, and then he began to memorize the incantation of the Qiankuan skill. After spending the duration of an incense stick, he successfully committed the incantation to memory. Subsequently, he commenced his cultivation. Senior, I have advanced from a level 10 fighter to an 11th level warrior. Long Tongue, filled with immense excitement, spoke to Zhu Yuanling, explaining that his rapid progress in cultivation stemmed from being a dual soul fighter, endowed with innate full combat power, coupled with the mastery of the Qiankuan Gong that Zhu Yuanling had bestowed upon him. Zhu Yuanling, with a tone of earnestness, advised Long Tongue, it is quite late now. You should retire early and resume your training at dawn. All right. Long Ting nodded and, after completing his ablutions, retired for the night. Time flowed swiftly. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Long Ting resumed his practice of the Qiankuan skill. Although this technique enabled him to rapidly enhance his strength, he was acutely aware that as his combat power level increased, the pace of his cultivation would inevitably slow down. By the end of the day, Long Tongue had finally attained the rank of a level 12 battle master. However, he was fully cognizant that Long Quang had already reached the rank of a level 13 battle master. This meant that he was still one level behind Long Quang. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for his first ring technique of the purple-blue vine possessed formidable offensive capabilities, and he had already mastered a significant number of sword techniques. It is not so easy for Long Quang to eliminate him. At this moment, within the study of Long Tan, Long Quang urgently addressed Long Tan, Grandfather, I have meticulously searched within a 10-kilometer radius at the entrance of the monster beast forest with my younger brother, but we have found no trace of my siblings, Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming. I suspect that they have most likely fallen victim to the despicable machinations of Long Tongue. Grandfather, when Long Tongue and I duel, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him and avenge my brothers, Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming. Very well, Long An replied with a single character, expressing his belief that Long Hua and the others had indeed been eliminated by Long Ting. Subsequently, Long An solemnly addressed Long Quang. Long Quang, when you confront Long Ting tomorrow, you must exercise utmost caution, for countless eyes are upon you. Grandfather, rest assured, during my contest with Long Ting, Should I apply even a slight excess of force, I can discreetly eliminate him without arousing suspicion. In a fit of unbridled fury, Long Quang retorted, his tone laced with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. By dawn the following day, all members of the Long family gathered beside the arena, eager to witness Long Quang's merciless treatment of Long Tongue, whom they deemed a disgrace for awakening a so-called worthless fighting soul, the purple-blue vine. They all yearned for Long Quang to ascend as the young patriarch of the Long family, especially given that his fighting soul was the formidable great strength black gorilla. In addition to the Long family, spectators included Bao Kaitian, Bao Anqing, and several members of the Bao clan. Furthermore, in an effort to bolster his grandson Long Quang's reputation, Long Tan extended invitations to the patriarchs of the other three prominent families in Klai City. At this moment, Long Tan, Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Zhao, and Patriarch Sun occupied the seats of honor, while the others settled around the arena's perimeter. At that juncture, the third elder, Long Peng, swiftly leaped onto the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, I shall serve as the officiant for this competition. I now declare the rules of the contest. There are no rules. Whoever is first to be knocked off the stage shall be eliminated. Fists and feet are blind, and blades and swords show no mercy. Should one inadvertently kill the opponent, there will be no need for retribution. Long Quan's strength far surpasses that of my Ting Earth. Such rules render this contest exceedingly unjust for my Ting. I protest." Mu Yunji exclaimed anxiously, her voice brimming with seething anger. Chapter 29. Allow me to introduce you to the taste of my great strength black gorilla fist. Protests are in vain, Long Ping resolutely replied, and then turned to Mu Yunji with gravity, stating, "Since our Long family must choose a young clan leader, we shall select the most formidable youth among us. Mu Yunji, if you fear that your son may be vanquished or even harmed by Long Quang, you may withdraw Long Ting from the contest now," allowing him to publicly concede that Long Quang surpasses him and is unworthy of the position of young clan leader. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji urgently addressed Long Tongue, saying, "My dear son, with your current abilities, you could never hope to match Long Quang. I believe it would be best for you to refrain from competing against him." "Mother," he insisted, "today I must face Long Quang in the contest." Long Tongue resolutely replied, although his fighting prowess had only reached the 12th rank of Do Shi. He was particularly eager to engage in a fierce battle with Long Quang, yearning to ascertain just how much stronger Long Quang was than himself. "Tinger, your life is of utmost importance. The position of a young clan leader is not worth risking at all," Mu Yunji earnestly advised Long Tongue, hoping fervently that he would heed her counsel. Long Tongue earnestly addressed his mother, Mu Yunji, saying, "Mother, if I do not compete with Long Quang today, everyone present will perceive me as a coward. Surely, you do not wish for me to be regarded in such a light." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji felt that Long Tongue's assertion was indeed valid, yet her concern for his safety lingered. For Long Quang had not only attained the formidable rank of a 13th level battle master, but was also known for his ruthless demeanor. Consequently, Mu Yunji solemnly advised Long Tongue, "My dear, during your contest with Long Quang, should you find yourself unable to match his prowess, swiftly retreat from the arena. Once you have leapt down, Long Quang will not dare to pursue you, especially with so many spectators present." "Mother, I understand what I must do," Long Tongue replied. At that moment, Long Miao urgently cautioned, "Brother, be exceedingly careful during your duel with Long Quang. Do not let your guard down for even a moment." "Understood." Long Ting nodded in acknowledgement. Bao Fei grasped Long Ting's hand and said, "Ting Gu, you must heed Annie's advice. When you realize that you cannot contend with Long Quang, you must swiftly leap off the stage. Do not let pride consume you. Your life is paramount." In response, Long Tongue assured Bao Fei, "Rest assured, Fei, should Long Quang dare to unleash harm upon me, I shall not hold back." With that, he strode toward the arena. Observing this, Long Quang quickly ascended the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Long Tongue, I hear you have acquired the first combat ring. I am particularly eager to discover the abilities of your worthless purple-blue vine's first ring technique." The crowd erupted in fervent discussions upon hearing Long Quang's words. "I have heard that Long Quang's first ring technique is exceptionally formidable, yet I have never witnessed him employ it against an opponent. Today shall be an eye-opener. Do you know what the offensive capabilities of Long Quang's first ring technique, the mighty black gorilla, are?" Curious murmurs filled the air as many shared their intrigue. Amidst the chatter, Bao Anqing turned to her maid, Xiao Hua, and remarked, "I believe, given my fiancé Long Quang's prowess, he will effortlessly defeat Long Tongue today. Miss is absolutely correct, Xiaohua replied, but this may bring sorrow to Bao Feier. In response, Bao Anqing solemnly stated, Xiaohua, Bao Feier is merely a wild child my father picked up outside. She shares no blood ties with the Bao family. Her feelings of sadness bear no relevance to us. Besides, she is a mute, and a mute is perfectly matched with a waste. We shall disregard her. At that moment, Longton turned to the clan leaders, Zhao, Wang, and Sun, with a smile, inquiring, esteemed leaders, what are your thoughts on this contest? Hearing this, the three clan leaders' expressions shifted dramatically. They understood that Long Tan had summoned them solely to bolster Long Quang's reputation. Though they had contemplated not attending, they recognized that should the Bao and Long families unite, they could easily eliminate the three clans. Thus, they begrudgingly honored Long Tan's invitation. Wang clan leader Wang Yueming smiled at Long Tan, saying, Elder, your grandson has reached the 13th rank as a battle master at such a young age. This is a testament to his remarkable talent. Moreover, he has awakened the exceptional battle soul of the mighty black gorilla. I am confident that once he engages Long Tongue, within 3 moves, he will have Long Tongue begging for mercy. In agreement, Zhao clan leader Zhao Erping smiled at Long Tan, stating, Wang clan leader is entirely correct. I would like to extend my early congratulations on your grandson Long Quang's anticipated victory in securing the clan leader position. Sun clan leader Sun Hotian likewise smiled at Long Tan, declaring, Elder, with your grandson's innate talent for cultivation, he is destined to be the future young clan leader. Although Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian profess such sentiments, the 3 of them nevertheless harbor a desire for Longting to decisively defeat Long Quang. Only in this manner can they deliver a resounding slap to Longtang's face. Ha ha ha. Longting could not contain his laughter, a joyous sound echoing as he believed his grandson, Long Quang, could defeat Longting in mere moments. However, his expression swiftly transformed into one of icy chill, for he suspected that it was indeed Longting who had eliminated Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming. Now, all he yearned for was to witness Long Quang avenge the 3 by vanquishing Longting. At that moment, curiosity and admiration for Longting enveloped everyone present, as they too were eager to understand how a person awakened to the violet-blue vine could muster the audacity to challenge Long Quang, who was awakened to the formidable strength of the black gorilla. Although this contest appeared to be a mere competition, it was, in essence, a deadly duel. It was evident to all that the rules of engagement, as articulated by the 3rd elder, Long Peng, were unmistakable. Meanwhile, although Bao Caishan remained silent, he too harbored the hope that Long Quang would triumph over Longting, for he held a particular disdain for the awakened waste of a soul that Longting represented. Longting approached the arena and swiftly leaped onto the stage. He then addressed Long Quang, saying, Let us commence the battle. Long Quang replied, Dear brother, I truly hope you will concede voluntarily. That way, you would not have to face me in combat, for my fighting spirit, the formidable black gorilla, is quite powerful, and I fear I may inadvertently cause you harm. Long Quang's words were motivated by 2 intentions. Firstly, to display his magnanimity before the crowd, and secondly, to instill a sense of fear in Long Tongue. Undoubtedly, his greatest concern was that Long Tongue might take offense and refrain from confronting him, for he harbored a desire to eliminate Long Tongue in vengeance for his brothers, Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming. Although he had not witnessed the demise of Long Hua and the others at Long Tongue's hands, he was resolute in avenging them, as their disappearance had coincided with the actions of Long Teng and Bao Feier. Thus, he felt compelled to settle the score with Long Teng. Your verbosity is excessive. Long Tongue's tone was imbued with fury and a murderous intent, for the original owner of this body had been brutally slain by Long Quang. What incensed Long Ting even further was the fact that Long Quang intended for Long Hua and the others to eliminate both him and Bao Feier. As Long Tongue's thoughts stirred, the violet-blue vine in his grasp swiftly coiled around Long Quang. Observing this, Long Quang gazed at Long Tongue with contempt, declaring, Let me demonstrate the might of my first-ring technique, the mighty black gorilla fist. With his words, a yellow battle ring materialized beneath him. Almost immediately, a massive black gorilla manifested behind him. This formidable creature possessed a rugged appearance, its body brimming with muscle, and its coarse, dense black fur exuded an aura of strength. Its eyes shone with unwavering determination, framed by a broad mouth. Long Quang clenched his fist tightly, a manifestation of his fighting spirit materializing atop it. In an instant, His colossal fist struck fiercely at the violet-blue vine summoned by Long Ting. Chapter 30. The power of the mighty black gorilla fist is truly tremendous. Witnessing this spectacle, many onlookers gasped in astonishment, for it was their first encounter with Long Quang's mighty black gorilla technique. More significantly, it was also the first time they had witnessed Long Tongue wielding the violet-blue vine after attaining his first spirit ring. I surmise that the strength of Long Quang's mighty black gorilla fist is extraordinarily immense. Should it collide with Long Ting's violet-blue vine, it would undoubtedly shatter it into multiple segments. Although Long Tongue's violet-blue vine has grown significantly stronger after acquiring the first spirit ring, I believe it remains no match for the mighty black gorilla fist. Thus, it seems inevitable that Long Tongue shall face defeat today. This is, of course, apparent. As the crowd speculated, the mighty black gorilla fist landed with tremendous force upon the violet-blue vine, instantly severing it into several pieces. Be careful, Tongue. Watch out, brother. The most anxious among them were Mu Yunji, Bao Feier, and Long Miao. Their hearts raced with trepidation, fearing that Long Ting might be struck by Long Quang's formidable fist. After all, the power of Long Quang's mighty black gorilla fist was truly formidable. The most elated individuals at this moment were Long Tan, Bao Anqing, and Bao Kaitian. Naturally, the clan leaders Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hodian were less than pleased. They did not wish to see Long Quang ascend to the position of young clan leader. Given Long Quang's temperament and disposition, should he assume such a role, it would pose a significant threat to their three families. At this juncture, Long Ting remained unfazed. Fully aware of the situation, after all, Long Quang had already attained the rank of a level 13 Do Master, whereas he himself had only reached level 12. Moreover, considering that Long Quang had exerted a considerable amount of strength in that punch, it was entirely reasonable for it to have shattered his violet-blue vine. Long Ting, if you loudly declare that Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming met their demise because of you, I may grant you a chance at survival. Although Long Quang spoke in such a manner, his heart harbored different intentions. He sought to extract a confession from Long Tongue through this method. Should Long Tongue reveal that Long Hua, Long Ding, and Long Ming perished at his hands, Long Quang can openly eliminate him. Long Quang, have your brothers not been found yet? Long Tongue inquired calmly, fully aware of the folly of falling for Long Quang's deceit. In response, Long Quang, consumed by fury, mockingly retorted, Long Tongue, your purple-blue vine can only entangle. Even after acquiring its first spirit ring, it remains a worthless spirit. The laughter that followed was raucous and derisive. Very well, Long Quang. Allow me to demonstrate the offensive capabilities of my purple-blue vine's first ring technique, Long Tongue declared, as a golden spirit ring materialized beneath his feet. In an instant, he commanded a purple-blue vine to sprout rapidly before Long Quang. Astonishingly, the vine unfurled to reveal a head that bore the ability to launch fruit. It was utterly unexpected. The purple-blue vine possessed an adorably charming visage, a marvel to behold. Yet, the first ring technique of Long Tongue's purple-blue vine seemed inadequate. Its quaint appearance implied a lack of offensive power, epitomizing the notion of beauty devoid of utility. Indeed, the purple-blue vine was the most inferior spirit among all, without exception. Such implications suggested that Long Tongue was destined for defeat today. Curiosity piqued. I pondered how such an adorably naive-looking purple-blue vine could possibly launch an attack against its opponent. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Long Quang pointed at Long Tongue's purple-blue vine and vociferously ridiculed, Long Tongue, you truly dare to dream. You actually believe that this pitiful spirit could vanquish my mighty black gorilla? You are intent on making me laugh to the point of tears. The laughter that erupted was thunderous and unrestrained. Upon hearing Long Quang's words, many were amused and erupted into laughter, finding great merit in his statement. The first ring technique. The explosive fruit. With Long Ting's voice resonating, the violet-blue vine swiftly launched explosive fruits at Long Quang in a fierce assault. Witnessing this, Long Quang retaliated with his powerful black gorilla fist, striking the incoming explosive fruits. Bang! With a resounding explosion. The explosive fruits were obliterated by the might of the black gorilla fist, simultaneously dispersing the force of Long Quang's attack. Thanks to the protective energy he wielded, the lethal toxins from the explosion did not touch him. Observing this, Long Tan, Bao Kaitian, and the leaders of the other three prominent families could not restrain themselves from rising to their feet. It was indeed their first encounter with the violet-blue vine employing explosive fruits in combat, and the devastation it wrought was immense. I have never before witnessed the so-called worthless fighting spirit of the violet blue vine exhibit such formidable offensive power. Is the violet blue vine truly a worthless fighting spirit? It seems to me that Long Tongue's violet blue vine surpasses even my scythe's spirit in prowess. The ability of the violet blue vine to unleash explosive fruits is simply extraordinary. Although this tactic is remarkably impressive, Long Tongue remains no match for Long Quang, for the sheer power of Long Quang's black gorilla fist technique is unparalleled. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Long Tongue was singularly focused on defeating Long Quang. Under Long Tongue's command, the violet blue vine relentlessly bombarded Long Quang with explosive fruits. In this moment, Long Quang can only relentlessly strike the bomb fruit with his mighty black gorilla fist while swiftly advancing towards Long Tongue. His singular intent is to swiftly deliver a fatal blow to Long Tongue with his powerful assault. Observing this scenario, Long Tongue adeptly evades while simultaneously commanding another purple-blue vine to sprout behind Long Quang. Under Long Tongue's control, the purple-blue vine behind Long Quang begins to unleash a flurry of bomb fruit attacks upon him. Long Tongue, you possess the remarkable ability to simultaneously wield two purple-blue vines against me. Quite intriguing. However, in the face of my overwhelming might, I too can swiftly eliminate you. Is that so? With a smile gracing his face, Long Tongue inquired, and shortly thereafter, he directed a purple-blue vine to sprout to the left of Long Quang. Consequently, 3 purple-blue vines were now launching explosive fruit at Long Quang. Observing this scenario, Long Quang found himself in a flurry. Acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to his downfall at the hands of Long Tongue. Therefore, he summoned all his focus, intent on swiftly eliminating Long Tongue. The longer this engagement prolonged, the more detrimental it would be for him, as he desperately struck the explosive fruit with his powerful black gorilla fist. He suddenly felt his feet ensnared tightly by the purple-blue vines. He had intended to halt his advance quickly, but the momentum of his rapid charge rendered him unable to stop. Thus, he stumbled, landing unceremoniously. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. Unable to fathom that while Long Tongue commanded 3 purple-blue vines to assault Long Quang with explosive fruit, he simultaneously managed to ensnare Long Quang's feet with another vine. They regarded Long Tongue's maneuver as exceptionally clever. Realizing that this was his opportune moment to subdue Long Quang, Long Tongue surged forward with haste. Chapter 31. It won't be so easy to entangle me. The crowd was left in shock, mouse agape. How could Long Tongue's first ring technique control 3 purple-blue vines to launch explosive fruit at Long Quang while simultaneously binding his feet with another vine? Previously, I had dismissed Long Tongue's seemingly useless soul of the purple-blue vine, but now I believed it to be exponentially more formidable than Long Quang's powerful black gorilla. I found myself particularly curious about what kind of magical beast Long Tongue had slain to enhance his purple-blue vine's prowess so dramatically. Could it be that today he might actually defeat Long Quang? The possibility was tantalizing. It appeared we were in for an exhilarating spectacle. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the most anxious was undoubtedly Long Tan, for he desperately wished for his grandson Long Quang to eliminate Long Tongue, thereby allowing his grandson to ascend as the young patriarch of the Long family. Yet, he had never anticipated that Long Tongue's purple-blue vine would become so immensely powerful after obtaining its first combat ring. More significantly, the purple-blue vine could now unleash explosively potent fruit. Long Tan now yearns to soar onto the arena to rescue his grandson. However, with so many clan members observing, and the 3 clan leaders, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian, intently watching the contest on the stage, he finds himself in a predicament. Long Tan understood that if he were to rush onto the stage to rescue his grandson now, the crowd would deem him unworthy of being the Grand Elder, especially since it was he who had proposed the contest between Longting and his grandson. At this moment, Bao Kaitian was particularly anxious. He had never imagined that the worthless son-in-law he had scorned could cultivate the Xylan vine to such an impressive level. He now regretted replacing Bao Anqing with Bao Feier as Longting's fiancée. His only hope was that Long Quang could swiftly free himself from the entanglement of Longting's Xylan vine, rise quickly from the ground, and ultimately defeat Longting. Only then could he preserve his dignity. Otherwise, those present would criticize his judgment and question his qualifications to be the patriarch of the Bao family. If word of this incident spread, he would become a laughingstock in Klai City and even throughout the Starry Empire. He was now even more anxious than Long An. He then glanced at Long An, his intent clear. He hoped Long and would find a way to quickly bring Longting down from the stage. Observing the situation, Longtan prepared to rush onto the stage to save his grandson, Long Quan. At that moment, Wang Yueming solemnly advised Longtan, Grand Elder, "It is best for us elders not to intervene in the contests between the younger generation. Otherwise, we shall earn a notorious reputation." Hearing this, Longtan deemed Wang Yueming's words to be exceedingly wise. If he were to rescue his grandson, the members of the Long family would surely reproach him. The initial disdain of the members of the Long family towards Long Tongue stemmed from their perception that his awakened battle spirit, the purple-blue vine, tarnished their reputation. However, once they witnessed the formidable prowess of the purple-blue vine, their opinions shifted, and they no longer regarded it as a worthless battle spirit. Among the younger generation of the clan, there existed a collective hope that Long Ting, who had long been at a disadvantage, would triumph over Long Quan. Meanwhile, Bao Anqing was in a state of agitation, akin to a fly on a hot pan. She could not bear the thought of Long Ting defeating her fiancé, Long Quan. After all, upon learning that Long Tongue had awakened a seemingly useless battle spirit, she had taken the initiative to inform her father that she could not marry such a worthless individual, subsequently arranging for her sister to become Long Tongue's fiancée. She was acutely aware that if her fiancé, Long Quan, were to be vanquished by Long Tongue, she would be ridiculed as a woman lacking discernment, which would jeopardize her prospects in the city of clay. Although she contemplated ascending the arena to rescue Long Quan, she understood that doing so would incite the wrath of all the Long family members, as this contest was meant to select a lesser patriarch within the Long clan, not within the Bao family. At that moment, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hodian, the three clan leaders, were immensely pleased, for they all fervently wished for Long Tongue to defeat Long Quan, ideally eliminating him altogether. This was the outcome they most desired. The individuals most elated were undoubtedly Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Feier, who hoped fervently for Long Tongue to swiftly dethrone Long Quan from the arena. In that instant, Bao Anqing anxiously called out to Long Quan, urging him to rise quickly and employ his mighty black gorilla fist to eliminate Long Tongue. Upon hearing Bao Anqing's shouts, many members of the Long family cast her fierce glances, deeming her a woman of ruthless disposition. Realizing her misstep, Bao Anqing attempted to feign composure, fully aware of the potential backlash from the Long family should they turn against her. Long Miao angrily exclaimed to Bao Feier, "Your sister is utterly despicable. She actually commanded Long Quan to eliminate my brother with the powerful black gorilla fist. Regardless of her previous status as my brother's fiancée, how could she utter such ruthless words? I feel nauseated just at the sight of her." In response, Bao Feier said to Long Miao, "Dear sister Long Miao, my sister is simply that kind of person. Let us disregard her. I have faith that Brother Tongue will certainly defeat Long Quan today. We must ensure that Long Quan's grandfather does not intervene against Brother Tongue." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji remarked to Long Miao, "What your sister Feier said is absolutely correct. Our foremost priority now is to prevent that scoundrel Long Tan from making a move against your brother. After all, Long Tan has already attained the rank of a grand fighter. If he were to act against your brother, it could spell life-threatening danger for him. Therefore, we must keep a vigilant watch on him." At that moment, Long Tongue had already reached Long Quan. Swiftly, he extended his left hand, and with a focused thought, a purple-blue vine abruptly sprouted from his palm. He intended to ensnare Long Quan's neck with this vine, hoping to suffocate him. Seeing the situation unfold, Long Quan was consumed by a singular thought. He could not succumb to death beneath Long Ting's purple-blue vine. With great resolve, he bore the pain and quickly rose to his feet. He then unleashed a powerful black gorilla fist, striking fiercely at the root of the vine that ensnared him. With a resounding boom, Long Quan's formidable blow severed the purple-blue vine that had wrapped around his foot. Ha ha ha! Long Quan could not help but laugh, even though blood filled his mouth. His laughter resonated with overwhelming hostility and rage. "Long Tongue, how dare you employ underhanded tactics against me? Today, I shall surely eradicate you, this wretched beast, or my fury shall remain unsated." With that, he slowly approached Long Ting. Despite his overwhelming desire to rush forward and deliver a fatal blow with his formidable black gorilla fist, however, he refrained from running, fearing that Long Tongue might ensnare his feet with the violet-blue vines once more. For his own safety, he was compelled to advance cautiously. Observing this, Long Ting felt a surge of elation, believing that his grandson's technique of striking the roots of Long Ting's violet-blue vines was indeed formidable. He was confident that if his grandson maintained composure, he could vanquish Long Ting, for his strength surpassed that of his opponent. At that moment, Bao Kaitian and Bao Anqing wore expressions of delight, both hoping that Long Quang would swiftly defeat Long Tung. Just then, Long Tan called out to Long Quang. As long as you prevent Long Ting from entangling your feet with the violet-blue vines, you can quickly triumph over him. Chapter 32. The Elder's Forceful Intervention. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji's anger flared within her. She could clearly discern Long Tan's intent for Long Quang to eliminate her beloved Tung. She fervently wished for Tung to swiftly bring Long Quang down from the stage, fully aware that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Tung. In desperation, she clasped her hands together, praying for Tengaer's victory over Long Quang. Witnessing this, Long Miao and Bao Feier also joined in prayer for Long Tung. Bao Anqing, observing the scene, wore a look of disdain. She believed that although Long Tung's violet-blue vines possessed remarkable entangling abilities, Long Quang's initial technique, the Black Gorilla Fist, could easily end Long Ting's life with a single strike. At this juncture, Long Tung yearned to swiftly eliminate Long Quang with the Xiantian sword in his right hand. Yet he refrained from revealing his ultimate trump card, as his life had not yet reached a perilous threshold. Thus, he simultaneously controlled 3 violet-blue vines while launching explosive fruit projectiles at Long Quang, all the while strategizing against him. He was acutely aware that even while attacking with 3 violet-blue vines, the energy consumption was minimal. Conversely, although Long Quang's Black Gorilla Fist was immensely powerful, each use demanded a significant expenditure of energy. This meant that as long as Long Tung continued to assault Long Quang with explosive fruit, he could deplete Long Quang's energy reserves significantly. Once Long Quang's energy was nearly exhausted, Long Ting would find it remarkably easy to eliminate him. As Long Ting devised a strategy to counter Long Quang, he ambled slowly before him while commanding the explosive fruits of the Xylan Vine to strike fiercely at Long Quang. Simultaneously, he ensnared Long Quang's feet tightly with the Xylan Vine. Ha ha ha. Although Long Quang's mighty Black Gorilla Fist is exceedingly formidable, Long Ting refrained from engaging him directly, rendering Long Quang unable to land a blow. This maneuver of Long Ting's is indeed brilliant. I am particularly curious, if Long Ting and Long Quang continue to exhaust one another, how long shall we wait here to witness the outcome? From your words, it is evident that you possess scant understanding of the Xylan Vine's properties. Employing the Xylan Vine to attack consumes the least amount of fighting spirit among all combat souls. This implies that Long Ting can simultaneously command 4 Xylan Vines to assault Long Quang without expending more fighting spirit than Long Quang does while wielding his mighty Black Gorilla Fist. I recall now. This means that if the battle prolongs even slightly, Long Ting can deplete Long Quang's fighting spirit entirely. At that point, it would become exceedingly effortless for Long Ting to eliminate Long Quang. Long Ting's strategy is indeed remarkable. Thus, it seems that Long Quang is doomed today. However, it cannot be said with absolute certainty. Should Long Quang swiftly manage to cast Long Ting from the arena, he would evade elimination. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Long Ting grew increasingly anxious. They were correct. Long Ting clearly intended to exhaust his grandson's fighting spirit with the Xylan Vine's attributes before eliminating him. He felt an urgent desire to leap onto the stage and strangle Long Ting to death. Yet, he understood that rashness would yield no success. He could only anxiously contemplate a strategy for his grandson to rid himself of Long Ting. Besides Long Tan, Bao Caitian and Bao Anqing were equally distressed, brainstorming methods to assist Long Quang against Long Ting. At that moment, Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Feier were tense, apprehensive of the possibility of Long Tan, Bao Caitian, and Bao Anqing intervening to aid Long Quang. Long Quang, you are surely doomed today. Long Ting's tone was imbued with a formidable aura of menace. The mere thought of Long Quang awakening the original owner's violet-blue vine in this body filled him with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Accompanied by Bao Feier, he ventured into the beast forest. When Long Quang commanded Long Hua to bring along Long Ding and Long Ming to eliminate him and Bao Feier, a surge of fury welled up within him. Long Ting was acutely aware that if he were to spare Long Quang today, the latter would inevitably turn against him and his family with lethal intent. He could not afford to show any mercy this time. In a fit of rage, Long Quang confronted Long Tung, exclaiming, "Long Tung, I am acutely aware of your insidious intentions. You aim to incite my fury with your words, provoking me into a frenzied assault against you. The moment I succumb to that madness, you intend to eliminate me with that previous tactic. Yet, I refuse to fall for your deceit." Upon hearing this, Long Tongue replied with a knowing smile. Long Quang, even if you evade my trap, should you choose to prolong this confrontation, you will inevitably deplete your own energy. I can assure you, regardless of the path you select, you are no match for me. Your demise is assured today. Unless you can conceive of a third option, your chances of survival are non-existent. Yet, I doubt you can even fathom such an alternative at this moment. Long Quang felt that Long Ting's words were utterly correct, and thus he began to anxiously contemplate a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He envisioned a third path. Consequently, he addressed Long Tongue, saying, Long Tongue, as I currently feel unwell, let us postpone our contest to another day. To which Long Ting retorted, Long Quang, you cannot match me in prowess. And now you feign illness? How shameful of you. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Long Ting retorted angrily, having made up his mind that even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene, he would eliminate Long Quang today. Thus, he continued to wield the Zilon vine to launch a fierce assault on Long Quang with the explosive fruit. At that moment, Long Ting suddenly berated Long Ting with indignation. Long Ting, did you not hear my grandson Long Quang declare that he is unwell? Yet you still wish to compete with him. Not only are you a heartless scoundrel, but you are also ruthless. You are utterly unworthy to vie for the position of the young clan leader against my grandson. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, you have forfeited your right to contend for the title of young clan leader. Now, get off the stage, or I shall take action against you. I will count at 10. Should you remain on the stage after my count, I will not hesitate to act. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji retorted angrily at Long Tan. Long Tan, it is clear that your grandson Long Quang could not compete with my Tunger and feigned illness. How dare you attempt to usurp my Tinger's right to contend for the position of young clan leader? Do you take us all for fools? Long Tan addressed Mu Yunji menacingly. Mu Yunji, I am the esteemed elder of the Long family, and your husband has been missing for over 3 years. At present, I alone hold dominion over the entire Long clan. Given that my grandson, Long Quang, is unwell, he shall not compete against Long Teng today. What infuriates me further is that when your son learned of my grandson's ailment, he still insisted on competing with him. It is evident to any discerning individual that your son is merely seeking to eliminate my grandson under the guise of this competition. As he harbors ambitions to retain his position as the young clan leader, I will begin counting to 10, should your son refuse to voluntarily withdraw from the arena. I shall take it upon myself to remove him. Do you dare? What is there that I would not dare? 10, 9, 8. Chapter 33. A resounding slap. At that moment, Wang Wiming spoke earnestly to Long Tan. Elder, do not act impulsively. We should persuade Long Ting to withdraw from the competition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Erping and Sun Ho Tian, the other clan leaders, nodded in agreement. Long Tan solemnly addressed Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Ho Tian. It would be prudent for you 3 clan leaders to refrain from involving yourselves in this matter. Anyone who dares to meddle shall find themselves opposing the entire Long family. Upon hearing Long Tan's words, although Zhao Erping and Sun Ho Tian were eager to assist Long Tongue, they understood all too well that should they intervene, Long Tan would unite the Long family with the Bao family to strike against their 3 clans. Given the formidable strength of the alliance between the Long and Bao families, they had no choice but to withhold their support from Long Tongue. At that moment, Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Fei were particularly anxious. Their minds were consumed with a singular thought. They must prevent Long Tan from taking action against Long Ting. Consequently, the 3 of them swiftly positioned themselves in front of Long Tan, declaring, step aside. Long Tan's demeanor was saturated with an overwhelming aura of menace. As he forcefully pushed Mu Yunji and Long Miao aside using his formidable, the sheer intensity of his power sent both women sprawling to the ground. His restraint in not targeting Bao Fei stemmed from a desire to maintain respect for Bao Kaitian and Bao Anqing. Having ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Elder, he was undoubtedly astute, navigating social interactions with remarkable finesse. At this moment, Bao Fei found herself in a particularly helpless position. She swiftly helped Mu Yunji and Long Miao to their feet. With urgency, she implored Mu Yunji, "Aunt, we must ensure that Ting Gu descends from the ring swiftly, or else Longden may take action against him." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji called out to Long Tongue with urgency, "Tinger, come down quickly. It is of no consequence whether you assume the role of young patriarch or not." Long Miao echoed her sentiments, anxiously urging, "Brother, hurry down." Bao Fei also joined in, urging, "Ting Gu, heed your aunt's advice and descend from the ring at once." In response to their pleas, Long Tongue could only hope that Zhou Yuehua would appear promptly to thwart Long Tan's impending aggression. Only then would he avoid being coerced off the stage. And only then would he have a chance to eliminate Long Quang. Yet, he was perplexed by Zhou Yuehua's conspicuous absence. This was unexpected. Zhou Zhiro had assured him that Zhou Yuehua would be there to ensure his safety today. Where could she possibly be? Long Tongue was currently in a state of great anxiety. If Zhou Yuehua did not arrive promptly to assist him, even if he were to withdraw from the arena, Long Tan would not easily spare his family. Nevertheless, he had made a resolute decision. Should he find himself in genuine peril, he would confront Long Tan with the Xiantian sword, fighting with all his might. Yet, he was acutely aware that Long Tan was a formidable great fighter at the 22nd level, towering 10 levels above him. Eliminating Long Tan with the Xiantian sword would be a formidable challenge. He felt immense gratitude towards his esteemed senior, Zhu Yuanling. Had it not been for Zhu's guidance in mastering the extraordinary technique of sword heart clarity, he would have been left without any trump cards. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and descend from the arena. Long Miao anxiously called out to Long Tongue, simultaneously rushing towards the arena, desperate to pull her brother down. Tongge, hurry down from the stage. Ting'er, come down quickly. Balfeir and Mu Yunji echoed her urgency, sprinting towards the platform as well. At that moment, Long Tan swiftly approached Long Tongue while counting down 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached 1, he leapt onto the stage with great speed. In quick succession, he forcefully knocked Mu Yunji and Long Miao off the arena, while simultaneously ensnaring Balfeir with his formidable power. This meant that no one was left to thwart his lethal intentions towards Long Tongue. Observing the dire situation, Long Tongue's mind raced. And 3 vibrant purple-blue vines sprouted from the arena. Under his swift command, the vines launched explosive fruits at Long Tan. Concurrently, he directed another vine to ensnare Long Tan's hands. Ha 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 ha. As Long An laughed heartily, he enveloped himself in a formidable aura of combat power. However, he refrained from summoning his battle spirit. He believed that with his current strength, he could effortlessly eliminate Longting without the need for his battle spirit. When Longting's explosive fruit and violet-blue vines struck him, they inflicted not the slightest harm. Longting, since you have chosen to disregard the words of this esteemed elder, it seems I must take it upon myself to remove you today. Longtan's demeanor was imbued with an aura of lethal intent and fury as he swiftly channeled all his fighting energy into his right fist. Without hesitation, he unleashed a ferocious blow aimed squarely at Longting's chest. Tongue, quickly dodge, cried Balfeir, Long Miao, and Mu Yunji in anxious unison. With a resounding thud, Long En was forcefully struck off the stage. At the moment he fell to the ground, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. To everyone's astonishment, an elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared before Longting. Good heavens, this venerable elder is formidable, they gasped. He dispatched Longtan with a single punch. I recognize him. He is Master Zhou Yuehua, the renowned alchemist. Why has he come to assist Longting? Can you not discern the truth? Another replied. Longting's ability to cultivate the Xylan vine to such extraordinary levels indicates he is no ordinary individual. Master Zhou must have come to aid him out of admiration for his remarkable talents. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hodian were filled with elation. This was the outcome they had longed to witness. They understood that Longtan would no longer dare to confront Longting. Moreover, Master Zhou would undoubtedly administer a severe reprimand to Longtan, for his willingness to support Longting in such a context suggested he held Longtan in utter disdain. At that moment, Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Feier shared a similar joy. Master Zhou respectfully addressed Longting. My dear brother Longting, I apologize for the delay. I wish to ascertain whether Long En would dare to strike you. However, I was utterly shocked to see him not only attempt to harm you, but to do so with lethal intent. In response, Longting said to Master Zhou, your arrival is most timely. Continue your contest with Long Quang. I shall observe from the sidelines. Master Zhou replied with utmost respect, casting an angry glance at Long Quang. At that moment, Long En threatened Master Zhou, Master, this is a family matter of the Long clan. Your intervention on Longting's behalf, do you not fear that I shall inform sect leader Zhou Zhiro and have you expelled from the alchemy pavilion? Upon hearing this, the 3 clan leaders, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian, furrowed their brows in deep concern. They were apprehensive that Zhou Yuehua might be swayed by Zhou Zhiro and thus refused to assist Long Tongue. Their anxiety was palpable. Similarly, Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Fei harbored similar fears regarding Zhuo Yuehua's potential lack of support for Long Ting. At this moment, all members of the Long family fixated their gaze upon Zhuo Yuehua, eager to ascertain whether she would continue her assistance to Long Tong. Long Tan, how dare you threaten me? Zhuo Yuehua's voice was laced with unbridled fury and an aura of impending doom. Master Zhuo, if you depart now, I shall not hold you accountable for the blow you struck me, nor will I disclose this incident to the esteemed pavilion master Zhuo Jiro. The reason for Long Tan's declaration was that he had already made up his mind. As long as Zhou Huihua left at this moment, after he dealt with the matter, he would instruct Zhou Jiro to expel Zhou Huihua from the Dan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huihua furiously rebuked Long An, exclaiming, Long An, you despicable scoundrel. You think too highly of yourself. Since I dared to assist my brother Loning in front of everyone, I certainly have no fear of you. If you have any sense today, you would behave yourself and allow Longting and Longquang to have a fair and just competition. Should you continue to threaten me, I shall give you a resounding slap that you would not forget. What? This left Long and utterly astonished, his mouth agape. He had never imagined that Zhou Yuehua would not only insult him, but also threaten to strike him. Consequently, he continued to threaten Zhou Yuehua, stating, Master Zhou, although you are a renowned alchemist of the Dan Pavilion in cultivating, once I inform Pavilion Master Zhou Jiro about your threats today, she will not only give you a severe reprimand, but will also expel you from the pavilion. If you have any sense today, you will refrain from meddling in the affairs of my Long family and leave quickly. With a swift motion, Zhou Yuehua moved beside Long Tan and delivered 4 resounding slaps across his face, using such force that it left Long Tan dazed. He could hardly believe that Zhou Huihua would strike him with such intensity. His face was burning, and the pain was excruciating. Not to mention that he had lost several teeth. Yet, what puzzled him was why Zhou Yuehua was unafraid when he had previously threatened him with Zhou Jiro's backing. What could be the reason? Nonetheless, he understood that Zhou Yuehua's willingness to strike him so fiercely indicated a personal vendetta. Thus, he respectfully inquired, Master Zhou, I have not wronged you before. Why do you target me? Longtan, you are not even worthy of my attention. Zhou Yuehua responded solemnly. The reason I struck you is entirely due to your disregard for both me and my brother Longting. Let me make myself clear. If you do not behave yourself, I shall remove you without hesitation. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. The onlookers were left in stunned silence by Zhou Yuehua's proclamation. It was evident from his words that he was determined to assist Longting in dealing with both Long An and Longquang. What intrigued me most was why Master Zhou was unafraid of Longtan's threats involving Zhou Jiro. It was likely due to the profound bond he shared with Longting. Did you not hear him refer to Longting as his brother just moments ago? As whispers circulated among the crowd, Longting urgently instructed one of the portly family members. Go fetch Pavilion Master Zhou Jiro to arbitrate for our Long family. Understood. The rotund tribesman acknowledged with a nod and swiftly made his way towards the Dan Pavilion in Clay City. Ha! Zhou Yuehua could not contain his laughter, which resonated with disdain. He then addressed Long Tan, saying, Long Tan, should you dare to summon the esteemed headmaster Zhou Jiro, it would not merely be a matter of me striking you. She would bring you to your knees, begging for mercy. If you doubt my words, let us await the outcome. Upon hearing this, Long Tan retorted angrily, Zhou Yuehua, not only have you thwarted my efforts to discipline Longting, but you have also dealt me a stinging blow. When Headmaster Zhou Jiro arrives, your fate is sealed. She will never tolerate your interference in the affairs of my dragon clan. Zhou Yuehua, I can assure you, you will not only be expelled from the Dan Pavilion today, but your demise is imminent. With a swift motion, Zhou Yuehua delivered 4 resounding slaps to Longtan's face. He then warned, Longtan, should you threaten me again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. At this, Long fell silent, for he genuinely feared Zhou Yuehua's power, which far surpassed his own, though he felt particularly humiliated. He could only force himself to endure. Longden had made up his mind. When Zhou Jiro arrived, he would certainly take the opportunity to confront Zhou Yuehua. At that moment, the 3 clan leaders, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian, were particularly elated, as this was the outcome they had most eagerly anticipated. They had collectively resolved to remain until the matter reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Bao Kaitian and Bao Anqing were exceedingly anxious, although they wished to assist Long Tan. They were acutely aware that the combined strength of the 3 of them paled in comparison to Zhou Yuehua's prowess. Furthermore, their understanding of Zhou Yuehua as the alchemy master of the pavilion made them even more hesitant to provoke him. They were also notably curious as to why Longting shared such a close relationship with Zhou Yuehua. Before long, the assembly was stunned into silence as a group of guards returned, escorting the clan member who had gone to summon Jojuro. Clad in the attire of the alchemy pavilion, it was clear these guards belonged to that esteemed establishment. To the bewilderment of everyone present, Jojuro also made her appearance. Observing this scenario, Longton hastily approached Jojuro, exuding an air of innocence as he implored, "Pavilion Master Zhou, not only did Zhou Yuehua prevent me from educating Longting, but he also struck me fiercely, knocking out several of my teeth. Pavilion Master, you must stand up for me." Upon hearing this, Long Quang, Bao Kaitian, and Bao Anqing recognized the cleverness of Longtan's ploy, believing it would surely compel Jojuro to reprimand Zhou Yuehua. After all, no alchemist from the pavilion was permitted to involve themselves in the disputes of any clan. At the same time, Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian were apprehensive that Jojuro might side with Long An. Mu Yunji and Long Miao shared their fears, yet the mother and daughter felt powerless to intervene, silently praying for Longting's safety. Only Bao Feier understood that, given Jojuro's profound affection for Tungo, she would undoubtedly not come to Longtan's aid. Just then, Jojuro suddenly thrust her sword violently into Longtan's right thigh. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. Jojuro, seething with anger, declared, "Longtan, how audacious you are to bully my fiancé. If you have any sense, allow Long Quang to continue his contest with my fiancé. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you." Chapter 35. The contest continues. At this proclamation, Longtan stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by the revelation that Jojuro had become Longting's fiancé. Longtan is currently at a loss, unable to fathom why Jojuro would take an interest in Longting, a seemingly useless individual with a dormant fighting spirit. Long An was acutely aware that if he did not allow his grandson to continue competing with Longting, Jojuro would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation, and might even dispose of his grandson as well. Jojuro, having ascended to the position of the head of the Dan Pavilion in Clay City at such a young age, was a testament to her extraordinary capabilities. It was indeed perplexing that such a stunning beauty as Jojuro would choose Longting, a seemingly useless soul awakened from slumber, as her fiancé. The head of the pavilion was far more astute than one might presume, and as witnessed earlier, Longting's attack capability with the purple-blue vine was impressively formidable. Moreover, Longting's striking handsomeness might very well be the reason Jojuro was enamored with him. If Jojuro were to become my fiancé, I would awaken from dreams with a smile on my face. You, however, should cease your daydreaming. Take a moment to glance in the mirror. How could someone of your appearance ever attract the likes of Jojuro? Longting is indeed fortunate. Not only has he cured the beautiful Bao Feier of her muteness, but he has also gained the affection of the illustrious Jojuro. His luck is truly remarkable. Bao Anqing, on the other hand, is a fool for willingly relinquishing such an exceptional match with Longting. You are mistaken. Bao Anqing is not a fool, but rather a sister filled with love for her sibling, which led her to selflessly concede Longting to Bao Feier. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Bao Anqing's face turned a shade of deep anger. She had not anticipated being publicly ridiculed for her poor judgment, though she was reluctant to admit it. Doubts about her earlier decision began to creep into her mind. After all, she had just witnessed Longting's attack prowess, which had far surpassed her expectations. It was only today that she realized the true potential of the purple-blue vine's power. Regret filled her heart for allowing her father to substitute Bao Feier for her, and even more so for becoming the fiancé of Long Quang. Yet, she understood that lamenting now was futile. Bao Kaitan lowered his head in resignation. Lost in his thoughts, the most elated among them were Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hodian, the three clan leaders. Had there not been so many witnesses present, they would undoubtedly have leaped to their feet in ecstatic celebration. Their hearts were united in a singular desire, hoping that Jojuro would eliminate Longtan and that Longting would subsequently rid them of Long Quang. Thus, they silently awaited the outcome they longed for. Little Meow, when did Jojuro become your brother's fiancé? I was unaware of this. Mu Yunji inquired with keen curiosity. Mother, I too am in the dark. My brother has never mentioned it to me. Long Meow shook her head in response, yet her heart brimmed with joy. After all, Jojuro was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also the esteemed head of the Dan Pavilion in Clay City. Mu Yunji refrained from further inquiries into the matter, but she too felt a surge of happiness. With Jojuro assisting her team, victory over Long Quang was assured. More importantly, Long Tan would not dare to lay a hand on her Chang'er. At that moment, the most anxious individual was Long Quang, who felt like an ant on a hot pan. He was acutely aware that if he continued to compete with Long Tong, he would likely be eliminated. For he could not fathom a way to counter Long Ting's simultaneous assault with 4 purple-blue vines. Long Tan, you must swiftly inform everyone to allow Long Quang and my fiancé to continue their contest, Zhou Zhiro commanded. Her voice laced with menace as she fixed her gaze intently on Long Tan. Alas, Long Tan let out a long sigh, and then, with a sense of resignation, addressed everyone, let the competition continue. After speaking, he felt like a frostbitten eggplant, acutely aware that given the might of Long Ting's attack with the violet-blue vine, it would be exceedingly difficult for his grandson, Long Quang, to triumph today. However, he found a slight consolation in the presence of Zhou Zhiro. Long Ting would undoubtedly hesitate to strike lethally at his grandson. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the arena of the contest. Dragon Rising relentlessly assaulted Dragon Fury with 3 explosive fruits from the violet-blue vines, simultaneously entangling Dragon Fury's feet with another vine. In a state of desperation, Dragon Fury resorted to his first ring skill, the mighty Black Gorilla Fist, delivering a powerful strike against the roots of the violet-blue vines in the explosive fruits. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Zhiro was left utterly astonished, for it was the first time she had witnessed such formidable offensive prowess from Dragon Rising's violet-blue vines. Her initial affection for him stemmed not from knowledge of this extraordinary ability, but rather from his unparalleled alchemical skills, which had reached a pinnacle of excellence. More importantly, Dragon Rising possessed an exceptional charm and unique aura that set him apart from other men. This was the direct reason she had so willingly offered herself to him. Although she now reflected on her actions with a sense of madness, she felt a surge of excitement and joy as she observed Dragon Rising in combat on the arena. He appeared even more handsome, igniting a fervent admiration in her eyes. He was truly the man worthy of her affection. How long do you think it will take for Dragon Rising to defeat Dragon Fury? I believe it will be swift, after all. Dragon Fury is currently forced into a defensive stance. I have come to deeply appreciate that, with proper cultivation, the violet-blue vines possess immense offensive capabilities. Overhearing the discourse, Dragon Pond sat helplessly on the ground, filled with regret for having allowed his grandson to compete against Dragon Rising for the position of Lesser Clan leader. Had he known earlier that Dragon Rising had the formidable support of Zhou Zhiro, he would have never dared to provoke him. His greatest concern now was that Dragon Rising might eliminate his grandson, Dragon Fury. All he wished for at this moment was for his grandson to cease the competition against Dragon Rising. In desperation, he called out, Dragon Rising, there is no need for you and my grandson to compete any longer. You are already the lesser before Long Tan's words could fully escape his lips. A heart-wrenching scream from Long Quang pierced the air. The violet-blue vine of Long Ting had ensnared Long Quang's neck with unyielding ferocity. In the next instant, the vine launched 3 explosive fruit projectiles at Long Quang. Having recently expended a significant amount of his fighting energy to fend off the assault and entanglement of the explosive fruits and the vine, his remaining energy was alarmingly scant. Thus, it became evident that even if he were to escape the suffocating grasp of the violet-blue vine, he would inevitably succumb to the lethal blast of the explosive fruits. No, as Long Tan anxiously shouted, he rushed towards the arena with great urgency. Simultaneously, he furiously cursed Long Ting, declaring that today, even at the cost of his own life, he would eliminate Long Ting's entire family. Observing this situation, Zhou Zhiro exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Huehua. Consequently, Zhou Huehua positioned herself in front of Long An. Driven by his desperate need to save his grandson, Long Tan engaged Zhou Huehua in battle. Chapter 36. Turning Long Quang into minced meat. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing the explosive sounds of 3 bomb fruits, Long An was instantly rendered speechless. He was acutely aware that his grandson's neck was tightly ensnared by the violet-blue vines, compounded by his grandson's exceedingly weakened state in the duel. Without needing to look, he knew that his grandson would undoubtedly be obliterated by the bomb fruits. He quickly turned his gaze back to the arena, only to find that his grandson had been reduced to a mere pulp. Witnessing this scene ignited the fury within him. Long Tan let out a furious roar, his voice brimming with wrath and a thirst for blood. Without hesitation, he charged once more towards Long Ting. Witnessing this, Zhou Huehua delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling and causing him to spurt blood. At that moment, Zhou Zhiro solemnly addressed Long Tan. Long Tan, your attempt to harm my fiancé reveals your shortcomings as the Grand Elder. I now issue you a warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on my fiancé again, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. If you doubt my resolve, Feel free to test it. Zhou Zhiro, it is you, this wicked woman, who allowed my grandson Long Quang to perish at the hands of Longting. You are the architect of his demise. Although I may not be your match at present, I will ensure that the Dan Pavilion's headquarters is informed of this matter, and I shall see to it that you are methodically tormented to your end. The air was thick with fury and murderous intent as Longting seethed, consumed by a desire to strangle Zhou Zhiro with his bare hands. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware that any act of violence against her would spell his own demise. Zhou Zhiro, with a grave demeanor, declared, Long Tan, have you lost your senses? Long Tongue is my fiancé. My assistance to him has no bearing on the affairs of the Dan Pavilion. Furthermore, should you alert the higher-ups of the pavilion about this matter, they will not hesitate to eliminate you. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them. Upon hearing this, Long Tan felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, recognizing the truth in her words. However, he could not endure the humiliation any longer. Thus, he charged once more towards Long Tongue. Zhou Yuehua swiftly intervened, delivering a severe reprimand to Long Tan. Zhou Zhiro's voice resonated with an unmistakable threat. She would not stand idly by while anyone dared to threaten her fiancé. Indeed, Zhou Yuehua responded with determination, channeling all his martial energy into his right fist. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Long Tan and struck fiercely at his chest. With a resounding crash, Long Tan was sent reeling, spewing blood. Observing this spectacle, the clan leaders Wang Yueming, Zhao Erping, and Sun Hotian were elated, for this was precisely the outcome they had yearned for. Meanwhile, Bao Kaidian seethed with anger, yet he understood that he could not seek vengeance for Long Tan. He was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of provoking the Dan Pavilion. Should he antagonize Zhou Zhiro and her companions, the Bao family would be forever barred from acquiring pills from the pavilion in Klai City. Bao Anqing now grappled with regret and guilt. Although she still harbored hopes of reconciling with Long Ting, she knew that even if she reached out, he would likely dismiss her. Long Ting, it is your actions that have led to my grandson's demise. When my son learns of this, your entire family will face dire consequences. The tone of Long En was steeped in overwhelming fury. He now harbored a singular desire for his son to swiftly return and eliminate the Longting family. Long Quang's father, Long Bai, was not only an esteemed elder of Tsang Yao Academy, but had also attained the formidable rank of a level 40 dozo. I am now certain that once Long Bai becomes aware of his son Long Quang's demise at the hands of Longting, he will hasten back to eradicate the Longting family. This implies that the Longting family has little time left. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Longting felt that should they remain within the Long family, their lives would be forfeit to Long Bai, especially given his advanced cultivation. Thus, it was imperative for them to vacate the Long residence. At that moment, Mu Yunji addressed Longting. Sir, you absolutely cannot remain here, nor can you linger in Kalaching, for Long Bai will soon learn of this matter and come for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro swiftly approached Mu Yunji, asserting, Aunt, you and Long Miao must also leave the Long family. Indeed, Longting nodded and addressed Mu Yunji, Mother, let us swiftly gather our belongings and depart from the Long family. Very well. Mu Yunji concurred, and she proceeded to lead Long Miao back home to collect their possessions. Observing this scenario, Zhou Zhiro spoke to Long Tang, Brother Long Tang, once your mother and sister have prepared everything, the three of you shall accompany me to the Dan Pavilion. The moment you enter the Dan Pavilion, even Long Bai, no matter how formidable he may be, will not dare to lay a finger on you, for at present, no one is bold enough to challenge our Dan Pavilion. Upon your arrival at the Dan Pavilion, ensure that you rid yourself of the fire poison within you, then seek to join an academy for your cultivation. By doing so, Long Bai will have no means to threaten you. Given your innate talent for cultivation, once you immerse yourself diligently in your training at the academy, your strength will ascend swiftly. When your prowess surpasses that of Long Bai, who is at the level of a 43rd rank dozong, he will no longer dare to confront you. Longting believed that the path laid out by Zhou Zhiro was commendable, and he nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bao Fei addressed Longting, saying, Tengu, since I am already your fiancé, I shall accompany you wherever you go. Upon hearing this, Longting replied to Bao Fei, Long Bai is aware that I was responsible for the death of his son, Long Quan. He will undoubtedly seek retribution against me, and your presence by my side poses a significant danger. I believe it would be safer for you to return to the Bao family for the time being. What do you think? Bao Fei earnestly responded to Longting, Tengu, as your fiancé, I wish to face peril alongside you. Please allow me to remain by your side. Very well. Longting nodded. fully aware that his decision to allow Bao Fei to remain by his side stemmed from the understanding that the members of the Bao family harbored disdain for her. Returning to the Bao residence would only subject her to further suffering. Soon, Mu Yunji and Long Miao had tidied up their belongings, and the quartet, Long Ting, Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Fei followed Zhou Zhiro towards the Dan Pavilion. Observing the departing figures of Long Ting and his companions, Long Tin weakly instructed a guard, "Hasten to Cangyao Academy and inform my son to avenge us, grandfather and grandson." "Understood," the guard replied, promptly taking to his carriage and making his way to Cangyao Academy. Before long, Long Ting and his party arrived at the entrance of Dan Pavilion. Zhou Zhiro directed Zhou Yuehua, "Go arrange accommodations for my aunt, Sister Long Miao, and Sister Bao Fei. I have urgent matters to discuss with Brother Long Tong." "Yes," Zhou Yuehua complied, leading Mu Yunji, Long Miao, and Bao Fei to select their lodgings. As Mu Yunji and her companions departed, Zhou Zhiro turned to Long Tong with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Brother Long Tong, please come to my room and assist me in dispelling the fire poison." Chapter 37. I shall bestow upon you a grand reward. Certainly, Long Ting nodded, for he intended to completely rid Zhou Zhiro of the fire toxin before departing from Klai City. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro was immensely elated. For the one she cherished most was Long Tong. The moments when he absorbed the fire toxin from her were the times she felt the greatest joy and excitement. Therefore, she spoke to Long Ting with unparalleled tenderness. "Dear Long Ting, since I promised you last time, once you help me with the fire toxin this time, I shall fulfill my previous promise and grant you a grand reward. Is that truly the case?" Long Ting eagerly inquired, not quite understanding why he felt an exceptional anticipation for the grand reward that Zhou Zhiro might bestow upon him. Could it be that the stunning beauty, Zhou Zhiro, was contemplating something for him? In a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Long Ting's face instantly flushed. At that moment, Zhou Zhiro spoke to Long Tong with unparalleled tenderness. "Dear Long Tong, do not dwell on such matters. Let us retreat to my room where you can extract the fire poison from me. Once you have successfully relieved me of this affliction, I shall undoubtedly present you with a grand surprise that will leave you utterly satisfied." "Miss Zhou, shall we?" Long Ting replied with a hint of nervousness, for he was uncertain about the delightful surprise that Zhou Zhiro was about to unveil. If it were not for his fondness for the exquisite beauty that she was, he certainly would not have accompanied her to the room to indulge in the intoxicating allure of the moment. "Very well," Zhou Zhiro responded softly, and then, with utmost gentleness, she took Long Tong's hand and led him towards her bedroom. In no time, she guided him to her private sanctuary. Once inside, she firmly closed the door behind them. Then, leaning in close to Long Teng's ear, Zhou Zhiro whispered with tender affection, "My future husband, would you be so kind as to help me remove my clothing and undergarment?" Long Teng did not hesitate this time. Instead, he nodded resolutely. After all, Zhou Zhiro was now his fiancée. More importantly, she had publicly acknowledged him as her betrothed in front of everyone. If he were to dither now, he would not deserve to be called a man, nor would he be worthy to be the fiancé of such a beautiful woman as Zhou Zhiro. "Long Teng, what is your current state of mind?" Zhou Zhiro asked him with utmost tenderness. Long Teng said to Zhou Zhiro, "Zhiro, I am filled with excitement." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro solemnly asked Long Teng, "Do you have feelings for me?" "Indeed, I do." Long Teng nodded resolutely, then addressed Zhou Zhiro, saying, "If I did not harbor feelings for you, I would certainly not return to your chamber to extract the fiery poison from your chest. Do you love me?" Zhou Zhiro inquired. "Indeed. To what extent do you love me?" "Profoundly." "How profound is profound?" "Profound means exceedingly deep affection." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro gently whispered in Long Teng's ear, "Brother Long Teng, I trust your words. Now, please hasten to assist me in removing my garments to extract the fiery poison. Once you have done so, I shall promptly reward you." "Very well." Long Teng nodded, then gently began to remove Zhou Zhiro's clothing. He was exceedingly tender, anxious not to cause her any discomfort. His mind was awash with curiosity about the reward that the enchanting beauty would bestow upon him. Would it hold any surprises? Could he truly handle such a reward? His thoughts were a flurry of questions. Once he had deftly removed her upper garment, he moved behind her to untie the strings of her bodice. Noticing Long Teng's hesitation to approach her directly, Zhou Zhiro tenderly reassured him, "My future husband, there is no need for shyness. After all, I am destined to be yours." "Zhiro, then I shall come closer," Long Teng sincerely replied. As he approached Zhou Zhiro, he slowly lifted his gaze. Upon beholding the majestic snow-capped peaks, a surge of excitement enveloped him, quickly followed by an overwhelming affection in his heart. After all, Jojiro was his betrothed, and he felt compelled to cherish her completely. It was as if he had suddenly acquired a treasured possession he had long coveted, and he instinctively wished to protect it, fearing any harm might befall it. This was precisely the sentiment that coursed through him at that moment. With palpable enthusiasm, he addressed Jojiro, "Jiro, please take a seat on the bed. I shall now begin to draw out the fire poison." "All right," Jojiro responded gently, her demeanor radiating natural grace and warmth. After all, the one she loved most was Long Ting, and she could see the profound love reflected in his eyes. "Jiro, I am about to commence the extraction of the fire poison. Are you prepared?" Long Tongue inquired. "I am ready," Jojiro replied, leaning in to bestow a soft kiss upon Long Ting's cheek. Long Ting was filled with joy as he concentrated. Flames from the fire poison pearl ignited in the palm of his left hand. When he brought his left hand near the snowy peak of Jojiro, the flames began to draw out the fire poison from her chest. In just a few blinks, wisps of the fire poison emerged from her bosom. After the passage of a sinnet stick's worth of time, Long Ting managed to absorb nearly all the fire poison from Jojiro's chest using the flames of the fire poison pearl. Although Jojiro felt an immense sense of relief, the intensity of the flames caused her to break out in a profuse sweat. Were someone to encounter her unaware of the circumstances, they might mistakenly assume she had just engaged in a fervent romantic interlude. Not only was her face beaded with perspiration, but it also bore a deep crimson hue. Suddenly, she turned to Long Ting and asked, "My dear, have you completely extracted the fire poison from within me?" "Not yet." Long Ting shook his head and then said to Jojiro, "Jiro, due to the excessive consumption of the earth fire grass, it is utterly impossible to completely cleanse the fire poison from your body in just 2 attempts." Upon hearing this, Jojiro pondered for a moment before replying to Long Ting, "My dear, I believe your fire poison pearl is remarkably powerful. If you could absorb the fire poison from me for a while longer, would it be possible to cleanse the poison from my chest entirely?" Long Ting solemnly said to Jojiro, "My dear, I too wish to swiftly extract the fire poison from your chest entirely. However, the potency of the fire poison pearl is exceedingly formidable. If I allow it to draw from you for even a moment longer, you risk succumbing to heat exhaustion, and your life could be in peril. Thus, I cannot take the risk of extracting the fire poison from your chest." Jojiro nodded, then inquired with gentle curiosity, "Darling, how many times must you draw from me to completely cleanse my chest of the fire poison?" Upon hearing her question, Long Ting carefully examined the traces left by the fire poison on her chest, then replied, "From the marks on your chest, it appears that one more extraction will suffice to rid you of the fire poison entirely." "That is splendid," Jojiro exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. She then tenderly addressed Long Ting, "Beloved, I shall now fulfill my promise and bestow upon you a grand reward." Chapter 38. Such a generous reward. At her words, Long Ting's heart raced with curiosity about what this enchanting beauty intended to offer him as a reward. Nevertheless, he had resolved to accept whatever she chose to grant him. It was the first time in his life that a captivating woman had so willingly offered him a reward. It was nothing short of a momentous occasion. What transpired next left him utterly astonished, mouth agape. Jojiro suddenly drew him into her embrace. As he gazed upon her lofty curves, he swallowed hard. Filled with intrigue about her intentions, he lay still in her arms, awaiting the reward she promised to bestow. Just as his thoughts wandered, Jojiro gently cradled his head with her hands. In the next moment, she sealed his lips with hers. The sensation of her breath sent waves of excitement through Long Tongue. He pondered whether she would, as before, merely brush her lips against his before retreating. To his utter surprise, Jojiro moved her lips with sincerity. Feeling the authenticity of her affection, Long Ting embraced her tightly. They entwined closely, resembling 2 deeply affectionate serpents. Wrapped around one another, their connection growing ever stronger. In this intimate moment, they savored each other's essence, their tongues dancing fervently together, twisting, up and down, side to side, forward and back, colliding, rubbing, rolling. Every conceivable movement was executed with fervor as their tongues fulfilled their shared mission. Though it was the inaugural dance for both tongues, they endeavored to execute intricate and challenging movements. At this moment, Long Ting and Jojiro had completely immersed themselves in a state of blissful oblivion. As it was their first experience of such a euphoric state, they were not merely happy, they were exceedingly delighted. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, a stick of incense had burned down, marking the passage of half an hour, then an hour, and finally an hour and a half. After 2 hours had elapsed, the 2 tongues, fatigued from their exertions, reluctantly parted ways. observing the glistening beads of sticky sweat on the tongues. Both Long Tongue and Zhou Zhiro felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Long Tongue was reluctant to rest. His only desire was to let his tongue dance fervently upon the snowy peaks of Zhou Zhiro. He was acutely aware that once his tongue began its ecstatic performance on Zhou Zhiro's snowy summits, a profound exchange with her would surely follow. His anticipation was palpable, and his heart raced with fervor. At that moment, Zhou Zhiro leaned close to Long Ting's ear and softly whispered, "My dear, when you next draw out the fire poison from me, I shall bestow upon you a reward that will linger in your memory for a lifetime. Shall we conclude our engagement for today?" "Very well." Although Long Tongue yearned to delve deeper into conversation with Zhou Zhiro, his affection for her compelled him to honor her wishes, especially since she promised an unforgettable surprise for the future. Just then, Zhou Zhiro suddenly let out a cry, immediately covering her mouth tightly. "Zhiro, what is the matter?" Dragon was exceedingly anxious, fearing that his passionate kiss might have caused some trouble for Zhiro. "My dear, your lips are exceptionally red from my kiss. It was unintentional, a consequence of my inexperience," he confessed. Zhiro, feeling an overwhelming sense of shyness, replied with regret. Wishing she had foreseen such an outcome, had she known, she would never have kissed Dragon with such fervor. Nevertheless, she understood that her regrets were futile at this point. "Zhiro, do not worry. In a couple of days, it will all be well." Though Lonting spoke lightly, a deep-seated worry stirred within him. What if his mother were to discover this? Even if she refrained from reprimanding him, how would he face the fervent reaction from Bao Feier upon learning of the matter? "My dear, I assure you that I shall be more cautious during our next kiss," he gently replied. Zhou Zhiro grasped Lonting's hand with utmost tenderness, saying, "Zhiro, your lips too bear the mark of my kiss. We are now devoid of the courage to confront my mother and Bao Feier." With a hint of helplessness, Lonting expressed that, being a novice in such matters, he lacked experience and had perhaps exerted too much force earlier. Yet, he bore no regrets. "Ah." Zhou Zhiro was taken aback and promptly fetched a bronze mirror to inspect her reflection. Upon observing her reddened lips, anxiety flooded her. She grasped Longting's hand and urgently said, "Dearest, I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from visiting your mother and Bao Feier in the next couple of days. You should stay here on the 4th floor to recuperate. Once our lips have healed, we can visit them then. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Longting replied, "Zhiro, while your suggestion is well-founded, I fear that if my mother, sister, and Bao Feier do not see me for an extended period, they will surely come looking for me. My dear, what shall we do?" At that moment, a voice called out, "Brother, Mother has prepared a meal and asked me to invite you and Sister Zhiro to join us." The melodious voice of Long Miao suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Long Ting addressed Zhou Zhiro. "Zhiro, please hastily don your undershirt and blouse." "All right." Zhou Zhiro nodded and promptly began to dress in her undershirt and blouse. Once she had adorned herself appropriately, Long Ting opened the door. "Brother, what has happened to your mouth? Has it been bitten by a mosquito?" Long Miao inquired with curiosity. "Indeed." Long Ting nodded, fully aware that his sister was easily deceived, yet it was utterly impossible to mislead either his mother or Bao Feier. Though Zhou Zhiro was reluctant to join the meal, she recognized that declining would be a slight against her aunt. With no alternatives, she reluctantly accompanied Long Tongue to the dining hall. "Sister Zhiro, did mosquitoes bite your lips too?" "Indeed," Zhou Zhiro replied, blushing with shyness. Before long, Long Ting and Zhou Zhiro arrived at the cafeteria. Upon noticing the state of their lips, Mu Yunji instantly grasped the situation. It was evident that her son and Zhou Zhiro had engaged in an intimate encounter. She refrained from inquiring further, wishing to preserve the dignity of both her son and Zhou Zhiro. "Tengge, why have your lips turned crimson? Have you been bitten by something?" Bao Feier asked with palpable curiosity, scrutinizing Long Tongue's lips closely. To her astonishment, she noticed the marks of teeth imprinted upon them, prompting her to glance at Zhou Zhiro's lips. The realization struck her immediately, and a wave of anger surged within her as she strode purposefully toward Zhou Zhiro. Chapter 39. What does she intend to do? Faced with the unfolding situation, Zhou Zhiro felt a pang of embarrassment, acutely aware that she was responsible for Long Tang's current appearance. Although it was unintentional, she now acknowledged that her earlier actions had been excessive. The sight of Long Tang's lips made her wish to deliver several stinging slaps to her own face. She fully comprehended Bao Feier's feelings at this moment, as Bao Feier's muteness had been cured by Long Tongue, forging a deep bond between them. Zhou Zhiro was now exceedingly curious about Bao Feier's swift approach. What intentions did she harbor? However, She had already made up her mind that regardless of what Balthayer might do, she would handle the situation with composure. After all, she deeply regretted the state of Long Teng's lips after their kiss. At that moment, Long Teng looked at Balthayer with unease, fearing that she might suddenly strike Zhojiro across the face. Consequently, he quickly approached Balthayer, resolved to prevent her from harming Zhojiro if she intended to do so. Although Zhojiro had left his lips in their current state, it was a result of his own volition, and he had equally kissed Zhojiro's lips to match his own hue. When he and Zhojiro passionately embraced, they had not considered the implications. Moreover, as it was their first experience, their inexperience contributed to the current state of their lips. Meanwhile, Mu Yunji and Long Miao watched Balthayer with great curiosity, eager to discern her intentions toward Zhojiro. Mu Yunji had resolved that if Balthayer were to act against Zhojiro, she would intervene immediately, for both women were to be her future daughters-in-law. Thea, this matter cannot be attributed to Jiro. It is my own shortcomings that have led to this. Long Teng anxiously addressed Balthayer, fearing that she might take action against Zhojiro. If Balthayer were to harm Zhojiro, it would be a predicament for him, as both women held a special place in his heart. Balthayer remained silent, turning to Zhojiro with gravitas. Do you truly love my brother Teng? I genuinely adore Long Teng. Zhojiro replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation, her curiosity piqued by Balthayer's sudden inquiry. In response, Balthayer insisted, do not mislead me. You do not sincerely love my brother Teng. Zhojiro retorted urgently, I wholeheartedly love Long Teng. On what grounds do you claim that I do not? Balthayer pressed, Zhojiro, if you assert your true affection for my brother Teng, then why did you bite his lip while kissing him? Feeling helpless, Zhojiro explained, Balthayer, I was simply overwhelmed with emotion at that moment and lost control of my strength. It was unintentional, and I will be more mindful in the future. Zhojiro, do not deceive me. Which woman bites her lover's lip so fiercely during a kiss? Balthayer was unconvinced, suspecting that Zhojiro was merely trying to defend herself in front of him. Balthayer, I genuinely love Long Teng. Believe it or not, Zhojiro affirmed. Unwilling to engage in further debate on the matter, Balthayer, filled with indignation, remarked, you clearly wish for my brother Teng to swiftly extract the poison from your heart, and you are deliberately employing your charms on him. Do not think I am unaware. Her animosity towards Zhojiro stemmed from her knowledge of the latter's past actions towards Teng, leading her to regard Zhojiro as a villainous woman. Zhojiro earnestly replied, Balthayer, it is not as you perceive. My love for Long Teng is profound, and he reciprocates that love. When we kissed earlier, we were lost in a euphoric state. Frustrated and at a loss for a retort, Balthayer approached Long Teng, asking, Teng, does your lip hurt? It does not, he replied. Long Teng replied with astonishment, utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events that had led to him and Zhojiro's lips meeting in such a manner. Not only did Balthayer not express any disdain towards him, but she also inquired about his well-being. Finding a fiancé as exceptional as Balthayer is indeed a rare treasure. Long Teng now feels a sense of guilt towards Balthayer. Were it not for the presence of his mother and sister, he would have embraced Balthayer tightly without hesitation. Long Teng has made a firm decision. In the time to come, he will cherish and adore Balthayer wholeheartedly. Observing this situation, Mu Yunji felt a surge of joy. Believing that Balthayer is an exceptionally wonderful girl, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for her son, Teng, to be able to marry such a remarkable young woman. However, she also deemed Zhojiro to be a commendable daughter-in-law, for Zhojiro harbors deep affection for Long Teng. Otherwise, Teng and Zhojiro would not have pressed their lips together in such a manner. At that moment, Long Miao turned to Mu Yunji and exclaimed, Mother, it turns out that my brother and sister Jiro's lips were not bitten by mosquitoes. Hush, little one, such matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Mu Yunji replied with a tone of seriousness directed at Long Miao. Oh, Long Miao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Mu Yunji addressed everyone. Let us converse while we dine. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with Teng. Upon hearing this, Zhojiro and Balthayer, displaying their perceptiveness, began to serve food. Soon, they commenced their meal. While eating, Mu Yunji turned to Long Teng and inquired, Teng, to which academy do you intend to apply for your cultivation? Long Teng pondered for a moment before replying, Mother, I have considered joining the Qingnan Academy for my training. After all, Qingnan Academy is the premier institution of the Star Do Empire. Once I am accepted, Long Bai will think twice before troubling me. However, I am concerned about my martial spirit, the purple-blue vine. I wonder if Qingnan Academy would be willing to accept me. Mu Yunji reassured him. Although your martial spirit is the purple-blue vine, it has significantly enhanced its offensive capabilities after obtaining its first spirit ring. Moreover, your purple-blue vine can launch explosive fruit as an attack. Thus, I believe Qingnan Academy will surely accept you. In response, Zhou remarked, and, while that may be true, Qingnan Academy has never admitted a student with an awakened purple-blue vine martial spirit. This means it will not be easy for younger brother Longtong to gain entry. What should we do? Mu Yunji exclaimed anxiously. Qingnan Academy is the foremost institution in the Star Do Empire. If Teng Er can join, Long Bai would not dare approach him there. Even if Teng Er were to encounter Long Bai, he would not risk confronting him. For the strength of Qingnan Academy is beyond Long Bai's reach. Jiro, do you have any means to facilitate Teng Er's admission to Qingnan Academy? Chapter 40. Finding a way for Longting to enter Qingnan Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhou fell into contemplation. After a moment, she responded to Mu Yunji, and, while I am also eager for brother Longting to join Qingnan Academy, the academy has a strict policy. No one with an awakened purple-blue vine martial spirit may enroll. Mu Yunji pressed Zhou. Jiro, since you were once a student at Qingnan Academy, you should know if there has ever been an admission of someone with an awakened purple-blue vine martial spirit. And, you've posed the right question, Zhou replied. There has never been a student with an awakened purple-blue vine admitted to Qingnan Academy. The Academy's higher-ups conducted extensive research and analyzed numerous awakened purple-blue vine students. They found that such students are significantly lacking in both cultivation speed and offensive power. Therefore, the Academy's leadership would never readily accept those with an awakened purple-blue vine. Hearing this, Mu Yunji said to Zhou, Jiro, as your aunt, I do not wish for my Teng Er to become exceptionally powerful. The reason I am particularly eager for him to join the Qingnan Academy for cultivation is that I genuinely fear Long Bai might eliminate my Teng Er. Considering Long Bai has attained the formidable rank of a 43rd level dozo, Zhou said to Mu Yunji, Andy, I understand your concerns, and I will do my utmost to facilitate my younger brother Longtang's admission to the Qingnan Academy. Mu Yunji anxiously replied, Jiro, if my Teng Er cannot gain entry into the Qingnan Academy, do you have any means to secure his place at the Beilai Academy? Although Beilai Academy does not possess the same renown as Qingnan Academy, the strength of both institutions is indeed comparable. Zhou responded, Andy, I am quite familiar with Beilai Academy as well, and they too do not accept students who have awakened the purple-blue vine. Thus, it would be futile to attempt to have my younger brother Longting join Beilai Academy. I shall focus on finding a way for him to enter Qingnan Academy, as I was once a student there and have established good rapport with many. Upon hearing this, Bao Feier felt a surge of anger within her. I am well aware of your favorable connections at Qingnan Academy, which you secured through your looks and figure to entice those older men. Your current revealing attire serves as ample proof. I can now assert with certainty that my Teng Er has also fallen prey to your shameless tactics. Were it not for your intention to assist my brother in entering Qingnan Academy, I would have already lashed out at you. Noticing the discontent on Bao Feier's face, Zhou remained unfazed, for she had already captured Longting's heart. Her only objective now was to devise a plan to ensure his entry into Qingnan Academy. However, she recognized the considerable challenges that lay ahead. After pondering for a moment, she conceived what she believed to be a promising solution. She addressed Mu Yunji, Andy, I have formulated a viable plan to secure Longtong's admission to Qingnan Academy. What is your plan? Mu Yunji asked, her excitement palpable. Zhou explained. My strategy is to write a letter of recommendation to my teacher shortly and have my younger brother Longtong present it to him. This way, he will have a chance to join Qingnan Academy. However, I cannot guarantee whether my teacher possesses the influence to facilitate his admission. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji replied, Jiro, though I am uncertain if your plan will succeed, your effort in writing the letter of recommendation significantly increases my Teng Er's chances of entering Qingnan Academy. I am truly grateful to you. Auntie, please do not mention it. This is simply what I ought to do. Zhou replied sincerely. After finishing their meal, the sky had darkened. Consequently, Longtong retreated to his chamber, reclining on his bed to ponder over various matters. He contemplated that even if Zhou were to write him a letter of recommendation, it would still be exceedingly difficult for him to gain admission to Qingnan Academy, as the institution had never before accepted a student awakened with the purple-blue vine. Although he possessed a twin martial spirit, he was resolute in keeping his Xiantian sword concealed unless absolutely necessary. He was acutely aware of the envy that might arise should he reveal his treasured weapon to the world. Moreover, the Xiantian sword was his ultimate safeguard. He would not unveil it lightly unless faced with a life-threatening situation. Long Ting, are you still preoccupied with the thought of sharing a passionate kiss with Zhou Zhiro? The voice of Zhu Yuanling suddenly echoed in Long Teng's mind, and shortly thereafter, her ethereal form appeared before him. Long Ting, feeling somewhat bashful, addressed Zhu Yuanling, esteemed senior. At this moment, I am not contemplating a passionate kiss. Rather, I am pondering the possibility of enrolling in Qingnan Academy. In response, Zhu Yuanling remarked, Long Ting, as long as you refrain from joining the lesser-ranked academies and sects of the Starry Empire, Longbai shall not dare to lay a hand on you. However, the pressing issue lies in the fact that numerous academies and sects have explicit regulations against admitting students awakened with the purple-blue vine. This implies that gaining admission to any esteemed academy or sect will prove to be quite challenging. Yet, I must emphasize that you must never resort to revealing your Xiantian sword merely to secure a place in a prestigious academy or sect. Long Ting said to Zhu Yuanling, Elder, rest assured, I have made my decision. Initially, I will present the letter of recommendation written by Zhou Zhiro to Qingnan Academy. Should Qingnan Academy decline my admission, I shall seek to join a slightly lesser academy or sect. Excellent. Zhu Yuanling nodded, then addressed Long Ting. Today, I have something of great significance to impart to you. What is it? Long Ting inquired with curiosity. Zhu Yuanling solemnly addressed Long Ting, stating, Long Ting, I have previously mentioned to you that, in addition to my regular cultivation, I am proficient in hidden weapons. Do you wish to learn the art of hidden weapons from me? I do. Long Ting replied eagerly. Long Teng replied resolutely. Filled with immense excitement. Having just reached the 12th level of a Dome Master, he felt an urgent need for hidden weapons to safeguard his life during perilous moments. He had made up his mind to dedicate himself to mastering these skills, even at the cost of sleepless nights. And he aspired to learn every hidden weapon technique that his esteemed predecessor possessed. Had he begun his training with the venerable Zhu Yuanling earlier, he could have utilized these weapons to confront Long Tan today. If it had not been for Zhou Zhiro's timely intervention through Zhou Weiwa to assist him against Long Tan, he would not only have perished at Long Tan's hands, but his mother and sister would have also faced a dire fate. Thus, he deeply realized the critical importance of hidden weapons at crucial moments. With this in mind, he eagerly inquired of Zhu Yuanling, esteemed elder, which hidden weapon should I learn first? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling pondered briefly before solemnly advising Long Ting. You should begin your studies with the fundamental hidden weapon of the Zhu family, the cold whisker needle. However, before you can learn the cold whisker needle, you must first cultivate the cold iron hand technique. Only then will you be able to effectively launch the cold whisker needle against your adversaries. Be forewarned. The training for the cold iron hand is excruciating. Are you still willing to pursue it? Chapter 41. You are inherently a prodigy in the art of hidden weapons. Long Ting resolutely replied that he had made up his mind. Even if it meant sacrificing sleep, he would dedicate the night to his cultivation. Although he possessed the fire poison pearl, awakened his dual martial spirits, and was a master alchemist of unparalleled skill, he faced the pressing reality that he had only reached the 12th level of Dome Master. In comparison to those formidable beings, his current strength felt woefully inadequate. Once he mastered the art of concealed weapons, he would gain the ability to strike back at foes when his life was endangered, rendering the acquisition of these skills akin to holding a powerful trump card. Excellent. Zhu Yuanling nodded with a beaming smile. Abruptly, a jade slip appeared in her hand. As she presented the jade slip to Long Ting, she inquired, Long Ting, do you know why you must cultivate the cold iron hand before learning the cold needle technique? I do not know. Long Ting shook his head and then curiously inquired of Zhu Yuanling, Senior, what is the reason behind this? Zhu Yuanling replied solemnly, Long Ting, listen carefully. The Honshu needle is crafted from cold iron that is over 1,000 years old, rendering it chilling to the bone. More importantly, if you were to launch the Honshu needle with your current hands, it would instantaneously frostbite your skin. This is precisely why it is imperative for you to cultivate the cold iron hand technique before mastering the Honshu needle. Only by achieving mastery in the cold iron hand will you be able to wield the Honshu needle without injuring your skin. I understand now, Senior. Long Ting nodded with excitement, having made up his mind. He was determined to diligently cultivate the cold iron hand, striving to swiftly attain mastery of this technique. Zhu Yuanling said to Long Tong, you should begin memorizing the incantation now. Once you have committed it to memory, you will be able to practice. Excellent. Long Ting responded affirmatively and began to memorize the incantation. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, he had firmly committed the incantation to memory. Under the guidance of Zhu Yuanling, Long Teng commenced his cultivation. As he began to practice the cold iron hands, a chill emanated from his palms. In that moment, Long Tongue felt an increasing coldness enveloping his hands, akin to submerging them in ice. As he progressed further in his training, the cold intensified, accompanied by excruciating pain in his hands. He now fully comprehended the unbearable agony of being chilled to the bone. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and his entire being began to tremble from the torment. It felt as though someone was wielding an exceptionally sharp blade, cutting into his flesh. Thus, he urgently addressed Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, while I am not afraid of pain, I merely wish to ascertain whether the cultivation of the cold iron hands could render my hands useless." In response, Zhu Yuanling solemnly assured Long Ting, "Though you have not yet formally acknowledged me as your master, I regard you as my disciple. My sole intention is to empower you to avenge my family. Therefore, I have no reason to harm you. Furthermore, I have previously practiced the cold iron hands myself, and I can assure you that there are no issues with this technique. You may cultivate it with confidence. However, I must caution you that only by enduring the bone-chilling cold can you master the cold iron hands. Once you achieve mastery, with merely a bit of practice in the technique of launching the cold needle, you will be able to unleash it. Senior, since there is no danger to my hands in cultivating the cold iron hands, I will devote myself earnestly and diligently to my practice, striving to attain mastery swiftly." Long Ting replied through gritted teeth, his tone resolute. "Very well." Zhu Yuanling nodded in response. However, upon seeing Long Ting shivering uncontrollably, her heart ached for him. Yet, she recognized the necessity of enduring such bone-chilling agony to master the cold iron hand technique. She spoke to Long Ting, "As long as you cultivate this method to perfection, the rewards will be abundant." "Senior, what benefits will there be?" Long Ting inquired with curiosity. In response, Zhu Yuanling explained, "Once you have perfected the cold iron hand, you will be able to wield weapons with your bare hands, and your hands will be impervious to deadly poisons. More importantly, your hands will withstand both ice and fire." Intrigued, Long Tongue asked, "Senior, will using the fire poison pearl affect my hands once I have mastered the cold iron hand?" "Ah, that is an excellent question." Zhu Yuanling replied earnestly. "Rest assured, once you have perfected the cold iron hand, utilizing the fire poison pearl will only enhance your proficiency. For now, cast aside all distractions and devote yourself wholeheartedly to your training." "Understood." Long Ting nodded and then devoted himself fervently to the cultivation of the cold iron hand. After an hour of dedicated practice, Long Ting's hands took on a hue reminiscent of ice. Observing this transformation, he urgently inquired of Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, have I successfully mastered the cold iron hands, or have I failed in my endeavor?" Zhu Yuanling could not contain her laughter, her excitement palpable as she responded, "Long Ting, you have indeed achieved great mastery of the cold iron hands. It took me a month of rigorous training to reach this level. Yet you have accomplished it in just 1 hour. Your talent for cultivation surpasses my expectations." Upon hearing this, Long Ting leaped from his bed in sheer exhilaration and eagerly asked Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, do you possess any cold thorn needles? I am eager to practice the technique of launching them." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanling replied with a nod, producing several cold thorn needles. These needles were remarkably small, roughly the thickness of a toothpick and about 20 centimeters in length. Most notably, both ends were extremely sharp. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere brush of a normal person's fingertip against the needle's tip would result in a break of the skin. "Is there a specific training method prior to employing the cold thorn needles?" Long Ting inquired, his anticipation palpable. In response, Zhu Yuanling swiftly retrieved a wooden board and drew a small circle, about the size of a fingertip, upon its surface. She then positioned the board approximately 5 meters away from Long Ting. From this moment on, practice launching the cold thorn needles at the small circle on the board. Once you successfully hit the target, I shall increase the difficulty. For instance, I may place the board farther away, or even have you practice with your eyes closed, or with your back turned to the board. Once you have mastered the techniques I have outlined, you will be capable of using the cold thorn needles to hunt swiftly running rabbits in the wild or to target soaring eagles in the sky. In essence, practice is essential, and the extent of your development will depend on your innate talent. Oh, and do remember, you must also hone your ability to discern sound and position. Thus, there is much for you to practice in the time ahead. I hope you remain steadfast in your efforts." "All right." Long Ting nodded, a thought flickering through his mind, and his hands transformed into a hue reminiscent of glacial ice. With a casual flick of his right hand, he pinched the cold whisker needle between his index and ring fingers, casting it effortlessly towards the wooden board. In the ensuing moment, Zhu Yuanling stood utterly astonished. For the cold whisker needle had strikingly embedded itself within the small circle on the board. Zhu Yuanling, brimming with excitement, inquired of Long Ting. How is it that you can so nonchalantly strike the small circle on the board with the cold whisker needle? Chapter 42. It is quite simple. Long Ting replied. Addressing Zhu Yuanling, Senior, due to my frequent excursions to the mountains for herbal gathering, I developed a habit of throwing stones at fruits whenever I desired to partake of them. Over time, I became proficient enough to strike the fruits with casual throws. This is no remarkable feat, as I could even hit the fruits while facing away from them, and my accuracy was impeccable. I vividly recall numerous occasions when I had just knocked down a fruit with a stone, only to have it snatched away by an eagle. In response, I began to hurl stones at the eagle. Although it was initially quite challenging to hit the eagle, with time, I gained the ability to effortlessly strike down the swift-flying birds in the sky. Furthermore, I could simultaneously target multiple eagles with several stones, and each stone would bring down a bird. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling was filled with elation, circling around Long Tongue several times before exclaiming, Long Tongue, this is truly remarkable. I have just realized that you are a prodigious talent destined for the study of concealed weapons. So, you can effortlessly launch the cold whisker needle without any practice, executing your throws swiftly, accurately, and with great precision. To encounter such an extraordinary genius as you is undoubtedly a blessing I have earned from my past life. Long Ting, I am now prepared to put your skills to the test. With that, Zhu Yuanling swiftly repositioned the wooden board to the entrance, placing it at the farthest distance from Long Ting. By rough estimation, it was about 10 meters away, as Long Ting's bedroom was quite spacious. Long Ting, commence. Zhu Yuanling's voice brimmed with anticipation. If Long Ting could still effortlessly strike the small circle with the cold whisker needle from this distance, it would affirm that he had not been boasting. All right. Long Ting nodded, and with a flicker of thought, he executed the cold iron hand technique. He then deftly grasped the cold whisker needle between the index and ring fingers of his right hand and casually tossed it towards the wooden board. Upon witnessing Long Ting effortlessly land the cold whisker needle into the small circle on the board once more, Zhu Yuanling exclaimed with excitement, Long Ting, you are truly remarkable. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a prodigy in the art of concealed weaponry. Now, I shall raise the stakes. Throw the cold whisker needle with your eyes closed. All right. Long Ting nodded, and with a mere thought, he summoned the Honshu needle from the wooden board into his hand using his fighting spirit. He then slowly closed his eyes and cast the needle outward. In an instant, the Honshu needle once again struck the small circle on the board. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Yuanling was left astounded, her mouth agape. She turned to Long Ting and remarked, Long Ting, I have come to realize that with your prowess, you can effortlessly hit the small circle I drew, even with your eyes shut. Now, I shall set the board in motion, and you must aim the Honshu needle at the circle upon it. Having said this, Zhu Yuanling pointed at the board, and a surge of fighting spirit propelled it swiftly into the air. Under her command, the board began to sway back and forth in an erratic manner. Long Tongue, commence. Zhu Yuanling urged him with great anticipation. All right. Long Tongue nodded and swiftly hurled the cold iron needle, grasped firmly in his hand, with remarkable precision. With a crisp sound, the needle struck true, embedding itself firmly within the small circle on the wooden board. Splendid, exclaimed Zhu Yuanling, her excitement palpable. She was elated, especially given the extraordinary skill Long Tongue exhibited in throwing the needle. Immediately, Zhu Yuanling turned to Long Tongue, her enthusiasm evident. Long Tongue, since your technique with the cold iron needle is exceptional, I am eager to learn about your ability to discern sound and locate its source. Upon hearing this, Long Tongue replied, Senior, do you wish for me to blindfold myself and then shoot the cold iron needle at the moving wooden board? Indeed, Zhu Yuanling affirmed with determination. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered if Long Tongue could accurately strike the small circle on the moving board while blindfolded. Senior, allow me to demonstrate this for you now. Long Ting nodded and swiftly covered his eyes with a black cloth, immediately honing in on the subtle movements of the wooden board with his keen ears. In the blink of an eye, he launched the Honshu needle with his cold iron hand. With a crisp sound, the needle struck true once more into the small circle on the board. Long Ting, you managed to hit the target with the needle while blindfolded. You truly are the extraordinary talent I have recognized. Zhu Yuanling exclaimed, her excitement bubbling within her. She longed to sing with joy, yet she restrained her exhilaration, not wishing for anyone to discover her hidden presence within Long Tongue's violet blue vine. She felt that this was the happiest day of her concealment and the most thrilling moment of her life. so much so that tears of joy streamed down her face. Noticing her emotional state, Longting inquired curiously, "Senior, I merely threw the needle with precision. Why do you suddenly weep?" Wiping her tears, Zhu Yuanling replied, "Longting, watching you throw the Hanshu needle reminded me of the moments when my father taught me how to throw it. I wonder how my parents are faring. I dare not approach them now, for the wretched souls of the soul-fighting hall seek to obliterate my spirit. Their failure to harm my parents stems from their desire to lure my soul out through them before utterly destroying it. Only then can they rest in peace. To be honest, I initially believed I would never have the chance to take revenge on those despicable fiends of the soul-fighting hall. However, since I met you, I have glimpsed the hope of vengeance, a hope that has only grown alongside your burgeoning strength. The tears I shed now are tears of happiness." Longting solemnly addressed Zhu Yuanling, saying, "Senior, for the sake of fairness and justice in this world, once my strength has sufficiently grown, I shall avenge you without delay." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling replied gravely, "Longting, this matter originally had no connection to you. Is it not rather selfish of me to ask you for vengeance?" Longting resolutely responded, "Senior, you need not dwell on this matter any longer. My promise to avenge you is entirely for the sake of justice in this world." Hearing this, Zhu Yuanling felt a surge of joy and then inquired, "Longting, when do you intend to depart from Dan Pavilion for Qingnan Academy?" Longting replied, "Senior, I plan to fully extract the fire poison from Zhou Zhiro before I head to Qingnan Academy." Longting sincerely replied, "First, he truly needed to extract the fire poison from Zhou Zhiro's body before he could depart. Secondly, he was particularly eager to discover what unforgettable reward Zhou Zhiro would bestow upon him once the fire poison was completely extracted." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling merely smiled and remained silent. Chapter 43. There exists such a remarkable technique. In light of this situation, Longting felt rather awkward, for he was well aware of the reason behind the elder's silence. To alleviate the discomfort, Longting addressed Zhu Yuanling, "Elder, why do you not take a rest in my purple blue vine? Do you perhaps have some extraordinary techniques to impart to me?" In response, Zhu Yuanling solemnly stated, "Longting, the reason I have not returned to your purple blue vine to rest is solely because I have 3 remarkable techniques to teach you. Only after you have cultivated these techniques to perfection will you find yourself more adept when utilizing concealed weapons. Do you wish to continue your training?" "Indeed," Longting replied resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. He had made up his mind, even if it meant sacrificing sleep. He would diligently practice the extraordinary techniques spoken of by his esteemed predecessor. With immense excitement, he inquired of Zhu Yuanling, "Esteemed mentor, what are the names of the 3 miraculous techniques you are about to impart to me?" "You shall know shortly," Zhu Yuanling responded, producing 3 jade slips with a flourish. Utilizing his, he sent the slips soaring towards Longting. Observing this, Longting eagerly caught the 3 jade slips. He quickly unfurled them to examine their contents. The slips bore the names of 3 remarkable techniques: the Amethyst Divine Eye, the Gale Stride, and the Dragon Grip. Upon seeing the names of these techniques, Longting was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Although he was yet unaware of the full extent of their power, the very titles of these techniques suggested their extraordinary prowess. Longting eagerly inquired of Zhu Yuanling, "Esteemed elder, what precisely is the purpose of these 3 extraordinary techniques? Could you elucidate them for me in detail?" "Certainly." Zhu Yuanling nodded solemnly and addressed Longting, "Listen attentively. The Amethyst Divine Eye not only possesses the ability to see great distances, but it also enables one to discern minute details. Most importantly, when you wield this technique, it can inflict mental harm upon your adversaries. Thus, the Amethyst Divine Eye is a rare and exceptional skill. I should mention that the cultivation levels of the Amethyst Divine Eye progress from low to high, categorized as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. Each major level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. In essence, the Amethyst Divine Eye consists of a total of 12 distinct levels. Do you comprehend?" "I understand." Longting nodded in acknowledgement, for his exceptional memory allowed him to retain information after just one hearing. He then eagerly addressed Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, please continue to elaborate on the extraordinary technique known as the wind-chasing lightning stepping method." "Very well," Zhu Yuanling replied, his tone turning serious. "The wind-chasing lightning stepping method is a specialized technique for mastering movement. This method is remarkably powerful once you have perfected it. Your speed in running or fleeing will become extraordinarily swift. The technique comprises 12 levels, categorized from lowest to highest as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. Each major level is further divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Upon hearing this, Longting responded, "Senior, I have taken note of that. Please proceed to explain the dragon-subduing throat lock technique." "Certainly," Zhu Yuanling nodded. The dragon-subduing throat lock technique is designed specifically for controlling opponents. This technique employs the principle of using minimal force to achieve significant results, effortlessly subduing adversaries. However, it is imperative that you practice it in conjunction with the Qiankuan technique. Once you have mastered this technique, you will possess the ability to manipulate mountains. Upon activating the dragon-subduing throat lock, a substantial amount of fighting spirit will gather in your palm, creating a vortex that generates a powerful attraction towards anything you wish to control. However, I must caution you that the dragon-subduing throat lock is merely a foundational technique. This means that as your fighting strength increases, so too will the potency of the dragon-subduing throat lock. Therefore, this technique will grow stronger alongside your fighting prowess. I urge you to diligently and earnestly practice these 3 extraordinary techniques I have imparted. At this revelation, Long Tongue was left utterly astounded, for it was the first time he had encountered such formidable techniques. He resolved to dedicate himself to the rigorous practice of these 3 extraordinary methods, recognizing that they would serve as powerful trump cards in times of peril. Just then, Zhu Yuanling inquired, "Longting, do you intend to train in these 3 techniques today?" "Indeed, I shall," Longting replied resolutely, his tone devoid of any hesitation. He had made up his mind. Today, he would memorize the incantations of the 3 extraordinary techniques, grasp their meanings, and ultimately commence his cultivation. This was his objective for the evening. No matter how fatigued or weary he felt, he was determined to achieve this goal. "Excellent." Zhu Yuanling nodded and said to Longting, "Now begin to memorize the incantations, understanding their significance as you proceed. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me." "All right." Longting nodded with excitement, then began to memorize the incantations. After a full hour, he not only committed to memory the incantations of the 3 extraordinary techniques, the amethyst divine eye, the lightning swift steps, and the dragon grasping hand, but with the assistance of Zhu Yuanling, he also grasped their profound meanings. Under Zhu Yuanling's guidance, Long Tongue commenced his cultivation. Observing Longting practice the amethyst divine eye, the lightning swift steps, and the dragon grasping hand, Zhu Yuanling nodded in satisfaction. She understood that with Long Tongue's innate talent for cultivation, it would not be long before he perfected these 3 remarkable techniques. Despite the cruel injuries inflicted upon her by the Hall of Combat Souls, she felt immense joy tonight. She had resolved to diligently mentor Longting in his cultivation journey. Longting initially cultivated the amethyst divine eye, and after just 1 hour of practice, he managed to elevate this technique to the lower tier of the yellow rank. When he activated the amethyst divine eye, his gaze transformed instantly into a delicate shade of purple. Despite the nightfall, he could discern the spider ascending the tree outside his window. He understood clearly that without the cultivation of the amethyst divine eye, it would have been impossible for him to perceive the spider on the tree. With great excitement, he exclaimed to Zhu Yuanling, "Senior, I can now see the spider climbing the tree outside." In response, Zhu Yuanling solemnly remarked to Long Tongue, "I am genuinely pleased for you, Longting, but you are merely at the beginning. As long as you continue to dedicate yourself to diligent practice, coupled with your innate talent for cultivation, mastering the amethyst divine eye will not be a formidable challenge. It is merely a matter of time." Longting replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Senior, I will dedicate myself to rigorous training and will not let you down." Long Tongue replied firmly, his tone brimming with vitality. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling's brows furrowed in displeasure. Subsequently, she expressed her irritation towards Longting, saying, "Longting, although I am your senior, I am only 32 this year. Do you consider it polite to refer to me as an old person?" "My apologies, esteemed senior." Longting responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I truly should not have addressed you in that manner. I will be more mindful in the future." "Humph." Zhu Yuanling snorted coldly, then turned to Longting and said, "I am not in the mood to bicker with you, little one. Since you have mastered the amethyst divine eye, I want you to use the frost whiskers needle to attack the spider climbing on the tree outside the window. I am eager to see if, with the aid of the amethyst divine eye, you can hit that spider with the frost whiskers needle." Chapter 44. Long by his coming. "All right." Long Tongue nodded thoughtfully and then employed his amethyst divine eye to scrutinize the spider ascending the tree. Upon spotting the arachnid, he swiftly launched the cold beard needle with his cold iron hand. Immediately, Zhu Yuanling urged Longting, "Although you utilize the amethyst divine eye this time, Your cold-beard needle completely missed the spider on the tree. You shot astray. Now, enlighten me as to why your needle did not strike the spider. Is it perhaps due to your inability to synchronize the use of the amethyst divine eye and the cold-beard needle perfectly? In response, Longting addressed Zhu Yuanling, Sr. In fact, the cold-beard needle I just launched has indeed struck the spider on the tree. What? Zhu Yuanling exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Consequently, she directed her amethyst divine eye towards the spider, scrutinizing it with utmost diligence. The moment she beheld it, she was taken aback. Subsequently, she excitedly exclaimed to Longting, "Did you specifically target the last right leg of that spider?" "Indeed." Longting nodded resolutely. Zhu Yuanling addressed Longting, saying, "Longting, why did you choose to shoot the hind leg of that spider? Were you attempting to demonstrate your prowess before me?" In response, Longting replied, "Esteemed senior, you have misunderstood my intentions. Then why did you allow the Honshu needle to strike the spider's hind leg?" Longting said, "Senior, the reason I aimed the Honshu needle at the hind leg of that spider was that I truly did not wish for it to be eliminated." "Oh, I see," Zhu Yuanling exclaimed in realization. He then addressed Longting, "Longting, I must admit, I had not perceived the depth of your kindness. This incident also reveals that you have already grasped the essence of the purple crystal divine eye and the Honshu needle. It brings me immense joy to have such an astute disciple as you." Longting addressed Zhu Yuanling, saying, "Esteemed senior, your teachings have been exceptional. I acknowledge you as my master, yet I find the term master a bit too formal. I prefer to refer to you as esteemed senior." With a smile, Zhu Yuanling replied, "Longting, your acknowledgement brings me immense joy, and the name you choose to call me is of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Longting felt elated. Zhu Yuanling then instructed him, "Longting, it's time for you to begin your training in the Windfast Lightning Step, for this technique is extraordinarily powerful, especially in times of peril. It will enable you to escape swiftly." "Excellent." Longting nodded, then extended his right hand to retrieve the frost needle that had struck the spider's hind leg, drawing it back with his fighting spirit. Once he had secured the frost needle within his spatial ring, he commenced his training in the Swift Gale Steps. Under the guidance of Zhu Yuanling, Longting devoted an hour to perfecting the technique, ultimately achieving the rank of inferior yellow grade. "Longting, now demonstrate it before me," Zhu Yuanling said with eager anticipation. "All right." Longting nodded, and then he demonstrated the lightning-fast steps to Zhu Yuanling in the bedroom. Observing Longting's enigmatic movements and remarkable speed, Zhu Yuanling excitedly exclaimed, "Longting, you have completely grasped the essence of the lightning-fast steps. With diligent practice, your speed while employing these steps will undoubtedly increase." "Oh." Longting nodded in acknowledgement, and then commenced his practice of the locking throat and capturing dragon technique. After dedicating some time to this skill, he turned his attention to the Qian Kuan Gong. It was only after he elevated his fighting prowess to the 13th rank of the Dome Master that he attended to his personal hygiene and retired for the night. The following morning arrived. As Long Miao knocked on Longting's bedroom door, she called out, "Brother, mother has prepared breakfast. Hurry and come eat." "All right." With a sense of resignation, Longting responded, though he was overwhelmed by a desire to indulge in a languorous slumber. Nevertheless, he opened his eyes and rose from his bed. After partaking in breakfast, Longting resumed his cultivation of the three techniques: the amethyst divine eye, the lightning speed steps, and the dragon capture grip. While the dragon capture grip had grown formidable with the enhancement of his own strength, it still required diligent practice. For mastery is often attained through repetition. Upon completing the training of these three techniques, he began to cultivate the Qiankuan technique. At that moment, he was suddenly startled by a commotion emanating from the entrance of the alchemy pavilion, as his residence afforded him a view of the pavilion's grand entrance. Longting approached the window and peered outside, only to be taken aback. It was none other than Long Bai, who had arrived at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. Exclaiming, "I have eliminated my son, and now I seek to eradicate Longting. Hand him over to me, alchemy pavilion." Dragon Bai's tone was imbued with an overwhelming fury and a palpable air of menace. Zhou solemnly addressed Dragon Bai, saying, "Dragon Bai, what you must understand at this moment is that Longting is my fiancé. On what grounds should I entrust him to you?" Long Bai declared, "Zhou, even if Longting is your fiancé, it matters not. Justice demands retribution for blood. Today, I shall surely eliminate him to avenge my son and my father." Zhou solemnly replied to Long Bai, "Long Bai, you must comprehend that this is the domain of the Dan Pavilion. If you possess any sense today, you will swiftly depart from this place. Should I inform the higher-ups of the Dan Pavilion about this matter, your fate will be sealed." Long Bai addressed Jojiro, stating, Madam Sect Leader, I am indeed aware of the formidable power of the Pill Pavilion. However, I am not here to create a disturbance. I merely seek the handover of the murderer of my son, Long Ting. Am I in the wrong? Jojiro replied firmly, Long Bai. I can unequivocally inform you that regardless of your actions within the Pill Pavilion today, I shall not surrender my fiancé to you. You might as well relinquish that hope. Oh, and by the way, our Pill Pavilion operates as a legitimate business. I kindly urge you to leave promptly. Should you refuse to exit, I will have no choice but to summon the guards to take action against you. Long Bai retorted, Madam Sect Leader, I am not here to cause a ruckus. Is it not permissible for me to procure medicinal pills? Long Bai's assertion stemmed from his firm resolve. He was convinced that if he lingered in the Dan Pavilion for a while longer, he would surely coax Long Ting out. Once Long Tung emerged, he intended to swiftly drag him outside the pavilion to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Jojiro cautioned Long Bai, you may procure elixirs within the Dan Pavilion. However, I must warn you that creating a disturbance here is strictly forbidden. Should you dare to cause trouble today, it would spell your doom. I understand. Long Bai nodded in response, having made up his mind. He resolved to linger in the Pill Pavilion for a while longer today. Should the pavilion refuse to allow him to wait for Long Tung, he would remain by the entrance. Confident that Long Ting could not possibly remain hidden within its confines indefinitely. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Yuanling echoed in Long Ting's mind. Long Ting. Now that Long Bai has sought you out, he will not depart until he has eliminated you. Do you have a strategy to counter this? Chapter 45. A final chance for Jojiro to absorb fire poison. Long Ting pondered for a moment and then addressed Zhu Yuanling, Senior. I currently possess no strategy to confront this situation. My sole course of action is to avoid any encounter with Long Bai. Should I dare to present myself before him, he could easily extinguish my life with a single strike, for he has attained the formidable level of a level 40 dozo. Do you, Senior, have any effective methods to deal with Long Bai? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanling's spirit swiftly manifested before Long Ting, and he advised, Long Ting, your only recourse is to remain here in safety. Although Long Bai is indeed powerful, he would not dare to unleash his fury within the alchemy pavilion. He can only linger here for a maximum of half an hour. If he overstays, your fiancé, Jojiro, will summon the pavilion's guards to expel him. Thus, as long as you refrain from stepping beyond the pavilion's threshold, Long Bai shall be powerless against you. Long Tung expressed his frustration, saying, Senior, after I extract the fire poison from Jojiro, I must swiftly depart from this place. Only by joining the academy or a sect will I be able to completely free myself from Long Bai and gain access to more cultivation resources. Zhu Yuanling replied to Long Tung, do not rush, Long Tung. The most crucial matter for you now is to focus on your cultivation, and then devise a plan with Jojiro and the others. Understood. Long Ting nodded, feeling that his elder's words were profoundly accurate, for this matter was indeed quite intricate. Subsequently, Long Tung commenced his cultivation practice. After an hour of cultivation, Long Tung was approached by Jojiro. Long Tung, my dear brother, I wish for you to absorb the fire poison for me now. Do you have the time? Jojiro's lips whispered softly by Long Ting's ear, her tone imbued with temptation. I have the time. Dragon Ting responded with immense excitement, yet he solemnly addressed Jojiro, saying, Jiro, Long Bai is still outside the gates of the Dan Pavilion. My foremost concern is that during the process of absorbing the fire poison from you, he might suddenly rush in and attack me. Therefore, I believe it would be wiser to postpone this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Jojiro assured Dragon Tongue, do not worry. My dear brother, even if Long Bai possessed 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare to recklessly invade the Dan Pavilion to harm you. After all, the strength of the Dan Pavilion is beyond his capacity to provoke. In response, Dragon Ting eagerly inquired, Jiro, are you certain that Long Bai would not dare to challenge the Dan Pavilion? Jojiro replied earnestly, Brother Tongue, you underestimate the power of the Dan Pavilion. Let me be clear, as long as you remain within the confines of the pavilion, Long Bai could wait outside for a month or even a year. Yet he would not dare to breach its sanctity. Thus, you need not worry about this matter. Focus on absorbing the fire poison from me. Once you have extracted it, I will devise a means for you to leave the Dan Pavilion. Very well. Long Ting nodded. Recalling the moment when he initially arrived at the Dan Pavilion to confront Huang Yijin and his companions, a wave of fortune washed over him. Had he inadvertently alarmed the higher-ups of the Dan Pavilion, both he and Bao Fei would have met a dire fate. Little brother Long Ting, please come to my bedroom to extract the fire poison, Zhou whispered tenderly into Longting's ear, immediately pulling him toward her chamber. At that moment, Longting's heart raced with excitement, as he was intrigued by the prospect of what unforgettable reward Zhou would bestow upon him after he extracted all the fire poison from her chest. His anticipation swelled. After all, he was a normal man. Before long, Longting found himself in Zhou's bedroom. Upon entering, she swiftly shut the door with a firm determination. More importantly, she quickly secured all the windows, drawing the curtains closed, plunging the room into a dim light, illuminated only by the slivers filtering through the door and window seams. Witnessing this scene, Longting's heart raced even faster, his curiosity piqued about Zhou's intentions. Nevertheless, he had resolved that no matter what she intended to do, he would accept it, for Zhou was his fiancée. In fact, he contemplated letting her reward him first before he extracted the fire poison from her chest. At that very moment, Zhou gently urged him, "Darling, why are you still dawdling? Come quickly and help me remove my clothing and undergarments." Filled with excitement, promptly replied and began to remove Zhou's clothing and undergarments. In a short while, he had successfully disrobed her. As he gazed upon the exquisite peaks of her snowy figure, he could not help but swallow hard. He then told Zhou, "Zhiro, you are truly beautiful." Zhou responded to Longting with utmost tenderness, saying, "Dear Longting, please swiftly alleviate the fiery poison from my chest, and I shall reward you generously. I assure you, this reward will be unforgettable for a lifetime." Longting nodded, and with a mere thought, a blazing flame ignited in the palm of his left hand. As he brought his hand closer to the snow-white peak of Zhou's chest, the flames of the fire poison pearl began to draw out the venomous heat from her body. In the blink of an eye, wisps of the fire poison emerged from her chest. At this moment, Longting was entirely focused, resolute in his determination to extract every trace of the fire poison from Zhou. He could not leave even the slightest remnant of danger behind. After a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Longting finally ceased his efforts. Zhou, while feeling an immense sense of relief, was drenched in sweat due to the intensity of the fire poison pearl's flames. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Then, she gently grasped Longting's hand and inquired with tenderness, "Little brother Longting, have you managed to completely cleanse the fire poison from my chest?" "Zhiro," he replied, "I have thoroughly extracted the fire poison from your chest, leaving not a trace behind." Longting replied resolutely, filled with joy, for the one he cherished most would no longer endure the torment of fire poison. What transpired next left him utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Zhou spoke to Longting with unparalleled tenderness, saying, "Dear brother Longting, now that you have cleansed me of the fire poison, you should take a bath. I shall also refresh myself, and afterward, I shall reward you handsomely. Are you happy now?" "Oh, how delightful!" Longting, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over his words before swiftly darting towards the bathroom with a set of clean clothes in hand. Chapter 46. A Fiery Reward. Witnessing this scene, Zhou adorned her face with a captivating smile, her own heart brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. Without hesitation, she too made her way to another bathroom, clutching her own fresh attire. Upon entering the bathroom, Longting was rendered speechless, awestruck by the sight before him. The large wooden tub was already filled with warm water, adorned with a plethora of rose petals floating serenely atop the surface. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of roses that enveloped the bathroom, Longting felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Fully aware that this enchanting setup had undoubtedly been orchestrated in advance by Zhou, Longting believes that in his previous life, he must have helped many elderly people cross the street to be fortunate enough to encounter such a blessing. After Longting closed the bathroom door, he swiftly disrobed and began to indulge in a refreshing shower. Before long, he found immense pleasure in the warmth of the water. Once he donned his fresh attire, he hurried off to seek out Zhou, eagerly anticipating the reward she would bestow upon him. Upon entering Zhou's bedroom, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him, unable to suppress his salivation. There stood Zhou, not only freshly bathed but also adorned in an exceedingly alluring pink miniskirt. More significantly, she wore a matching pink top that accentuated her figure. At that moment, Zhou showcased her incredibly enticing physique to Longting. "Zhiro, you are stunningly beautiful." Longting expressed his true feelings, and at the same time, his heart raced even faster. Zhou gently took Longting's hand and said, "Little brother Longting, I wish to reward you properly now. How would you like to be rewarded?" Was momentarily at a loss for words, as he harbored the hope that it would be Zhou who would bestow upon him the greatest reward. However, This was his first encounter with such a situation, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. After all, Zhou Zhiro was the one he cherished deeply, and he feared that his words might offend her. Observing his hesitation, Zhou Zhiro spoke to him with utmost tenderness. Dear Longting, you are my fiancé, so there is no need for you to be shy in my presence. Simply express what reward you desire. As long as it is within my capability, I shall fulfill your wish. Upon hearing her words, Longting's heart raced even more, for it was the first time he had ever heard such sentiments. He gazed at the incredibly alluring and beautiful woman before him and replied, Zhiro, I do not wish to ask for a reward outright. Since you have already mentioned granting me an unforgettable reward, it would be far better if you were to present it to me willingly. Very well, Zhou Zhiro nodded. And then, with unparalleled gentleness, she embraced Longting. In the following moments, their lips met in a passionate kiss. Yet this time, her approach was not as fervent as the previous day. Instead, it was imbued with tenderness. As they kissed, she removed her garments, and with a soft voice she said, Longting, my dear, feel free to do as your heart desires. Do not suppress your thoughts. My body is now entirely yours. My beloved Zhiro, your kindness towards me is truly beyond measure. Longting spoke with immense excitement, his heart racing fervently. He then opened his mouth. Ah! Zhou Zhiro exclaimed, trembling uncontrollably. As it was her first encounter with such an event, she felt an overwhelming rush of exhilaration and joy. Most importantly, it filled her with happiness, as Longting was the person she cherished the most. At that moment, both Longting and Zhou Zhiro had completely lost themselves in the experience. Time swiftly passed, and soon an hour had elapsed. Longting found it peculiar that he had never engaged in such activities before. Why was he experiencing this now? He mused that it must be an innate instinct of man, perhaps a design by the divine, recognizing that throughout life, individuals endure countless hardships, thus granting humanity a fleeting glimpse of joy. In that instant, Zhou Zhiro and Longting shared a passionate kiss. Afterward, Zhou Zhiro opened her cherry-red lips once more. Ah! Longting, also experiencing this for the first time, found himself trembling as well. Witnessing this, Zhou Zhiro was filled with excitement and enthusiasm, intensifying her efforts. As time progressed, Longting felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Longting, do you wish to enter? Zhou Zhiro asked bashfully. Indeed. Longting replied, equally bashful. Zhou Zhiro gently reminded Longting, I have a particular aversion to pain, so please be gentle. All right. Longting sincerely replied, his heart brimming with exhilaration and fervor. The atmosphere in the entire bedroom was charged with passion, reminiscent of dry tinder igniting into flames. The two entwined like exceptionally affectionate serpents, embracing each other tightly. A sudden cry escaped Zhou Zhiro's lips, a pang of pain causing her to tremble. Consequently, she clutched Longting even more firmly. As this was her first experience with such intimate matters, the discomfort was particularly acute, nearly bringing her to tears. Aware of Zhou Zhiro's distress, Longting refrained from any movement, holding her close, fearful that even the slightest shift might exacerbate her suffering. Upon noticing the telltale signs on the quilt, a wave of empathy washed over him, prompting him to plant a gentle kiss on her neck. He then spoke to her with unparalleled tenderness. My beloved wife, I have heard from the elders that a woman's first experience can be quite painful. Let us refrain from any further endeavors for now. Simply rest in my embrace for a while. All right. Zhou Zhiro nodded, then turned to Longting, asking, my dear husband, do you know why I entrusted my body to you before a marriage? Because I am handsome, Longting jested with a smile. Zhou Zhiro responded with utmost affection. That I am aware of. Once you leave the Dan Pavilion, we may not meet again for an indeterminate time, since I am destined to be yours. I chose to give myself to you today. My dear wife, you are the most remarkable woman I have ever encountered in my life. It is you who has made me a true man today, Longting replied, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiro planted a kiss on Longting's cheek and said, my husband, given that Longbai is intent on eliminating you, it will be challenging for you to leave the Dan Pavilion. Do you have a plan to escape? Longting pondered for a moment before addressing Zhou Zhiro, my dear. While Longbai is indeed formidable, it would not be difficult for me to depart from the Dan Pavilion. What? Zhou Zhiro exclaimed in astonishment, and then, filled with curiosity, she inquired, my husband, I am eager to know how you plan to leave the Dan Pavilion safely with Longbai steadfastly guarding the entrance. Chapter 47. This plan is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Longting replied, my dear, consider this. Although Longbai is intent on eliminating me, he would not dare provoke the Dan Pavilion. This implies that when your carriage departs, he would not dare to investigate. My husband, are you suggesting that you intend to leave the Dan Pavilion using the carriage? Jojiro asked excitedly, as she found his idea quite feasible. Longton confirmed, indeed. My intention is to use the carriage to draw Longby away, allowing me to swiftly exit the Dan Pavilion. Thus, I shall depart with ease. What do you think of this plan, my dear? Excellent. This plan is truly splendid, and I wholeheartedly support it, Jojiro replied enthusiastically. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart, as she had just entrusted her body to Long Ting. However, she voiced her concerns, my husband. If Longby realizes he has been deceived and returns quickly, you could be in grave danger. Long Tongue reassured her, saying, My dear, do not worry. Once Longby pursues the carriage, I shall make my swift escape. Even if he realizes the ruse and returns promptly, I will have already distanced myself. And he will remain unaware of my destination. Once I board the cloud ship, even if he knows where I intend to go, he shall not be able to catch me. My husband, let us proceed with your plan, Jojiro affirmed. However, I must send my servants to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Clay City to procure a ticket to Harrow City. Furthermore, I shall ensure that you arrive at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion just in time to board the cloud ship to Harrow City. How does this arrangement sound? Do you have anything to add? Hearing this, Long Tongue took Jojiro's hand, filled with excitement, and said, My dear, you are truly brilliant. I merely suggested the beginning, and you have orchestrated the entire plan in an instant. It is indeed a blessing from my past life that I have the fortune to marry such an intelligent and beautiful woman like you. Having spoken, Longting gently placed a kiss upon Jojiro's delicate face. In truth, Longting yearned to spend a considerable amount of time with Jojiro within the confines of the Pill Pavilion. Yet, an incessant voice within emerged that he could not linger here, for his strength was woefully inadequate. His foremost priority was to swiftly elevate his own capabilities. Matters of lesser significance faded into the background. Once his power reached formidable heights, he would have ample opportunity to devote quality time to Jojiro. Jojiro inquired of Longting, My dear husband, when do you intend to depart from the Pill Pavilion? He replied, My dear, I have resolved to leave the Pill Pavilion first thing tomorrow morning. Long Tongue replied with great reluctance, expressing that he truly wished to depart from the Dan Pavilion. However, he felt it was essential to spend one more night with Jojiro, as their time together could be likened to a newlywed's first night. Very well. Jojiro nodded and then inquired, Husband, will you be leaving alone, or will you take Balfeo with you? In response, Longting said, My dear, you know that even if I wished to keep Balfeo here, she would not remain. Thus, I must take her with me. Jojiro gently grasped Longting's hand and asked tenderly, Husband, will you forget me once you have departed? Longting solemnly addressed Jojiro, My dear, you have bestowed upon me your first time, a moment I shall forever cherish. Once I join an academy or sect, I will devote myself to rigorous training with the aim of rapidly enhancing my strength. When my prowess surpasses that of Longby, I shall return to spend quality time with you. Would that be agreeable? Indeed. Jojiro nodded, then replied to Longting, Husband, regardless of how many wives you may take in the future, as long as you allow me to be the foremost, I shall not mind. My dear, your kindness towards me is truly remarkable. I have decided to reward you splendidly this evening. Longting responded to Jojiro with an earnest expression. Very well. Jojiro shyly nodded, and then they shared a passionate kiss. After all, it was their first time together, and both were filled with excitement and exhilaration. An hour later, Long Miao came to summon Longting and Jojiro for dinner. After quickly dressing, they prepared to head downstairs. However, Jojiro was in considerable discomfort and felt reluctant to move. Thus, she said to Long Tongue, My dear, could you please bring me some food after you finish your meal? Upon hearing this, Long Tongue replied gently, Since you are now my beloved wife, I shall carry you down for dinner. Would you be willing? Jojiro responded bashfully, My dear, although I would love for you to carry me to the kitchen for our meal, I am concerned that Balfeo might become upset upon seeing us together, as she harbors deep affection for you. My dear, Long Tongue reassured her, now that we have shared this intimate moment, I believe it is best to confront the situation openly. I do not wish to keep anything from Balfeo, and I truly desire to carry you. For you are my beloved. Longting sincerely replied, expressing his genuine desire to carry Jojiro to the kitchen for a meal, especially since he would soon depart from Dan Pavilion to the coastal city of Hailuo. He was acutely aware that he had only reached the 13th level of a Dome Master, and it would take considerable time for him to attain the formidable strength akin to that of Longby. Thus, he cherished every moment spent with Zhojiro. All right. Zhojiro nodded with delight. As Longting's willingness to carry her stemmed from his affection, she felt compelled to seize this opportunity. After Longting joined the Qingnan Academy in Hailuo, it would become increasingly challenging for her to see him. Given her responsibilities as the head of the Dan Pavilion in Clay City, which demanded her constant attention, after Longting opened the door, he carried Zhojiro down the stairs. Observing this scene, Long Miao curiously inquired, "Brother, how did Sister Zhiro injure her leg?" "It was an accidental fall," he replied. Longting nodded awkwardly. Although he yearned to clarify matters with his sister, she was simply too young, and thus he could only respond in accordance with her words. Upon hearing this, Zhojiro also felt a sense of embarrassment, yet her heart was filled with joy, as she had bestowed her affection upon the person she cherished most for the very first time. Before long, Longting carried Zhojiro into the kitchen. When Muyunji and Baofei laid eyes on Zhojiro, they were left utterly astonished. Muyunji remained silent, choosing to spare Longting any embarrassment. However, Baofei was acutely aware of the implications of what had transpired between Zhojiro and Longting. She was incensed, for she was the first to have known Teng Gu and was, after all, his rightful fiancée. She suspected that Zhojiro had intentionally tried to seduce Teng Gu. Consequently, she directly proclaimed to Longting, "Teng Gu, we can no longer stay in the Dan Pavilion. I must take you away from here at once." Chapter 48. Acting according to plan. Upon hearing this, Muyunji said to Baofei, "Fei, let us eat first, and then we can discuss matters calmly." Baofei retorted gravely, "And I am too filled with anger to even contemplate eating. All I desire is to leave the Dan Pavilion with Teng Gu, for I feel utterly humiliated here." Zhojiro then addressed Baofei earnestly. "Baofei, what do you mean by that?" Baofei, now particularly incensed, replied, "Zhojiro, not only did Teng Gu extract the poison from your heart, but you have also captured his affections. More importantly, I am Teng Ji's rightful fiancée. By what right do you claim him?" In response, Zhojiro, while pulling Longting down to sit, declared solemnly to Baofei, "Because I aspire to greatness." What? This revelation left both Baofei and Muyunji in a state of shock, as they could hardly fathom such a bold declaration from Zhojiro. Baofei, clutching Longting, urged, "Teng Gu, you must take a stand." Longting, feeling quite helpless, was at a loss for how to navigate this predicament. This was his first encounter with such a situation. He understood all too well that if he sided with Zhojiro, Baofei would be exceedingly upset. Conversely, if he supported Baofei, Zhojiro would be equally displeased. Thus, he found himself unable to advocate for either party. Embarrassed, he cast a desperate glance at Muyunji, hoping she might offer a resolution. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Muyunji shook her head in resignation, equally unsure of how to address the matter. As this was her first encounter with such drama, as Longting remained silent, Baofei pressed him urgently, "Teng Gu, speak. If you do not say anything now, I shall leave the Dan Pavilion and venture into the monster forest to be devoured by beasts." Baofei said angrily, "Fair, do not be upset. In truth, my affection for both you and Zhiro is identical." Longting replied sincerely, "Brother Teng, are you truly speaking the truth?" asked Baofei. "Indeed," he affirmed. Longting nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Baofei felt assured that what Teng Gu had said was undoubtedly true. After all, it was Teng Gu who had risked his life to cure her mute condition. Had it not been for Teng Gu's dedication in concocting elixirs for her, he would not have ventured into the alchemist pavilion, nor would he have crossed paths with Zhojiro. At that moment, Zhojiro addressed Baofei, saying, "Sister Fei, regarding this matter, I must sincerely express my gratitude to you." In response, Baofei, filled with indignation, retorted, "Zhojiro, now that you have already won over Teng Gu, there is no need for you to speak condescendingly before me." Zhojiro replied earnestly, "Baofei, I am not being dismissive. Consider this, had it not been for your involvement, Longting would never have come to the alchemist pavilion to refine elixirs, nor would he have engaged in conflict with Huang Yijin and his companions. It is precisely because of you that I became acquainted with Longting, which signifies a remarkable bond between us. When Longting extracted the fire poison from my chest, it was only natural for me to offer myself to him, as I hold a profound love for him. Zhojiro, I do not wish to converse with you at this moment," Baofei replied helplessly. Acknowledging the truth in Zhojiro's words, realizing that it was indeed she who had inadvertently entrusted Teng Gu to Zhojiro. Just then, Muyunji turned to Longting and urged, "Teng, why are you still standing there? Quickly serve your two fiancés their meals." All right, he responded. Longting nodded shyly and began to serve the rice. Before long, they commenced their meal. Tunger, when do you plan to depart from the Dan Pavilion? Mu Yunji inquired of Long Tung. Mother, I intend to leave the Dan Pavilion early tomorrow morning, Long Tung replied candidly. Mu Yunji sighed. Long Bai has been guarding the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. Leaving safely will be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Long Ting disclosed his plans for leaving the Dan Pavilion to Mu Yunji. Bao Fei urged Long Ting, Brother Ting, regardless of the circumstances. I have made up my mind to accompany you wherever you go. All right. Long Ting nodded. Aware that even if you were to forcibly keep Bao Fei at the Dan Pavilion, she would inevitably depart. Furthermore, considering the woeful existence she endured at the Bao family, Long Ting had resolutely decided to take Bao Fei with him wherever he went. Long Miao inquired, Brother, what about Mother and me while you and Sister Fei venture to Harrow City? In response, Long Tung reassured his sister, Dear sister, my plan is thus. You and Mother shall remain here for the time being. Once my strength surpasses that of Long Bai, I shall return to escort both of you. Upon my arrival in Harrow City, I will concoct some elixirs for sale, and the gold earned will be sent back to support your living expenses. Hearing this, Jojiro gently replied, Husband, I am already your wife. Therefore, your mother and sister are now my own kin. Their living expenses need not concern you. Moreover, I can arrange for your mother to find work at the Pill Pavilion. My dear wife, I am truly grateful to you. Dragon Tongue replied with utmost sincerity. Jojiro said to Dragon Tongue, Let us hasten our meal, and thereafter I shall arrange for 2 tickets for the cloud ship to Hailuo City at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Kalaching for you and Bao Fei. You may set off early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei was taken aback. She could comprehend Jojiro's intention to book a ticket for Dragon Tongue, but she found it utterly perplexing that Jojiro would do the same for her, considering her long-standing disdain for Jojiro. After finishing their meal, Jojiro swiftly made the necessary arrangements. Once everything was in order, she leaned close to Dragon Ting's ear and whispered, My beloved husband, would you be so kind as to sleep beside me tonight? Certainly. Long Ting nodded awkwardly. He had made up his mind to spend quality time with Jojiro that evening, especially since he would be departing for Hailuo City with Bao Fei early the next morning. At that moment, witnessing the affectionate interaction between Jojiro and Long Ting, Bao Fei pouted in displeasure. However, her mood swiftly transformed into delight, for soon, Tengu would be leaving this place with her. Once they were alone together, she would cherish their time. At that point, Jojiro would be left alone in the empty Dan Pavilion in Clay City. As night fell, Long Ting and Jojiro engaged in intimate activities. The details of this are best left to the imagination. The following morning, after Long Ting and his companions had breakfast, Jojiro instructed the carriage to pass by Long Bai, accompanied by several guards. Before long, Long Bai swiftly pursued them. Witnessing this, Long Ting took Bao Fei and boarded another carriage, departing from Dan Pavilion. Tunggu, this is grave. Long Bai is after us. He is now merely a dozen meters away from our carriage. What shall we do? Jojiro exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 49. Hurry, fire at my command. Upon hearing this, Long Ting fixed his gaze and was instantly startled. Long Bai was rapidly closing in on him, and Bao Fei. The expression on Long Bai's face made it clear that if he managed to catch up to Long Tung's carriage, he would undoubtedly eliminate Long Tung first, followed by Bao Fei, who was Long Tung's fiancée. Although Long Tung was initially distressed, he quickly regained his composure. He understood that the more anxious he became, the easier it would be for Long Bai to dispose of both him and Bao Fei. Thus, it was imperative for him to remain calm. Only then could he devise a strategy to confront Long Bai. Fei, remain calm. After Long Ting reminded Bao Fei, he continued to contemplate ways to deal with Long Bai. At this moment, on a high mountain not far from Long Ting's carriage, Jojiro anxiously addressed the old man in the black robe. Uncle, I am terribly afraid that Long Bai will eliminate my husband. I intend for you to eliminate Long Bai at once. Absolutely not. The old man in the black robe shook his head resolutely and solemnly replied to Jojiro, My dear niece, consider this. If I were to eliminate Long Bai, the higher-ups of Tsangyao Academy would undoubtedly hold Long Ting accountable, for Long Bai is an elder of Tsangyao Academy. Should that occur, the higher-ups would send even more people to relentlessly pursue Long Ting. If the number of pursuers increases, it would be only a matter of time before Long Ting is eliminated by the Academy's leaders. Therefore, it is imperative that we do not eliminate Long Bai at this moment. Upon hearing this, Jojiro urged the old man in black, Uncle, although your reasoning is sound, you must ensure Long Ting's safety at all costs. He must not be harmed in the slightest by Long Bai. Please, go swiftly to protect my husband. The old man in black, remaining calm, responded, My dear niece, do not be anxious. I believe Longting is no ordinary individual. It will not be easy for Long Bai to eliminate him. Zhou insisted, Uncle. Long Bai has already reached the 43rd level of the Do Zone, while Longting is only at the 13th level of Do Shi. Should Long Bai choose to act, he could easily eliminate my husband. In response, the black-robed elder reassured Zhou, Rest assured, I shall not allow Long Bai to take Longting's life. However, I am quite curious about what exceptional qualities Longting possesses apart from his handsome appearance. I am particularly eager to witness how he will confront Long Bai. Uncle, do not indulge your curiosity at this moment. Zhou exclaimed, If Longting is eliminated by Long Bai, I will return and inform my parents and my grandfather. Then, I shall meet my end before your very eyes. Hearing this, the old man in black urgently responded, My dear ancestor, fear not, for I shall not allow that young rascal Longting to be in any danger. I will closely follow Long Bai, and should I perceive any threat to Longting's life, I will intervene discreetly to assist him. You should find comfort in that. Yes? Uncle, I wish to accompany you. As she spoke, Zhou quickly grasped the old man's hand. Very well, very well. The elder in the black robe nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he swiftly transported Zhou to a location not far from Long Bai. Subsequently, the elder guided Zhou to follow Long Bai. Witnessing this, Zhou felt a slight alleviation of her anxious heart. However, her concern for Longting's safety lingered, as she feared her third uncle might be careless. Silently, she offered prayers for Longting's well-being. At that moment, Long Bai, pursuing Longting's carriage, was filled with immense excitement. Long Bai believed that with his speed, he would soon catch up with Longting and Bao Feier. Once he eliminated them, he intended to find a way to dispose of Mu Yunji and Long Miao. Although he was also exceedingly eager to remove Zhou, he was acutely aware that should he dare to lay a finger on her, the Dan Pavilion would not only eliminate him, but would also annihilate the entire Long family. Thus, even if Zhou lay before him, he would not dare to harm a single hair on her head. Tengu, have you thought of a good plan? Bao Feier asked anxiously. In response, Longting whispered to her, Feiya, at Long Bai's current speed, he will soon catch up with us. But do not fear. I have already devised a strategy to counter him. What is the plan? Bao Feiya inquired, her excitement palpable. Feier, you will know shortly, Longting replied. Longting said little, his demeanor remarkably composed. With a sharp neigh, Long Bai swiftly appeared before the carriage. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch that knocked the coachman unconscious. Observing this scene, Longting quickly assisted Bao Feier down from the carriage. Longting realized that he had no way out. The only course of action left for him was to confront Long Bai head-on. At that moment, Long Bai coldly remarked, Longting, your tactics are impressive. You actually used the worthless purple-blue vine to eliminate my son, and furthermore, allowed Danji Zhou to give my father a severe reprimand. Let me make it clear. Even if you hunt down special magical beasts to serve as your purple-blue vine's fighting spirit, in the face of my formidable strength, your purple-blue vine remains a futile battle soul. In response, Longting said to Long Bai, I have no desire to debate whether my purple-blue vine is a useless battle soul at this moment. However, you must understand that it was your father who insisted I compete against your son, Long Quang, for the position of the young clan leader. Moreover, your son, Long Quang, initiated a deadly attack on me from the very beginning. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have already been eliminated. Furthermore, Elder Longping solemnly declared in front of everyone that the rules of the competition were essentially without rules. Whoever is thrown off the stage first is eliminated. Fists have no eyes, and blades show no mercy. If one accidentally kills the opponent, there is no need for recompense. Yet here you are, claiming that I am at fault. Tell me, where exactly have I erred? Ha 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 ha. Long Bai could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth laced with a tempest of fury and lethal intent. He then addressed Long Tongue with a voice steeped in menace. Long Tongue, I have no desire to engage in futile discourse with you, you wretched scoundrel. The wrongful act of eliminating my son rests squarely upon your shoulders, and today, I shall exact vengeance upon you, avenging both my son and my father. The only reason I have yet to strike is that I wish to witness the capabilities of your pathetic Longting in launching explosive fruit attacks. Upon hearing this, Long Tongue furrowed his brow, fully aware that Long Bai intended to humiliate him thoroughly before his demise. Long Tongue, why do you linger? Open fire at once. Long Bai's tone was imbued with a tempest of fury and murderous intent. He had resolutely resolved that once he witnessed the formidable power of Long Teng's explosive fruit, he would promptly eliminate Long Teng. Following that, he would revel in the demise of the breathtakingly beautiful Bai Fei, bringing her to a tragic end. Chapter 50. I shall now escort both of you on your final journey. Very well. Long Teng nodded, and with a mere thought, a vine of deep blue and purple sprang forth rapidly before Long Bai. In an instant, the vine matured, producing a head that launched explosive fruit towards Long Bai with remarkable speed. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Bai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. However, he refrained from summoning his fighting spirit. Given his current prowess, a slight adjustment of his fighting energy would suffice to effortlessly counter the attack of the explosive fruit. In a fleeting moment, Long Bai summoned a portion of his fighting energy to shield himself. Bang! The explosive fruit was obliterated by a single punch from Long Bai. Immediately thereafter, he addressed Long Teng. Since you are capable of simultaneously controlling 3 vines to launch explosive fruit at me, unleash a relentless assault. Oh! And be sure to entangle my legs with one of your vines. Upon hearing this, Long Teng understood all too well that Long Bai was intent on humiliating him before disposing of him. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for he had only reached the 13th level of fighter, while Long Bai had ascended to the 43rd level of combat master. Subsequently, Long Teng commanded 3 vines to simultaneously launch explosive fruit at Long Bai, while also directing 1 vine to ensnare Long Bai's legs. Long Teng understood that his current attacks would inflict no harm upon Long Bai, yet this was precisely the outcome he desired, for he was orchestrating a grand strategy. Observing that Teng Ji's explosive fruit and the entanglement of the purple-blue vines had little effect on Long Bai, Bao Fei was engulfed in anxiety. Her greatest fear was that Long Bai would eliminate Teng Ge. Meanwhile, hidden within the thicket behind Long Bai, the cloaked elder was filled with excitement. He comprehended that while the explosive fruit and the purple-blue vines were presently ineffective against Long Bai, their capabilities were profoundly formidable, easily overlooked by someone of Long Bai's level. A 40-level dozo. The elder had resolved to continue his observation. He would not intervene to assist Long Teng unless the latter faced a life-threatening situation. At that moment, Long Bai sneered at Long Teng, declaring, Long Teng, your explosive fruit and purple-blue vines are only effective against the weak. They hold no power over a strong individual like myself. I have grown weary of this game. It is time to send you on your way. In response, Long Teng urgently implored, Long Bai, I am the one who killed your son. You may eliminate me, but I beseech you to spare my fiancée, Bao Fei. She is innocent. The reason Long Teng expresses this is that he is about to unleash his powerful move. Ha 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 ha. Long Bai could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth saturated with fury and menace. He then addressed Long Teng with a sinister tone, Long Teng, since it was you who used the explosive fruit to brutally take my dear friend's life, I shall now eliminate you, and subsequently, I will relish in the demise of your fiancée, Bao Fei. Ultimately, I shall devise a means to rid myself of your mother and sister. Oh, but wait. I will first leave you half dead, and then, before your very eyes, I will play with Bao Fei until her last breath. The mere thought of your impending anguish stirs a profound excitement within me. With that declaration, Long Bai slowly approached Long Teng and Bao Fei. Observing the situation, Bao Fei swiftly positioned herself in front of Long Teng. She implored Long Bai, as long as you spare my Teng Ji, you may do as you wish with me. In response, Long Bai retorted harshly, Bao Fei, have you lost your senses? Once I dispose of Long Teng, you two will belong to me. Moreover, with my power, I can have my way with you at my leisure. Yet, I must admit, I am particularly fond of your pure and benevolent beauty. As Long Bai leered at Bao Fei with a lascivious grin, Long Teng swiftly pulled her behind him. In a moment of resolve, Long Teng willed 3 strands of the purple-blue vines to simultaneously launch explosive fruits at Long Bai, while also directing the vines to ensnare Long Bai's legs. Upon witnessing this, a contemptuous smile spread across Long Bai's face as he summoned a portion of his fighting spirit to shield himself. Long Bai looked at Long Teng with disdain and remarked, Long Teng, your pitiful purple-blue vine battle spirit appears as fragile as mere grass before my overwhelming power. In other words, I merely need to summon a modicum of energy to shield myself. Resign yourself. Both you and Bao Fei are doomed today. Amidst Long Bai's laughter, Long Teng remained unfazed, for he had long devised a strategy to counter Long Bai. The reason he had ensnared Long Bai with the explosive fruit and the purple-blue vine was intentionally to deceive him. Only by doing so did he have a fleeting chance to defeat Long Bai in an instant. Now was the moment. As Long Ting's voice echoed, he swiftly hurled a chilling needle towards Long Bai's left arm. The sight of the needle startled Long Bai, prompting him to hastily summon his energy for protection. Although he had only drawn forth a fraction of his strength, however, to his utter astonishment, before he could gather more energy for defense, the chilling needle had already pierced his left arm. A cry of pain escaped Long Bai's lips, for he had never imagined that Long Tung possessed such skills in hidden weaponry. Long Bai now feels an overwhelming sense of regret and self-reproach. He had been overly careless, lulled into complacency by Long Tung. Had it not been for this, with his formidable combat prowess, Long Tung's concealed weapon would never have struck his left arm. However, he quickly regained his composure and regarded Long Ting with contempt, declaring, "Long Ting, although your weapon has pierced my left arm, I am still capable of swiftly eliminating both you and Bao Feier." In response, Long Ting smiled enigmatically at Long Bai and said, "You are too naive, Long Bai. The weapon that struck your arm was the frost needle. This means you will soon be frozen alive. Your demise is inevitable." Before Long Ting could finish his words, Long Bai let out a heart-wrenching scream. Immediately after, Long Bai noticed that his left hand was rapidly encased in ice, and the chilling sensation began to spread throughout his entire body. Long Bai silently exclaimed in his heart that it was a dire situation. If he could not swiftly draw out the frost needle, his entire being would succumb to the icy grip of death. Long Bai glared at Long Ting with fury, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrel, how dare you conspire against me? I shall summon a few elders from my Tsang Yao Academy to eliminate you at once." With that, Long Bai channeled all his energy into his legs and darted away at an astonishing speed, faster than a hare. Witnessing this unfolding drama, Bao Feier urgently urged Long Tang, "Brother Tang, we must leave this place swiftly. If Long Bai returns with the elders from Tsang Yao Academy, our fates will be sealed." Understood. Long Ting felt that Bao Feier was absolutely right, so he called for the coachman. However, as the coachman had fainted and remained unconscious, Long Tung had no choice but to carry him onto the cart and personally drive the carriage towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 51. What if your teacher refuses to accept you? At this moment, Bao Feier was particularly anxious. All she hoped for was that Ting Gu would drive the carriage faster. She feared that Long Bai, accompanied by the elders of Tsang Yao Academy, might be in pursuit. She had heard many people speak of Tsang Yao Academy, not only renowned for its formidable strength but also for its fiercely protective nature. More importantly, if word spread about Long Bai being struck by Long Tung's hidden weapon, it would bring disgrace upon the entire Tsang Yao Academy, considering Long Bai was one of its elders. Therefore, Bao Feier was certain that if Long Bai reported this incident to the higher-ups of Tsang Yao Academy, they would dispatch powerful assassins to hunt down both Long Tung and herself. Regaining her composure, Bao Feier urged Long Tung, "Gu, we must reach the Drunken Immortal Pavilion as swiftly as possible. We absolutely cannot allow Long Bai and the Academy's higher-ups to catch up to us. If they do, we are doomed." "Fear not, Feier. I will do my utmost to urge the horses onward towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." Long Tung replied as he cracked the whip against the horses' backs. At this moment, hidden in the bushes, Zhou excitedly exclaimed to the old man in black robes, "Uncle, I never imagined that Brother Long Tung would actually employ hidden weapons. What astonishes me even more is that the weapon he used this time is the cold whisker needle. I had heard of its tremendous power before, but I found it hard to believe. Now, the mere thought of the cold whisker needle sends chills down my spine. How can such a terrifying hidden weapon exist in this world?" Upon hearing this, the old man in black robes solemnly replied, "Niece, Long Ting is now in even greater peril." "Why is that, uncle?" Zhou asked, her anxiety palpable. The old man continued gravely, "Though you have heard that Long Ting used the cold whisker needle, you are unaware of its origins. If you were to learn where this weapon comes from, you would be utterly terrified." Zhou pressed, "Uncle, from whom did Long Ting learn to use the cold whisker needle?" The old man in black robes replied earnestly, "Niece, listen carefully. The cold whisker needle originates from the Zhu family, a clan of hidden weapon experts." "What?" Zhou exclaimed in shock. "Is it the Zhu family that was annihilated by the Fighting Soul Hall?" "Indeed," the old man affirmed firmly, adding, "Niece, I can assure you that if the people from the Fighting Soul Hall discover that Long Ting learned hidden weapons from the Zhu family, they will dispatch extraordinarily powerful masters to eliminate him and potentially eradicate the entire Long family as well." "Uncle, is it truly that terrifying?" Zhou inquired, her voice tinged with worry. "Indeed," the elder in the black robe affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhou urged, "Uncle, you must swiftly eliminate Long Bai. for I am dreadfully afraid that he will inform the Soul Combat Hall about my husband's use of the Frost Needle. So, does this mean the Soul Combat Hall will send someone to eliminate my husband immediately? Jojiro asked in a state of utter anxiety. Having resolved to devise a plan to save her beloved Long Ting, for he was the one she cherished above all else, she had made up her mind. If anything were to happen to Long Ting, she would not wish to live. The elder in the black robe solemnly addressed her, "My dear niece, there is no need to fret excessively. While many are aware of the potency of the Zhu family's hidden weapons, they remain oblivious to the specifics of those weapons. In other words, even if Long Bai knows that Long Ting employed the Frost Needle, he is unaware that it belongs to the Zhu family. After all, many individuals on the Duki continent utilize hidden weapons. Consider this. Had Long Bai known that the weapon used by Long Tongue was the Zhu family's Frost Needle, he would not have sought aid from Songyao Academy. He would have directly informed the higher-ups in the Soul Combat Hall. Upon hearing this, Jojiro felt a measure of relief. She then urged the elder, "Uncle, we must go find Long Ting at once. I need to warn him never to use the Frost Needle in front of the Soul Combat Hall's members. My dear niece, since Long Tongue has mastered the Frost Needle, it signifies his remarkable intelligence. He undoubtedly understands that with his current strength, he cannot engage the Soul Combat Hall with the Zhu family's weapons. Your concerns are unwarranted. Think about it. Long Ting initially employed explosive fruit and the intertwining of the purple-blue vine to distract Long Bai, deliberately allowing him to lower his guard. This indicates that Long Tongue is even more astute than we imagined. A person of his caliber would not be foolish enough to wield the Zhu family's weapons against the Soul Combat Hall when he is at a disadvantage. You are absolutely right, uncle." Jojiro replied joyfully, her heart finally at ease. She then expressed, however, there is still one pressing concern. Since Long Bai has summoned help from Songyao Academy, will they be able to catch up with Long Ting and Bao Fei? Smiling, the elder in the black robe reassured her, "My dear niece, there is no need for you to worry about this matter at all." "Why do you say that, uncle?" Jojiro asked, her curiosity piqued. The elder responded earnestly, "Consider this. When Long Bai's left hand was struck by Long Ting's Frost Needle, it began to freeze instantaneously. If he does not remove the Frost Needle promptly, he risks being frozen to death. This is the direct reason for his swift escape moments ago. Thus, it was utterly implausible for him to quickly seek assistance against Long Ting, as he, too, feared for his life. Had he not been afraid, he would not have fled faster than a rabbit." "Third uncle, your analysis is profoundly accurate," Jojiro replied, her excitement palpable. In response, the elder in the black robe gravely addressed her, "Niece, Long Ting is far more astute than you might presume. You underestimate him greatly. I share your sentiments." Jojiro replied, her countenance radiant with joy. The elder continued, "Niece, it is not my intention to criticize you, but having spent considerable time with Long Tongue, how could you be unaware of his proficiency with hidden weapons? Where has your mind been?" "Third uncle, my time with Long Tongue has been quite brief, and I never inquired whether he was skilled in the use of hidden weapons," Jojiro responded shyly, recalling that their interactions had been rather intimate, leaving little room for such questions about his martial practices. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Bao Fei expressed her concern to Long Ting, "Brother Tongue, my greatest worry is that when you present the recommendation letter written by Jojiro to her teacher, what if her teacher refuses to accept you?" Chapter 52. Allow me to showcase the might of my demonic eyes and white tiger. Upon hearing this, Long Ting felt a wave of anxiety as well. After all, Qinin Academy had never admitted a student awakened with the purple-blue vine. He pondered briefly before replying to Bao Fei, "If Qingyuan Academy truly does not accept me, I shall seek entrance into another academy or sect. I must swiftly join an academy or sect, especially since I have already utilized the Hansu technique against Long Bai. Given Long Bai's temperament and disposition, he will undoubtedly summon numerous high-ranking members from Songyao Academy to pursue us both." Sighing deeply, Bao Fei replied, "Brother Ting, I sincerely hope that Jojiro's teacher accepts you into Qinin Academy, as you desperately require its protection at this moment. As for my potential admission, it is of little consequence now." In response, Long Ting solemnly declared, "Fair, I have made a decision. Even if Qinin Academy accepts me, should they refuse you, I too shall not enter, for you are my betrothed. Regardless of what transpires in the future, as long as I draw breath, I shall protect you." Incredulously, Bao Fei asked, "Brother Tongue, do you truly mean that?" "Indeed," Long Tongue replied resolutely. Bao Fei spoke to Long Tongue with immense tenderness. "Tengu, I had always believed that after you met Jojiro, you no longer loved me. In truth, I had departed from you long ago. Yet whenever I recalled how you risked your life to heal my muteness, I found it impossible to sever our bond. Feyre, rest assured, no matter what transpires in the future, my love for you shall remain unwavering. Longting replied resolutely, fully aware that his recent intimacy with Jojiro had undoubtedly been difficult for Feyre to accept. However, he had made up his mind to cherish Feyre in the days to come. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon seeing the carriage from the Dan Pavilion, a male servant from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion hurriedly approached them. The servant greeted Longting with great respect, saying, "Young Master Longting, I have been waiting here for you and Miss Balfeyer for quite some time. Please, follow me." Hearing this, Longting inquired of the servant, "Did someone from the Dan Pavilion send you to wait for us?" "Indeed." The servant replied with a firm nod, then addressed both Longting and Balfeyer. "The cloud ship bound for Hai Luo City is about to set sail. We must hurry aboard." With that, the servant swiftly took hold of their luggage and led Longting and Balfeyer into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Very well," Longting nodded, then grasped Balfeyer's hand tightly as they followed the male servant. Under the servant's guidance, the pair swiftly boarded the cloud ship destined for Hai Luo City. To Longting's astonishment, he discovered that the room reserved for him and Balfeyer was located on the 5th floor, specifically in room 501. This indicated that the finer the accommodation, the more gold coins had been spent. At that moment, Balfeyer suddenly remarked, "Tengu, I despise Jojiro. How could she possibly assign us to the same room?" In response, Longting reassured her, "Feyre, in truth, Jiro has been quite kind to both of us." Balfeyer nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Tengu's words. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at their door. "Tengu, could it be that Longbai has come with others in pursuit?" she whispered anxiously. "That is impossible." Longting shook his head and addressed Balfeyer, "My dear Feyre, consider this. The cloud ship not only soars at an altitude of 10,000 meters, but it also traverses the skies with remarkable speed. Given Longbai's current capabilities, it is impossible for him to catch up with us. Most importantly, he remains oblivious to which cloud ship we have boarded. Therefore, I can assert with certainty that the one knocking at the door is certainly not Longbai." With that, Longting proceeded to open the door. Observing the situation, Balfeyer swiftly grasped Longting's hand, cautioning him, "Tengu, please exercise caution when opening the door. After all, Longbai, having been struck by your frost whisker needle, is now intent on tearing us to shreds." "Understood." Longting nodded, feeling that Balfeyer spoke wisely. He had to guard against a sudden attack from whoever stood outside when he opened the door. Upon doing so, he discovered a youth of similar age accompanied by 2 subordinates. The young man had a square face and a distinctive mole at the corner of his right eye, exuding an intimidating demeanor that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. At that moment, he glared at Longtung and declared, "Longtung, my 2 followers said you reside in this room, and indeed you do. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. I demand a room exchange with you." Intrigued, Longting inquired, "Who are you? Do you know me?" The mole-faced youth replied, "I am Wang Yibiao, the young clan leader of the Wang family." Longting, who doesn't know you? The so-called awakened waste with the purple-blue vine-fighting spirit? With that, Wang Yibiao barged into Longting's room. This action ignited a firestorm of rage within Longtung, who angrily retorted, "Wang Yibiao, if you had any sense, you would apologize to me immediately and get lost. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Wang Yibiao couldn't help but laugh, a sound laced with disdain and arrogance. He arrogantly responded, "Longting, if you were wise, you would agree to switch rooms with me now. Otherwise, I will teach you a harsh lesson and then proceed to toy with Balfeyer. I will count to 3. If you do not acquiesce to our room exchange by the time I reach 3, I will take action against you." "How dare you?" Longting's voice brimmed with fury and murderous intent as he shouted back, "Get out of here right now." Wang Yibiao, equally furious, barked at his 2 subordinates, "You too. Go and give this bastard Longting a good beating." "Understood." His subordinates replied in unison, channeling their fighting energy into their fists. They refrained from using their fighting spirits, as they regarded Longtung with utter contempt. With a mere thought, Longtung ensnared Wang Yibiao's 2 lackeys tightly with the violet-blue vines. Observing this, Wang Yibiao's face contorted into a disdainful expression, for he held the violet-blue vines in utter contempt. With a flicker of his mind, a yellow battle ring swiftly rose from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, a fearsome white tiger materialized beside him, its eyes an ominous crimson, exuding an aura of dread. Enraged, he shouted at Longting, "Longting, I have already ascended to the rank of a level 14 battle master. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my demon, a white tiger." Chapter 53, First Ring Technique, Demon Eye Control. Let the battle commence. Longting's tone was imbued with a tempest of wrath and a palpable aura of menace. Wang Yibiao insisted on swapping rooms with him, a clear display of contempt. No, it was unmistakably an affront to his dignity. Even more egregious was Wang Yibiao's derision, labeling his Xylan Vine as a worthless spirit of battle. Longting was acutely aware that if he were to retreat now, he would no longer be worthy of the title of a cultivator. After all, a true practitioner must act decisively when the moment calls for it. Today shall be your downfall, Longting, Wang Yibiao remarked with evident disdain, immediately commanding his demon eye white tiger to pounce upon Longting. Cease this at once. A voice resounded from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Longting turned to see that the guard team from the cloud ship had arrived. One of the guards solemnly addressed both Longting and Wang Yibiao, stating, "You two cannot engage in combat here. Should you dare to fight, we will eliminate you in an instant and cast you both off the cloud ship. If you doubt our resolve, feel free to test it." At this, both Longting and Wang Yibiao understood that the cloud ship was operated by the drunken immortal pavilion, a force of considerable power. This implied that if they disobeyed the guards and insisted on battling, their lives would be at stake. At that moment, one of the guards reiterated, "If you truly wish to fight, you may do so atop the cloud ship. The ship's upper deck is protected by formations, ensuring that no matter how fiercely you clash, the vessel will remain unharmed. However, if you choose not to fight, I suggest you return to your respective quarters to rest." A crowd had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Yibiao taunted Longting, "Longting, if you are cowardly and fear for your life, relinquish your room to me. But if you are unafraid, then come with me to the ship's top and let us battle. The victor shall claim your quarters as their own. What say you? Are you willing?" Longting resolutely replied, without a shred of hesitation. He was acutely aware that if he declined to engage in a duel with Wang Yibiao, he would become the object of ridicule among the onlookers, branded as a worthless individual. "Very well." Wang Yibiao nodded, then addressed Longting. "Though you have awakened a feeble battle spirit, your courage is commendable. Once we reach the top of the ship and commence our fight, I shall at most break your limbs. I will not take your life. I intend to make it abundantly clear to all spectators that the Xylan Vine shall forever be deemed a worthless battle spirit." Wang Yibiao, why do you indulge in such pointless chatter? Are you going to fight or not? Longting felt a growing impatience. He merely wished to teach the exceptionally arrogant Wang Yibiao a lesson before retreating to his quarters for some much-needed rest. "Fight," Wang Yibiao resolutely replied with a single word. And immediately he darted towards the top of the ship. Observing this, his two lackeys swiftly followed suit. Upon hearing that Longting and Wang Yibiao were heading to the ship's pinnacle to clash, all those who had been watching hastily made their way to the top of the cloud ship. They were eager to witness how Wang Yibiao would dominate Longting. In their minds, the Xylan Vine could never possibly prevail against the demon eye white tiger. Their excitement and anticipation were palpable, as this was their first encounter with a duel between these two spirit beasts. Despite the commotion, Longting remained unfazed and gradually made his way to the ship's summit. However, Balfea grasped Longting's hand, urging him toward the top. She earnestly cautioned him, "Teng good. Wang Yibiao has not only attained the rank of a 14th level Dome Master, but his spirit beast, the Demon Eye White Tiger, possesses formidable strength. You must exercise utmost caution during your battle with him. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave danger." "Fair, fret not. I shall be vigilant," Longting replied steadily, his anticipation for a duel with Wang Yibiao growing stronger, for he believed that only through such a confrontation could he swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Soon, Longting and Bao Feier arrived at the pinnacle of the cloud ship. At that moment, Wang Yibiao mockingly sneered at Longting, saying, "Longting, with your leisurely assent, are you afraid I might defeat you? Fear not, for I shall not easily extinguish your life. At most, I shall render you immobile." Longting, unfazed by the taunts, deemed verbal sparring to be devoid of significance. The onlookers wondered how many rounds Longting could endure under Wang Yibiao's onslaught. It was evident that, once Wang Yibiao made his move, he would swiftly reduce Longting to tears, begging for mercy. The reason I had come to witness their battle was my profound curiosity about how the seemingly ineffectual purple-blue vine, a so-called worthless battle spirit, would engage in combat. Paying little heed to the spectators' discourse, Longting was resolute in his desire to swiftly vanquish Wang Yibiao, determined to demonstrate to those who labeled his purple-blue vine as a feeble battle spirit that, in the realm of combat, there exist no worthless battle spirits, only inept practitioners. Atop the cloud ship, A crowd of over 100 had gathered, all eager to witness the clash between Long Ting and Wang Yibiao. At that moment, Wang Yibiao, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Long Ting, let us commence our battle." Long Ting nodded, and with a mere thought, a yellow battle ring swiftly emerged beneath his feet. Observing this spectacle, Wang Yibiao derisively remarked, "Long Ting, your purple-blue vine is a worthless battle spirit. Did you hunt down a wild boar to obtain that ring?" His laughter echoed with mockery, and simultaneously, a yellow battle ring rose from his own feet. In an instant, he summoned his battle spirit, the magic white tiger. With a smile directed at Long Ting, he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate the might of my magic white tiger. First ring skill, magic eye control." As Wang Yibiao's voice resonated, the originally dark red eyes of the white tiger behind him began to emit beams of dark red light, albeit only as large as the eyes of the magic white tiger. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling's voice reverberated in Long Ting's mind. "Long Ting, be extremely cautious. You must not allow the dark red beams emitted from the magic eye white tiger's eyes to touch you. If your eyes are struck, your consciousness will be instantly controlled by Wang Yibiao. Once he has dominion over your mind, you will be compelled to obey his every command, unable to move even if you wish to. This is the formidable power of his magic eye white tiger's first ring skill." Understood. In the depths of his heart, Long Ting responded and immediately began to manipulate a violet-blue vine that sprouted from the top of the cloud ship. In an instant, the vine blossomed forth with the ability to launch explosive fruit. Under Long Ting's command, the vine relentlessly bombarded Wang Yibiao with these explosive fruits. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Yibiao was left astounded, his mouth agape, for it was the first time he encountered a violet-blue vine capable of offensive fruit. Fully alert, he feared being struck by the projectiles launched by the vine. Consequently, he swiftly summoned a formidable protective force around himself. However, fear did not grip him, for he had resolved that aside from evading the explosive fruits, the moment his first-tier skill, the magic eye control, struck Long Ting's eyes, he would triumph over him. Thus, he fervently directed his magic eye control towards Long Ting's gaze. Chapter 54. I beg you spare me. Faced with this predicament, Long Ting had no choice but to evade swiftly, terrified of being hit in the eyes by Wang Yibiao's magic eye control. Should his eyes fall victim to this skill, his life would be in grave peril. Good heavens! Who would have thought that Long Ting's violet-blue vine could launch fruit for attack? What was even more alarming was the tremendous explosive power of the fruit, compounded with its deadly poison. I had previously encountered in ancient texts the mention of the explosive fruit, known as the bomb fruit, launched by Long Ting's violet-blue vine, which possessed immense power. Had it not been for Wang Yibiao's superior strength compared to Long Ting, he might have been obliterated by the bomb fruit. Despite the formidable might of the bomb fruits, Wang Yibiao's prowess surpassed that of Long Ting, compounded by the extraordinary effectiveness of his first-tier skill, the magic eye control. Therefore, it was inconceivable for Long Ting to emerge victorious over Wang Yibiao today. Once Wang Yibiao's magic eye control ensnared Long Ting, he would be at the mercy of Wang Yibiao, utterly vulnerable to defeat. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Long Tongue was consumed by a single thought. He desperately desired to strike the eyes of the demon-eyed white tiger with his frosted whisker needle. He was certain that if his needle were to find its mark, Wang Yibiao would be unable to employ the demon eye control against him. However, he was acutely aware that he would never resort to using the frosted whisker needle on Wang Yibiao's beast unless absolutely necessary. After all, it was his trump card. And with hundreds of spectators present, should he act impulsively, the news of his covert weaponry would spread like wildfire. If anyone were to suspect that the frosted whisker needle was a device of the Zhu family, the experts from the Battle Soul Palace would undoubtedly initiate a thorough investigation into Long Ting. Should they uncover that Zhu Yuanling was concealed within Long Ting's violet-blue vine, the formidable warriors of the Battle Soul Palace would swiftly eradicate both Long Ting and Zhu Yuanling's souls. At that moment, Zhu Yuanling's voice echoed within Long Ting's mind. "Long Ting, I am aware of your thoughts, but I must impart this wisdom. If you find yourself unable to contend with Wang Yibiao, you may utilize the frosted whisker needle to strike the eyes of his demon-eyed white tiger." Very few in the Duki continent are privy to the fact that the frosted whisker needle is an exclusive weapon of the Zhu family. Those who have previously fallen victim to it have long since departed this world. Nevertheless, do not employ the frosted whisker needle lightly against Wang Yibiao's beast. It remains your secret weapon. With your current strength, you are fully capable of engaging Wang Yibiao in a fair battle. Long Ting nodded, finding himself in complete agreement with the elder's words. Although Wang Yibiao's magical eye of the white tiger was exceptionally formidable, The consumption of when employing the purple-blue vine was remarkably minimal. Long Tongue is indeed qualified to engage in a leisurely duel with Wang Yibiao. At this moment, Wang Yibiao harbored a singular thought. He must employ his magical eye to control and strike at Long Tongue's gaze. What transpired next left Wang Yibiao utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed Long Ting commanding a violet-blue vine to launch explosive fruit at him, while simultaneously directing 2 other vines to target the eyes of his magical white tiger. Ha ha ha, Long Ting's strategy is truly brilliant. Consequently, Wang Yibiao's initial technique, the magical eye control, proved entirely ineffective against Long Ting. It is well known that the violet-blue vine consumes minimal energy during its use. If the battle drags on, Long Tongue will inevitably triumph over Wang Yibiao. A splendid spectacle is in store. Despite the murmurs of the onlookers, Wang Yibiao remained unfazed, convinced that with his prowess, he would surely defeat Long Tongue, the so-called awakened waste of a battle soul. Regaining his focus, he charged recklessly towards Long Tongue, intent only on overpowering him with his fists. The subsequent events left him utterly dumbfounded, as Long Tongue unexpectedly ensnared his feet with the violet-blue vine, causing him to tumble spectacularly. He lost several teeth in the process, igniting a furious rage within him. He vehemently chastised Long Ting, exclaiming, "Long Ting, I am engaging you in an open duel, yet you resort to underhanded tactics." In response, Long Ting remained unperturbed, calmly addressing Wang Yibiao. "Wang Yibiao, everyone is witnessing this. I have not employed any deceitful tactics. I am fighting you openly. You cannot accuse me of trickery simply because I can control 4 violet-blue vines to attack you simultaneously. One must adhere to reason. Do not slander me simply due to your own inadequacies." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted into fervent applause. As the clapping resonated, Wang Yibiao, with a sense of exasperation, rose from the deck. He then channeled most of his energy into his right fist and gradually made his way towards Long Ting. Although his desire was to swiftly deliver a fatal blow to Long Ting, he dared not run. He understood all too well that should he flee, Long Ting would undoubtedly ensnare his feet once more with the violet-blue vines, causing him to tumble disgracefully. Despite his slow pace, Long Ting continued to ensnare his feet with the vines. While he could shatter the vines with his fists, he felt an urgent anxiety, for each strike consumed a significant amount of his energy, whereas Long Ting required only a fraction to control the attack. As time elapsed, Wang Yibiao found his energy depleting rapidly at the hands of Long Ting. He realized that if he did not plead for mercy now, he would soon face a dire fate at Long Ting's hands. Thus, Wang Yibiao sincerely addressed Long Ting. "Young Master Long Ting, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in forcibly attempting to switch rooms with you. I am willing to offer you 20,000 gold coins to settle this matter amicably. Would that suffice?" In response, Long Ting gravely remarked, "Wang Yibiao, had I been ensnared by your first ring technique, would you have spared me?" "Young Master Long Ting, had you truly been caught by my first ring technique, I would have certainly let you go," Wang Yibiao replied, though he was acutely aware that his nature would never permit him to let Long Ting off without a thorough beating. He silently prayed that Long Ting would show him mercy this time. "Do you believe young Master Long Ting will show leniency to the particularly arrogant Wang Yibiao? I too am curious whether Long Ting will choose to spare him. Were I in Long Ting's position, I would certainly not let Wang Yibiao escape unscathed, considering he had actively bullied him." Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Long Ting's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he slowly approached Wang Yibiao. Chapter 55. Wang Yibiao is truly despicable. Seeing the situation unfold, Wang Yibiao was terrified and began to retreat, urgently pleading with Long Ting, "Young Master Long Ting, I admit my fault. I should not have forcibly attempted to switch rooms with you. Every mistake is mine, and I offer you 20,000 gold coins. I implore you, be merciful and spare me." "Wang Yibiao, not only were you exceedingly arrogant, but you also publicly humiliated me. Do you truly believe I would let you go?" Long Ting had resolutely decided that today he would deliver a thorough lesson to Wang Yibiao. Only in this manner would he ensure that no one would dare to trouble him lightly in the future. Wang Yibiao was in for a dire fate today. I believe it serves him right. After all, I too despise those who, in their arrogance, seek to provoke others without cause. It seems we are in for quite the spectacle today. Upon hearing the whispers of the crowd, Wang Yibiao was consumed by a singular thought. If he were to be soundly reprimanded by Long Ting today, the onlookers would soon spread word of this incident throughout the Starry Empire. At that point, where would he be able to show his face? Consequently, he resolved not to submit passively. An idea struck him, one he considered clever. Seizing the moment when Long Ting was distracted, He commanded the eyes of his demon eye white tiger to unleash two beams of dark crimson light directed at Longting's eyes. As the beam struck, Longting was instantly engulfed by dizziness, akin to the sensation of being inebriated, rendering him weak and powerless. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yibiao could not suppress his laughter, filled with malice and cunning. He then addressed Longting with a sinister expression. Longting, you have finally fallen victim to my first-level technique, the demon eye control. Today, I shall make you, the arrogant wretch, weep for your mother and father. I will break your limbs, teaching you that those who dare to act haughtily before me shall face dire consequences. How dare you resort to underhanded tactics against my brother Tong? You are truly despicable and shameless. You had better release him from your control at once, or I will fight you to the bitter end. Bao Fei'er shouted furiously at Wang Yibiao, having resolved to protect Longting with her life, if necessary. In response, Wang Yibiao smiled at Bao Fei'er and said, Bao Fei'er, I advise you not to challenge me now. Wait until I have broken Longting's limbs, then I shall join you in a different kind of battle. Ha 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 ha. From the moment Wang Yibiao laid eyes on Bao Fei'er, he had imagined toying with her. After all, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Wang Yibiao was acutely aware that with his own looks, he could never hope to find a woman as stunning as Bao Fei'er. Moreover, his fiancée was 1,000 times less attractive. If he managed to have his way with Bao Fei'er, he would wake from his dreams with a smile. Now that he had successfully ensnared Longting with his demon eye control, he believed it was only a matter of time before he could indulge in Bao Fei'er. The mere thought of soon being able to play with her filled him with delight. Longting had been careless, and now he was in grave danger. This implies that Wang Yibiao had the opportunity to toy with another man's fiancée and act most contemptible. I can only hope that Longting manages to free himself from Wang Yibiao's control. That being said, it is difficult for us onlookers to intervene. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, a sinister smile crept across Wang Yibiao's face. He then solemnly addressed everyone. Anyone who falls under my first-ring technique, the magic I control, cannot break free unless I choose to release them. Of course, only those who have specifically trained in techniques designed to counter my magic I control stand a chance of liberation. Otherwise, it is futile to attempt to break my control. Upon hearing this, Bao Fei'er was filled with anxiety and immediately stood in front of Wang Yibiao. In a fit of rage, she shouted at him, Wang Yibiao, you must release the magic I control on my brother Ting at once, or I will fight you. Wang Yibiao could not contain his laughter, reveling in his amusement, which was laced with malice and depravity. Observing this, although many in the crowd were tempted to give this despicable villain a beating, none dared to take action. They preferred to avoid trouble, fearing the grasp of Wang Yibiao's first-ring technique might ensnare them as well. What transpired next left the crowd in stunned silence. Wang Yibiao proclaimed loudly to all the spectators, ladies and gentlemen, I now wish to present a performance unlike anything you have ever witnessed. At this, the onlookers buzzed with excitement, their anticipation palpable. From Wang Yibiao's tone and expression, it was evident that he intended to torment Longting slowly to his demise. Today promises to be quite the spectacle. How could you utter such words without recognizing Wang Yibiao's treacherous tactics against Longting? One onlooker remarked. I saw it. It was Longting's own negligence that led him to fall victim to Wang Yibiao's magic eye control. He has no one to blame but himself for his lack of vigilance. That brother speaks wisely. I wholeheartedly support you, another chimed in. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Wang Yibiao turned to them with a smile and asked, shall I have Longting recount all the misdeeds he has committed throughout his life? I wonder if you are interested? Very much so. Many responded eagerly. Their curiosity piqued about whether Wang Yibiao's first-ring technique could indeed compel Longting to confess his wrongdoings. However, a faction of the crowd voiced their dissent against Wang Yibiao's intentions. Wang Yibiao, I will fight you now. Bao Fei'er's voice was laden with unbridled fury as she directed all her fighting spirit into her right fist, charging towards Wang Yibiao. Observing this, a disdainful smile crept across Wang Yibiao's face. He then turned to his two henchmen, a smile gracing his features, and commanded, you two, seize Bao Fei'er immediately. However, I must caution you both, do not harm her, as I intend to engage in a thorough duel with her in private shortly. Understood. His two subordinates replied in unison, swiftly grasping Bao Fei'er, their strength far surpassing hers. At that moment, Wang Yibiao addressed the onlookers with a beaming smile, proclaiming, ladies and gentlemen, I shall soon compel Longting to recount his misdeeds from childhood to the present. Excited murmurs erupted from the crowd, their eyes fixated on Longting. At that juncture, Wang Yibiao unleashed a beam of dark crimson light from his magical eye upon Longting. He then declared, Longting, your consciousness is now under my control. Begin recounting the mischief you have engaged in throughout your life, such as your peeping on young girls while they bathe. Be sure to reveal all your childhood transgressions for everyone's amusement. Chapter 56. What on earth is happening? Under the anticipation of Wang Yibiao and the crowd, Long Tongue finally spoke. I began doing household chores at the age of 3, foraging for herbs in the monster forest with my father by 5, and managing the family business by 10. By 11, I had become the young clan leader of the Long family. The gathered spectators were taken aback, for Long Ting had not recounted any misdeeds. Wang Yibiao, did you not assert that you would compel Long Ting to confess his wrongdoings? Why is he silent now? Is this not obvious? It is likely that Wang Yibiao's first-tier skill, the magic I control, cannot compel Long Ting to disclose his misdeeds. Wang Yibiao, did you not boast before us that your first-tier skill could make anyone do anything? Why does it not work now? Are you deceiving us? It is evident that Wang Yibiao is merely seeking attention through deceit. I have always held an aversion towards individuals like Wang Yibiao, the consummate fraud. Wang Yibiao, let me make myself clear. If you fail to make Long Tongue confess his misdeeds before us today, we shall spread the word after disembarking from the cloud ship that your first-tier skill, magic I control, is nothing but a trick. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Yibiao felt a surge of dread. It was disastrous. If he could not compel Long Tongue to disclose the misdeeds of his youth, the reputation and power of his first-ring technique, the mystic I control, would be irrevocably tarnished. Before the gathered witnesses, Wang Yibiao had no choice but to direct the eyes of his mystic, a white tiger, to unleash 2 dark crimson beams towards Long Ting's gaze. As the beam struck Long Ting's eyes, Wang Yibiao urged him once more, Long Ting, hasten to reveal all the wrongs you have committed from childhood to the present. In response, Long Ting began to speak. I commenced household chores at the age of 3, foraged medicinal herbs in the monster beast forest with my father at 5, and managed the family business at 10. By 11, I had become the young patriarch of the Long family. Stop. Cease your prattle at once. Wang Yibiao bellowed in fury, utterly perplexed as to why Long Ting was not recounting any of his misdeeds. What was the meaning of this? Wang Yibiao, you are clearly toying with us. If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation today, we shall not let this matter rest. Wang Yibiao, enlighten me on what is truly happening. Upon hearing the crowd's vehement inquiries, Bao Fei felt a slight easing of her anxiety. After all, her brother Tongue had not succumbed to Wang Yibiao's mystic I control. Yet, she was still deeply concerned that Wang Yibiao would resort to violence against him. At that moment, Wang Yibiao addressed the onlookers with a loud proclamation. Esteemed spectators, there exists only one plausible explanation for this predicament. What could that be? The crowd inquired in unison. Wang Yibiao gravely responded, Esteemed audience, it must be that Long Tongue has not committed any wrongs in the past. Thus, it is under my mystic I control that he speaks in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to consider the possibility Wang Yibiao presented. Seeing that the crowd was no longer pressing him, Wang Yibiao wore a smug smile and declared, Since this fool Long Tongue cannot even commit wrongs, he has disappointed everyone present. I shall now break his limbs, and then I will engage in a brawl with his fiancée, Bao Fei. Ha ha. Wang Yibiao laughed lewdly, and then he slowly approached Long Tongue. Wang Yibiao, you scoundrel! Halt this at once! Bao Fei cried out in desperation. She wanted to rush forward and confront Wang Yibiao, but his 2 lackeys held her firmly in place, preventing her escape. What transpired next left the entire gathering in stunned silence. Suddenly, Long Ting's eyes emitted a violet light. Witnessing this unexpected phenomenon, Wang Yibiao was rendered speechless, and soon his consciousness fell under Long Tongue's control. Long Tongue swiftly darted to Bao Fei's side, and in the next instant, he struck simultaneously, sending Wang Yibiao's 2 lackeys crashing onto the deck. With a mere thought, Long Tongue ensnared Wang Yibiao's 2 lackeys tightly with his violet blue vine. Initially, when the 2 subordinates were ensnared, they had managed to utilize their fighting spirit to shield themselves, thereby avoiding the lethal toxins of the violet blue vine. However, they had yet to summon their protective energy again, resulting in the poisonous vine beginning to rot their garments. The tendrils coiling around their necks caused their skin to start decaying as well. Ah, it hurts! They cried out in agony. Observing this predicament, Long Tongue admonished them. If either of you dares to utter another sound, I shall constrict you both to death with this vine. Do not doubt my word. I invite you to test it. Upon hearing this, the 2 lackeys fell silent, despite tears streaming down their faces and their bodies trembling from the pain. At that moment, Long Tongue turned to Wang Yibiao and declared, Your first-ring technique, the magical I control, is utterly ineffective against me. I was merely playing along with you. To the onlookers, he continued, I possess the ability to compel Wang Yibiao to confess all the misdeeds he has committed throughout his life. When Long Tongue had been ensnared by Wang Yibiao's first ring technique, he swiftly shattered the control with his amethyst divine eye. The audience was astounded that young Master Long Tongue had been feigning compliance. Their curiosity piqued. They longed to know the extent of Wang Yibiao's transgressions. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Long Tongue urged Wang Yibiao, "Now, reveal to everyone the wrongs you have committed throughout your life." With a respectful nod, Wang Yibiao addressed the assembled crowd. "Since the age of 5, I have spied on women bathing. At 9, I began frequenting illicit establishments. By 13, I had contracted a venereal disease, and at 14, I sold my mother into one of those places. Moreover, I have engaged in homosexual acts. I have not performed a single virtuous deed in my life. I am a truly irredeemable villain." The audience's fury was palpable as they glared at him. "Young Master Long Tongue, I implore you to teach Wang Yibiao a severe lesson. His actions are utterly detestable, especially selling his own mother." They added, "Long Tongue, Wang Yibiao intended to toy with your fiancée, Balfair. Should you not punish him decisively today, you would be failing her." Moved by the crowd's disdain for Wang Yibiao, Long Tongue made a mental command to release the mental control he had exerted over him. Subsequently, he tightened the violet-blue vine around Wang Yibiao's neck. The reason Long Tongue acted as he did was to ensure that Wang Yibiao remained lucid before he meticulously dealt with him. Chapter 57. Do you think I will let you off the hook? The pain is unbearable. Wang Yibiao is currently engulfed in deep torment and astonishment, for it is the first time his magical eye control has been undone. To add to his fury, the one who shattered his control is none other than Long Tongue, who possesses lesser strength than he. What enrages him further is that, under Long Tongue's influence, he divulged all his previous misdeeds, including the disgraceful act of selling his own daughter to a brothel. It would have been one thing to confess his wrongdoings in front of Long Tongue alone, but he had done so in front of hundreds. More critically, these onlookers hail from various corners of the world, and they will undoubtedly spread word of his transgressions throughout the Starry Empire. When that time comes, where will he find solace? The person he loathes most at this moment is Long Tongue, and all he desires is to choke the life out of him. Yet, he forcibly suppresses the fury boiling within, for he understands that any act of aggression towards Long Tongue would only provoke further torment, humiliation, or even his own demise. He realizes that his only recourse is to plead for mercy. Thus, with utmost sincerity, he addresses Long Tongue. "Young Master Long Tongue, I truly wronged you earlier. I should not have used my magical eye control to target your gaze without your awareness. If you would only lift the violet-blue vines from my neck, I shall offer you all the gold, elixirs, and talismans I possess." In response, Long Tongue coldly retorts, "Wang Yibiao, the type of despicable and shameless wretch you are is what I despise most in this life. Do you think I would ever let you go?" The tone of Long Tongue was imbued with an overwhelming fury and a palpable aura of menace. Without hesitation, he tightened the grip of the violet-blue vine around Wang Yibiao's neck. It hurts." Wang Yibiao cried out in agony, pleading with Long Tongue, "Young Master Long Tongue, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions. If you spare me, I am willing to relinquish all my possessions and comply with any request you may have." Long Tongue cast a cold glance at Wang Yibiao and then solemnly addressed him. "Wang Yibiao, were you not the one who insisted on swapping rooms with me just now? Did you not intend to put my fiancée, Balfair, in grave danger? Why, then, do you now seek my mercy? I preferred your previous arrogant demeanor." Upon hearing this, Wang Yibiao felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was evident from Long Tongue's words that he would not easily let him off the hook. He desperately wished for someone to come to his defense. "Young Master Long, you must deal with this scoundrel, Wang Yibiao. Whenever I recall how he spoke of selling his young mistress for mere amusement, I am filled with a desire to strangle him. He is nothing but a beast." Wang Yibiao is not merely a beast. He is even inferior to one. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Yibiao's hope for rescue dwindled into despair. He truly did not wish to meet his end at Long Tongue's hands. His mind raced in search of a solution, and soon he conceived what he believed to be a clever plan. He turned urgently to the surrounding guards. "Brothers, please save me. I do not wish to perish aboard the Yunchuan." In response, a portly guard solemnly replied, "Wang Yibiao, you must understand, it is not Long Tongue who is bullying you, but rather, you who forced him into a room swap. When you and your 2 subordinates learned that Long Tongue did not wish to change rooms with you, you prompted them to confront him. After we intervened, you insisted on brawling with Long Tongue atop the Yunchuan. Therefore, even if Long Tongue were to beat you and your 2 subordinates to death today, our guard team would not intervene, for the fault lies solely with the 3 of you. At these words, Long Teng's spirits lifted, with the guards siding with him. He could now teach the loathsome Wang Yibiao a severe lesson. Should Wang Yibiao fail to engage him respectfully, he could easily dispose of him. Just then, Wang Yibiao turned to the portly guard and implored, "Now that I am aboard your esteemed Yunchuan, I am your guest, and you should ensure my safety. How can you say that even if Long Teng were to kill me, you would not intervene? What manner of speech is that?" The portly guard retorted angrily, "Wang Yibiao, I do not require your counsel on how to speak. You must realize that it was you who sought trouble with Long Teng and Bao Feier. And it was you who proposed the fight upstairs. You cannot blame anyone but yourself. If you wish to assign blame, direct it towards your own weakness and penchant for bullying others. Had you not taken the initiative to bully Long Teng today, but instead found yourself subjected to his torment, we would not only ensure the safety of you and your 2 companions, but we would also deliver a severe reprimand to Long Teng." Upon hearing the words of the stout bodyguard, the gathered crowd unanimously agreed, for they too harbored a desire to see Long Teng administer a fitting punishment to Wang Yibiao, that scoundrel who sold his own kin. In that moment, Long Teng's thoughts became resolute, and the violet-blue vine tightened its grip around Wang Yibiao's neck. "Ah, young Master Long Teng, I beg you, I cannot endure this any longer. Please, have mercy and spare me. I shall never bully another soul again," Wang Yibiao pleaded desperately, resembling a withered plant under frost. At this, Long Teng contemplated that if he were to use the violet-blue vine to end Wang Yibiao's life right then and there, none present would dare to criticize him. Long Teng believed that if he were to ensnare Wang Yibiao with the purple-blue vine and suffocate him to death, it would merely serve to grant his adversary a merciful release. After all, anyone afflicted by the venom of the purple-blue vine endured unimaginable agony and distress. Thus, Long Teng resolutely decided that he would allow Wang Yibiao and his companions to fully experience the formidable power of the purple-blue vine's poison. Accordingly, he addressed Wang Yibiao, stating, "Wang Yibiao, if you and your 2 companions promptly surrender all the gold coins, elixirs, and talismans you possess, everything you have on you, I may grant you 3 a chance at survival." Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Yibiao eagerly nodded and swiftly removed the spatial ring from his finger, handing it over to Long Teng. Observing this, Wang Yibiao's 2 subordinates quickly followed suit, removing their own spatial rings and presenting them to Long Teng. After Long Teng accepted the spatial ring, he used his divine sense to examine the 3 rings, discovering a considerable number of items within them. Naturally, Wang Yibiao's ring contained a greater quantity. Thus, with a mere thought, the purple-blue vine coiling around the necks of Wang Yibiao and his companions swiftly vanished. Witnessing this, Wang Yibiao knelt before Long Teng, expressing his gratitude. "Young Master Long Teng, I am profoundly thankful for your mercy in sparing our lives. However, as my skin is rapidly deteriorating, could you kindly provide us with some detoxification pills?" Chapter 58. We do not accept useless students of the soul-fighting purple-blue vine. Upon hearing this, Long Teng contemplated for a moment. Although he initially intended to offer Wang Yibiao and his companions some detoxification pills, he decided against it. He was acutely aware that the 3 were exceedingly wicked, and should he relieve them of their venomous affliction now, they would undoubtedly seek ways to conspire against him and Bao Feier. At that moment, he only desired to rest peacefully. He responded to Wang Yibiao, "Wang Yibiao, your actions have been utterly despicable. I shall not grant you 3 the antidote." Upon hearing this, Wang Yibiao collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by his suffering. He feared that before the cloud ship reached Hailuo City, he might perish. A singular thought consumed him. Once he arrived in Hailuo City, he would inform his brother of this incident and enlist his aid to eliminate Long Teng. He also intended for his brother to capture Bao Feier afterward, subjecting her to torment until her demise. Only in this way could he quell the fury within him. What piqued my curiosity was how young Master Long Teng had so effortlessly dispelled Wang Yibiao's first-ring technique, the demonic eye control. This was the question that lingered in my mind. Why did Long Teng not eradicate the vile Wang Yibiao, who had committed such heinous deeds? You may not realize this, but if young Master Long Teng were to eliminate Wang Yibiao now, it would merely grant him release. It was far more fitting for Wang Yibiao to endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the purple-blue vine as a punishment. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the portly guard proclaimed loudly, "Since Long Teng has resolved this matter, let us cease our spectating and return to our chambers for a respite." Having watched for quite a while, the cloud ship is soon to arrive at Hailuo City. Therefore, let us retreat to our rooms for a brief rest before our arrival. Upon hearing the mention of Hailuo City, Long Teng felt an unsettling anxiety. After all, he was uncertain whether Upon presenting the letter of recommendation pinned by Zhou to her teacher, he and Bao Fei would be permitted to join Qing'an Academy. After all, Qing'an Academy had never before accepted a student awakened by the purple-blue vine. Long Ting was acutely aware that if he and Bao Fei were unable to gain admission to Qing'an Academy, their lives would be in peril. After all, he had utilized the Honshu technique against Long Bai, who would undoubtedly pursue them to Hailuo City with great haste. Thus, Long Ting found himself in a state of anxiety. Once he returned to his chamber, he lay on the bed, consumed by thoughts of their predicament. Bao Fei, seated beside him, was equally cognizant of his concerns. She too was preoccupied with the same thoughts. Dear passengers, the cloud ship has successfully arrived at Hailuo City. Please collect your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion, came the announcement. Upon hearing this, Long Ting swiftly gathered his belongings and escorted Bao Fei off the cloud ship. Tengu, what are your plans now? Shall we head directly to Qing'an Academy, or? Bao Fei inquired. In response, Long Ting replied, although I am quite famished and yearn for a hearty meal at an inn before proceeding to Qing'an Academy, I cannot indulge in such luxuries. I fear that Long Bai, accompanied by the higher-ups from Songyao Academy, may be in pursuit. Fei, I must ask you to bear with me for a while. We shall dine only after we have secured our place at Qing'an Academy. Understood. Bao Fei nodded in agreement. Given that this is our first visit to Hailuo City, and we are unfamiliar with its layout, it would be prudent for us to take a carriage to Qing'an Academy. What do you think? Long Ting suggested. Then we shall take a carriage to Qing'an Academy, Bao Fei affirmed. Excellent. Long Ting nodded and then waved at a horse-drawn carriage by the roadside. Observing this, the coachman steered the carriage towards Long Ting. Immediately, the coachman inquired with a warm smile, my young sir, where are you two headed? To Qing'an Academy. Long Ting now desires nothing more than for the coachman to swiftly transport him and Bao Fei to Qing'an Academy. Long Ting has made a resolute decision. Upon his arrival at Qing'an Academy, should he present the letter of recommendation to Zhou teacher and receive approval for both himself and Bao Fei to join the institution, he will unhesitatingly lead Bao Fei into Qing'an Academy. Conversely, if approval is denied, he will swiftly depart with Bao Fei, as neither of them wishes to be eliminated by Long Bai and the higher-ups of Songyao Academy. Sir, how many gold coins to Qing'an Academy? Bao Fei inquired. In response, the driver smiled at Bao Fei and said, it is somewhat distant from Qing'an Academy. 20 gold coins will suffice for both of you. Very well. Long Ting nodded. Once both Long Ting and Bao Fei settled into the carriage, the driver urged the horses forward, steering toward Qing'an Academy. Driver, we are pressed for time. Please urge the horses to run a bit faster. Long Ting reminded the coachman. All right. The coachman replied, then cracked the whip over the horses a few times. Although Hero City is significantly more opulent than Clay City, Long Ting found himself devoid of the desire to admire it at present. His sole intention was to swiftly reach Qing'an Academy. Time was fleeting, and after an hour, the carriage finally arrived at Qing'an Academy. Nestled in the most prosperous area of Hero City, the academy was magnificent and resplendent. It was vast, with ancient runes intricately carved upon its grand entrance, exuding an air of mystery that underscored the academy's enigmatic and esteemed nature. Long Ting and Bao Fei had no time to admire Qing'an Academy. After handing the coachman 20 gold coins, he took the luggage and walked towards the gatekeeper with Bao Fei. The gatekeeper was a slender and youthful man, probably in his 20s. Who were you looking for? The gatekeeper inquired seriously of Long Ting and Bao Fei. Long Ting respectfully addressed the gatekeeper, stating, we have come to seek the esteemed mentor of sect leader Zhou. Master Wen Yutong. The gatekeeper, assuming a particularly stern demeanor, replied, young man, Master Wen is an exceptionally renowned instructor at our academy. He is not someone you can simply approach at will. In response, Long Ting, maintaining his respectful tone, said, I possess a letter of recommendation from sect leader Zhou. Might you escort me to meet Master Wen Yutong now? Let me see the letter, the gatekeeper insisted, extending his hand towards Long Ting. Certainly. Long Ting nodded. And then he respectfully handed the recommendation letter written by Zhou to the doorman. Upon reading the letter, the doorman could not suppress his laughter. He was doubled over, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous joke imaginable, tears streaming down his face. Once he managed to wipe away his tears, he addressed Long Ting, saying, Long Ting, you have awakened a worthless battle spirit, the purple-blue vine, and yet you dare to seek an audience with the illustrious teacher Wen Yutong from our academy. Are you not aware that our Qing'an Academy does not accept students with the abominable purple-blue vine? You should return whence you came, you eyesore. Chapter 59. Reduced to minced meat. At these words, Bao Fei's fury erupted, and she retorted angrily at the doorman. My brother Tongue is not trash. You ought to watch your mouth. Otherwise, we shall not treat you kindly. The doorman, unable to contain his laughter, continued to chuckle derisively. After a fit of laughter, he further mocked Bao Fei, saying, My dear, while you are indeed beautiful, your intellect appears lacking. Let me make it clear, in the Duki continent, everyone knows that the purple-blue vine is the most inferior of battle spirits. Thus, your brother Tung is merely a worthless trinket. In response, Bao Fei angrily shot back. Who told you the purple-blue vine is a trash battle spirit? You clearly do not understand it. In the Duki continent, there are no worthless battle spirits, only worthless cultivators. Hearing Bao Fei's words only provoked another round of laughter from the doorman. After a few more chuckles, he informed her. Zhou Zhiro mentioned in the recommendation letter that teacher Wen Yutong should accept you and that waste, Long Tongue, into Qingnan Academy. If you beg me now, I could secure your admission, but as for Long Ting, he shall never set foot in Qingnan Academy. Bao Fei, seething with rage, countered, You, a mere doorman. Expect me to beg you? What audacity! Furthermore, if Qingnan Academy does not accept my brother Tung, I shall never join this academy. The doorman sneered at Bao Fei, saying, Do you not realize that every day, numerous individuals offer me substantial gold coins in hopes of gaining entry into Qingnan Academy through my connections? Many have been turned away by me. This is a lucrative position. You now look down upon me. Clearly, your judgment is flawed. It is your perspective that is truly misguided. Bao Fei retorted directly, her anger surging at the mere sight of the gatekeeper, a person she utterly despised. At that moment, the gatekeeper addressed her, saying, Bao Fei, given your beauty, I can offer you an opportunity to join Qingnan Academy, but the condition is that you must plead with me. Not a chance. Bao Fei resolutely shook her head, replying, You think I would beg you? At her words, the gatekeeper's face instantly contorted with overwhelming rage. He then angrily declared, Bao Fei, since you look down upon me, neither you nor Long Tongue shall set foot through the gates of Qingnan Academy. Tengu. What shall we do now? Bao Fei anxiously inquired of Long Ting, fully aware that if they could not swiftly gain entry to Qingnan Academy, they would undoubtedly face mortal peril when the higher-ups from Long Bai and Song Yao Academies pursued them. Long Tongue addressed Bao Fei, saying, Fei, do not be anxious. I shall take care of this matter. To which Long Tongue replied, Even if you, a worthless wretch, were to kneel before me, I would never beseech teacher Wen Yutong on behalf of you two scoundrels. As long as I am on duty, you two shall never set foot in Qingnan Academy. Upon hearing this, Long Ting solemnly said to the gatekeeper, You, a mere slip of a man, dare to insult both me and my fiancée. You must apologize to us today. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous towards you. In response, the gatekeeper began to mock Long Ting and Bao Fei once more, declaring, Long Ting, I, Sun Feiyu, have never apologized to anyone. However, if you both immediately prostrate yourselves and bark like dogs 3 times, I shall promptly offer you my apologies. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Long Ting erupted in a fit of anger. Having firmly resolved to teach Sun Feiyu a lesson for his blatant disrespect towards both him and Bao Fei, he declared that if he did not take action today, he would not be worthy of being a cultivator. You dare to insult me? Today, you shall meet your demise, he exclaimed. With a mere thought, Sun Feiyu summoned a yellow battle ring that ascended from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, a wolf appeared before him, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Enraged, he shouted at Long Ting, Prepare to witness the might of my battle spirit, the red-eyed demon wolf. With that, Sun Feiyu swiftly commanded his red-eyed demon wolf to lunge at Long Tongue, intent on tearing him apart. Once Long Tongue was dealt with, he would take Bao Fei home and toy with her until her demise. Observing the unfolding scene, Long Ting swiftly summoned his violet blue vine, ensnaring the red-eyed demon wolf tightly. In response, Sun Feiyu urged his wolf to break free from the vine's grasp, but to his astonishment, the creature was utterly incapable of severing the bonds. Panic began to set in as he realized he had underestimated Long Tang's strength. The events that followed left him utterly dumbfounded. Long Tongue commanded another violet blue vine to sprout from the ground, which, in an instant, grew a head capable of launching explosive fruit. Under Long Tongue's control, the vine began to assault Sun Feiyu with an onslaught of explosive fruit. As the projectiles hurtled toward him, Sun Feiyu was paralyzed with fear. Understanding that if his red-eyed demon wolf could not break the violet blue vine, it was a clear indication of his inferior strength. His only recourse was to evade swiftly, terrified of being eliminated by the vine's explosive fruit. You despicable scoundrel, How dare you attempt to evade? Let me show you the true power of my violet blue vine. Longting's voice was imbued with an overwhelming fury. He had resolutely decided that today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene, he would eliminate the arrogant Sun Feiyu. Otherwise, the wrath that consumed him would remain unassuaged. Thus, he commanded 3 strands of the violet blue vine to assail Sun Feiyu. Faced with this predicament, Sun Feiyu could do naught but swiftly evade. He had made up his mind that the moment an opportunity presented itself, he would hasten into the depths of Qin and Academy to summon reinforcements. How dare you attempt to evade? Allow me to demonstrate the might of my control over the violet blue vine. The air was thick with rage and bloodlust as Longting unleashed his fury, swiftly ensnaring the feet of the doorman with a tendril of violet blue vines. In an instant, these vines ensnared Sun Feiyu's legs, sending him crashing to the ground in a humiliating manner. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, losing several teeth in the process. Almost immediately, a bomb fruit struck Sun Feiyu with tremendous force. With a thunderous explosion, he was reduced to a gruesome pulp, splattering the vicinity of the entrance. The onlookers gasped in horror, their screams echoing in the air. This is disastrous. Longting has eliminated Sun Feiyu, they cried out. Quickly, someone apprehend those 2 rascals. Longting and Baofei. The commotion attracted the attention of a guard squad. At that moment, one of the guards urgently instructed his comrades, "Hurry and capture Longting and Baofei. I shall deliver them to the dean personally." Understood. The guards responded in unison, hastening towards Longting and Baofei. Chapter 60. Surely, your mind is drenched. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Baofei urged Longting, "Brother Tung, we must flee immediately." However, escape was no longer an option. As one of the guards called out, he blocked their path. Baofei, filled with anxiety, understood all too well that Longting's elimination of Sun Feiyu was a direct affront to the Qingnan Academy. She realized that if they were captured by the Academy's guards, their fates would be sealed by the dean. A sense of despair washed over her as she recognized that, given Longting's current strength, he stood no chance against the guards. Desperate, Baofei implored, "Brother Ting, I will do my utmost to cover your escape." In response, Longting quickly retorted, "Feier, under these circumstances, escape is impossible. Stay close to me, and do not make any sudden moves." Having uttered these words, Longting concentrated his thoughts and commanded the 3 violet blue vines to launch explosive fruit at all the guards. However, given that the guards were endowed with strength surpassing his own, the explosive fruit proved utterly ineffective against them. Observing this predicament, Longting swiftly devised what he believed to be a clever strategy. As the guards charged towards him and Baofei with great haste, Longting suddenly directed the violet blue vines to ensnare their feet. Any guard ensnared by Longting's violet blue vines found themselves unceremoniously tumbling to the ground, as it was their first experience of being attacked while simultaneously having their feet ensnared. At that moment, the guards hesitated, wary of the potential for the violet blue vines to unexpectedly ensnare them again. Nevertheless, they cautiously advanced towards Longting and Baofei, their anger palpable. They had resolutely decided that they would capture the pair and subsequently deliver them to the dean for elimination. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Baofei felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Should she and Tung be captured by these guards, their fates would be sealed. She desperately sought a way to assist Tung, but found herself at a loss for a viable solution. What transpired next left all the guards present utterly astonished, as Longting's eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid purple. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must utilize the Amethyst Divine Eye to exert control over their minds. Only then would he and Baofei stand a chance of escape. Swiftly, he employed the Amethyst Divine Eye to subjugate the guard spirits. "Feier, we must flee at once," Longting anxiously spoke to Baofei, fully aware that if this matter were to attract the attention of the higher-ups at Qin Academy, both he and Baofei would swiftly be eliminated. "All right," Baofei nodded, then urgently pulled Longting in another direction to escape. "Do not even think about fleeing," a voice echoed, and a middle-aged man appeared before Longting and Baofei. He sternly addressed Longting, "You scoundrel, not only did you eliminate Sun Feiyu at the gates of Qin Academy, but you also used a special technique to control these guards. I have no choice but to eliminate both of you now." With a thought, 5 rings of varying colors emerged from above his head. Seeing this, Longting's heart sank. He realized that the man before him had reached the rank of Do Wang. This meant that eliminating him and Baofei would be as effortless as crushing 2 ants. Elder Huanggu. This Longting has already disposed of the grandson of Elder Sun Ziming. You must capture both Longting and Baofei, They cannot be allowed to escape. A bystander urged Elder Huanggu in desperation. In response, Elder Huanggu angrily declared to Long Tongue and Bao Feier, "Since you two have eliminated Sun Feiyu, capturing you is no longer sufficient. I will now eliminate you both." Upon hearing this, Bao Feier's heart sank further, regardless of how formidable her Tengu was. It seemed they would both meet their end at the hands of Elder Huanggu today. Thus, she implored, "Elder Huanggu, Tengu and I came to seek teacher Wen Yutong with the recommendation letter from the sect master, Zhou Zhiro. After reading the letter, Sun Feiyu not only refused us entry, but also neglected to notify teacher Wen Yutong. Moreover, he insulted Tung Ji's Xylan Vine, calling it a worthless soul. He provoked us first, leading to the conflict. Therefore, the fault lies not with us, but with Sun Feiyu's deliberate malice. Elder Huanggu, you must stand up for us." Elder Huanggu replied angrily, "You too must understand that even if Sun Feiyu is in the wrong, you cannot commit murder at the gates of Qin and Academy. Killing at our gates is tantamount to slapping our academy in the face. Thus, you both must die today." Longting, desperate, pleaded with Elder Huanggu. "Elder Huanggu, I was the one who eliminated Sun Feiyu. I alone must bear this consequence. However, this incident has nothing to do with my fiancée, Bao Feier. I implore you to spare her life. As long as you grant my fiancée a chance to escape, you may choose any means to eliminate me." Longting expressed such sentiments as he awaited Huanggu to let down his guard, allowing him the opportunity to employ a concealed weapon against him. Upon hearing this, Huanggu remarked to Longting, "You possess a remarkable audacity, and I admire both your courage and your prowess. However, I cannot spare your fiancée." "Why?" Longting inquired anxiously. "My fiancée did not harm Sun Feiyu. Why can you not spare her?" Huanggu replied earnestly, "Longting, when you were ruthlessly attacking Sun Feiyu, your fiancée did not intervene. Thus, I have no choice but to eliminate both of you today." At this, Bao Feier urgently addressed Longting, "Brother Ting, not only am I your fiancée, but you also healed my muteness. More importantly, you have fought valiantly to protect me. I can feel the depth of your love for me. I am willing to leave this world with you." With that, tears streamed down Bao Feier's face. "Though your words are deeply moving, I must eliminate both you and Long Tongue today," Huanggu replied resolutely, motivated by a desire to curry favor with Elder Sun Ziming. "Huanggu, it is clearly Sun Feiyu who is in the wrong, yet you seek to eliminate us both. You must be out of your mind," Longting exclaimed. And with that, he swiftly aimed the cold iron hand, holding the frost needle directly at Huanggu's right eye. Chapter 61. You two are doomed today. What transpired next left both Longting and Bao Feiyu in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape. As they witnessed Huanggu tilt his head just in time to evade the frost needle, Longting suddenly cried out in alarm, realizing the gravity of his situation. He had completely angered Huanggu. Huanggu would undoubtedly be furious enough to eliminate both him and Bao Feier. Bao Feier, equally anxious, could conjure no strategy against Huanggu. All she could do was silently pray for her and Ting Ji's survival. "How dare you play tricks on me, Longting? Today, I shall reduce you two scoundrels to mere pulp." Huanggu's voice resonated with unrestrained fury and murderous intent. Just as he prepared to strike, Longting's eyes transformed into a deep shade of violet. Upon witnessing this, Huanggu turned his head aside, fully aware that Long Tongue had likely mastered a technique to manipulate the minds of others. Filled with rage, Huanggu shouted, "Long Tongue, you scoundrel! How dare you attempt to control my mind before disposing of me? I have faced countless battles over the years. Your little tricks are nothing but child's play to me." With that, Huanggu swiftly moved to Long Tongue's side, avoiding direct eye contact, for he knew that as long as he did not meet Long Tongue's gaze, he could resist the mental control. As long as his mind remained unshackled, his current strength would allow him to obliterate Long Ting with a single punch. He concentrated his energy, channeling most of his fighting power into his right fist, then unleashed it towards Long Ting's head, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, startling Bao Feier into a scream. "Huanggu, you dare strike my disciple? You must be tired of living." The speaker was an extraordinarily enchanting woman. And crucially, before Huanggu's fist could reach Long Tongue, she intercepted it with her own. Furious, Huanggu confronted the captivating beauty before him. "Lu Mei Rao, how dare you save that scoundrel Long Tongue? Are you not afraid that our Qingmen Academy will send people to annihilate your Hehuan sect?" Lu Mei Rao could not help but laugh, her mirth laced with disdain. "Huanggu, although your Qingmen Academy is significantly stronger than my Hehuan sect, we possess numerous methods to deal with you old men. Not even your esteemed dean would dare lightly threaten us with annihilation. As for you, you are even less capable. I have no time to waste on trivial banter with a fool like you." Upon finishing her words, Lu Meiru fiercely kicked Huang Gu's sensitive area. Ow! The pain caused Huang Gu to clutch his groin and collapse onto the ground. In a fit of rage, he cursed Lu Meiru, "You can hit me anywhere but there. How dare you specifically target that part? You are infuriating." Lu Meiru retorted, "I have no time to waste with you now. I have acquired cultivation resources and must return to my sect to diligently enhance my abilities." With that, she swiftly seized Long Tongue and Bao Feier, making a hasty exit. Lu Meiru moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. At that moment, Long Ting found himself with two ample spheres covering his mouth and nose. How soft, how gentle, how fragrant. It was a subtle scent reminiscent of milk. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Soon, he regained his composure. He had heard many speak of the Hahuan sect as being less than respectable. However, he was unaware of the specifics of their cultivation practices. Long Tongue expressed profound gratitude towards Lu Mei Rao, the one who saved both him and Bao Feier. Although he remained unaware of her motivations, he was nonetheless elated. For both he and Bao Feier were alive. At this moment, a multitude of senior officials from Qin Academy had gathered at the entrance, including the president, the vice president, elders, and teachers, alongside distinguished students. Meanwhile, Sun Ziming was enveloped in an immense fury, upon discovering that it was the worthless Long Tongue who had eliminated his grandson, Sun Feiyu. He was consumed with a desire to find Long Tongue and strangle him to death. He directed his ire towards Huang Gu, exclaiming, "Huang Gu, you have already reached the 52nd level of Dozong. How could you fail to dispose of a mere child like Long Ting, who has only attained the Dosher level? Did you deliberately allow that Lu Mei Rao to rescue him?" He added ominously, "You had better tell me the truth. If you dare deceive me, I will annihilate your entire family." In response, Huang Gu spoke with utmost respect, "Elder's son, even if you lent me 1,000 lives, I would not dare to deceive you." Just as my fist was about to connect with Long Ting's head, that Lu Mei Rao struck me fiercely. What infuriated me further was that before she departed from Qingnan Academy, she delivered a brutal kick to my groin. I am in excruciating pain and bleeding profusely. She must have injured me grievously. "Elder son, Lu Mei Rao is truly intolerable. You must seek justice for me." Hearing this, Sun Ziming glanced down at Huang Gu, and upon noticing the blood seeping from his trousers, he refrained from chastising him, realizing that Huang Gu was also a victim. In fact, he began to feel a twinge of sympathy for him. He then addressed the assembly with urgency. "What I wish to ascertain is why Long Tongue came to blows with my grandson. Since there were students present to witness the altercation, I implore anyone who can elucidate the sequence of events to step forward." "I will." A female student volunteered boldly. "Excellent." Sun Ziming nodded. As he and the other senior officials of Qin Academy were eager to uncover the reasons behind the conflict between Long Ting and Sun Feiyu. How did Long Ting reduce Sun Feiyu to a mere pulp? The female student spoke up, recounting in great detail and clarity the events that transpired between Long Ting and Sun Feiyu, how Long Ting exerted control over the guards' minds, how he employed hidden weapons against Huang Gu, and how Lu Mei Rao delivered a decisive kick to Huang Gu's vulnerable area. What perplexes me particularly is the ability of the purple-blue vine. Aside from its capacity to ensnare, how can it launch explosive fruit as a means of attack? This is the first time I have heard of the purple-blue vine being capable of such an offensive maneuver. Even if it possesses this ability, it remains a subpar spirit among all combat souls. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Sun Ziming urgently addressed everyone. "Please refrain from discussing the worthless purple-blue vine any further. Since Long Tongue has reduced my grandson to a mere pulp, I am determined to eliminate both Long Ting and that scoundrel Bao Feier." Chapter 62. Long Ting will soon be turned into a desiccated corpse. Upon hearing this, Huang Gu hastily responded to Sun Ziming. "Elder son, Long Tongue and that scoundrel Bao Feier have already been captured by Lu Mei Rao. It will be challenging to eliminate them." Filled with indignation, Sun Ziming retorted, "Huang Gu, although you did not actively release Long Tongue and Bao Feier today, had you acted decisively at that moment, you could have eliminated them. You bear some responsibility for this matter. Moreover, Lu Mei Rao only broke your vulnerability because of Long Ting and Bao Feier. Thus, when you next encounter them, you must strive with all your might to eradicate them." Fuming, Huang Gu replied, "Elder son, you are absolutely right. Today's events are entirely the result of the actions of Long Tongue and Bao Feier. I vow before heaven that in my lifetime, I will ensure their demise." In response, Sun Ziming urgently addressed the principal of Qinin Academy, Wang Nanmu, Principal Wang. Since that which Lu Mei Rao dared to come to our academy to rescue Long Ting and Bao Feier, it is evident that she holds us in contempt. Her audacity is insufferable. I strongly propose that we dispatch a formidable team to annihilate the Hehuan sect. Absolutely not. Wang Nanmu firmly shook his head and then solemnly replied to Sun Ziming, Old son, I can empathize with your anger and grief. But have you considered the consequences of following your course of action? Even if we were to eradicate the Hehuan sect, many lives would be lost in the process. They have been cultivating their strength by using men as vessels for years, and their power is not to be underestimated. Moreover, they have mastered techniques that beguile men. Should we attempt to obliterate the Hehuan sect, we would similarly incur significant casualties. Therefore, we must not allow this trifling matter to provoke us into attacking the Hehuan sect. As the principal of Qinin Academy, I must prioritize the long-term development of our institution rather than act out of spite, which would ultimately deplete our vitality. Sun Ziming, I hope you can comprehend my predicament. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziming spoke to Wang Nanmu. Esteemed principal, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, should I find the opportunity, I shall assuredly eliminate Long Ting, Bao Feier, and Lu Mei, those detestable scoundrels, to avenge my grandson. I wholeheartedly support you. Wang Nanmu nodded in response. At that moment, Teacher Wen Yutong suddenly interjected, Sun Ziming, your grandson deserved to die. Wen Yutong, how dare you say my grandson deserved to die? Are you even human? Sun Ziming retorted furiously, his anger propelling him towards Wen Yutong, consumed with the desire to throttle him. Wen Yutong, undeterred, countered, you heard it yourself. Long Ting approached me with a recommendation letter from my former outstanding student, Zhou Jiro. Not only did your grandson fail to inform me, but he also derided Long Teng's awakened purple-blue vine as a worthless spirit. Moreover, he disrespected Long Teng's fiancée, Bao Feier. Sun Ziming, your grandson's actions are inhumane. He is nothing short of a beast. Nay, he is even inferior to a beast. Had he shown a modicum of respect towards Long Teng and Bao Feier, he would not have been reduced to a pulp by the explosive fruit unleashed by the purple-blue vine. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziming seethed with rage. Wen Yutong, as a teacher at Qinin Academy, how can you side with Long Teng and Bao Feier? Are you even worthy of being a teacher? I shall not tolerate this any longer. With that, he charged at Wen Yutong. As the upper echelons of Qinin Academy were present, they swiftly intervened to prevent a confrontation between Sun Ziming and Teacher Wen. They believed Wen Yutong's assertions held merit. At that moment, Wen Yutong solemnly addressed Sun Ziming. I have previously mentioned that your grandson not only frequently extorts fees from aspiring students wishing to enter Qinin Academy, but also bullies newcomers. I have witnessed this repeatedly and have cautioned you on numerous occasions. Each time, you promise to discipline your grandson, yet when you see him, you fail to do so. If Long Ting does not eliminate your grandson, someone else surely will. Therefore, your grandson deserved his fate. Wen Yutong, I curse your ancestors for 19 generations. I am determined to confront you now, and no one shall stop me. I must rid the world of him today, or I shall find no peace. Sun Ziming's voice was saturated with a tempest of fury and murderous intent as he charged vehemently towards Wen Yutong, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, with numerous high-ranking officials from Qinin Academy obstructing his path, he resembled a dog ensnared by a noose. Wen Yutong appeared as a playful tormentor. Old one, perhaps you should temper your words. After all, Elder Sun's grandson has already been eliminated by Longting. It was evident from Wen Yutong's remarks that he harbored a strong desire to recruit Longting into Qinin Academy. Old one, Longting's awakening of the purple-blue vine is a worthless battle spirit. Even if he does not eliminate Elder Sun's grandson today, we cannot accept him into Qinin Academy. Old one, your enthusiasm is excessive. I recognize your profound appreciation for talent, yet Longting is nothing but a useless individual. There is no need for such fervor on his behalf. Upon hearing the crowd's discourse, Wen Yutong solemnly addressed them. Those of you who deem Longting a worthless being are indeed short-sighted. Tell me, in the realm of Duki, is there anyone who has awakened the purple-blue vine capable of launching explosive fruits to assault enemies? Moreover, Longting possesses the ability to control the minds of all his guards through his techniques. Most importantly, he is adept at employing hidden weapons. Based on Longting's myriad displays of talent, he is, in my eyes, a prodigious cultivator, a rarity in millennia. It is due to Sun Feiyu's actions that I have lost a gifted disciple. Imagine, if Qinin Academy were to enroll both Longting and Bao Feier. I firmly believe that it would not be long before we rise to become the most formidable academy across the Duki continent. In response, Sun Ziming mockingly retorted, Wen Yutong. Longting has already been captured by Lu Meirao of the Hehuan sect. He will become her furnace, soon to be reduced to a desiccated corpse. If you possess any capability, why not save Longting now? No, old one, you should become Lu Meirao's furnace instead. I assure you, she could turn you into a dried corpse in an instant. Upon hearing this, Wen Yutong seethed with rage, exclaiming, Sun Ziming, you are utterly despicable. I am prepared to confront you with all my might. Sun Ziming, equally furious. Shot back. Old one, since you claim my grandson's demise is just, I shall endeavor to drive you to your end, you old scoundrel. Chapter 63. The dish contains medicine. Wen Yutong, incensed, retorted, Sun Ziming, how dare you still engage in banter with me? If it were not for your grandson today, I would have already welcomed that once-in-a-millennium cultivator, Longting, into Qin Academy. Your grandson is nothing but an impediment to our ascent as the premier academy on the Duki continent. Frankly, you are unworthy of your position as an elder of Qin Academy. Wen Yutong, at that moment, rendered Sun Ziming speechless, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a retort. He was acutely aware that if his grandson's Sun Feiyu were to promptly report this matter to Wen Yutong, the latter would undoubtedly recruit Longtung and Bao Feier into the Qin Academy, for Wen Yutong had an unwavering penchant for talent. Just then, Wang Nanmu spoke gravely. Old son, both you and old one should refrain from further comments, as the matter has already transpired. What I wish to convey to everyone is that since Longtung has eliminated Sun Feiyu, we must ensure Longtung's removal as well. If we fail to do so, others will deem Qin Academy inept. More importantly, should we allow Longting to remain, no one will dare to join our esteemed institution henceforth. Therefore, we must devise a means to eradicate Longtung. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziming replied to Wang Nanmu, Esteemed President, if we do not take action against Longtung, he will inevitably meet a grim fate, and a most dreadful one at that. Consider this, since Lu Meirao has apprehended both Longting and Bao Feier, she surely intends to utilize Longtung as a vessel for her cultivation. I can assure you, within 3 days, Lu Meirao will have drained Longting to the point of desiccation. Thus, let us not concern ourselves with that scoundrel Longting. Given that the members of the Hehuan sect had the audacity to seize individuals from under our noses, if we do not impart a lesson to those brazen women, it would reflect poorly on the leadership of Qin Academy. That is a valid point. Wang Nanmu nodded in agreement and then addressed the assembly. Do any of you possess viable strategies to confront the Hehuan sect? In response, the senior members of Qin Academy erupted into fervent discussions. Our academy stands as one of the foremost institutions within the Star Empire. We should dispatch more individuals to expel those brazen women from the Hehuan sect. Wang Nanmu continued, Every time I think of those women, my fury ignites. And I wholeheartedly support sending our people to remove them. However, you underestimate the Hehuan sect. Even if we mobilized all senior members of our academy against them, those women would still manage to eliminate many of our own, as they have cultivated numerous beguiling techniques. Therefore, it is prudent that we refrain from provoking the Hehuan sect for the time being. Listening to the animated discourse, Wang Nanmu felt a sense of helplessness. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage came to a swift halt at the entrance of Qin Academy. Shortly thereafter, a man disembarked from the carriage, notably with only a right arm. He was none other than Long Bai. Following him, 3 middle-aged men alighted from the carriage as well. As Long Bai swiftly made his way towards the higher echelons of Qin Academy, he called out loudly, Esteemed members of Qin Academy, has Longtung indeed joined your ranks? No. Sun Ziming resolutely shook his head, and then urged Long Bai anxiously, Long Bai, what business do you have with that scoundrel Longtung? Long Bai inquired of the senior officials of Qin Academy, Have you eliminated Longtung? Upon hearing this, Sun Ziming, filled with immense anger, retorted, Long Bai, Longtung has just removed my grandson. How dare you come here and ask whether we have dealt with Longtung? What is the meaning of this? Long Bai urgently addressed Sun Ziming. Elder son, you have misunderstood my intentions. It was due to my carelessness that I fell victim to Longtung's concealed weapon, which ultimately forced me to have my left hand severed by an elder from my Tsangyao Academy. Every time I think of that scoundrel Longting, a surge of rage overwhelms me. Ah, I see. Sun Ziming nodded, then remarked to Long Bai, Your prowess far surpasses Longtung's by several magnitudes. I cannot fathom how you were ensnared by his trap. In response, Long Bai exclaimed, It was precisely my overconfidence that allowed me to be struck by Longtung's hidden weapon. What infuriates me further is that he used a bomb fruit launched by a purple-blue vine to brutally kill my son, Long Quang. When I arrived at the gates of your Qingnan Academy and saw so many high-ranking members gathered, I assumed you had eliminated Long Tongue. Little did I expect that he managed to escape once again. In which direction did that scoundrel flee? As soon as you inform me. I shall lead the elders of Songyao Academy to eradicate both Long Tang and Bao Feier. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziming replied, Long Bai. There is no need for you to pursue them. Elder Sun, what do you mean? Long Bai asked anxiously. Sun Ziming solemnly responded, Long Bai. Both Long Tongue and Bao Feier have already been captured by Lu Meirao of the Hahuan sect. I can assure you that she will soon drain Long Tongue of his life essence. Long nodded, feeling a flicker of relief from his simmering anger. He was acutely aware that within the Hahuan sect, few men who entered ever walked out alive. The practitioners within that sect utilized men as vessels for their cultivation. At that moment, Long Ting and Bao Feier had already been led to the Hahuan sect by Lu Mei. The sect stood majestically, with crimson walls and golden roofs, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. The main hall towered into the clouds, its glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The stone lions flanking the mountain gate stood imposing and dignified, embodying the sect's profound heritage and authority. Witnessing this scene, Long Ting felt perplexed, despite the Hahuan sect's formidable appearance. There were many rumors circulating that its practices were not aligned with righteous cultivation. What could be the truth behind this? Long Ting understood that no amount of desire would be of any use to him at this moment. He realized that after spending just a few days in the Hahuan sect, he would be able to discern the ways in which the disciples of the sect cultivated their skills. At that moment, Lu Mei turned to Long Ting and said, Long Ting, I have successfully brought you and Bao Feier to the Hahuan sect. Should either of you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. All right. In unison, Long Ting and Bao Feier replied. Subsequently, Long Ting addressed Lu Meirao, saying, Senior Lu, both Feier and I are feeling quite famished and wish to have something to eat. Very well, Lu Meirao nodded, then instructed Long Tongue and Bao Feier, follow me. Soon, Lu Meirao led them to the dining hall, which was bustling with numerous male students enjoying their meals. Upon seeing the dishes in the dining hall, Long Ting quickly discerned a grave issue with the food. Chapter 64. It is actually an aphrodisiac. Long Tongue, please take a seat with Bao Feier. I shall promptly fetch your meals, Lu Meirao said, before swiftly moving to serve them. However, a sinister expression flickered across Lu Meirao's face. At that moment, Long Ting was taken aback, for he could detect through the aroma of the food that an aphrodisiac had been added, while an ordinary person would be oblivious to it. Long Tongue, the most formidable alchemist on the continent of Combat Shi, could ascertain it with just a slight whiff. Long Ting was acutely aware that these dishes were infused with potent aphrodisiacs. Although the aroma of the food was enticing, he could still discern the underlying ingredients. What puzzled Long Ting the most was the reason behind the Hahuan sect's decision to serve their disciples meals laced with such enhancements. Were the disciples of the Hahuan sect all suffering from deficiencies? Or was there a deeper, more enigmatic motive at play? Long Ting was enveloped in curiosity. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, nor reveal his awareness that the dishes were laden with potent aphrodisiacs. He pondered the potential consequences of displaying any knowledge of this, particularly the possibility of Lu Meirao turning against him and Bao Feier. Thus, he resolved to feign ignorance, recognizing that consuming such substances would not lead to dire consequences. Soon, Lu Meirao presented 2 servings of food to Long Ting and Bao Feier. As she placed the dishes before them, she remarked, The meals in our cafeteria are exceptionally delectable. I encourage you both to indulge. Should this not suffice, feel free to request more until you are fully satisfied. Thank you, Senior Lu. Bao Feier exclaimed with palpable excitement, promptly seizing her chopsticks to begin her meal. Observing her enthusiasm, Long Tongue followed suit, despite his reluctance to partake in the food. He was acutely aware that refusing to eat might provoke Lu Meirao's scrutiny. A misstep in his response could endanger both him and Bao Feier. To avoid arousing any suspicion, Long Ting feigned an earnest appetite. Feier, the cuisine of the Hahuan sect is truly fragrant. It is the finest meal I have ever had. The reason Long Ting extolled the exquisite cuisine of the Hahuan sect was to lower Lu Meirao's guard. Only when she was at ease could he delve into the mystery of why the sect provided its disciples with aphrodisiacs. Could it be that the Hahuan sect was engaging in underhanded dealings? Such a possibility loomed large. Observing Long Ting and Bao Feier relishing their meals with great delight, Lu Meirao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In her heart, a single thought prevailed. The lives of Long Ting and Bao Feier, whom she had rescued today, filled her with immense satisfaction. Lu Meirao had resolved that as long as she diligently nourished Long Ting, by the time he reached the great fighter rank. He would serve as her alchemical furnace. The mere thought of utilizing Longting as her furnace sent waves of exhilaration through her, for he was undeniably handsome. As she gazed upon Longting's striking visage and unique aura, Lu Meiru fervently wished for his vitality to be forged into something indomitable. Her desire was for Longting to remain her furnace indefinitely, for her affection for him was profound. Yet, she was acutely aware that due to the domineering nature of her cultivation method, should she commence her practice, it would not take long for her to drain Longting to a mere husk. Recalling her thoughts, she addressed Longting with gentle warmth. "Disciple Longting, allow me to fetch you some more meat. You must eat heartily." "Senior Lu, I am already quite full," he replied. With a smile, Longting gently shook his head in refusal, fully aware that Lu Meiru was clearly suggesting he consume more aphrodisiac herbs. Upon hearing this, Lu Meiru smiled at Longting and said, "Longting, as you have just arrived at the Hehuan sect and are unfamiliar with our ways, I shall take the time to explain. You appear quite astute. You should be able to glean from the name of our academy that the Hehuan sect promotes the dual cultivation of men and women, enabling both parties to swiftly enhance their prowess. Longting, considering your extraordinary talent for cultivation, if you focus on your meals and diligently engage in your training during this period, once you reach the rank of a level 20 Grand Fighter, you shall be able to cultivate alongside me. How do you feel about that?" As she spoke, Lemira subtly adjusted her clothing, revealing her alluring figure. Longting's heart raced at the sight of her strikingly seductive form. Longting believes that Lu Mei Rao possesses an extraordinarily alluring and seductive figure, and more importantly, she is exceedingly beautiful. She is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Longting is now curious about how Lu Mei Rao intends to guide his cultivation once he reaches the rank of a 21st level great fighter. Could it be that Lu Mei Rao plans to cultivate alongside him in the most intimate of ways? Longting has resolutely made up his mind from this moment forth. He shall earnestly focus on enhancing his vitality. No, he must prioritize nourishing himself. As a man, how could he neglect such a fundamental necessity? However, he is particularly eager to advance to the esteemed rank of level 20 great fighter, for he yearns to cultivate alongside the enchanting Lu Mei Rao. Meanwhile, Balfea is exceedingly irate, as she perceives through Lu Mei Rao's recent actions and words that the latter seeks to entice her beloved Tengu. Although she is tempted to vehemently berate Lu Mei Rao, she is acutely aware that confronting her could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in her being eliminated and Tengu being lured away. Hence, she has resolved that when she is alone with Tengu, she must earnestly counsel him to remain impervious to Lu Mei Rao's charms. At that moment, Lu Mei Rao, adorned with a smile, addressed Balfea. "Balfea, although we belong to the Hehuan sect, men and women reside and cultivate separately. I shall take you to Hongye Peak for your training and living arrangements, while Longting will remain at Jiuhuang Peak. Once he attains the rank of level 20 great fighter, I will personally escort him to Shengve Peak to cultivate alongside me." Upon hearing this, Balfea instantaneously felt a surge of anxiety. She is far from naive and discerns that Lu Mei Rao's intentions are to separate her from Tengu. A foreboding sensation envelopes her, as she suspects that Lu Mei Rao harbors some ulterior motive, particularly given the rumors she has heard regarding the dubious practices of the Hehuan sect. At this juncture, Lu Mei Rao spoke to Longting with utmost gentleness. "Disciple Longting, the peak we currently inhabit is known as Jiuhuang Peak. I shall now guide you to your residence and familiarize you with the geographical environment of Jiuhuang Peak." "Very well." Longting nodded, having made up his mind. In the coming days, he was determined to diligently cultivate his skills, striving to elevate his strength to the rank of a level 21 great fighter. His curiosity was piqued about how Lu Mei would engage in dual cultivation with him at that time. Synopsis: mastering the fire poison pearl, awakening the twin battle souls, perfecting the Xiantian sword, the legendary sword god. Who can rival him at the pinnacle?